After awakening I conquered the whole world. Chapter 350 to chapter 527. He didn't expect that these two children, who were both outstanding in his heart, would play together. Now that he looked at it, it was true that outstanding people should play with outstanding people. As for what was so outstanding about Xiao Jin, he couldn't quite put his finger on it. But he just felt that she was outstanding. There was also an indescribable sense of intimacy. He had a good impression of Xiao Jin. Xianxia looked at Xiao Jin and felt that there was a deeper meaning behind her smile. Xiao Jin hadn't told Xianxia about her relationship with Ji Pingan, so Xianxia only vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't guess why. Ji Pingan smiled kindly. Do you know how to play chess? Xiao Jin, no. Ji Pingan, it's okay, you can learn. Xiao Jin glanced at the complicated Go game. You can play Gamoku. Although she could learn it quickly, she wasn't willing. She had played Gamoku on her phone before. Ji Pingan, fine, Gamoku it is. In the last room, there were two tables. Xianxia and Bai Jiangkai played Go, while Xiao Jin and Ji Pingan played Gamoku. It was a harmonious scene. After a while, Xianxia saw that it was about time. He got up and said goodbye to Bai Jiangkai. He was going to take Xiao Jin to dinner. Ji Pingan and Xiao Jin played Gamoku for so long. Although it was simple, they found it interesting. It was better than listening to people cry at home. When Xiao Jin and Xianxia left, Ji Pingan sighed. What a perfect match. My family can't find a match for you. Bai Jiangkai laughed. Who hasn't thought of this before? But young people nowadays are pursuing their own love. Old fogies like us shouldn't get involved in their affairs. If they got involved, there would be restless things like Ji Qiue. And there were many of them now. Ji Pingan said faintly, that's right, ******. When Xiao Jin was sent home that night, he took some time to check Weibo. She usually didn't pay much attention to it. In fact, it was because of Duan Ruyan. After a day of hot searches, there were still no signs of it subsiding. All kinds of things that had happened in the past were exposed. There were even rumors that the classmates who had bullied Duan Ruyan back then were now married and had children. Their children were about to go to college, and they were being harassed and bombarded by netizens. It could be considered a different kind of retribution. However, this alone was far from enough. The previous principal of Yanhui University had retired a long time ago, but he still had to take responsibility. It was worth mentioning that Duan Ruyan's parents did not show up. Back then, they were just an ordinary couple in the countryside. She didn't know how they were doing now. Xiao Jin did not deliberately think about it. Back then, the couple had already received compensation. Now that the incident had happened again, someone would come to apologize. Moreover, he had once sensed through Duan Ruyan that she should still have a younger sister. He just didn't have time to tell her. She was probably the child her parents gave birth to after they lost her. At least that was a consolation. However, at night, Xiao Jin suddenly opened his eyes. She had already fallen asleep, but she suddenly turned over and sat up in bed. In the blink of an eye, a red dot flashed. Through these, she saw something she had never seen before. She frowned. It was not her nature to be nosy. It was just that, who asked her to take her things? She should be responsible for the aftermath. She sensed a special scene. It was very likely that it was Duan Ruyan's younger sister whom she had never met. Why did she sense it? It was probably because the other party was also an array master. Disregarding the storm on Weibo, today's high-end residential district was very peaceful. It was already very late, but the row of houses was still lit. Not only was it bustling, but it was also very warm. A 17 or 18-year-old girl stood downstairs and looked up at the house, her eyes filled with coldness. If she hadn't seen her elder sister's matter on Weibo, she probably wouldn't have known that her elder sister's death was so tragic. Her parents had given birth to her when they were old. She had only vaguely heard them say that she had an elder sister who had passed away in an accident before she was born. Because they were too sad, they had given birth to her. She felt an indescribable regret toward the elder sister she had never seen before. She had only seen her sister's picture. Now that she had seen the news on Weibo, If she hadn't confirmed that her elder sister's name and appearance were exactly the same as the one she had seen and heard, she wouldn't have dared to believe that her elder sister had died so tragically. It was no wonder her parents had never talked about her elder sister. She was furious. Her elder sister was so outstanding. How could the person who had bullied her back then still be alive? She had been different since she was young. She didn't know why she had such a special ability. She seemed to be able to make use of things that others couldn't see to create the effect she wanted. It was as if she had learned it all by herself. Today, she was thinking the same thing. Her eyes were red. Through some information, she had learned that the person who had bullied her elder sister lived here. She couldn't go up to the high-end residential district, but she could set it on fire. Back then, her elder sister had been trapped in a hotel and burned to death. Why couldn't this family do the same? Strange dots flickered in her eyes. With a move of her finger, she connected those dots and trapped them in the apartment building, gradually forming the image of a flame. The flame gradually expanded, and only she could see it. Accompanied by the rising flames, it slowly descended on the floor of the apartment building she had seen earlier. As long as the flame entered, their house would instantly be set on fire. She would be able to avenge her elder sister. Hong. She didn't notice that along with her movements, black chi was slowly floating around her, waiting for the flame to rise into the air. Pa! A hand suddenly landed on her shoulder. Duan Nianru was startled. The formation shattered, and she turned around to see an exquisite girl. She really looked like someone who had walked out of a TV series. Her long hair reached her waist and was slightly curled. There were even a few strands of hair floating in front of her forehead. Coupled with her cold face, she looked very much like a princess from a manga she had read. She was so surprised that her mouth opened slightly. "What are you doing?" A cold person spoke in a cold and cheerless manner. His voice had a different kind of air to it. That pair of eyes locked onto her, making her feel as if she had nowhere to hide. Duan Nianru's face turned red as she stuttered, Who are you?" Firstly, she felt a little guilty. She had never shown this kind of power in front of others before. She also knew that she was not normal, so she was afraid that she would be treated as a freak and captured for research. At this moment, she was afraid that Xiao Jin would notice something unusual. Xiao Jin sneered, "You don't need to know who I am, but what do you want to do? Do you think killing their entire family will solve this matter?" She glanced at her surroundings and saw that the black airflow had disappeared silently and gradually dissipated. Xiao Jin's words caused Duan Nianru's face to turn pale. "What are you talking about?" "I'm just passing by." She didn't dare to admit that she wanted to kill this family. Xiao Jin said, "If you want to target someone, you shouldn't target this family. Apart from her, no one else in this family has done anything wrong. If you kill them, you'll only be seriously eroded. It's not easy for your family to give birth to two formation masters. Don't disappoint your sister." Duan Nianru was dumbfounded. "You? Who are you?" She was shocked. Xiao Jin looked around. There were surveillance cameras in the vicinity of this high-end residential area. If he stayed here for too long, he would be suspicious. "Come with me." Duan Nianru bit her lip. She didn't dare to believe that Xiao Jin was a stranger. However, his words gave her a feeling of trust. She didn't want to refuse. Xiao Jin had already turned around. Looking at Xiao Jin's back, she hesitantly followed. But when she turned back to look at the apartment building, she felt somewhat unwilling. When they arrived at the bustling street, Xiao Jin asked, "Have you eaten?" Duan Nianru was about to say that she had eaten when her stomach began to rumble. Her face turned even redder. She had been too shocked by the news and had rushed to the capital. She hadn't had time to eat and had used the excuse of going to her classmate's house to play. She had to go back tomorrow. She felt that if she did it flawlessly, no one would suspect her. She could go back and act as if nothing had happened. She didn't know where that thought had come from. She was just too angry. Her sister's death was the responsibility of those people. Why were they able to live without caring about anything until now? On what basis? Every year, on the anniversary of her sister's death, she would see her white-haired parents crying in front of her sister's grave. She didn't know why in the past. She only felt that after so many years, her parents still couldn't let go. Only now did she know who could let go. Her daughter had died so miserably. She had never met her elder sister, but she felt that she was the best person in the world. She was her younger sister, so she should avenge her elder sister. Xiao Jin saw her face change rapidly and chuckled. Shall I treat you to a meal? Who are you? Duan Nianru asked suspiciously. Xiao Jin, your sister's friend. Duan Nianru, soon, her face turned even redder. Who are you trying to fool? My sister has been dead for 20 years, and you look only 20 years old. How can you be my sister's friend? After saying that, she reacted and became even more flustered. No, you know who my sister is? Xiao Jin said, hurry up. You're wandering alone in the middle of the night? Aren't you afraid that if you get caught, your parents will lose you as well? Duan Nianru subconsciously retorted, of course not. I'm not afraid even if I encounter bad people. She had the ability to resist all of this. Xiao Jin sneered. Do you think you're the only formation master in this world? A formation master who didn't belong to anyone was simply a delicious cake placed in front of those people. If they learned that Duan Nianru had a younger sister who was also a formation master, she would be doomed. Formation. What is a formation master? Duan Nianru asked impulsively. In truth, she didn't even know what this world was. She didn't even know that she was a formation master. She only thought that her special ability was a gift from the heavens. It was indeed a blessing, but it would also lead to many dangers. In the end, Duan Nianru left with Xiao Jin out of curiosity. She hadn't eaten yet. She had thought that Xiao Jin would bring her somewhere, but they had ended up at a fast food restaurant that was open 24 hours a day. Duan Nianru, it didn't seem too good to discuss such matters in this place. Furthermore, she felt that the fairy-like Xiao Jin shouldn't have come to such a place. However, Xiao Jin had come. It was already late at night, and there weren't many people eating. The fast food restaurant was large, so they could find a place in the corner where no one would disturb them. When the waiter saw Xiao Jin, he was a bit surprised. Handsome people were treated differently. Even when he was ordering, the waiter spoke softly, afraid that Xiao Jin would be dissatisfied if he was too loud. After casually ordering a few sets, Duan Nianru whispered, you ordered too much. We can't finish it. It's a waste. Xiao Jin, you can just eat whatever you want. Duan Nianru, the two of them found a corner and sat down. Duan Nianru was conflicted, but she still asked, you said that you're my big sister's friend. Is that true? My big sister has already passed away for 20 years. Furthermore, the news had revealed her big sister's matter recently. Duan Nianru was very suspicious that Xiao Jin had come here with other motives. She had seen on the news that the leaders who had concealed the matter back then would be punished. Could it be that he had been sent here by the leaders? Xiao Jin rested his elbows on the table and tilted his body slightly to look at her. When did your powers appear? What? Duan Nianru's eyes flickered. I really don't know what you're talking about. Her vigilance was strong enough. Xiao Jin smiled. It's good to have vigilance, and it's also good to have ability. However, you shouldn't use your ability to do things you can't do. If your big sister knew about this, she wouldn't be happy. Besides, you still have your parents. They're already old, and it wasn't easy for them to raise you. You shouldn't waste your life on this. Those people aren't worth it. Hearing that, Duan Nianru felt even more guilty. She had truly come to the capital in a fit of rage, and she hadn't thought too much about it. After all, she was only 18 years old. She hadn't been an adult for long, so she couldn't think properly about some things. It was also because of his young age that he was easily forced out by Xiao Jin. But did my sister die in vain? I've seen those people. The news said that at most, they'll be condemned morally, but they won't be punished by the law. I can't accept this for my sister. Her eyes reddened at the mention of her sister. Xiao Jin said, you are only 18 years old this year. You have never seen your sister. Why do you still want to avenge her? Because she's my sister. Duan Nianru choked. Although I haven't seen her, my parents have told me many times that she's very outstanding and kind. Back then, she relied on her own efforts to get into a top-tier university. She was the best student in our university. She should have had a bright future. My parents should be enjoying their lives instead of working so hard to raise me. So, why can't my kind sister get a good karma? You also know that your parents are working hard to raise you. In that case, you shouldn't do something that will ruin the rest of your life. In truth, Xiao Jin wasn't very happy to persuade a child. If this person had been a stranger, he wouldn't have cared. However, this girl was Duan Ruyan's little sister. She had just taken Duan Ruyan's demonic spirit seed, so she couldn't just ignore it. Furthermore, her little sister was also a formation master. This family's genes were truly miraculous. It was already difficult for an average family to produce a single magus, let alone 2 magic array masters in one family. There were also very few families like the Zhongli family where both siblings were spirit readers. If Duan Nianru went astray because of this matter and was used by the people who controlled her sister, that would be a tragedy. Duan Nianru was startled. I won't be discovered. You're dreaming. Do you think you're the only one with special abilities in this world? If you dare to make a move, the secret organization will find out where you are in a few days at most and then capture you. If you are caught by the people who used your sister, not only will your life be ruined, your parents won't be able to live either. Duan Nianru was frightened. When she heard that they used her sister, she was shocked. Who used my sister? Your sister is also a spirit reader. Xiao Jin sighed. As if he was teaching a child some small knowledge, he explained the existence of spirit readers in this world, as well as her sister's matter. Since she wanted to take revenge for her sister, she was also someone who valued relationships and righteousness. Then she should know that there were other people behind the scenes. Those who had bullied her sister would suffer retribution. They would punish them in the real world. Karma already existed. Even if the law couldn't punish them, death wasn't the only punishment in this world. While he was talking, the fast food restaurant brought out several plates. There was a large pile of fast food in front of the 2 girls. At this time, Duan Nianru felt like she had lost her appetite. After listening to Xiao Jin's story, she couldn't stop her tears from flowing. My sister, she really had a bitter life. It was one thing for her to die tragically, but even after her death, she hadn't been able to live in peace for such a long time. Duan Nianru looked somewhat similar to Duan Ruyan, but she had probably been carefully taken care of by her parents since she was young. There was a hot-bloodedness in her that Duan Ruyan didn't have. So when she did such a thing, she didn't consider the consequences. She only thought that she had a special ability that allowed her to do things without being discovered. Now that she knew the severity of the situation, she felt even sadder for her sister. Hearing her sobs, the waiters looked over curiously. Xiao Jin calmly drank a cup of warm orange juice as he watched Duan Nianru cry. A 17 or 18-year-old child was really too young. The waiter didn't know if something bad had happened. He came over to ask Xiao Jin, but Xiao Jin just shook his head. The waiter saw that there was no other abnormality, so he didn't come over to ask. Since they were all in the shop, they could see everything. Duan Nianru cried for over 10 minutes. She couldn't stop crying, and in the end, she started hiccuping. She couldn't even feel her hunger anymore. When she was done crying, she choked with sobs and asked, "Then, who was the one who harmed my sister?" Xiao Jin said, "They'll appear sooner or later. You don't need to be anxious. You're 18 this year. Did you go to university?" Duan Nianru nodded. "I just finished my college entrance exam and came to the capital." It just so happened that she had just finished her college entrance exam. She had also come to the capital. But compared to her sister, her grades weren't that outstanding. She had only gotten into an ordinary university in the capital. It wasn't far from Xiao Jin's place, and it was only 5 or 6 stops away. Duan Nianru's parents didn't have much hope for her. Perhaps it was because of Duan Ruyan, but they felt that it was better for her to not have outstanding grades. Originally, they didn't want Duan Nianru to choose the capital. After all, something had happened here that had broken their hearts. But after learning that her sister had also entered the capital, Duan Nianru thought of this. She wanted to know if she could find traces of her sister. As a result, she saw the news on Weibo. My parents have already agreed to move to the capital. They will come to the capital to take care of me. Duan Nianru's parents were still worried. So when she came over, they would rent a house outside to take care of Duan Nianru. Duan Nianru's parents had relied on the compensation money to start a small business. They didn't have to worry about their lives. If it wasn't for Duan Nianru's birth, they might have already lost hope. Xiao Jin didn't care about other people's matters. He only said, there are advantages and disadvantages to moving to the capital. The capital is different from the cities you've been to. There's the spirit group here. If you don't want to join the spirit group, it's best if they don't know that you're a formation master. This was especially true when the spirit group didn't know about the existence of a formation master. Duan Nianru carefully looked at Xiao Jin. You said that you made a deal with my sister's soul. Who are you? Xiao Jin smiled. I'm just an ordinary second-year student. Oh, I'll be in my third year soon. Duan Nianru, as if she knew so many things and knew that she was a formation master. How could she make a deal with her sister? How could she be an ordinary university student, thinking of her sister who had already disappeared? Duan Nianru's expression dimmed. You're so young, but your ferocity isn't small. You want to kill an entire family as soon as you make a move. Xiao Jin evaluated what she wanted to do. You should know that abilities are bestowed by the heavens, and there are corresponding shackles. If you do something to someone else, it is very likely that they will retaliate against you in the same way in the future. Got it? Duan Nianru frowned. Then what's the use of this ability? Xiao Jin, that depends on how you use it. You can hide your identity and be an ordinary person for the rest of your life and pretend that you don't have this ability. Didn't you maintain it well before? Otherwise, he wouldn't have been discovered for so many years. Duan Nianru lowered her head in silence. Xiao Jin said, remember, no one can bind you. What binds you is your own heart. If you have any malicious thoughts, you will be like your sister and be demonized. That is not what your sister wants to see. Duan Nianru looked at her expectantly. Will those people really suffer retribution? Xiao Jin nodded. There will be. Only now did Duan Nianru trust Xiao Jin somewhat. She picked up a hamburger and slowly ate it. What's your name? Xiao Jin had said so much, but she still didn't know Xiao Jin's name. Xiao Jin. Duan Nianru, which character? Xiao Jin. Xiao from Xiao Qian, Jin from today. Duan Nianru nodded. It's a bit strange. How about I call you Big Sister Xiao? Xiao Jin. Do as you wish. Duan Nianru was younger than her, so she could call her whatever she wanted. Xiao Jin didn't care about this. After all, calling her big sister didn't mean she treated her as a younger sister. Duan Nianru took out her phone. Can I add you as a friend? Ignoring everything else, Xiao Jin was truly handsome. Duan Nianru felt that she could brag to her classmates that she had met a beautiful big sister. Moreover, she wouldn't be alone in the capital in the future. She could look for Xiao Jin. Of course, that was what she thought, but it did not mean that Xiao Jin thought the same. Xiao Jin indifferently took out his phone and added Duan Nianru's WeChat. She had come to persuade Duan Nianru not to let her big sister down. If Duan Nianru still refused to come to her senses, Xiao Jin wouldn't care about her a second time. Duan Nianru had come to the capital very suddenly. She had only booked an ordinary hotel. Xiao Jin sent her to the hotel before leaving. Duan Nianru looked at Xiao Jin's WeChat name and fell into a daze. Such a fairy-like big sister, and her WeChat name was also quite cute. Xiao Jin had gone out in the middle of the night, and by the time he returned, it was already very late. As a result, he just happened to run into Musilian, who had just come back from the disco. Musilian had been tiptoeing around, and the entire Mu family was already very quiet. But who would have thought that as soon as he took a step, he would see a white-clothed figure outside the door? If he hadn't immediately restrained himself, Musilian was afraid he would have screamed out loud. F***ck, why had Sadako appeared in the middle of the night? Sadako takes 2 steps forward, and Mu Qilian can see clearly with the help of the street lamp that it is his cheap sister. Musilian was almost scared out of his wits. He hastily whispered, "What are you doing out in the middle of the night?" Xiao Jin said, "I went out to play." Musilian, he almost choked to death. She went out to dance and came back like a thief. On the other hand, Xiao Jin went out and came back looking magnanimous. He was not afraid of being found out by Xiao Fei. They both went out in the middle of the night, so why was Xiao Jin so magnanimous? Musilian felt that he had caught Xiao Jin's weakness. Going out in the middle of the night, do you still have any concept of access control? Xiao Jin, how can you say that about me? Musilian, he quibbled, I'm a guy. I'm different from you girls. It's not safe for a girl like you to be outside in the middle of the night. Xiao Jin, no, I'll be safer than you. Musilian? What do you mean by that? However, Xiao Jin was not prepared to explain. She went into the house. Musilian was afraid that talking to her would attract the attention of the family. If Xiao Fei and the others woke up and saw that he went out to dance again, they would probably scold him again. He could do anything, but he was the #1 disco dancer. Look at Xiao Jin, who also went out to fool around, was much more magnanimous than him. Musilian thought of this and felt that he was not found out. What was there to be afraid of? He puffed out his chest and went back to his room valiantly. The glass room was soundproof, so no matter how loud they were, they would not attract the attention of Xiao Fei and the others. What he was afraid of was that Xiao Fei and the others would go crazy in the middle of the night to check on him. It would be awkward if they happened to bump into him. Xiao Jin went back to her room. The demonized spirit seed on her fingertip was dispersing. She looked at it and flicked it into the array in the house. If there was a place in the world that was the safest, it would probably be the Mu family. Even if there was a war, she could protect the Mu family. This was probably the treatment that only family members had. When he woke up the next morning, Xiao Jin received a special piece of news. At the same time, there was a thank you letter from Lin Si. The murder case in a foreign town had been solved. Due to China's request and the fact that the murderer was not an experienced person, he was quickly found out. It was a foreign man in his mid-20s. The reason why he did this was because he had promised someone that he would receive a huge sum of money after the deed was done. He was a drug addict and had already been hollowed out by the drug money, so he took the risk to do this kind of thing. The person who invited him to do this had a good relationship with him. He used to know him in school. Originally, everyone thought that this was an accidental murder case. They did not expect that it had already been planned and that he had hired a murderer. The person he wanted to kill was naturally Lin Si's godsister, Zhao Rolan. The mastermind who hired the murderer was Wei Dixuan. It had only been a few days since the incident broke out. Especially after they found out that Yao Hongyin's death was an accident, the school was furious. Because of an accident, such a big thing happened. When the truth was found out, Zhao Rolan could not believe it at all. It was not until the police came to take Wei Dixuan away that the man, who realized that the matter had been exposed, knelt down in front of Zhao Rolan on the spot. Lan, I was just obsessed for a moment. I was just confused for a moment. Zhao Rolan stared blankly at the man who had been so gentle to her 2 days ago. She could not imagine that he would actually let someone raise a butcher's knife against her. Zhao Rolan's mother was so angry that her whole body was trembling. It took her a long time to stop herself from fainting. Although there were speculations, when the truth was really in front of everyone, no one could believe it. She walked up and slapped Wei Dixuan in the face. She gritted her teeth and scolded, "You beast. You're worse than a beast." The police immediately stopped her. "Madam, please don't do anything." Foreign countries paid attention to human rights. Even a confirmed mastermind who hired a murderer had human rights. Naturally, they could not let you beat him up. Of course, they understood the family's anger. Therefore, they gave them a verbal warning. Who wouldn't want to beat him to death after finding out that his son-in-law was the one who hired the hitman? At this moment, Zhao Rolan seemed to have just realized what had happened. She thought of Wei Dixuan's face from before, and then looked at Wei Dixuan, who was now crying bitterly and kneeling on the ground without any dignity. She couldn't help but feel cold all over. Her heart was so cold that it was terrifying, causing her entire body to tremble. Why did you do this?" She seemed to have expended a great deal of energy to ask this question. "I shouldn't have done this. I know I was wrong. Lan, please forgive me. I beg you to forgive me. You still have our child in your stomach. You have to think about the child." Zhao Roland's eyes were filled with tears. She couldn't help but cry out, "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Lan Lan, I was really possessed. I shouldn't have done this. I know I was wrong. Lan Lan, please forgive me. You still have the cheek to talk about children." If Mother Zhao hadn't been held back by Mother Lin, she probably would have killed Wei Dixuan. Lan Lan is still carrying your child in her stomach. How could you do such a vicious thing? You heartless thing. Even after you graduated, you entered the top 500 companies and got promoted because of us. It's fine if you don't know how to be grateful, but you're actually so crazy. You're not a thing, and you're not even human. Mother Zhao was so angry that she felt dizzy. Mother Lin quickly supported her and comforted her in a low voice. She was also angry. Anyway, now that he had been caught, Wei Dixuan would be punished by the law. It was a good thing that Zhao Roland saw his true colors. Wei Dixuan was still crying over there. Zhao Roland only felt that she was numb and couldn't hear anything clearly. Yes, they still had a child. So why did Wei Dixuan not even care about the child and actually want to kill Zhao Roland? The police didn't let them talk for long and quickly took Wei Dixuan away. Mother Zhao directly found a well-known lawyer in the United States to deal with this matter. She still had some connections. She swore to let Wei Dixuan stay in jail for decades. It was extremely difficult to sentence people to death abroad. Although Wei Dixuan was the mastermind, his main target was Zhao Roland. Zhao Roland was fine. Because of this, he was most likely only sentenced to a few decades of punishment. However, there was no limit to the punishment. If the lawyer was strong enough to convict him of a heinous crime, it was possible for him to be sentenced to 70 or 80 years. He would never have a chance to get out of prison. After Wei Dixuan was caught, he still refused to let go of the reason why he wanted to kill Zhao Roland. In the end, he was forced to break through his psychological defense and finally let go. The thoughts he revealed were truly devoid of conscience. He killed Zhao Roland, and then he would be Zhao Roland's legal heir. Even if there was still Mother Zhao and Father Zhao, they were not in good health. Zhao Roland was the only daughter. If something happened to Zhao Roland and the child in her belly, they would definitely not be able to hold on for long. Wei Dixuan felt that the more sensitive the situation was, the less suspicious he would be. Zhao Roland still had his own child in her belly. Who would know that it was its biological father who found someone to kill its mother? He finally tricked Zhao Roland to that remote town, but he didn't expect such a big accident to happen. He was indeed knocked unconscious at that time. This was all done to make it seem real. The purpose was to make it so that he didn't have a chance to make a move and wouldn't suspect him. As long as the murderer wasn't caught. If Zhao Roland died, there was no evidence, and he might really succeed. When the news came back, Zhao Roland didn't know why, but she instantly thought of the sentence that the fortune teller Lin Si had told her. This marriage, the family was ruined. The family, it wasn't a joke, it was real. If Wei Dixuan's plan succeeded, then her parents would be stimulated and met with an accident. Her family would be finished and her property would fall into Wei Dixuan's hands. Wouldn't her family be ruined? Zhao Roland fainted from anger. Lin Si briefly revealed the facts of Wei Dixuan's crime in his letter of thanks to Qiao Jin. He's not even human anymore. Do you know what he said? My elder sister and her family helped him so much. He thought that they were looking down on him and were just giving him pity. Oh my God, missing is better than past. Master, tell me, what kind of peerless weirdo is this? If my godparents pitied him, why would they marry their precious daughter to him? He was born into a bad family, so he blamed my godsister's family for being too rich. If you think she's too rich, don't *King marry her. You can be a noble prince, but you actually came up with a plan to kill your wife. You don't even care about your own child. Is this kind of person a natural beast? Her tone was extremely angry. One could imagine how much of an impact this matter had caused. She was originally tutoring in English during the summer vacation. As soon as this happened, she immediately flew abroad to accompany Zhao Roland and the others to deal with the follow-up matters. Qiao Jin had already guessed this fact, so he didn't reply. In fact, when she had her fortune told back then, she had roughly known that Wei Dixuan would be the culprit. There was no one else who could be the culprit when it came to marriage. However, she couldn't guess the reason. Now, she knew that there were always people in this world. No matter how good you were to them, they would think that you were deliberately provoking them. They were just cheap. Some people were unsurprisingly despicable, while others were despicable and vicious. After such an experience, Zhao Roland would probably be traumatized by men, especially this type of man. Of course, what did this have to do with her? Missing is not as good as before, Master, my godmother and my sister want to thank you. I wonder if you have time to meet them. We can visit you. If it's really inconvenient for you, forget it. Today, it's very inconvenient. Missing is not as good as before. Master, I understand. But I really have to thank you for this. You're really amazing. If it wasn't for the fact that the case had to be kept confidential and that this matter had stimulated her sister too much, she couldn't help but want to announce this fortune teller to the entire internet. It was so accurate. It was simply godly. Missing is not as good as before. Shall I make up for my sister's fate package? This was a great calamity of fate. Back then, Lindsay had been alarmed. Now that Zhao Roland had truly escaped from the gates of hell, she definitely had to order the most expensive package. Today, there's no need. The 1 million yuan has already been offset. Missing is not as good as before? Wasn't that 1 million yuan donated to the temple? Can it withstand my sister's disaster? Today, this kind of thing, the cycle of karma, is destined. There will naturally be someone there to deal with your sister's 1 million yuan. Whether it will come true or not depends on the subsequent fortune. Your sister has escaped this time, which means that she has enough fortune. This 1 million yuan is appropriate. But sometimes, no matter how much money, no matter how much fortune there is, it can't be offset. It's all personal fate. It can only be said that her life wasn't meant to end. Missing is not as good as before. I don't really understand. I don't understand, but I think it's amazing. But you're really effective. Missing is better than gone. Master, why did you open a cat treasure shop? If you were willing, there would be many people willing to hire you. There would be people willing to pay hundreds of thousands or even millions. Why did you open an online shop, and it's so cheap? Today, I don't lack money. These 3 words explained everything. Lindsay instantly understood. A master was indeed a master. Look at the height of his thoughts and morals. They were here to benefit society. She did not lack money. That was because she was interested in reading other people's fortunes. If someone was lucky enough to be read by her, wouldn't that benefit society? Lindsay was incomparably glad that she had met the master back then. Otherwise, her little life would have been long gone. Xianxia wanted to continue, but Zhao Roland, who was lying on the hospital bed, asked her, "Xiao, are you chatting with the master?" Lindsay nodded. Zhao Roland was a little expectant. What did master say? No. Lindsay sighed. Master is probably an expert who wants to hide his identity. Moreover, he said that he is not short of money. He is probably from a super awesome family. Lindsay was a fan of novels. She could not help but think of the legendary super hermit family written in novels. They were not short of money. All of them were awesome. Zhao Roland smiled. In that case, I won't force you. Thank the master for me. Some things were better seen than heard. She didn't dare to be disrespectful to this master who was separated by the internet. These 4 words were enough to describe everything that she had encountered today, including the consequences of her actions. How could she not be afraid? She was too confident. Some things had been passed down for thousands of years and had their own reasons. There was always someone better than you. The master didn't reply. Lindsay put down her phone and looked at Zhao Roland curiously. Sister, have you thought about what godmother said? Zhao Roland's face was a little stiff. Mrs. Zhao was talking about aborting the child. She didn't want Wei Dixuan's bastard child in this family. It wasn't that she didn't believe in her daughter, but she felt uncomfortable with Wei Dixuan's genes. After such a thing happened, she couldn't treat this child calmly, even if it was in her daughter's stomach. In fact, Lindsay agreed. The child's father was like this. For the future, she didn't recommend her sister to give birth to this child. Zhao Roland was also a little hesitant. In the end, it was maternal instinct. This was a child connected to her own blood. At this moment, Mother Zhao came in with a sullen face. Zhao Roland's heart skipped a beat. Mom? Mother Zhao said, Wei Dixuan's family called and said that they want you to write a letter of forgiveness to forgive Wei Dixuan. They also want the child to be born and raised by them. They want us to pay 100,000 yuan a month for living expenses. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but sneer. I didn't even hear an apology. I only heard them farting. Lindsay couldn't help but shout, Oh my God, is this human language? How can there be people under the same blue sky who can become animals? Oh, no, they're worse than animals. After all, they've already given birth to such a son. We should know what the family is like. Zhao Roland's face darkened. Mother Zhao said, I know you don't want to abort the child, but you have to think about reality. You're raising this child. His father is an executioner who wants to kill you. The child is innocent, but the child's father's family is not. If you give birth to this child, do you believe that Wei Dixuan's family will definitely not let us off? He only thinks that the only bloodline of their family has been sent to prison by you. Now, this is their only hope. It's their kindness that they didn't cut you into pieces. If you give birth to this child, do you think you'll have a peaceful life? Although they were immigrants, it was impossible for them not to return home. Moreover, Mother Lin and the others were also in the country. Wei Dixuan's parents knew the address. There was also a situation where Wei Dixuan's parents directly broke into the Lin family's house. There was always a lot to consider. Zhao Roland's heart turned cold when she heard those words. Now that she thought about the future, it did make sense. It was true that she loved her children, but when she thought of Wei Dixuan, she was unable to overcome this hurdle. The woman who used to share his bed with him in the past probably thought about killing him all day long. How was she going to explain this child when he grew up in the future? If she wasn't selfish now, she wouldn't be able to be selfish in the future. She still had her children, her grandparents, and so many relatives. Thinking of this, Zhao Roland closed her eyes. A few drops of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Her voice was also filled with incomparable exhaustion. Mom, let the hospital arrange the surgery for me. I don't want to keep this child anymore. Duan Ruyan's matter was not over yet. The next day, she received an invitation from He Yao. He Yao invited her to dinner, saying that it was an urgent matter. When she arrived, she saw He Yao with Lan Xiaoni. The others were not there. In the cafe, Lan Xiaoni was wearing children's denim overalls and had braids. She was eating the cake in front of her obediently and cutely. There was no trace of the village in the photo. It seemed that He Yao was also a master. Xiao Jin arrived and sat in front of her. Are you in charge of taking care of the child now? He Yao coughed. It can't be helped. Our group is made up of men, and Shua Dai is still a child. How can we take care of her? I'm not very busy with work, so I can take care of her sometimes. Besides, you know her ability. I feel safer taking care of her. It made sense. Lan Xiaoni ate the cake and looked at Xiao Jin with a smile. Hello. Xiao Jin also smiled. Hello. He Yao said, the matter I'm looking for you is not troublesome, but it's a little troublesome. Xiao Jin. Get to the point. He Yao said awkwardly, there are two main things. One is that an unknown high temperature was found in an apartment building in the capital last night. The spirit group's detectors found a very powerful spiritual wave there. We suspect that a registered spiritual reader has appeared. Fire-type spiritual readers are most afraid of demonized spiritual readers. I don't believe that a normal spiritual reader would attack ordinary residents in an apartment building. Xiao Jin thought of what happened last night and looked indifferent. Oh? Fire-type spiritual reader? Isn't that quite normal? It's not normal if the spiritual wave is strong. The danger level of the other party is not comparable to the demonized spiritual readers we caught before. He Yao was still a little nervous. The entire spirit group is nervous now. The most important thing is that the foreign spirit group is going to visit China at this time, and the leader is a troublesome person. The capital needs to be well protected, so I'm telling you this matter. If you encounter it, this demonized spiritual reader will be yours. Oh. I see. He Yao had good intentions. It just so happened that the spirit group couldn't solve this problem, so she would leave it to Xiao Jin. However, Xiao Jin clearly did not care about this. She was more interested in the spirit group that was going to visit China. A spirit group from overseas? He Yao wasn't surprised that she was concerned about this. She quickly explained, it's the spirit group overseas. However, they are different from our unified spirit group. They are divided into many factions. You know that in Europe, there are many countries with different religions. They are not as close to each other as we are. Therefore, there are many spirit group. This group that is visiting China is one of the most powerful ones, the He Early family. That's right, they usually follow a family system. Those who are accepted into He Early are all super strong spiritual readers. This time, the leader is a woman called Joanna. Xiao Jin's eyes lit up. Wow, that sounds interesting. But this Hurley family, He Yao's face was serious. To be honest, they do things very casually. When they came here once, a spiritual reader died for unknown reasons. We all suspected that it was the Hurley family, but we didn't have any evidence. Everyone in their family is ridiculously strong. They don't seem to be from the same world as us. If it wasn't for the fact that we have an overwhelming advantage in numbers, just the Hurley family alone would be enough to fight us. Xiao Jin said, I'm interested in the latter part. Go find that demonized spiritual reader. I'll help you take a look at this He Early. If he really attacked a spiritual reader, wouldn't this be a free tonic? He Yao was speechless. No, that was not what she meant. He Yao's original intention was for Xiao Jin to deal with the matter of the demonized spiritualists, not the Hurley family. Even if there was a problem, the Hurley family could not afford to have a problem in China's territory. Otherwise, who knew what they would do? In this kind of conflict between spiritualists, the victims were usually ordinary people. He Yao looked a little troubled. Xiao Jin, although I don't know what your ability is, the spiritualists in this world are really complicated. Even if they are not demonized spiritualists, some people are not necessarily spiritualists who do good. You are just one person. Xiao Jin was just one person. She could not deal with a large group. If she acted too high profile, she would be dealt with sooner or later. Now, the spirit group was monitoring her, but she had shaken them off several times. If the spirit group could not do anything, He Yao really did not want to see any ugly situations happen. That's fine. You just have to make sure that I won't do anything to ordinary people, right? Xiao Jin smiled faintly and said, moreover, I'm only helping you with the investigation. If the He Early family is so arrogant, wouldn't it be bad if they came to China and bullied us? She did not have any concept of national boundaries. However, this body was still a citizen of China after all. Sometimes, she still had to consider her own country's affairs. He Yao could not persuade her. She regretted saying this out loud. However, since Xiao Jin knew, it was not a big deal. It was not a secret that Joanna had brought the Hurley family to China. Lan Xiaoni whispered from the side, Godmother, can I eat ice cream? He Yao naturally rejected her. No, you can't eat ice cream. Xiao Jin supported her chin and looked at Lan Xiaoni. If a child calls you that, won't it affect your ability to find a boyfriend? What's wrong with that? He Yao smiled bitterly, I'm already so old. It's embarrassing for Xiaoni to call me sister. Besides, I'm not interested in dating for the time being. He Yao was not young for Xiao Jin. She was almost 30 years old. On the surface, she was a professional manager who did a good job and had a high salary. In addition, she was a spiritual reader with good benefits. For her, as long as she was willing, she could find a boyfriend at any time. She just didn't like it. If a spiritual reader didn't find a suitable spiritual reader partner and only found an ordinary person, it wouldn't be too good. There were many hidden dangers that they could not sense. Therefore, He Yao decided not to consider such a matter for the time being. When He Yao mentioned this, she was concerned about Xiao Jin. What about you? Now that you're 20 years old, you can find a boyfriend. You're so pretty, it's not a big deal for you to fall in love. You can experience the feeling of falling in love. Dating? Xiao Jin chewed on these 3 words as if she had heard something funny. This kind of thing is too redundant for me. To her, it was better to stay at home and study arrays than to fall in love with someone. Moreover, with her state of mind, she was not suitable for love. Everyone was the same in her eyes. There was no difference. Love was something she had only heard of. How magical was it? She suddenly thought of Su Rong and Ming Chu. It was probably magical, but it was not suitable for her. He Yao knew that Xiao Jin had a strange temper. She was young, but she seemed to have seen a lot. There was always a kind of maturity that did not conform to ordinary people. This kind of girl's family situation was generally more complicated. Xiao Jin's family was also more complicated. Now that she was in the Mu family, she did not know how her life was. He Yao was letting her imagination run wild. After chatting with Xiao Jin for a while, she left with Lan Xiaoni. Every time He Yao saw her, she did not hide it from others. It seemed that she was not afraid of others knowing that she and Xiao Jin had a close relationship. The spirit group was monitoring her, so she could say that she was testing Xiao Jin. However, today, Xiao Jin had just left the place where he met He Yao when he felt an unusual aura. Someone was following her. The spirit group usually used their own abilities to monitor her, but it did not work on Xiao Jin at all. Modern surveillance would still be able to find traces of her. She would not deliberately erase her figure from the various surveillance videos. She seemed to be calm, but in fact, the aura nearby was under her control. The scattered array points flashed through her eyes one by one. As long as she wanted, she could trap the person who was following her in an instant. She did not move. She just waved her hand and stopped a car, ready to go back to the Mu family. The person who was following her drove at the same time. There was a faintly discernible tension in the air. There was a part of her journey home that was relatively remote because the Mu family lived in a wealthy district. Although it was remote, it was relatively quiet. However, the nearby surveillance cameras were in place. When the car passed by, Xiao Jin clearly felt that the nearby surveillance cameras were flashing strangely. Someone was affecting these things. It was probably to make it easier for them to not leave any traces. At the same time, in the eyes of the driver, a figure suddenly appeared on the bright road. He was not slow to begin with, so he was scared out of his wits. He subconsciously turned the steering wheel, and the whole car made a sharp turn and came to a sudden stop. He almost hit the guardrail on the side of the road. Why is there someone suddenly? The driver cursed angrily. However, when he looked again, he was immediately stunned. There was no one in front of him. Not even a car passed by. Damn, was he seeing things? The driver's eyes widened. He couldn't believe such a ridiculous thing. The car stopped by the side of the road. At the same time, a specially formed sharp blade came straight at the taxi like a thunderbolt. The sharp blade instantly cut through the rear windshield, and the entire windshield made a loud shattering sound. Just as it was about to pierce through the back of Xiao Jin's head, it stopped there. The driver turned his head and saw the frightening scene. He immediately screamed, "Why did the glass explode? What the hell is this?" Whoosh, 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 3 sharp blades were formed from the air and flew towards Xiao Jin with extreme speed. It was almost possible to hear the sound of them tearing through the air. They came from different directions, carrying with them an unwavering determination. It seemed like they wanted to kill Xiao Jin here. There was even a faint sonic boom in the air. However, just like before, the 3 transparent blades stopped. A few centimeters away from Xiao Jin's face, unable to advance even half an inch. Even the driver saw this scene. He was stunned and could hardly describe the strange scene in front of him. After thinking for a while, he probably realized that he had encountered a legendary fantasy event. His eyes rolled back and he simply fainted. As soon as he fainted, the accelerator of the car began to turn. Under the control of an inexplicable force, the entire car began to move spontaneously. It was extremely fast. First, it moved backward to create a large space, then it suddenly moved forward. Its goal was the guardrail at the edge. Beyond the guardrail was a hillside. At such a speed, it was inevitable that the car would be destroyed and the people would die. The fuel tank in the car was also making a strange rumbling sound, like the sound of boiling water. Xiao Jin sat in the back and did not even move her eyebrows. She only glanced at the driver who fainted from fright and then looked out of the car window. 0.001 seconds after the car slammed into the guardrail, it could not move forward anymore. The strange sound of the fuel tank in the car gradually subsided. Squeak, the tires were still moving forward with all their might. The speed had completely exceeded the limit of the car's endurance. However, the entire car was strangely motionless, as if it was being pressed down by someone, causing the person in the dark to be unable to exert any strength. I knew it. She's definitely not as simple as a sorcerer. How is that possible? The person in the dark gritted his teeth. 3 spiritualists attacked together, and they were all elites. Could it be that they could not kill her? At this moment, the door of the taxi opened with a click. The girl in jeans and flat shoes stepped out of the car. She was dressed very elegantly and casually, but this simple elegance could not hide the kind of immortal aura she emitted. Seeing her come out, the pupils of the person in the dark shrank. They were clearly very far away, but they saw the corner of the girl's lips curl up, and that clear voice that was like the sound of nature. That's great. If you don't attack, where would I get the spirit seed? That sentence immediately made the 3 spiritualists' hair stand on end. Spirit seed, the recently disappeared demonic spirit seed was taken by her. Thinking of this, the 3 spiritualists realized that something was wrong and immediately wanted to retreat. However, in an instant, the wind and clouds rose, and the sky changed color. This change in color was only for them. In their eyes, the sky suddenly darkened as if the sky had turned dark. Streaks of red light suddenly appeared, like streaks of light and shadows of swords. With a chilling sound, they pierced through the sky and accurately bound their positions. The string was like a blade, flickering with a faint red light. It was very troublesome. They had never seen such a terrifying ability before. Their eyes widened. What is this? What ability does she have? Impossible, impossible. How did she do it? She had the ability to predict and attack? What is she? The 3 spiritual readers turned pale with fright. No matter how stupid they were, seeing such a scene, they knew that things were serious. Unfortunately, they were powerless to reverse the situation. Butterflies gradually appeared one after another. They danced gracefully and slowly flew towards the red line. They were clearly far away from Xiao Jin, but they couldn't move. They could only watch as the butterfly slowly flew over. When the flickering light touched them, it was as if they had been vaporized. They didn't even have the chance to scream before they disappeared from the world. The butterfly slowly disappeared, and peace was restored between heaven and earth. It was still sunny outside. The taxi was parked by the roadside. Xiao Jin just stood beside the car. She retracted her hand. The 3 spirit seeds had already vaporized. It wasn't only demonic spirit seeds that could be taken. It would be a waste not to take such a person who came knocking on her door. Ordinary spiritualists, without demonization, could not be sure if they were a good person. Demonization was completely losing one's mind and being controlled by a demon, so it was not tolerated by heaven and earth. But some spiritualists, while maintaining the mind of a normal person, did not do normal things. She even knew who sent these 3 spiritualists. Feng family. Her lips curled up. Why were they so afraid of death? They knew there was something wrong with her and still sent people to kill her. Xiao Jin felt pity for the 3 spiritualists. It was not easy to cultivate them. The driver gradually woke up. He saw Xiao Jin and his eyes were a little blank. Miss, what happened? Xiao Jin, it's nothing. Drive a few minutes forward. I'm almost home. Oh, the driver seemed to know nothing. After hearing this, he naturally drove the car forward. He did not even ask why he fainted. When he arrived at the Mu family, Mu Xianxia was watering the flowers with a kettle. There was also the sound of mahjong in the room, and a few women talking. When Mu Xianxia saw Xiao Jin, his face immediately darkened. Is there anything wrong with your mother? Now she even learned to play mahjong. A group of women who don't know anything but mahjong. Useless. Xiao Jin, don't tell me. Tell Fei Fei. Mu Xianxia, then she would cry and complain to Mu Zhenming. At that time, it would be father and son blaming each other. Sure enough, he was ruthless. Mu Xianxia snorted coldly and continued to water his flowers. Xiao Jin walked into the house. Xiao Fei and the others were playing mahjong in the hall. In his impression, Xiao Fei never played mahjong. Today, some friends probably came. After going in to take a look, he saw a few noble ladies. After all, Xiao Fei had only come into contact with such a group of noble ladies. The noble ladies were all young and had a good temperament, but Xiao Fei looked the youngest. This was not because she was gifted, but because Xiao Jin's array was very effective on her. Now, the more active she was, the better her complexion was. When she went in, she could even hear a lady playing cards while asking Xiao Fei what brand of condoms he was using recently. She was in such a good state that it made people envious. Xiao Fei smiled and was about to answer when they saw Xiao Jin return. Jin! Xiao Fei shouted happily when she saw Xiao Jin. The other noblewomen turned their heads. When they saw Xiao Jin, their eyes flashed with surprise. He had heard that Xiao Fei's adopted daughter was quite pretty. He had not expected to see her in person. With this temperament, how many rich girls couldn't compare to her? Xiao Jin was raised by Xiao Fei in a small city. Did the Mu family really raise people? Is this Xiao Jin? She's so beautiful. Sure enough, she was raised by her mother. Look at her beautiful face. She really takes after her mother. Xiao Fei was very happy to hear everyone's praise. She said to Xiao Jin, "Jin, these are my friends." Xiao Jin walked over and nodded slightly, "Hello." He said 3 simple words without any special expression. Then, he stood there in silence. He looked a little taciturn. He didn't like to talk and didn't greet others. He was beautiful, but he probably had a proud personality. 2 of the noblewomen looked at each other with tacit understanding. Only a woman in a lake green Xianxia glanced at Xiao Jin with a thoughtful look. Xiao Jin greeted them. Seeing that Xiao Fei had nothing to say, she went upstairs. Once she left, the others started to talk. Xiao Fei, is your daughter a little talkative? Xiao Fei only said, a little. Sigh, I don't know why, but she doesn't like to talk to people. She doesn't do it on purpose. She's just like that at home. Please don't mind her. Of course not. I don't mind. She's really beautiful. Why? Don't I have your good fortune? Not only are my 3 sons so smart and handsome, but even my adopted daughter is so beautiful. Xiao Fei only smiled happily. They had never hidden the fact that Xiao Jin was adopted, so it was right for others to say that she was adopted. The woman in the lake green Chongsam's eyes flickered slightly. She asked, Xiao Fei, is your daughter 20 years old? Xiao Fei said, yes. She smiled and said, 20 years old is not young. She can try to date. My son is coming back from abroad. Do you want to let Xiao Jin meet my son? You know that my son is studying at Cambridge. His grades are excellent, and he's not bad looking. Why don't we let them meet? Her sudden mention of this topic made Xiao Fei's smile freeze for a moment. I don't think that's a good idea. Jin is only 20 years old, she rejected quickly. When the 2 rich ladies heard this, they looked at the woman in the lake green Cheongsam suspiciously. Was she in such a hurry to find a wife for her son? Her son was so outstanding, but how could he not have a girlfriend? Xiao Jin was beautiful and had a good temperament. If it were them, they would also be tempted, but they had heard some rumors, but they were afraid that this woman did not know. If she knew, she would not have said such things. The woman in the lake green Cheongsam was called Ma Ruyan. She was Xiao Fei's best friend. The 2 of them had known each other for many years. Ma Ruyan was able to marry her current husband because of Xiao Fei. At that time, Xiao Fei and Mu Zhenming were together. It was also at this time that Ma Ruyan met the young talents in the same circle. She was quite capable and married one of them, who was her current husband. She did have a son, but in the 10 years that Xiao Fei and Mu Zhenming were separated, Ma Ruyan occasionally contacted Xiao Fei, but it was not much help. Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei was magnanimous and even kept in touch with her after she came back. Now that she heard that Ma Ruyan wanted to date, Ma Ruyan was unhappy. There is nothing wrong. If they like her, it's good. If they like her, it's good. Let them meet. If it. Just let them meet. The other 2 noblewomen thought to themselves in their hearts. Ma Ruyan had always curried favor with those in power and stepped on those in power. Only Xiao Fei was so stupid that she couldn't tell that her son was her own son. He was, after all, the young master of a wealthy family. Why would he call Xiao Fei's adopted daughter directly? Although she was Xiao Fei's daughter, she was just an adopted daughter. Would she really like her? She must have some ulterior motive. Of course, they would not say that out loud. They just watched the show happily. One of them said, "Ruyan, your son is so outstanding. How come he still doesn't have a girlfriend?" Ma Ruyan immediately said, "He said he doesn't have one. Am I not anxious?" "Of course, Xiao Fei, I don't mean anything. I just want the two of them to meet. It'll be great if the two of them hit it off. Even if they don't, it's just a meeting." Xiao Fei hesitated when she heard Ma Ruyan's words. She was embarrassed to reject her best friend, but she had never asked Xiao Jin. What if Xiao Jin got angry if she agreed? It would be hard to coax her if she got angry. Xiao Fei shook her head. "Ruyan, I think the child is still too young. I'm not in a hurry, and neither is she. Besides, my children all have their own ideas. I'll ask her about this matter. Whether she agrees or not, that's her business." Ma Ruyan knew that Xiao Fei would say that and smiled. "Of course. I still have a photo of my son. Why don't we let her take a look at it before making a decision?" She was very confident in her son's looks. As long as he showed it to young girls who liked to look at handsome faces, they would definitely fall in love. She heard that Xiao Fei's daughter had just come to the capital not long ago. Other than her 3 brothers, she probably hadn't interacted with other young masters. Of course, she could only blame herself for going on a trip some time ago. She wasn't very clear about what was going on in the country. No one told her especially. After all, she didn't have any close friends. She took out her son's photo from her WeChat. Xiao Fei and the other 2 went over to take a look. He was indeed handsome. The boy in the photo was handsome. He smiled confidently at the camera and was dressed in branded clothes. It was obvious that he was the popular type. "Wow, Ruyan's son is so big. He's so handsome. Yes, we haven't seen him for a long time. He's getting more and more handsome." Ma Ruyan smiled in satisfaction at the 2 women's compliments. Xiao Fei also praised after seeing it. Not bad. But so what, there were a few handsome men in her family. Naturally, she felt that he was ordinary. Moreover, she felt that Xiao Jin and Xianxia were together every day. It wouldn't be easy for them to hit it off. Xiao Fei asked Ma Ruyan to send the photo to herself. Then, she sent it to Xiao Jin. As this matter concerned her, Xiao Jin, who was in the room, heard it clearly. She was amused and speechless. She saw the photo sent by Xiao Fei and asked her how she felt. Xiao Jin replied coldly. "Jin, today, I don't see her. I don't feel anything. Cruel and heartless." Xiao Fei was a little. Ma Ruyan's smile was a little forced. "You." Xiao Fei was a little unhappy. "That's right. I already said that I would respect the child's opinion. If Jin doesn't want to go, what can I do?" She spoke in a soft voice. Ma Ruyan didn't know what to say. She didn't know if she should say it or not. The other 2 people could tell that there was something wrong with Ma Ruyan's eagerness. They were secretly happy. They would have more gossip to share when they went back. Since Xiao Jin didn't agree, this casual mention could only end in failure. At this moment, Xianxia texted Xiao Jin to relieve his boredom after work. Xiao Jin told Xianxia about what happened just now. Xianxia, he hadn't seen her for a day. How did things change so quickly? The handsome man in the office building couldn't help but frown. Xianxia could only say, after all, he is an excellent boy. It is reasonable for Auntie to have these considerations. Powerful little friend, how is he excellent? Mayu Heavenly Palace is in decline. He is eager for sex and pretends to be fake. His academic problems are most likely faked. He also has a romantic debt. He will have an accident because of a woman. Xianxia, he looked at this paragraph, and the corners of his lips were slightly raised, overflowing with a chuckle. He was thinking too much. Children always looked at problems differently from him. He was really thinking too much. He thought that the hint he gave everyone was clear enough. Before there was progress, at least others would not be so tactless to say anything to the Mu family. Xiao Jin was just an adopted daughter, which also led many people to hesitate even if they thought she was excellent. However, it was also the best protection. At least not so many people would be enthusiastic about her. He typed a line of words, 20 years old, it is actually okay to fall in love. It was just that before he finished typing, Xiao Jin's faint eyes flashed in his heart. He saw the lack of desire in those eyes. He sighed slightly, deleted this sentence, and only typed, have a good rest. Powerful little friend, I met a spiritual reader who wanted to kill me this afternoon. Seeing this sentence, Xianxia got up and walked to the glass window. He called Xiao Jin with a slightly gloomy expression, what happened? Xiao Jin was not surprised to see him calling. She told what happened just now, and she also said lightly, it was a test, and they also underestimated me. I took the spiritual seeds of the three of them, and I didn't let them send the news back. The Feng family doesn't dare to guess if I did it for the time being. If she was the one who did it, killing 3 spiritual readers by herself and making them disappear without a trace was definitely not something that could be done by an ordinary person. The Feng family would be on tenterhooks. If they were bold, the ancestor would directly take action, or he would report to the people behind him. But this idea was really too scary. Xiao Jin was too young. They would think that there was someone protecting Xiao Jin behind her. But no matter what kind of guess it was not good for them. It was only a matter of time before the person behind the scenes showed up, unless he wanted to see the Feng family really be finished. Song Yanqing's voice was cold, is it the Feng family? Xiao Jin said with certainty, it's the Feng family. The person who assassinated her would have karma, and the karma would be traced back to the Feng family. The Feng family was probably not going to be peaceful again, although they had not been peaceful during this period of time. But now, things were even more chaotic. Song Yanqing knew, and Xiao Jin knew that it was the Feng family, but they had no evidence. They could only use the method of a spiritual reader master to solve it. He exhaled softly. I understand. On the surface, it was not good to fall out with them, but in the dark, they had to secretly make a move to make the Feng family suffer a bit. In terms of spiritual sense, there was Xiao Jin. He was very good at business. Now that the Feng family was in chaos, what was the harm in making them more chaotic? Xiao Jin suddenly said another sentence, if possible, let your aunt divorce the person from the Feng family. If she doesn't want to, let that person leave as soon as possible. Her karma was too strong. In the end, the Feng family had caused so many deaths. They had done such a vicious thing like borrowing luck. When the time came, the revenge would be doubled. Even if they were innocent, they might be implicated. After all, they were in the Feng family, and they were blessed by the Feng family. After Song Yanqing heard it, it was rare for him to be silent. If ordinary people said so, it would be fine, but it was Xiao Jin who said it. Song Yanqing said, I will tell her. It was not a good idea to ask others to divorce. To put it bluntly, it was destroying other people's marriage. To put it bluntly, his aunt had to explain. Song Yanqing couldn't tell her about Xiao Jin's matter. He didn't want Xiao Jin to be in any danger. However, he had his own way to tell his aunt. After hanging up the phone, Song Yanqing began to think about this matter. On the Feng family's side, it was not very calm. The old man with the birdcage was originally strolling on the street. When he received a call, he sat down on the side of the road with a gloomy face. The bird in the cage felt the terrible atmosphere around it at this time, and it didn't dare to make a sound. The old ancestor looked at the white sky with a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. He had done so many things and maintained the Feng family for so many years. Now this big family should prosper and multiply, and no one could stop it. He wanted to meet this girl in person. If it didn't work, he could only inform the other side. The other side wouldn't just watch the foundation of the arrangement be broken step by step. The old ancestor closed his eyes. Before this, he absolutely didn't believe in karma. He had the strength to be able to isolate such a thing. It was not karma. Now that strange things were happening in the Feng family one after another, he had to take it seriously. There were 4 juniors in the Feng family who had an accident. There were also people who kept having accidents in the business field. It couldn't be suppressed even if you wanted to. Even outsiders were wondering if the Feng family's luck had come to an end. Why did it fall step by step like it was cursed? The more glorious it was before, the more embarrassing it was now. And all of this was, since he saved the junior of the Feng family, what did she do? What did she do? Thinking of this, the old ancestor called the people in the family with a gloomy face. When Fengfei received a call from the people in the family, she was a little frightened. She hadn't been there for a while. Every time she went, she was inexplicably afraid of that strange place. Now that she was suddenly called over, she felt that it was not a good thing. Sixth uncle. In the luxurious car, she leaned on sixth uncle's shoulder, and her body trembled slightly. What does the old ancestor need to see me for? I don't know about that. The man she called sixth uncle was sitting beside her at this time, but his hands were on her buttocks, kneading from time to time. It could be imagined that the two of them had an improper relationship. He blew into Fengfei's ear. Don't worry, sixth uncle is here. For my sake, great ancestor will not do anything to you. Fengfei held back her disgust. Seeing that the hand was getting more and more impudent, she couldn't help but feel sad. If it wasn't for their own lives, who would be willing to ruin themselves like this? Feng family. The Feng family was a man-eating demon's den. For an illegitimate daughter like her, if she didn't have any ability, she would be reduced to a plaything for this group of middlemen. When Fengfei was in trouble, if Azu didn't want to investigate the cause of the matter, he wouldn't have asked the great ancestor to save her. This sixth uncle was a very favored branch of the great ancestor's side. His status in the Feng family was very high, but it was also disgusting. The Feng family was used to the things they did. It was the kind that outsiders absolutely hated. He took a fancy to Fengfei, and in exchange, the great ancestor didn't stop him. Thinking of this disgusting fact, Fengfei really wanted to kill them sometimes, but she didn't have the ability. She closed her eyes and pretended that she didn't feel anything. When they arrived, there was only a dark practice room. She knelt on the ground. She was a proud girl in school, but here, she was just a lowly person. Sixth uncle stood beside her and spoke to the void for her. Great ancestor, what do you want to tell Feiha this time? As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared and slapped him in the face. Get out of here first. This voice contained a huge murderous aura. It was obvious that he didn't put sixth uncle in his eyes. Sixth uncle was so scared that his whole body trembled. There was no longer a proud look on his face when he spoke for Fengfei. He rolled and crawled out. He was all-powerful in the business world outside, but he was just a piece of trash here. When Fengfei saw sixth uncle being slapped, she realized that something was wrong. She knelt on the ground in fear and didn't dare to raise her head. She could only feel a cold figure in the room. What on earth did you do? What else have you not told me about the matter back then? When Fengfei heard this, her whole body froze. She did have things that she hadn't told him, such as the matter of her harming Xiao Jin. But at that time, Xiao Jin was just an unloved adopted daughter. Moreover, she felt that she didn't have the ability, so she didn't say this small matter. She had offended a lot of people. So much so that she could only vaguely say that she was targeting Xiao Jin. But she didn't say it in detail. She didn't expect to be caught and investigated now. She had a premonition that the great ancestor might want to know about this matter. Seeing her frightened face, the voice became more irritable. Are you forcing me to use the soul-searching array? If I use it, you will be a fool for the rest of your life. Think about it carefully. Fengfei was so scared that she burst into tears. No, great ancestor, please don't. I'll say it, I'll say it. I did tell you almost everything back then. I don't dare to hide anything from you. I just some things, maybe it's been too long, I can't remember them clearly. That Xiao Jin. Yes, Xiao Jin. I didn't like her at that time, so I found a woman to deal with her. I got close to her, led her astray, and tricked her into taking drugs. That night, I was even going to find someone to take a video of her, but I didn't expect her to run away, so I didn't succeed. As for the rest, I really don't know anything else. There was really nothing left. I don't know what went wrong either. No, impossible. the great ancestor affirmed. Fingfei, he could even hear his footsteps walking around. If that's the case, even if she awakens as a psychic because of anger, she can't have such a strong ability. What's the problem? Is there someone protecting her behind her back? No. The grand ancestor's murmur shocked Fingfei. She vaguely knew about spiritualists, but she had never thought that Xiao Jin would become a spiritualist. Is a spiritual reader a person with special abilities like the great ancestor? Then why is it Xiao Jin? Why can't it be me? Thinking of this, she was crazily jealous of Xiao Jin. There's something wrong with your memory. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. The great ancestor's cold words came. Fingfei, he only felt a chill in her heart. She had a feeling of complete regret, but nothing could be done. A sharp pain came from the top of her head. She closed her eyes. After that, she couldn't remember anything. Did something happen to Fingfei? What happened again? Early in the morning, such an unexpected topic appeared at the Mu family's dining table. As for the old man, he had already disappeared without a trace after breakfast. He most likely went for a walk. Xianxia spoke first, and Muzilian asked, what happened to her? Xiaofei was also very curious. What happened again? Mu Zhenming's expression was a little serious. She went crazy. Crazy? Xiaofei was a little surprised. How did she go crazy all of a sudden? Xiao Jin, who was eating his breakfast slowly, was focused on eating and did not care about these things. Muzilian was also shocked. He sat up straight and looked at his father. How did she go crazy? When did she go crazy? Why didn't I know? Xiaofei, you dance every day. What do you know? Muzilian, this is too much. You didn't know at home either. Mu Zhenming sighed. She was found on the street last night. It is said that she tore her clothes and went crazy. The passers-by found her and called the police. Her mother took her back and sent her abroad overnight. I'm afraid she won't come back for the rest of her life. After such a thing happened, even Fingfei's mother did not have the face to let her come back. A family like theirs could be shameless, but when such a crazy thing happened, how could they tolerate it and not let others talk about it? Muzilian was a little confused. How did she go crazy just like that? Wasn't she fine a while ago? There were no signs at all. Or is she usually mentally ill? Anyway, I think so. Xiaofei was also a little regretful. It's a pity that she's a girl. How did she go crazy at such a young age? Muzilian looked at Xiao Jin. Look at Xiao Jin. What's so strange about going crazy at such a young age? Didn't she go crazy for a while too? Fortunately, she did not run to the street and tear her clothes. Xianxia picked up a sandwich and stuffed Muzilian's mouth. Shut up. Muzilian angrily took a bite of the sandwich. Brother, aren't you glad now? Back then, Fingfei's parents came to our house to force us to get married. Now, she's gone crazy, and you don't have to worry anymore. Xianxia just glanced at him and didn't say anything. Xiao Jin focused on finishing his breakfast. When he wiped his mouth with a tissue, he said, she's just going abroad. How do you know that she won't come back after she's cured? I'm already crazy. How is that possible? After causing such a huge commotion, even if I recovered, I wouldn't have the face to come back. Xiao Jin smiled mysteriously. That's why your skin isn't thick enough. Muzilian, what was the meaning of this? Mu Zhenming frowned and pondered. Xiao Jin, what do you mean by that? Xiao Jin, nothing, I'm just talking nonsense. Muzilian shouted, see, I told you, she's definitely not normal. I suggest you send her to the hospital for another checkup. She's so weird every day. Xiaofei, shut up, how can you talk about your sister like that? Are you even human? Xianxia, he's not human. Muzilian. Fine, you guys attack me together. Just you wait. In this family, it's either her or me. It's either me or her. Mu Zhenming, if you don't apologize to your sister, you won't have any pocket money this year. Xiao Jin, apologize. Muzilian. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Xiao Jin nodded. I don't want to forgive you for the time being. With that, he left. Mu Zhenming also wiped the corner of his mouth. There's no pocket money this month. Muzillion, she's really not human. The news that Fingfei he suddenly went crazy still caused a stir in the upper-class society for a while. Her parents also left Huaxia and probably would not return to Huaxia in their lifetime. If they were thick-skinned. It was said that Fingfei he was even photographed in disheveled clothes at that time. If it were not suppressed quickly, it would probably become another embarrassing thing for the Feng family. Recently, Qiao Jin's fortune-telling shop was doing well. Although the price was expensive, there were many fortune-tellers. However, most of them were asking about marriage or small things. If Qiao Jin was accurate, others were willing to spend the money. Gradually, she became more and more famous, and the number of fans on Weibo had increased to 1 million. However, she never revealed her information, so no one knew whether she was a man or a woman. After a rough calculation, the shop was doing well, and she had earned tens of thousands. These tens of thousands were really nothing to the Mu family, but the premise was that Qiao Jin never took the Mu family's money. Basically, she had never touched the pocket money that Qiao Fei gave her. When she took out the tens of thousands, Qiao Jin was in a good mood. She thought that Song Yanqing had treated her to several meals, and this time it was her turn to treat him. Before she sent a message to Song Yanqing, a special business came to the shop. The other party directly chose the most expensive set meal, which was 99999. Looking for a fortune teller on the internet at this price, he was probably introduced by an acquaintance. The other party only gave a name and birthday. Obviously, he was familiar with Qiao Jin's rules. Qiao Jin looked at the name and birthday, was a little surprised, and then directly replied. Today, no need. She won't live long. The other party was not in a hurry to reply. After a long time, he slowly sent a sentence, "Is there no chance to save her?" This fortune teller was a little strange. His fate line was very strange. Qiao Jin saw a mess through the array. She probably needed to see the real person to confirm some information. Today, basically no. Anonymous buyer, thank you. Today, you don't have to be so expensive. I'll refund you the money. Just give me a normal price. Anonymous buyer, it's okay. This money is nothing. Although the result was not very good. Rich people were quite capricious. Qiao Jin just shook her head. She was only doing her job as a fortune teller. There was no need for her to look at the other party. It was true that he didn't have long to live. He was quite polite. She took out her phone and sent a message to Song Yanqing. Song Yanqing made an appointment with her at night. The restaurant this time was the Japanese restaurant she had eaten at last time. She could afford the price of a meal, but she did not expect to meet Fan Jin and Phoenix Jianen. There were private rooms in the Japanese restaurant, but when the waiter took Qiao Jin to the private room, they passed by a private room and the door was not closed. She saw Fan Jin and Phoenix Grace sitting inside. Phoenix Grace also saw Qiao Jin. It only took a glance to notice Qiao Jin. Phoenix Jianen saw her but did not greet her. Qiao Jin obviously didn't need to greet him. He just turned his head and let the waiter lead him to the private room. Fan Jin, on the other hand, also saw Qiao Jin and was stunned for a moment. Hey, Phoenix Grace smiled and looked at her. Sister, what's wrong? Fan Jin said, I think I saw that girl in the coffee shop last time. Because she had a very unique temperament, she had a deep impression. She had not forgotten until now. Is that so? Phoenix Jianen just smiled lightly. Sister's memory is really good. It's because she's too beautiful. It's unforgettable. Fan Jin sighed. At this moment, 2 more people passed by outside. Led by the waiter, Fan Jin turned around and her smile instantly froze. The person in her memory appeared again. She really couldn't describe how she felt in her heart. Although she had been traveling and relaxing during this period of time, her mood had improved a lot. Only now did she know that as long as she saw this person again, her mood would become very, very bad. The other party was dressed in a suit and leather shoes. He had an imposing appearance and the elite aura of a mature man. A pair of silver-white thin-rimmed glasses rested on the bridge of his nose. He had an ascetic and calm aura. He wasn't alone. There was a beautiful woman in a limited edition dress holding his hand. She was noble, elegant, and generous. She looked very compatible with him. Perhaps Fan Jin's existence was very abrupt. When the other party turned around and saw her, his expression froze for a moment. This absent-mindedness was only for a moment. He quickly looked away as if nothing had happened and walked forward with the woman. Feng Qianan noticed Fan Jin's ugly expression. He also saw the man in a suit passing by. His eyes immediately lowered slightly. There was some doubt in his voice. Sister? Fan Jin was brought back to her senses by his call. She was only a little stunned. Yes, Feng Qianan smiled. Do you know the man just now? Fan Jin subconsciously denied. No, I don't know him. She denied it too quickly, but it was easy to hear the problem. Her expression was very gloomy now. It was visible to the naked eye. How stupid would Feng Qianan be to believe that they didn't know each other? Of course, he wouldn't ask. He only thought of the man just now. His eyes were slightly gloomy, but he quickly covered it up. Xiao Jin was sitting in the private room next to them. Although it was completely soundproof, her spiritual perception was special. She could hear the movements next door if she wanted to. In addition, the door of the private room was not completely closed. She also saw Xianxia. Of course, she didn't know Xianxia, but Fan Jin had asked her to read her fortune. She could recognize this person when she saw him. Xiao Jin raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect to meet in this shop. It was really fate. Xiao Jin arrived early. By the time Song Yanqing arrived, Phoenix Jianen had already closed the door to the private room. Song Yanqing did not know that his cousin was also here. When he arrived at the private room, he saw Xiao Jin sitting there and smiled gently. I'm a little late for the meeting. If you're hungry, you can eat first. I'm fine. Xiao Jin looked at her phone for a while. She passed the time quite quickly. When Song Yanqing arrived, the chef came in to prepare the dishes for the two of them on the spot. Did you make money by treating me to a meal? I've never heard of you working part-time. How did you earn so much money? Song Yanqing was just curious. Xiao Jin didn't hide it from her. I opened a fortune-telling shop online and made some money. She even showed Song Yanqing her fortune-telling shop. Chef, never would he have thought that such a beautiful young lady would actually become a fortune-teller and deceive others. Nowadays, the things on the internet that could be used for fortune-telling were definitely fake. This was the opinion of a chef who worked in a luxurious Japanese restaurant. With outsiders around, Song Yanqing didn't ask much. She just smiled. You really know how to think of a way. Xiao Jin, as she answered, Song Yanqing suddenly frowned and his face paled visibly. Xiao Jin immediately asked, what's wrong with you? Song Yanqing shook her head. Nothing, she just suddenly felt her heart palpitate and was extremely uncomfortable. Xiao Jin noticed that there was a black gas floating on Song Yanqing's forehead. He was with her now, so there shouldn't be any accidents. There was still a death aura on his body because the disaster hadn't passed yet. His body was still weak, but he was much better than before. Why was there a fluctuation in his death aura? Xiao Jin directly reached out and touched Song Yanqing's forehead. It was warm and a little hot. She said, you have a fever. Song Yanqing said, I often have this. I'll be fine after a while. His body wasn't very good. This kind of low fever from time to time was just a small symptom. Xiao Jin said. Something's not right. She sensed an unusual aura. That aura came from outside the door. She stood up and walked over to open the door, just in time to see two people appear in the private room. Two men. The two men were also very tall and looked somewhat similar. They should be twins and looked handsome. But one of them was wearing a mask and covered himself tightly. He coughed from time to time and looked more fragile than Song Yanqing. The person next to him whispered, I said, if you want to eat, you can ask the chef to cook at home. The voice was clear and sounded very young. The other person's voice was a little weak. I just wanted to come out and walk around. After he said this, the man who spoke earlier frowned. A trace of heartache and guilt flashed across his face. In the end, it was not easy to say. They noticed that Xiao Jin suddenly opened the door and were a little surprised. The man wearing a mask subconsciously avoided Xiao Jin's face. He even tried hard to look at the ground and didn't dare to raise his head. Through the edge of his nose that wasn't covered tightly, Xiao Jin saw a certain black mark on the skin of his face. It didn't look like normal skin. Xianxia was just about to ask Xiao Jin why he opened the door when he heard the noise. He stood up and came to the door. When he saw the person, he was a little surprised. Sunan? Su Shou? Xiao Jin thought that people were really casual with their names these days. But when she heard the name, she still raised her eyebrows. The two boys were surprised to see Song Yanqing. They stood there hesitantly. Brother Yanqing? Lightmouth was quite familiar with him. He probably had a good relationship with Song Yanqing. After being surprised, Song Yanqing's expression returned to normal. He nodded slightly. Coming out to eat? One of the boys who wasn't wearing a mask nodded. Yes, Brother Yanqing. I didn't expect you to be here. As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Jin, who was beside Song Yanqing, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. She probably didn't expect Song Yanqing to have a girl by his side. It seemed that the rumors were true. Xiao Jin stood there quietly without taking the initiative to speak. Song Yanqing introduced them to her. This is Sunan and Su Shou. He then turned to the two brothers and said, this is Xiao Jin. He did not introduce his background, only his name. The two brothers nodded. But one of them still had his head down, as if he didn't want to look at others. When Song Yanqing saw him, a trace of deep thought flashed through his eyes. Then you guys eat slowly. Okay. The one who answered was still the boy without a mask. It wasn't until Song Yanqing brought Xiao Jin into the private room and closed the door that Xiao Jin asked with a smile, were those twins just now? Song Yanqing nodded. He seemed to be hesitating. Before he could speak, Xiao Jin suddenly said, the death aura on his body is really similar to yours. No wonder you feel uncomfortable. Song Yanqing looked at her with a little surprise. You noticed? Xiao Jin raised her eyebrows. Of course. The following topic was obviously not suitable for others to hear, so Song Yanqing asked the chef to leave. The chef only made 2 simple dishes for them and left the rest to him in the kitchen. Although the chef was a little surprised, he was very wise not to disturb them. After Xiao Jin sat down, he said, some things are really unpredictable. When I came out in the morning, a very generous customer came to my fortune-telling spot and gave me Su Shou's information. Su Shou is the boy with the mask just now, right? The business she received in the morning was about Su Shou. When she read his fate, she saw that he would not live long. The fortune-teller should be his brother, Sunan. Looking at Song Yanqing's expression, it was obvious that he knew something. Sure enough, when Xiao Jin said this, Song Yanqing said, what a coincidence. Although he said this, his expression was a little serious. Su Shou had an accident when he was young and his body has some problems. Even if you don't know, I was planning to ask you after a while. I didn't feel it before, but after I became a spirit master, I could feel many things that I couldn't before. I saw a special aura on Su Shou's body. Someone put a formation on him. You can basically see it as a curse. Xiao Jin directly told him about Su Shou's situation. Evil spirit array, he won't live long. Song Yanqing paused. Won't live long? Xiao Jin nodded. Yes, this formation is very vicious. If it wasn't a fatal hatred, it's hard to imagine that it would be used on a child. The formation on his body has been maintained for more than 10 years. Song Yanqing nodded and sighed. What's an evil spirit array? Xiao Jin thought for a moment and said, I told you about the formation points before. In fact, every formation master can see different formation points. Sorcerers also had powerful abilities, such as spatial teleportation and even time reversal. Sorcerers did have these abilities as well. It's just that wizards have a single but powerful ability. A spell formation master is a hybrid version of a magus. They can have multiple abilities at the same time, but these abilities are also released through the use of spell formations. Some array masters can only see ordinary array points in their entire lives. For example, the most common natural array points are the natural abilities of magi. Elements like metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, lightning, and rain can be used on you to change your life chart. This includes curse array points, time array points, and space array points. There are very few array masters who can find these array points. These array points basically only exist in places like mausoleums or mass graves, or places that are difficult for humans to reach. The evil ghost formation is a type of curse formation. The person who cast the curse will use their life as the price to seal the evil ghost on the person in the formation, causing the person's face to fester and become as ugly as the evil ghost. From the day the formation was set up, the person will not live for more than 20 years. The evil part of this formation is not the death, but the continuous torture for 20 years, as well as the psychological pressure on the person. Basically, the person in the formation will not be able to last for more than 20 years. The price is also very high, basically using their own life as the price. That's why I say, how much hatred does someone have for him to use such a formation on him? Song Yanqing listened to Qiao Jin's explanation and his expression became more serious. Su Xiu was only 3 years old. Who could he have offended? How could a 3-year-old child be hated to this extent? If it was the fault of someone in the clan, then why was it Su Xiu? Qiao Jin took a sip of tea. I'm not too sure either. The evil spirit array is still very difficult to break. Even if it was her, it would be very difficult for her to see the cause and effect of someone else's life. Song Yanqing grasped the main point. Is there a way to break it? Qiao Jin nodded. We just need to find the grave of the person who placed the curse. The source of the array point can only exist on the person who placed the curse. If the person who placed the curse is dead, then it will be on his corpse. We have to find the grave. Song Yanqing suddenly sighed. Is there a price to pay to save him? Qiao Jin said, of course, but it also depends on the situation. I can't see any sins on his body, which means that the person who placed the curse on him is not protected by karma. As long as we can find the grave, it's not impossible to save him. Of course, since Song Yanqing had said this, Qiao Jin understood. She raised her eyebrows. You want me to save him? Song Yanqing thought for a while. His cold voice was calm. If it's bad for you, I won't trouble you for no reason. At this point, Qiao Jin also understood that if he wanted to cause trouble for Qiao Jin, he would not ask Qiao Jin for help. There were some things that had to be prioritized. He knew that Qiao Jin greatly avoided karma, so he naturally would not let trouble find Qiao Jin. Qiao Jin said, it's not impossible, saving someone who was not protected by karma would not be troublesome. Even if the person who placed the curse hates him so much, it would probably be difficult to find his grave. It was possible that he had died in the wilderness without a complete corpse, making it impossible for people to break the array. This meant that he hated the other party. Song Yanqing said, is it possible that the person who placed this array is still alive? Qiao Jin said, no, the other party is already dead. I can see that, but I can't find where he died. Song Yanqing nodded and did not ask any more questions. He would deal with the following matters. Qiao Jin said that saving him was the limit. She could not take the initiative to find Su Xiu and tell him that he could still be saved. Song Yanqing would tell the other party. Whether he believed it or not, whether he wanted to save him or not, that was their business. After the meal, Song Yanqing and Qiao Jin, they just happened to meet Xianxia and his fiancée. When the other party saw Song Yanqing, he was slightly surprised. President Song? Song Yanqing saw the other party, and a faint smile appeared between his eyebrows. Mr. Jinua? It seemed that Xianxia did not expect to meet Song Yanqing here. Although the other party was much younger than him, his status could not be underestimated. Even though Xianxia was now in a high position, he took the initiative to reach out his hand and said politely, I didn't expect Mr. Song to also have a meal here. Last time, the cooperation was interrupted halfway by an accident, which was a little regrettable. I wonder when you have time to discuss it with me again? Song Yanqing still had a smile on his lips, but if one looked carefully, one would see a faint alienation in his eyes. Mr. Jinua, you are too polite. I am now on a private trip, and the work will be arranged by my secretary. Just follow the plan. If there is a chance for cooperation, this time will not be short. Xianxia immediately realized that Song Yanqing did not like to talk about business in this kind of occasion. He immediately nodded. Sorry for being rude. His eyes swept to Xiao Jin, but his eyes were much calmer. But when his fiancée beside him saw Song Yanqing, she obviously showed a stunned expression. Jiang Qinji and Song Yanqing knew each other. Xiao Jin didn't expect it, but the capital was only so big. It didn't seem surprising that there was cooperation in the business field. It also proved how big the Song family's business was. Jiang Qinji was the CEO of a multinational consortium. When he saw Song Yanqing, he also politely wanted to talk about cooperation. "Hello, Mr. Song." The beautiful fiancée beside him also stretched out her hand with a perfect smile on her lips. Her posture was confident and generous. At first glance, it was obvious that she was a noble young lady raised in a rich environment. Song Yanqing glanced at her outstretched hand and didn't move. He smiled and said, "Sorry, I don't shake hands with people because of my health." "Miss Qin, I'm really sorry." The woman who was called Miss Qin didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, she was flattered. "So Mr. Song knows me?" Song Yanqing said in an official tone, "Mr. Jinua's fiancée is Miss Qin, the heir of the Fran Group. This is known to all." "If Mr. Jinua is holding someone else," Miss Qin glanced at Jiang Qinji and revealed a shy smile. Of course, he wouldn't dare. Jiang Qinji just smiled faintly. Xiao Jin, who was beside Song Yanqing, was so quiet that it was as if he didn't exist. Of course, she was too lazy to listen when she saw Song Yanqing talking to business people. Song Yanqing was about to find an excuse to leave when the door next to him opened again. A clear and bright voice with a hint of sweetness said, "Sister, a new car has just come out recently. I like it very much. Can you accompany me to see if you want to buy?" Before he finished speaking, Feng Qianan saw Song Yanqing. His smile suddenly faded a little. The reason why he hid it was because he saw Jiang Qinji opposite Song Yanqing. Fan Jin and Feng Qianan walked out and saw the people in the corridor. They were stunned again. If it was in the past, her emotions would definitely fluctuate. But now, her years of acting experience forced her to calm down. She was also distracted by Song Yanqing and Xiao Jin. Good-looking people could really ease one's mind. When Fan Jin saw Song Yanqing, she was really surprised. She had never seen such a good-looking Asian man in her life. It was truly an indescribable beauty. What was even rarer was that the other party had a noble aura. With one look, one could tell that he was a young master raised by a wealthy family. There was a kind of grace and elegance that ordinary people could not possess. She was simply a peerless beauty. When he stood next to Xiao Jin, they were simply a pair of good-looking beauties. Fan Jin liked to compare people with celebrities in the entertainment industry. If these two were to debut, many people would go crazy. She could not help but sigh. "Cousin, you're here too?" Fortunately, she was distracted and only reacted when she heard Feng Qianan speak, "Cousin?" She was a little surprised. She never thought that such a beautiful and noble man in front of her was Feng Qianan's cousin. "Yes, my cousin." Phoenix Gray smiled and greeted Xiao Jin, "Hi, Miss Xiao." Of course, Xiao Jin nodded politely and coldly. Fan Jin was even more surprised, "You know her?" She had mentioned this girl twice in front of Feng Qianan, but she had never heard Feng Qianan say that he knew Xiao Jin. Feng Qianan looked at Fan Jin with an innocent expression, "You didn't ask." "Miss Xiao is my cousin's good friend. In fact, I've only seen her twice." While they were talking, Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing both noticed that Jiang Qinji's face stiffened when he looked at Fan Jin. Song Yanqing immediately sensed something. Jiang Qin knew Fan Jin, and Fan Jin was the girl his cousin, Feng Qianan, was pursuing. He knew what was going on, but he didn't say anything. He only smiled at Feng Qianan. "I didn't expect you to be here." Miss Qin looked at Feng Qianan and greeted him politely. "Is this Mr. Song's cousin?" Song Yanqing only responded out of social etiquette, "Yes." There was no need to introduce him. Feng Qianan didn't have any contact with them. Feng Qianan ignored her and introduced Fan Jin with a smile. "Cousin, Miss Xiao, this is my friend, Fan Jin." He said they were friends, but he usually called her sister. Xiao Jin nodded again. How annoying. She didn't like social etiquette. Although she had a good impression of Fan Jin, she didn't want to talk in front of so many people. When Song Yanqing spoke, her voice was a bit lazy. I want to go back. Song Yanqing didn't finish speaking to Feng Qianan and immediately changed the topic. Then let's go back. His expression was gentle and his voice carried a trace of gentle doting. Others could see the difference. Feng Qianan. Heh. His cousin wasn't the same as before. Fan Jin was surprised by the relationship between Song Yanqing and Xiao Jin. Feng Qianan had only said that she was a friend, not a girlfriend. If she wasn't a girlfriend, why did it feel strange? Song Yanqing smiled apologetically at everyone and left with Xiao Jin. The atmosphere between the remaining two groups was strange. Feng Qianan didn't even have the mood to pay attention to them. As soon as Song Yanqing left, he left with Fan Jin without hesitation. He didn't say anything to Jiang Chen and the others. Miss Jin's smile froze for a moment. Mr. Song's cousin doesn't seem very polite. She was slightly dissatisfied. Jiang Chenji said indifferently, he's young and I've never seen you before. He doesn't know how to deal with people, so it's normal for him to be rude. There are many young masters like him in the capital. Miss Jin was a little curious. I think I know the woman beside him. Is she a female celebrity? Jiang Chenji's heart skipped a beat, and his tone was very cold. I don't know him. Miss Jin replied with an "oh" and then sneered, these female stars are all like this. They like to cling on to these rich young masters and think that they can marry into a rich family, but most of these young masters are just playing with them. I've seen a lot of this. There are many women outside who won't let go of my brother. Kino, I don't care about others, but if you dare to mess around outside, I won't let you off. Don't forget that you relied on me to get to where you are today. When we get married, the control of China will be yours. You have to treat me well, I don't want to see anything bad happen. You will guarantee it, right? She leaned on Jiang Chenji's shoulder with a sweet expression, but there was no smile in her eyes. Of course, she didn't notice that as she spoke, Jiang Chenji's expression became colder and colder. After she finished speaking, he responded coldly. Okay, I won't. He watched Fan Jin and Feng Qianan leave. He thought to himself, she has been in the circle for so many years, but she still can't keep her heart. After all, she is young and has a high status. Did the current her also know how to climb up the ladder? He lowered his eyes, and with a coldness that others couldn't detect, he left with his fiancée. Song Yanqing sent Xiao Jin home and told him about the dormitory. He would send someone to investigate. If anything happened, he would inform Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin agreed. When she got home, she saw Xiao Fei rushing over in a hurry. Something big has happened. Xiao Jin said calmly, Fei, you can call me if you need anything. You don't have to wait for me to come back. Xiao Fei was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Her expression wasn't good. It's too sudden. Mom didn't expect it. It's really something big. Musilian suddenly jumped out of the house. Mom asked me to tell her. I'll give her a bolt out of the blue. Xiao Fei, before she could stop her. Son, Muqi quickly said, something happened at the Ji family. Ji Fanjing and his mother got into a car accident. It wasn't a big problem, but for some reason, the medical staff found out that his mother wasn't related to him by blood. In other words, the fact that Ji Fanjing wasn't her biological son was exposed. Grandfather Ji's family is in a mess now. Xiao Jin, wow. She really didn't expect it. Her intuition told her that the Ji family was going to make trouble for her. In the end, it happened much earlier than she expected. Xiao Fei screamed, can't you be more reserved? Can't you consider whether your sister can take it or not? Musilian was confused. What does the Ji family's accident have to do with her? Look at her expression. It's as if she's watching the gossip. Xiao Fei was very anxious. She grabbed Xiao Jin's hand and said helplessly, it's over, it's over. Jin, now that they know that Ji Fanjing isn't her biological son, what if she tells them about you? Are you going to be brought back by the Ji family? What if they mistreat you because of Ji Fanjing? What if she hates you because of this? As she spoke, her eyes turned red. She was about to cry. Xiao Jin, Musilian, at some point, Xiao Fei's imagination had broken through the sky. Musilian was stunned. Mom, aren't you thinking too much? Now, only the fact that Ji Fanjing is not her biological son has been exposed. However, Ji Fanjing is indeed Uncle Qiao Jin's biological son. There is no need for them to find Qiao Jin, right? Xiao Fei said, what do you know? Ji Fanjing isn't her biological son. If Ji Qiyue gets angry, the Ji family doesn't like her to begin with. She doesn't feel safe. What if she really reveals Qiao Jin? Musilian, oh, that's possible. If Ji Qiyue wanted to divorce her because of this, she might tell him about Qiao Jin to protect herself. He might even be able to go back to the Ji family to fight for some property. If she wanted to be wary of Qiao Jin, it was under the condition that Ji Fanjing wasn't exposed. Now that Ji Fanjing was exposed, it didn't seem like there was any use for her to be wary of Qiao Jin. Qiao Jin's voice was clear. It's okay. I won't go back. Xiao Fei's imagination was still going wild. They will sue you and force you to go back. You're so beautiful now. They might force you to go back for a marriage alliance. They want you to marry someone who doesn't like you and has an affair. Musilian, his mother's imagination was amazing. For a moment, he really wanted to see such a thing happen. Qiao Jin's expression was serious. Watch less TV dramas and novels in the future. A normal person's brain had become abnormal. Xiao Fei, sob. At night, the Mu family had another family meeting. This time, Mu Qiji, who was overseas and could only watch via video call, was among the participants. The news of the Ji family's accident spread very quickly. This was the most melodramatic thing in the entire upper-class society. The car accident at the Ji family actually exposed the fact that Ji Fanjing's current mother, Chai Yueli, was not his biological mother. However, after checking their bloodline, Ji Fanjing was indeed Ji Qiyue's biological son. Then who was Ji Fanjing's mother? Why did it become Chai Yueli? Everyone was only concerned about this now. They did not even think about the fact that Chai Yueli had a biological daughter. Chai Yueli had relied on this son to climb up the ranks. Now that this matter was out, wasn't it the best gossip of the year? Mu Zhenming felt that the recent events were really melodramatic. Mu Xianxia sat at the side and sighed. The scene I imagined really happened. It actually made people look forward to it. Xiao Fei cried. What about Qiao Jin? Mu Zhenming comforted her, let's not worry about Qiao Jin for now. Chai Yueli might not reveal Qiao Jin. What she should be anxious about now is how to explain the matter of Ji Fanjing. Mu Qiji listened to the whole story through the video call and nodded. Even if the truth comes out, there's no need for her to expose Qiao Jin. Even if it's about the fight for the Ji family's assets, Qiao Jin isn't highly regarded now, not to mention Qiao Jin. Mu Xianxia said leisurely, people are always afraid of what if. The more you say that it won't happen, the more likely it will. If she wants to keep her position and not get a divorce, there's a high chance that she will reveal Qiao Jin's matter. Of course, if Ji Qiyue is determined to divorce her because of his son, there's no need to say it. Now, it's up to Ji Qiyue to see how sincere he is to her. Musilian. I agree with Grandpa. Mu Xianxia was a little shocked. There was actually a traitor in this family who agreed with him. Mu Zhenming also nodded. Actually, what Dad said makes sense. If Ji Qiyue cared about his daughter, he might not divorce Chai Yueli. Then, Qiao Jin would be exposed. Xiao Fei's worries were groundless. Then, if she doesn't reveal that she's divorced, will she use it to threaten Qiao Jin? Ask Qiao Jin for money or something. Musichu covered his forehead. Mom, have you ever thought about what she's going to use to threaten Qiao Jin? Was he going to reveal the truth? That won't do any harm to Qiao Jin. At most, the Ji family will know that they have a daughter outside. Perhaps Grandfather Ji will really bring Qiao Jin back. Xiao Fei was stunned. In that case, wouldn't it be good for Qiao Jin to go back? Mu Zhenming said, that's why your discussion doesn't count. The important thing is to see what Qiao Jin thinks. He looked at Qiao Jin with a serious expression. Qiao Jin, Uncle is asking you seriously. If this matter is really made public and the Ji family wants you to go back, will you choose to go back? Of course, even if you go back, Xiao Fei is still your mother. You're still a part of the Mu family. Xiao Fei was about to cry. That won't do. Qiao Jin can't go back. The surname Ji sounds so terrible. Woo-woo, Musilian and the others suddenly thought of what would happen if Xiao Jin changed his surname. Musilian immediately laughed very unkindly. Xiao Jin glanced at him coldly and said to Xiao Fei, he won't go back or change his surname. You've watched too many dramas. The main reason was that her name was really Xiao Jin in the past. It was impossible for her to change her surname. She was just Xiao Jin. Xiao Fei heaved a sigh of relief when he heard her affirmation. Mu Xiangshan clicked his tongue. I don't know why you're so anxious. Even if the Ji family wants to acknowledge Xiao Jin, they'll at most build a relationship with us. What can they do if Xiao Jin doesn't go back? Mu Qiji said firmly, yes, there's no need to panic. Chai Yueli is the one who's panicking the most right now. Mom, you don't have to worry so much. Xiao Fei said softly, I'm just upset. Back then, she abandoned Xiao Jin for her son and refused to acknowledge him. If she betrays Xiao Jin just because she doesn't want to get a divorce, I'll look down on her. He was throwing a tantrum, but he still carefully glanced at Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin's expression was still calm, as if they were discussing someone else's matter and had nothing to do with her. Everyone fell silent. Actually, they were thinking the same thing. If Chai Yueli really did that, it would be unfair to Xiao Jin. However, there was no harm in acknowledging the Ji family. If they stopped them, it would also be unfair to Xiao Jin. After a while, Xiao Jin said, it's actually not a big deal. Don't worry about it. Even if the truth comes out, I won't return to the Ji family. I'll be a part of the Mu family for the rest of my life. Zhenming, you don't have to worry. Mu Zhenming was speechless. So, he should at least call him uncle. Mu Zhenming could only sigh and accept Xiao Jin's refusal to greet him. Mu Xiangshan asked a tricky question. How will you address Ji Qiyue and Chai Yueli in the future? Xiao Jin said, I'll call them by their names. Mu Xiangshan was satisfied. Very good. The treatment is very fair. Everyone was speechless. Why are you so hung up on this? In the end, the meeting did not come to a conclusion. Anyway, it was up to Xiao Jin whether he wanted to admit it or not. That was Xiao Jin's problem. When Xiao Jin was resting in his room at night, he replied to Su Nan, who had sent him a message during the day. Today, there might still be hope. Tell me about your family. Did you offend anyone in your family? On the other side, Su Nan didn't close the backstage. He was a little surprised when he saw the reply. In fact, he was desperate. The master they had found said that Su Xiu did not have long to live. He was at a loss. After so many years, he still couldn't find out what was wrong with Su Xiu. Now, he even knew that he wouldn't live for long. He saw a fortune teller on the internet who was said to be very accurate. In fact, he was just trying his best to get the fortune teller to predict Su Xiu's fate. The fortune teller was a true fortune teller. The fortune teller was the same as what the master at home said. Su Xiu didn't have long to live. The Su clan didn't know what was going on with Su Xiu. They didn't even understand why he was being treated so unfairly. Now that he suddenly saw the master's reply, Su Nan was surprised and pleasantly surprised. Could it be that the master saw his fate and felt that there was a turning point? However, he frowned when he saw the master's question. He actually didn't know how to answer. If he answered too much, it would reveal his privacy. However, in his memory, his parents were peaceful people. They didn't offend anyone. Did the master know what was wrong with Su Xiu? Anonymous buyer, do you know what the problem is? Today, yes, but if you don't tell me clearly, it will be difficult for me to diagnose and determine whether he can be saved or not. Anonymous buyer, hello, it's not that I'm worried about revealing my privacy, but according to your question, there are only my parents and my brothers in my family. We have very few relatives. My parents are peaceful and have never offended anyone, so it's difficult to answer this question. Today, it seems that you don't know. Su Nan was stunned. Why did the fortune teller sound so sure that his family had offended someone, but who did they offend? How did they do it? They had never thought that Su Xiu had offended anyone. They had gone to countless doctors, but all of them said that it was a medical problem and they were helpless. It looked like he had been poisoned when he was young, but they couldn't treat him. It wasn't until later that they found some acquaintances who introduced them to a master. They didn't believe it at first, but the master said that there was no way to save Su Xiao, which made them feel even more desperate. Sunan didn't know what he could do. Su Xiao was his twin brother. They were fine when they were young, but everything changed when they were 3 years old. The master didn't send any more messages. Sunan hesitated for a while and asked his parents, "Dad, Mom, I want to ask if our family has offended anyone?" His parents were also at a loss. Who could we have offended? They had been gentle people all their lives. The whole capital knew that. Even Sunan's father was a good person. How could they have offended anyone? Sunan's mother was puzzled. "Why do you ask?" Sunan thought for a while and told them, "I found a fortune teller on the internet. He said that it's possible that our family has offended someone." "Why did you find a fortune teller on the internet?" "Those are all liars." Sunan's mother's face changed. She didn't believe the things on the internet at all. "The fortune teller we find is guaranteed." "If a fortune teller on the internet like you is so accurate, why would you be a fortune teller on the internet? Do you know how much a fortune teller costs?" "How much did you spend on fortune telling on the internet?" Sunan said, 100,000. "It's not a small amount, but that's his most expensive price. This fortune teller usually only costs 1,000, Sunan's mother said. "You've been cheated." "How can it be so cheap?" Sunan, he felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know what was wrong. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Father Su also frowned. "Sunan, I know you want to help your brother, but we have already found many ways to help him. You should spend more time with your brother." When he said this, his voice was choked with grief. He was only in his 40s, and a portion of his hair had already turned white from worrying about his youngest son's affairs. This only served to reflect his sorrow. As long as there was a way, who would let their son become like this? While they were talking, a slender figure wearing a mask was standing at the top of the stairs. He looked at them quietly, a pair of beautiful eyes under his long eyelashes. The corners of his mouth twitched, but he didn't know what to say. When a person was about to die, they would have a feeling. He had already sensed that his days were numbered. He saw his brother's frustration and helplessness. He also knew that his family had already thought of many ways for him. They had even thought of such a charlatan method. However, there was no cure for his illness. There was no one to blame but fate. Anonymous buyer, "I'm sorry, master. There is really no problem." Xiao Jin was not surprised to see his answer. If they really couldn't find the reason, there was nothing they could do. If they took the initiative to cast the tactical matrix to find the person who put the curse on the Su Xiao, they could do it, but they would be involved in the karma of life and death. No matter what the reason was, this kind of tactical matrix made by hatred itself carried malice, and it could not be removed by others. The reason why she took the initiative to ask was because of Song Yanqing. If they couldn't find it, there was nothing they could do. She fell asleep, but suddenly woke up in the middle of the night. She opened her eyes and sat up from the bed. She felt something special and went to Song Yanqing. There was something dangerous. Song Yanqing was not ordinary to her now. Of course, she went straight to the Song family. It was just that it was inconvenient to do it in the middle of the night. She cast a tactical matrix and directly moved from the Mu family to the Song family's yard. She used a magic spirit seed. Ordinary. She went directly to the balcony of the Song family. As soon as she looked up, she saw Song Yanqing standing in the dark, wearing a black silk pajamas, looking down the stage with clear eyes. Suddenly seeing Xiao Jin appear, he was not surprised at all. He just smiled gently and said, "Why are you here?" Xiao Jin did not answer, and his eyes fell on the swimming pool. There was a body in the swimming pool, turned over and facing down. It was obvious that the body was cold. Ordinary people would be scared out of their wits, but the Song family was quiet and did not move at all. Xiao Jin looked up and asked him, "Where is Ai?" Song Yanqing replied with a smile, "I put him to sleep." After saying this, he waved to Xiao Jin with a gentle look. "Come up. It's cold outside." Xiao Jin was only wearing a thin nightdress. Although it was summer, the night was a little cold. Xiao Jin frowned. Yes, he was now a spiritual speaker. He could make Ai not find out about this. The corpse in the swimming pool was not an ordinary person. It was an array master. Although he looked ordinary, there were no signs of him struggling before he died. It was obvious that he had died silently. Generally, array masters would not be so stupid as to directly enter someone else's territory to set up an array. They could completely control the array from afar. So, Xianxia directly used his ability to force the other party to come over. His ability was improving faster than she had imagined. She only asked him, "How did you do it?" Xianxia, huh? "If you don't come up, I'm going down." Xiaojin continued, "How did you do it?" Xianxia seemed a little puzzled. "What's wrong?" "I'm a spiritualist of speech. Is it strange that I can do this?" Xiaojin was silent for a moment. "No, I just feel that you're more decisive in killing people than I thought." Xianxia's face was hidden in the night. The faint light of the Song family's house reflected his perfect face. It was so beautiful that even his eyes were shining. His voice was like the moonlight, with a cold smile. "He wanted to kill me." Xiaojin nodded. "I don't blame you. I'm just afraid that you'll be in danger." Xianxia's expression eased a lot. He said, "Come up." Xiaojin said, "We should dispose of the corpse. Don't let others find out. This array master's identity is not simple. He's from abroad." Xianxia, "I know." His voice was still cold, mixed with a trace of gentleness for Xiaojin. As his voice fell, Xiaojin saw the corpse in the swimming pool slowly melting. It was really melting, as if it had turned into a pool of water and finally merged into the pool. The pool water was clear, as if nothing had happened. Xiaojin blinked. "Go to another pool." Xianxia chuckled. "Come up here." He still said the same thing calmly. Xiaojin said, "No, I want to go back." Since he was not in danger, there was no point for her to stay here. Xianxia's expression froze for a moment. In the night, his expression could not be seen clearly. Hidden in the darkness, the surroundings were a little cold. "Wait a minute." After he said this, he turned around and went into the room. When he came down again, Xiaojin saw him holding a nightgown. It was a long black one. It looked like the one he was wearing. He took it and put it on Xiaojin. "This is new. I haven't worn it before." He looked down at her. "Don't you want to know where this person came from?" Xiaojin let him put the nightgown on her. She looked at the clear swimming pool and said, "I know where he came from. I told you just now." After a pause, she said, "It's someone from abroad." She guessed that the people from the He early family had probably arrived, although she did not know why their first target was to attack Xianxia. Could it be that the exchange of fate was related to the He early family? Xianxia tied the belt of the nightgown for her. Seeing that she did not object and was unusually obedient, he felt a little satisfied. "It's Joanna's people." His words were shocking. Xiaojin raised her eyebrows. "You know the He early family?" Xianxia stepped back and looked at her. His expression was very calm. "I didn't know before, but now I know. The He early family has a partnership with us. I've seen Joanna a few times. Now I know what kind of existence they are." Xiaojin suddenly understood. She was not surprised. The He early family was not only a family of spiritual readers. On the surface, they were also prominent. It was not strange that they knew Xianxia. Xiaojin was thinking. "Why did this formation master attack you?" Xianxia said softly, "I don't know. We can talk inside." Xiaojin hesitated for a moment but did not refuse. She could learn some things about the Hurley family from Xianxia, as well as the suspicious points just now. She just didn't want to ask. Now that Xianxia wanted to say it, she was all ears. She actually had a question that she didn't ask. When she came, she felt a bit of the Rakshasa realm's aura, as if the devil had just left. Clearly, the Rakshasa realm was still pestering Xianxia. In the room, Xiaojin sat down. Xianxia poured her a glass of water. Atong was sleeping soundly. He would only wake up when Xianxia was willing. Xiaojin held a glass of water while Xianxia sat opposite her and told her what had happened. In the middle of the night, Xianxia felt danger, so he woke up from his sleep. In fact, he did not do anything. He just materialized this feeling of danger and used the spiritual reader's ability to find the person behind the danger. It was an Formation Master. An Formation Master who wanted to kill him for some unknown reason. The other party used an ordinary Formation Master, but it could cause great harm to Xianxia. When Xiaojin heard this, she asked a question. How did he come here? Xianxia smiled and said, I wanted him to appear, and he appeared. Well, it was as if he sensed my presence. He appeared in the courtyard directly. He looked more surprised than me. Of course, he would be more surprised than Xianxia. A spiritual reader's ability was to materialize anything and turn the impossible into the possible. According to Xiaojin's thoughts, this Formation Master should have been influenced by Xianxia and forced to come here. However, according to what Xianxia said, the other party had suddenly appeared. In other words, Xianxia's ability had begun to cross space. It was very terrifying for a person who had just awakened his ability to forcefully pull someone from afar over. Xiaojin did not have a deep understanding of spirit speakers. She only vaguely remembered that one person was a spirit speaker. She was just a little surprised by Xianxia's ability's rapid improvement. An ordinary array master could already cross space. Then, in time, the person who changed his fate might appear automatically. Xiaojin thought about it and asked him, have you ever used your ability to think about the person who changed your fate? Xianxia nodded. I have. He is now stronger than me, so I feel a resistance when I use my ability. Since there was resistance, he wouldn't continue. Xiaojin just looked at him quietly. In such a bright light, his expression was still so gentle, like a celestial being. Xianxia saw Xiaojin's strange gaze and said with a smile, is there a problem? Or is it that my ability is growing too fast? No. Xiaojin looked away. She just felt a little strange. This strangeness came from Xianxia himself, but she didn't have any bad feelings about Xianxia. She also didn't feel that Xianxia had any ill intentions towards her, so she couldn't be bothered. Xianxia got up. Are you going back tonight? Xiaojin nodded. I have to go back. If Feifei finds out tomorrow, how am I going to explain to her that I appeared at your house in the middle of the night? This didn't mean that there was a problem, but the Song family's door was tightly shut and there were bodyguards guarding it. There were also surveillance cameras around. How was he going to explain Xiaojin's sudden appearance in the middle of the night? It would arouse the Song family's suspicion and uneasiness. Xianxia's eyes flashed. How are you going back? Xiaojin, go back the way you came. After saying this, she smiled at Xianxia, which made Xianxia stunned for a moment. I'll go back first. Have a good rest. With that, Xiaojin's figure disappeared. Xianxia stood in the same place. The lights were still bright, but it seemed that with Xiaojin's disappearance, the night had gradually darkened. After a long while, he let out a low laugh. In the dark night, it was quiet and cold. When Xiaojin got home, he realized that he was still wearing Xianxia's nightgown. I'll just send it back to him another day. She took it down and put it into the wardrobe. In the end, she heard someone talking about her from next door. The Ji family called. They're really calling. The flustered voice belonged to Qiao Fei. Mu Zhenming's voice was low. Don't panic. It might not necessarily be about Xiaojin. After saying that, he picked up the phone. After listening to a few words, he was a little silent. Then he said, have you investigated this matter clearly? You can't just believe whatever she says. My wife adopted Xiaojin from an orphanage. This matter is too ridiculous. The matter was exposed. Xiaojin knew that the Ji family's troublesome matter would still come true. Since it was troublesome, it meant that there was something else going on in the Ji family. It's not very good. The child is resting now. It's not good to wake her up in the middle of the night. Okay. In that case, we'll talk about it during the day. Of course, Uncle Ji is my father's good brother. I won't let him down. However, these are all adult children after all. We have to listen to their opinions. After hanging up, Mu Zhenming sighed. Chai Yueli told us about Xiao Jin. Dad guessed right. Ji Chiyue wanted to divorce her, and she told us about Xiao Jin's existence to protect herself. Xiao Fei fiercely pinched Mu Zhenming's arm and immediately burst into tears. I knew that Chai Yueli was a vicious woman. Mu Zhenming rubbed his forehead. You don't have to think about such nonsense. Right now, it's Uncle Ji who wants to know if she's the granddaughter of the Ji family. He might bring Xiao Jin for verification tomorrow. This matter still depends on whether Xiao Jin agrees or not. Even if the Ji family acknowledges her, it doesn't matter. It matters a lot. I don't think Chai Yueli is worthy of being her mother. Mu Zhenming, we'll talk about it when she wakes up. After that, Mu Zhenming coaxed Xiao Fei with a few words and managed to coax Xiao Fei to stop. However, Xiao Jin didn't rest. Tomorrow, the Ji family would probably come and ask Xiao Jin to do a paternity test. So be it. She didn't care. It was just that she couldn't return to the Ji family. If the Ji family really caused her trouble, if necessary, she could be ruthless, but she couldn't think too badly of them. At least, Ji Pingan looked like a peaceful old man. But, to be honest, Xiao Jin felt a little annoyed with her cheap parents. The next day, when they woke up early in the morning, it was an extremely extraordinary day for the Mu family. Ji Pingan had brought someone to their door. This time, it was him and Ji Chiyue. Unlike Ji Pingan's excitement, Ji Chiyue was sizing up Xiao Jin. He found it unbelievable. Xiao Jin didn't look like them at all. Why was Chai Yueli so sure that Xiao Jin was her biological daughter? Mu Xianxia woke up early in the morning to read the gossip. He took a sip of hot tea and immediately let out a long sigh. Ah, Pingan, you're already so old, but you still believe in such silly things. Your daughter-in-law said that Xiao Jin is her daughter, so it's true? Xiao Jin was adopted by Xiao Fei from the orphanage. We even have an adoption certificate. Muzichu had already come down from upstairs. When he saw the situation in the living room, he only observed the situation and didn't speak. Muzillion played games too late last night and was sleeping like a pig. No one woke him up, and he had already missed the opportunity to broadcast. Mu Zhenming and Xiao Fei were silent. Xiao Jin didn't come down. And Ji Pingan sat on the sofa. His heart was very excited. His expression was a little awkward and he felt embarrassed. Xianxia, I know you might not believe it. When I heard her say it last night, I didn't dare to believe it either. But she said it with certainty. She said that Xiao Jin was her daughter. Mu Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Then what's with this son? Didn't she say that he was your biological grandson? How did he fall into her hands? Ji Pingan looked even more embarrassed. However, no one spread this news. Ji Chiyue hesitated. Uncle Mu Xianxia smiled. I underestimated Chiyue. He has a lot of romantic debts outside. He doesn't even know about his own son. How can he get someone to replace him? He was complaining that he didn't even know that he had a child. Chai Yueli even took him away and treated him as her biological son. Instead, he lost his daughter. Ji Chiyue's face turned red and he was too embarrassed to raise his head. After all, it was indeed embarrassing for such a thing to happen at this time. Humph, Xianxia, don't worry about him. I've already said that he's a good-for-nothing. When Ji Pingan knew the truth, he couldn't wait to beat Ji Chiyue with a few sticks. Thinking that they were all old now, it would be too ugly to beat. He didn't even know who gave birth to his son, he didn't even know where his daughter was. As a father, no one could be so muddle-headed. Ji Pingan looked at Xiao Fei and Mu Zhenming. I didn't come here for anything else. I just want to take Xiao Jin to do a paternity test to get rid of this thought. I know it may be hard for you to accept, but if Xiao Jin is really my biological granddaughter, you can't bear to let her not know who her biological parents are for the rest of her life, right? Mu Zhenming and Xiao Fei, she knew it very early, even earlier than you. The two looked at each other, and Mu Zhenming spoke first. If it's true, of course we won't stop this kind of thing. We also understand how you feel, Uncle Ji. However, the child is so old. Shouldn't we respect the child's opinion? These things should be told to Xiao Jin, not to us. Ji Pingan quickly nodded. yes, yes, yes. Where is Xiao Jin? Xiao Fei whispered, she should still be sleeping. Ji Pingan actually liked Xiao Jin. The child was good-looking and had an extraordinary temperament. After chatting with her a few times, he liked the girl very much. Unexpectedly, some things were really destined. In fact, apart from Chai Yueli, if Xiao Jin was really his biological granddaughter, it would be a good thing. What he regretted was that he didn't have a granddaughter, and there were many boys in the Ji family. As soon as Xiao Fei finished speaking, Xiao Jin came downstairs. She was not surprised to see the scene in the living room, but when Ji Chiyue saw her, he stood up excitedly. Xiao Jin, was she really his daughter? Ji Chiyue looked left and right. Although she didn't look like it, he was extremely satisfied with her. It was said that there were some bad rumors before, and she was close to the child of the Song family. She was simply the perfect daughter. Xiao Jin only nodded. Ji Pingan looked at her, his eyes filled with excitement. Jin, Mu Xiangshan said leisurely, they said that you are the granddaughter of the Ji family and want to take you for a paternity test. Since everyone already knew, there was no need to pretend. Of course, in front of the Ji family, he still had to make a few announcements. Ji Pingan didn't expect Mu Xiangshan to be so simple and crude. He was stunned for a moment. Xiao Jin, oh, sure. Ji Pingan and Ji Chiyue? Wasn't he a little too calm? They didn't even see a trace of emotion on Xiao Jin's face. Just like how the weather was today and how it was. Shouldn't they be shocked? His biological family had appeared. Xiao Fei mumbled, are you really going? Xiao Jin, we'll have to face them sooner or later. It doesn't matter who it is. Everyone, didn't this mean that it didn't matter who the biological child was as long as it was tested? Wasn't that too rude? Xiao Fei took a deep breath and stood up. I'll go with you. They just hoped that it was fake and that they might have seen wrongly. In this case, Xiao Jin was just as good daughter. The biological mother might have been forced to abandon the child, not like Chai Yueli who swapped children for glory and wealth. Ji Pingan was prepared to explain to Xiao Jin countless times, but he didn't expect Xiao Jin to be so simple and crude. Of course, the Mu family was also very straightforward. Xiao Fei and Mizuchu accompanied Xiao Jin and the two of them to the hospital for a paternity test. Because it was too straightforward, Ji Chiyue didn't know where to put his hands and feet when he saw them in the car. It was a blessing that his daughter, who had been living outside, was adopted by the Mu family. At least it wouldn't be too embarrassing when she came back. However, she looked cold and indifferent. She didn't even look at him, who might be her biological father, which made Ji Chiyue a little dissatisfied. He was her father, after all. How could she not even greet him? Unfortunately, he didn't dare to say it out loud. Ji Pingan was at a loss. At his age, he didn't know what to say in the face of such a thing. Along the way, he tried to talk to Xiao Jin and asked about Xiao Jin's past. Of course, most of the answers were actually from Xiao Fei. After all, Xiao Fei was the one who raised Xiao Jin. As his mother, she definitely knew what was going on. This matter was too sudden, and the Ji family didn't spread it. Others had only been paying attention to the fact that Ji Fan wasn't Chai Yueli's biological father, but they didn't expect an even bigger bomb. When they were about to reach the hospital, Ji Chiyue received a call. He answered cautiously. Ji Pingan got angry when he saw him like this. Who is it? Ji Chiyue hurriedly said, it's Sikai. I don't know what happened, but Big Brother knows, about Xiao Jin. Ji Pingan frowned. Didn't I tell you not to spread it before it's confirmed? Ji Chiyue looked sad. I don't know who spread it either. It was most likely Chai Yueli. Xiao Fei frowned slightly. It was fine when he hadn't seen her, but now that he had, Xiao Fei felt that Xiao Jin's biological parents were irresponsible at all. A junior called, and he was so timid, he was worse than her, Ji Chiyue added. Sky said he'll come to the hospital later. Ji Pingan frowned even more. He's here? What was he doing here? This has nothing to do with him. That being said, no one knew what Ji Sikai was thinking. Even if he wanted to come, no one could stop him. Who in the Ji clan could stop him? They were probably here to watch the show. The hospital where they carried out the blood test happened to pick the Song family's business. It was probably because everything here was the most advanced, and they had connections, so it saved them a lot of trouble. It would only take an hour for the report to come out. There was no need to waste too much time. Of course, this couldn't avoid a problem. Xianxia knew. First of all, regardless of whether the hospital was shameless or not, how could they let their young master know about this matter? Anyway, after the test was done, while waiting for the results, Xiao Jin received a call from Xianxia. She went outside to answer the call. Her voice was very calm. Hello? Xianxia's voice sounded a little calm. Why would the Ji family do a DNA test with you? Are you Ji Chiyue's daughter? Xiao Jin hadn't told Xianxia about this. Xiao Jin, I think so. Xianxia was silent for a while. After a while, he said, Did you know in advance? Why didn't you mention it to me? His voice was very gentle, and he didn't mean to blame her. He probably didn't want to be too abrupt. Xiao Jin said lazily, It's just a small matter. There's no need to tell you. She really didn't think that it was a big deal. It was as if she didn't care who her parents were at all. Xianxia heard the slight laziness in her voice. Like a kitten, it suddenly grabbed his heart. He raised his eyebrows and sighed helplessly. Only you don't care about these things. Don't you care about your biological parents? Xiao Jin, I don't care. They don't look outstanding. Xianxia, she was very direct, but Xianxia chuckled. Let me know when the results are out. I'm meeting with the Heerly family, so I can't come over today. Xiao Jin, okay. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Fei came up and asked, Who was it? Xiao Jin glanced at her. Xianxia. Xiao Fei was a little confused. Oh, he looks for you often? Xiao Jin, not really. He just asked me why I did a paternity test with the Ji family. I didn't tell him about this. Xiao Fei was stunned. Why do you tell him everything? No. Xiao Jin thought for a moment. There's no need to tell him about such a small matter. He asked me because he knew. How is this a small matter? Xiao Fei raised her voice a little. She was afraid of attracting attention and said, This is a big matter. Jin, the Ji family is not like our family. I heard that many of their children are going to marry. If the Ji family forces you to marry someone you don't like in the future, you can ask Lord Song for help. Xiao Jin was a little helpless. I told you to watch less TV. Even if there's a marriage, are you going to watch the Ji family arrange it for me? Am I your daughter or their daughter? Even if it's true, I won't go back to the Ji family. Aren't you the one who raised me? Xiao Fei was stunned. Yes, thinking of this, she was a little happy. Then Mom will definitely not let this happen. While they were talking, a tall figure came out of the hospital elevator. He was wearing a suit with a cold and gloomy aura. His handsome appearance attracted the attention of many nurses in the hospital. When he walked over and saw Xiao Jin, he stopped and said with a playful tone, Xiao Jin? Xiao Fei was dazed for a moment before he recognized that this was the young master of the Ji family, Ji Sikai. Ji Sikai also looked at Xiao Fei and said politely, Auntie. Xiao Fei hurriedly said, Sky, what are you doing here? Ji Sikai said, I came to see if Xiao Jin is my cousin. Xiao Fei, can't you communicate properly if you're so direct? His gaze swept across the two of them. The results are out? Xiao Fei shook his head. No, so she might not be my cousin. Ji Sikai retracted his gaze, his smile somewhat gloomy. I hope not either. Xiao Fei immediately felt a little awkward. Whether or not she was his cousin, Ji Sikai's words seemed a little. Was he targeting Xiao Jin too much? Xiao Jin glanced at Ji Sikai and didn't want to talk to him. At this moment, the doctor came over with the test report. Xiao Fei heard the sound and immediately pulled Xiao Jin over, only to hear the doctor announce the results. Xiao Jin and Ji Chiyue were indeed related by blood. Ji Chiyue was Xiao Jin's biological father. Hearing the news, some people were happy, some were dumbfounded, and some sighed. Ji Sikai, who was standing at the back, heard the results and his face immediately darkened. After a long while, he revealed a smile with a hint of viciousness. It's really, Ji Pingon was excited, while Ji Chiyue was a little confused and excited. After all, it was really proven that Xiao Jin was his biological daughter. He still felt that it was too sudden. It was like how he didn't have the concept of a daughter for so many years. Now that a daughter had popped out, how could it not be sudden? Good child, Ji Pingan was so excited that his eyes were wet. When he reached out to put his hand on her arm, she avoided him. You don't have to be so excited. This isn't a big deal. Everyone, of course this was a big deal. This was a big deal for the Ji family. Ji Pingan looked at her and said with heartache, all these years, it's been hard on you. Xiao Jin, it's not hard. Fei Fei raised me well. Xiao Fei's heart was filled with comfort when he heard that. Oh, right. I said the wrong thing. Ji Pingan quickly reacted. All these years, I have to thank you properly, Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei's smile was a little forced. Old master, you don't have to be so polite, Xiao Jin, Ji Chiyue carefully called out, but Xiao Jin didn't respond. Ji Pingan and Ji Chiyue weren't stupid. They sensed that Xiao Jin's attitude was cold and didn't seem to take this matter seriously. They knew that some things weren't what they thought. Ji Pingan said, today's matter was too sudden, but since Xiao Jin is my granddaughter, she naturally has to acknowledge her ancestors. Xiao Fei, thank you for all these years. Xiao Fei couldn't smile anymore. Old master, do you want to ask Xiao Jin's opinion? Xiao Jin also looked at Ji Pingan. Acknowledge her ancestors? Ji Pingan looked at her lovingly and said, since you're my Ji family's granddaughter, you should return to the Ji family. Don't worry, Grandpa will make it up to you. Xiao Jin, there's no need. I don't plan to go back. Xiao Jin's straightforward rejection made Ji Chiyue a little dissatisfied. Why? You are my daughter. Xiao Jin, the one who raised me for 20 years was Xiao Fei, not you. Ji Chiyue said. We will give the Mu family a thank you fee. His words made Musachu frown. Uncle Ji, do you think my parents are short of money? Is Xiao Jin an item to be traded? Ji Pingan reached out and slapped Ji Chiyue's head. If you don't know how to speak, then don't fart. He looked at Xiao Fei and said in a gentle tone, Xiao Fei, don't worry. That's not what I meant. I know that you raised Xiao Jin for 20 years, so you naturally have feelings for her. However, now that Xiao Jin has been proven to be the granddaughter of the Ji family, I hope that she can return to the Ji family. As for who she wants to follow in the future, it's up to her to decide. As adults, we won't force the younger generation to do anything, right? Xiao Fei felt that it made sense, although she was a little unwilling. However, it didn't seem like a big deal if Xiao Jin returned to the Ji family and acknowledged her identity. She looked at Xiao Jin, and Xiao Jin said, there's no need. You can tell anyone about this, or you can keep it to yourself. I don't want to go to the Ji family. Ji Pingan was a little hurt by her rejection. Your father is here too. I'm your biological grandfather. Don't tell me you don't even want to see your mother? Xiao Jin, no. Everyone, that was a straightforward rejection. If she doesn't want to, are you going to handcuff her back? Ji Sikai walked over and looked at Ji Chiyue with a faint smile. Uncle, why don't you go home and deal with Aunt's matter? Ask her why she abandoned Xiao Jin and raised a son who isn't her own. Ji Chiyue's face paled. You can't say that. Fanjing is my biological son, so he can be considered her son. Ji Sikai sneered. He didn't say anything, but his attitude was obvious. Xiao Fei felt embarrassed for the Ji family. Seeing that Xiao Jin wasn't willing to go back, Ji Pingan's face darkened. We'll ask about your mother. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that Chai Yueli didn't want a divorce to protect herself, she wouldn't have mentioned Xiao Jin. If Xiao Jin wasn't willing to go back, seeing that Xiao Jin couldn't be convinced, Ji Pingan could only give up. He brought Xiao Fei and the others, as well as Ji Sikai, to have a meal together. In such a short time, the news of Xiao Jin's incident had spread. This was because whenever they came to the hospital, there would always be people who would be curious and ask around. Although the hospital had moral integrity and couldn't reveal it, they couldn't hide it from the eyes and ears of others. The news that Xiao Jin was the granddaughter of the Ji family caused a stir in the city. While eating, Xiao Jin sent a message to Song Yanqing. Song Yanqing was busy, but she still replied to Xiao Jin, indicating that he would call her when he was free in the afternoon. She didn't talk much to ordinary people, and it was even more so at the dinner table. Ji Pingan kept trying to talk to Xiao Jin, and Xiao Jin occasionally replied. Most of the time, it was Xiao Fei who explained. Halfway through the meal, Mu Chi Lian called Mu Chi Chu and held, "Ah, you guys didn't even ask me to come along." When he woke up in the afternoon and ate lunch, he was told by his grandfather that Xiao Jin had been taken away by the Ji family. In other words, Xiao Jin's matter had already been publicized, and he hadn't even seen it firsthand. However, he was in this house. For the first time, Muzilian felt that playing games until midnight was a very bad decision. He didn't even see the first scene of the gossip. Pain, shock, disbelief. Muzichu went to the side to answer the phone and sneered, "You're only up now? That's possible too." Muzilian, that's not the point. The point is, why didn't you call me? Muzichu, what's the point of calling you here? Muzilian, I really want to see their reactions and expressions at that time. What do you think? Is it going to be a scene of them hugging each other and crying? Muzichu, sometimes, Muzilian's imagination was really on par with Xiao Fei's. Why did he think that Xiao Jin would have such an unreasonable scene? Muzilian was still a little indignant. That's too hateful. Where are you now? Are you at the Ji family's house? I'll rush over now. Muzichu, don't. We'll finish eating and go home soon. Xiao Jin won't go to the Ji family's house. Muzilian was stunned. Huh? The Ji family doesn't want to acknowledge her? No, she doesn't want to acknowledge the Ji family. Muzilian, what's Xiao Jin thinking? Of course she wants to acknowledge it. The Mu family gives her pocket money, and the Ji family also gives her pocket money. Isn't she beautiful? When she goes back, she might even make grandfather Ji's heart ache and give her a huge sum of living expenses first. Can't she give it to me? What's she thinking? So unwise? Muzichu. The unwise Xiao Jin treated money like dirt. Even Ji Pingan didn't know what she was thinking. Being able to return to the Ji family didn't mean that the Ji family was good, but at least there was a guarantee. Moreover, how could the Ji family's bloodline be left outside? This matter had already spread. If the Ji family didn't bring her back, others would think that the Ji family despised Xiao Jin. Although Ji Chiyue was Xiao Jin's biological father, he had some opinions about Xiao Jin's refusal to listen to him. After dinner, he persuaded Xiao Jin, "At least go back with Dad to see Mom, isn't it?" Ji Chiyue's voice was still soft and gentle, but Xiao Jin looked at him strangely when she heard it. That kind of gaze was as if Ji Chiyue was talking about something incredible, but it was so clear that no one dared to look directly at him. It was as if he had nowhere to hide in front of Xiao Jin. Ji Chiyue was immediately terrified. He didn't know why, but he was particularly afraid of this biological daughter who he had just learned about. Seeing Xiao Jin like this, Ji Pingan knew that it was hopeless to persuade her to go back now. He seemed to be comforting himself. Maybe Jin just found out about these things and found it hard to accept. I can understand. If you don't want to go back for the time being, I won't force you. But Grandpa has a wish. Can you call me Grandpa now? He looked at Xiao Jin expectantly. This was an old man's wish. Most people couldn't bear to refuse. Xiao Jin replied coldly, "No, I'm not used to it. I can't say it." Even if she really had the self-awareness of a junior, the first person she should call Grandpa was Old Master Mu. Old Master Mu didn't mean what he said. After so many years of tormenting Xiao Fei, he didn't blame her too much. After so many years, their families had reconciled. Now that they lived together, Xiao Jin knew some of his temperament. Although he wasn't her biological grandfather, he was closer to her in terms of relationship. Ji Pingan was her biological grandfather, but he had nothing to do with her. Her answer was actually polite, at least because she wasn't used to it. Although Ji Pingan was disappointed, he could only sigh. I see. Ji Chiyue couldn't help but ask, why can't you even call him Grandpa? When she saw Ji Pingan, she usually called him Old Master Ji. It didn't sound strange, but compared to Mu Chi Chu and the others who called him Grandpa Ji, there was a big difference. This was also what was strange about Xiao Jin. Ji Kai also laughed sarcastically at the side. You're not even willing to call me grandfather? Is it so precious? Xiao Fei's father, she doesn't like that. Hearing that Xiao Jin didn't even call him Mu Xiangshan, Ji Pingan felt much better. Xiao Fei's face froze. Xiao Jin didn't spoil him. She said coldly, how Fei Fei teaches her child is none of your business. Ji Chiyue was embarrassed by her direct rebuke. His face turned red. I am your biological father. Xiao Jin, oh. And then, Ji Chiyue was so angry that smoke came out of his head. It was fine if she didn't want to return to the Ji family, but her temper was definitely spoiled by the Mu family. The Ji family wouldn't spoil their child like that. Forget it, forget it. Ji Pingan had long known that Xiao Jin didn't call him old master. She even called Xiao Fei Fei Fei. Thinking of this, he felt much better. He had previously said that foreign education was the same. It didn't matter if the child didn't call him old master. It was a little regretful now, but it didn't matter. It was the first time Ji Kai knew about this. He looked Xiao Jin up and down and thought of the last time. No wonder she didn't even call him brother. The corners of his lips curled up. He didn't know where he learned this strange temper from. Ji Pingan wanted to talk about the old days with Xiao Jin, but found that Xiao Jin's attitude was cold. He knew that it would be the same even if he continued to talk. There was still a long way to go. At least he could go to the Mu family to see her. Moreover, the family really had to deal with Chai Yueli's matter first. Thinking of this, Ji Pingan couldn't help but glare at Ji Chiyue. It was all because of this good-for-nothing thing. Ji Chiyue had been bullied by Xiao Jin, and now he was being scolded by his father. He was inhumane. When he went back, he still had to face Chai Yueli, who cried and threatened to hang herself, and a son who didn't know how to face him. He felt that the world was really unfair to him. Xiao Fei, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Xiao Jin. If you need anything in the future, just ask. Ji Pingan faced Xiao Fei and earnestly entrusted him. Now that Xiao Fei knew that Xiao Jin really didn't want to go back, he was much happier. At the same time, he felt sad for old Master Ji. Although his parents were good for nothing, the old man was not wrong. He just wanted his granddaughter to go back. If his granddaughter didn't go back, he wouldn't force her. He was already very open-minded. Xiao Fei was very respectful to Ji Pingan. Uncle Ji, don't worry. Jin is fine in our family. You can come to see Jin more often in the future. I can also bring Jin to see you. She still knew how to do some things, which comforted Ji Pingan a little. Xiao Jin didn't want to go back, but she didn't object to Xiao Fei's proposal to bring her to see Ji Pingan. Alright, alright. Ji Pingan glanced at Xiao Jin reluctantly, but he was still relieved in his heart. Fortunately, although her temper was a little strange, she looked outstanding. She was his granddaughter, and this was the most comforting point. At this moment, Ji Kai took the initiative to say, "Third Grandpa, I'll send you back." Ji Pingan didn't object and nodded. From the beginning to the end, Ji Chiyue was like an invisible person except for a few words. No one was willing to talk to him, and he was full of anger. After they parted ways, Xiao Fei brought Xiao Jin and the others back. He got into the car and complained to Ji Pingan, "Dad, look at her. What has the Mu family taught her? You don't even want to greet me. Then what's wrong?" Ji Pingan spoke up for Xiao Jin, she just didn't want to call anyone. Wasn't she very polite to us? She didn't point at your nose and scold you, did she? If I had a father like you, I wouldn't acknowledge you either. Ji Chiyue, besides, how did you make her think it through? Ji Pingan sneered, your wife abandoned her own daughter for a son. She was raised by the Mu family for so many years. It's not your turn to criticize her. Why don't you go back and ask your good wife what's going on with Xiao Jin and Ji Fanjing? If she abandoned her own daughter in order to marry into the Ji family, then she's really a bad person. Even if Xiao Jin acknowledges her, you must still divorce her. Ji Chiyue was stunned. He opened his mouth but didn't dare to refute. Ji Kai, who was driving in the front row, glanced at Ji Pingan through the rearview mirror. Grandpa Ji, you don't have to be so angry. He chuckled. Go back and ask Auntie. Maybe it's a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Ji Pingan didn't believe it. She didn't even know if she gave birth to a daughter or a son back then. Most importantly, when the matter was exposed, Chai Yuli's expression clearly showed that she already knew that Ji Fanjin wasn't her biological son. All these years, she hadn't thought of looking for Qiao Jin. It was only when she heard Ji Qiyu say that he was going to get a divorce that she couldn't hold it in anymore. Although Qiao Jin was doing well, what if Qiao Jin wasn't adopted by Qiao Fei, but by someone else? More seriously, he might grow up without anyone to rely on. If he wasn't lucky, perhaps, thinking of this, Ji Pingan's heart was not at ease. He simply did not dare to imagine such a vicious and despicable woman. Ji Sikai said, "Second uncle, maybe you just don't know." Although Ji Chiyue was Ji Pingan's eldest son, he was the second son in the entire family and was younger than Ji Sikai's father, so Ji Sikai called him uncle. "You're a fool even if you don't know. You were played by a woman. I think you'll fall into the hands of a woman in this life too." Ji Pingan was exasperated. He had always been a good-tempered person, but now he kept scolding Ji Chiyue. This matter had really angered him. Ji Chiyue couldn't raise his head from the scolding, especially in front of Ji Sikai. He couldn't even retort. This matter was indeed his fault. He had been kept in the dark by Chai Yuli for so long that his son and daughter didn't know. He was actually a failure as a father. Ji Pingan shook his head. Back then, he had seen that Ji Chiyue was a good-for-nothing, so he had decided to merge with the Ji family early. Otherwise, if his career was handed over to Ji Chiyue, he would also be a prodigal. When Xiao Jin returned home, he saw the excited Musilian. "How was it?" Xiao Fei was confused by the question. "What do you mean?" Musilian was still excited. "Is Qiao Jin going back to the Ji family?" Xiao Fei, "Of course not. Jin is still living with us." Musilian immediately lamented, "I knew she was a fool. If it were me, I would definitely go back and ask for pocket money from both sides. Every time I go to the Ji family's house, I get a big red packet. Isn't that great?" Xiao Fei poked his forehead angrily. "Do you think your sister is as greedy as you? Don't you hate the fact that it wasn't you who did this? If it was you, you would definitely have rushed back to the Ji family right now, right?" Musilian was poked by her and shouted, "Mom, you're wrong. I only suggested this to Qiao Jin because I know I don't have the chance. I didn't expect that he wouldn't be tempted by double his allowance. What a ruthless person. Xiao Fei, you only have money in your eyes your whole life. You only have money in your eyes. We've mistreated you, haven't we?" Musilian immediately wailed. "You still have the cheek to say that. Dad said he would deduct my pocket money, and he really did. As a mother, you don't even give me some support. I don't even dare to go out blindly now. I'm afraid that my friends won't be able to pay for my treat. My credit card is going to explode." Xiao Fei picked up a feather duster. "If you sold the cars in your garage, you could have lived a luxurious life for a few months. If you didn't buy so many cars, would you still be where you are today?" The Mu family was really generous to their children. Although Mu Xiangshan was strict with Mu Zhenming in the past, he had never mistreated him financially. Their family's creed was that money was earned to be spent. The two sons of the Mu family were treated very well. Other than pocket money, they also bought cars and branded watches with the family's money. The Mu family was not as rich as the Song family and the Ji family, but it was also a new rich family. Musilian had dozens of limited edition sports cars. He did not wear branded jewelry, but he had a lot of them. This was the result of the Mu family restraining him. Otherwise, he would not be so arrogant among the young masters in the capital. Musachu was much more self-disciplined. He was not interested in sports cars and the like. The few cars his grandfather and father gave him for his birthday were usually driven by Musilian to show off. He had used his own money to invest in stock funds and all kinds of investments. The children of rich families did not only know how to squander. With resources, they would use all kinds of excellent congenital conditions to create more wealth. Of course, there was nothing they could do if they met someone who was really useless. However, for an outstanding family like the Mu family that had produced Musachu and Musilian, other than natural disasters, they would only get richer. When Xiao Fei raised Xiao Jin in the past, when they just returned to the capital, Xiao Fei went back first. Mu Zhenming did not have any relationship with this adopted daughter, but he did not mistreat her either. It was obvious that he bought a house casually. Xiao Fei usually gave her pocket money. Although it was not as much as the Mu brothers, it was really much more than ordinary people. Now that she was back in the Mu family, her pocket money was already on par with the twins. She just did not use it. Therefore, Xiao Jin's karma had nothing to do with the Mu family couple. This was because the two of them did not treat her well at all. Naturally, there was no karma involved. Musachu and his brother had a little karma. It was probably because of this incident when Musachu brought Xiao Jin to see Fei. Now, with the changes of time, it had disappeared. Xiao Fei was such a gentle, naive, and sweet woman. She would only panic in front of Musilian. Now that he heard his son's nonsensical words, he could only say resentfully, "Wait for your father to come back and deal with you." Musilian said indignantly, "There's no justice in this world." Mu Xiangshan came out with a thermos flask in his hand. "Is the matter settled?" Xiao Fei threw the feather duster away and restrained himself a little. "It's done." When Mu Xiangshan saw that Xiao Jin was still here, he knew that she hadn't returned to the Ji clan. He couldn't help but sigh, this matter has nothing to do with Pingyan. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Ji Qiuyue and his wife. Xiao Fei muttered, "I know. Old Master Ji is the same. He's already so old, yet he still encountered such a thing." Mu Xiangshan continued to ask, "What did you discuss? What will you say in the future?" Xiao Fei, "Just like that. Sometimes, old Master Ji comes to visit, and sometimes, I bring Xiao Jin to visit him." Mu Xiangshan nodded and waved his hand. "Alright, it's not like our family can't afford to raise another mouth." Musilian asked the key question. "Now that Xiao Jin is considered a member of the Ji clan, we're also relatives of the Ji clan. In the future, when we go to the Ji clan, will they give us red packets?" Everyone, Xiao Fei couldn't care less about Mu Xiangshan's presence. He picked up the feather duster and chased after Mu Qi. "Aren't you ashamed?" Mu Xiangshan added leisurely, "Just beat him to death. What's the point of raising him?" Xiao Jin went upstairs to rest in the afternoon. When Mu Zhenming came back in the evening, they went down for dinner and discussed this matter at the dinner table. Everyone didn't have any opinions about Xiao Jin not going back. Xiao Fei couldn't wait for her to stay by his side. In other words, other than the Ji family knowing that she was their biological daughter, everything else was the same. When she returned to the room, Song Yanqing called after he was done with his work. "How was the matter today? I saw on your WeChat that you wouldn't go back to the Ji family, right?" He seemed to be walking. His voice was as quiet and deep as usual, with a unique texture that was as pleasant as music. Xiao Jin nodded and flipped through the ancient book left behind by the Zhongli family. "I didn't plan to go back in the first place. The Ji family has a lot of things to do." She didn't need to calculate. She could tell that the Ji family was troublesome. It was better to stay in the Mu family. Fei and the others were good people. Song Yanqing chuckled. "Your background is more complicated than I thought." Xiao Jin said, "It's not complicated. I was just abandoned." She used the word abandoned to state a fact. Song Yanqing was silent for a few seconds. He sighed and said, "Are you really not sad?" "Not at all?" "Don't guard against me. You can tell me if you have something to say. You can also tell me if you're unhappy." "Of course not." Xiao Jin's tone was very calm. "To me, they're just another layer of blood relations. In essence, they're still strangers. So I don't feel anything at all." Sad was a word that was very far away from her. "That's good." Song Yanqing saw that she was really not sad and said happily, "I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow. Do you have time?" Xiao Jin, yes. Every time he invited her, she would always obediently say that she had time and wouldn't refuse. This made him very happy. "Okay." His voice was as gentle as water. "Have a good rest. See you tomorrow. Good night." "Good night." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Jin was very straightforward. She flipped through the ancient book and saw a few places. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Calculating the time, her second backlash was about to arrive. She had already smelled a little danger. Of course, she could not just stay in the Mu family. She changed her clothes and put on her shoes, ready to go out. This time, only Mu Xianxia was downstairs, watching the news on TV in the living room. When he saw Xiao Jin, he asked naturally, "Where are you going?" Xiao Jin, disco. Mu Xianxia, she didn't look like someone who liked to dance. Mu Zilian watched her leave and was so stunned that he forgot what he was going to say to stop her. He just thought that it was not good for a girl to go out in the middle of the night, and it was even something as indecent as disco dancing. Mu Xianxia felt that it was Mu Zilian's fault. He went to knock on Xiao Fei's door and successfully put the blame on Mu Zilian. Mu Zilian, who was still playing games in the room, was beaten up by Xiao Fei for no reason. Xiao Fei called Xiao Jin, "Jin, where are you going in the middle of the night?" "Disco dancing. I'll be back in a while." "Fei Fei, don't worry. I'll be back soon." "Xiao Fei. Are you so impudent now?" Mu Zilian held his face and cried, "What did I do wrong? She went to the disco, not me. Why did I get beaten up? Do you hear what she said?" Xiao Jin hung up Xiao Fei's phone call and walked outside. She didn't go to the street this time. Last time, it happened suddenly. This time, she was prepared and ran directly to the suburbs. She got on the bus and went directly to the place farthest away from the capital. The driver saw her alone and kindly reminded her that the bus stopped at 11:30 and asked her to be careful. Xiao Jin nodded and walked away. Her figure gradually disappeared in the shadows that the dim yellow light couldn't reach. In the middle of the night, there were not many people in the suburbs, but there was an inexplicable sense of danger. Her five senses began to gradually blur again. She couldn't sense the direction of the danger. This time, it seemed to be different because she felt that someone was following her. The Feng family still didn't give up. She looked down. No, it wasn't the Feng family. Last time, 3 spiritual readers died. The Feng family would never do such a stupid thing again if they couldn't find out the reason. The asphalt road in the suburbs was covered with low bushes full of weeds. Few people usually came here. Basically, only cars entering the city or few people lived here. There weren't even many surveillance cameras on the roadside. She walked slowly alone. Suddenly, she heard a soft rustling sound as if something was moving under her feet. She just looked down and saw a few vines coming out of the bushes. They quickly wrapped around her ankles, and then pulled fiercely. Xiao Jin was pulled down. Her body fell heavily to the ground. The gravel of the low grass on the ground rubbed against her delicate skin. A huge force dragged her back. Thin streaks of blood suddenly appeared on his body, and the white t-shirt he was wearing also had traces of tears. It should have been a scene that made people panic, but they didn't hear an abnormal muffled groan. Xiao Jin was pulled into the dense forest inside and was hung up by a few vines. At this time, except for her face, there were more bloody marks on her body, but her eyes were still so calm that it made people feel a little scared. Someone walked out from the shade of the tree and looked up at Xiao Jin. It was quite interesting. "You are not as powerful as I thought." This person was a foreign man with brown hair and black eyes, but he spoke authentic Huaxiao language without even a trace of an accent. There were still a few vines growing out of his hand, which complemented Xiao Jin's vines. He looked at Xiao Jin and licked his lips. His smile changed. "You're much more tasty than I thought." Xiao Jin didn't say anything. He just looked at him. After a long time, he was laughing in his heart. She was really lucky. Every time, there would be people rushing to die for her. He even gave him a spirit seed. "Hey, Bruce, don't tell me you're thinking of something else?" Another person walked out from under the shade of the tree. It was a girl of mixed blood. She had fair skin and a high nose bridge. She was extremely beautiful. Even if she wore heavy makeup, it didn't diminish her charm. It added to her gorgeous color. She looked at Xiao Jin, who was hanging on the tree. Her eyes were strange. A Chinese spiritualist, just a wizard who can predict the future. They are worried. Look, it's just SOSO. The man from before looked at the girl of mixed blood and smiled. Lucia, of course I have thoughts. Don't you think she's very tasty? As a woman, Lucia looked at Xiao Jin and curled her lips. She's just so, Bruce. She's not beautiful. Bruce shook his head. No. I think she's very good looking. While they were talking, Xiao Jin didn't make a sound on the tree. This made Bruce even more interested. Why isn't she screaming? Shouldn't she be afraid of screaming in panic? I like that. Lucia said, maybe it's not time for her to scream yet. Bruce, you have to be quick. I need her heart. Bruce said, Lucia, I don't like your behavior at all. You're eating a girl's heart for beauty, but it's not very effective. The Emperor said that once you can't hide it, you'll be killed by the backlash. What backlash? I'll let someone else take it for me. Bruce, hurry up. Don't dawdle. Joanna is still waiting for us. If she finds out that we're missing, we'll be in big trouble. They finished their sentences quickly and spoke in English. Xiao Jin understood. She looked at the girl. Her originally calm eyes actually emitted a strange light in the dark night. She murmured, I see. So the backlash is already here. That's why you're here to trouble me. That's great. I like people like you. Her clear words, coupled with her dangling figure, made one's hair stand on end in this quiet forest. Lucia had goosebumps all over her body. What nonsense are you talking about? She frowned and urged Bruce, hurry up. We don't have much time. When she said this, she didn't notice that there was a movement beside her. In the dark forest, there was a faint light under the illumination of the lights on the asphalt road in the distance. But now, it was so dark that not a trace of light could penetrate it. Even in such a creepy scene, they could still see Xiao Jin's face clearly. Something seemed to be moving around them. Under their feet, something was slowly gathering. It was very similar to the vines that Bruce used, but not quite. Lucia finally noticed that something was wrong. She looked down and saw traces of something crawling on the ground. She exclaimed, Bruce, what array did you use? Bruce's face stiffened. I didn't use it. Didn't Lucia's exclamation prove that she didn't use the array either? Who used it? The two of them looked up at Xiao Jin, who was hanging on the tree at the same time. At this moment, the sound of the thin rope grew louder. Lucia and Bruce were horrified to discover that a huge figure was forming behind Xiao Jin's back. It was the broken branches and leaves of the forest that were originally moving. They seemed to be controlled by someone as they frantically gathered and spun together, gradually forming a huge black figure. It had 4 limbs like a human, but its face was closer to a trance. It did not seem threatening, but it emitted a deadly dark aura. What is this? WTF? What kind of array was this? Roar. What frightened them even more was that the gathered treant actually roared loudly. That roar was like that of a giant abyss beast that seemed to be able to penetrate one's eardrums. The moment it finished roaring, it actually started running straight towards the 3 of them. At the same time, 7 or 8 vines extended from its body. It looked like a move used by Bruce, but the difference was that the vines were extremely fast, like sharp swords. Bruce, is this one of your moves? Lucia screamed. Xiao Jin, who was on the tree, immediately broke free from the vines and jumped down, dodging to the left in an instant. With a swoosh, a vine brushed past her ear. The rough edge of the tree mark easily cut off 2 strands of her hair that flew up because of her movements. This time, Lucia and Bruce instantly realized that something was wrong. These vines even attacked Xiao Jin, and it wasn't made by Xiao Jin. But it was too fast. They were only formation masters, and all formations needed time. Xiao Jin's speed just now seemed to have broken through the human limit. Before they could be shocked, they could only scream and run to the edge. They were only a few meters away from the asphalt road, and they only needed to run out. They were already at the edge, but when they reached the periphery of the first tree, Lucia and Bruce found that no matter what they did, they couldn't run out. It was as if there was a layer of invisible shackles that trapped them here. Lucia was about to scream again when a vine directly penetrated her body with a swoosh. In an instant, blood spurted out. She couldn't understand how she died here so easily. She had the life substitution curse on her, and even if she encountered danger, someone else would die in her place. But she was really dead. The vines easily pierced through her body and then quickly pulled out. Like a useless puppet, she fell to the ground. Her eyes were wide open, and the focus was slowly dissipating. She died with her eyes wide open. Lucia. Bruce, who was beside her, only had time to let out a wail. He didn't have time to grieve at all. Another vine also sent him to heaven mercilessly. The only difference was that he only had time to turn around and come face to face with the vine. From the corner of his eye, he saw Xiaojin running wildly in the forest at a speed that humans couldn't achieve, avoiding the attack of the vines. She wasn't a normal person. Now he finally understood. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret. The vine penetrated his heart. It was a one-hit kill, and it didn't show any mercy. He didn't know why. Like Lucia, he didn't know why he would die here. He didn't even know what kind of thing killed him. What killed him was naturally a weapon formed by karma. It was said that karma would create all kinds of accidents in order to kill Xiaojin. In the human world, there were all kinds of normal accidents. But if there was no one around, karma would directly use the power of a spiritual reader to form all kinds of weapons. Because to them, in the world of spiritual readers, this was just an accident. Everything was within reason, as long as they could kill Xiaojin. It didn't matter what kind of formation the two of them had on them, it was useless against karma. With such a huge debt of sin, it was enough to kill them mercilessly and become Xiaojin's scapegoats. Xiaojin was very fast, so fast that he could only dodge the attacks of the vines. The tree man roared as it chased after Xiaojin, as if it did not care if its voice would attract the attention of others. Of course, there was a formation around it. Unless someone barged in directly, it would either automatically end when the time was up, or it would only return to normal after killing Xiaojin. Red dots flickered in her eyes as array points appeared around her. Following her movements, the array points quickly connected to each other, forming a peculiar transparent defensive array. With a few swooshing sounds, the red lines connected to form a natural cage, trapping the tree man's movements. But this only slowed down the tree man's movements. It leaped over the red lines without slowing down. The only difference was that the vines that shot out from its body seemed to be burned the moment they came into contact with the red lines, emitting all kinds of flames. The flames quickly ignited and extinguished. It seemed to be a confrontation. Xiaojin was very powerful, but this thing was a weapon of karma. It was not something that other array masters could compare to. It could automatically ignore many of Xiaojin's attacks and defenses. Xiaojin estimated that although he already had 2 scapegoats, it was still not enough. Without hesitation, she shot out a wisp of black aura from her fingertip, which silently merged into the array. The burning became more and more severe, and the speed of the vines was greatly reduced. The trend's speed was not as fast as Xiaojin's, and for the time being, Xiaojin was relieved. Each time, the backlash was stronger than the last. After this time, who knew what the next time would be? Suddenly, she felt something again. Something was trying to break in. However, the moment she barged in, she heard a scream. That scream was extremely sharp, as if it came from some kind of monster, but it instantly caused the invisible bindings to dissipate. The dim yellow light from the asphalt road gradually penetrated through. The tree man stopped all its movements and gradually returned to its original appearance of broken branches and leaves, spreading all over the ground. Xiaojin looked at the pile of wreckage on the ground and couldn't help but laugh. How lucky was she? It wasn't enough that the two of them had died. Someone had actually been stupid enough to barge into the karma spell formation. This person was incredibly strong, and had most likely thought that there was some kind of enchantment around him. He had wanted to force his way through, but in the end, he had lost one of his lives, blocking the backlash for Xiaojin. The other party probably hadn't died, but the item that replaced his life had gone cold. Karma had penetrated his body, so there was an 80% chance that he wouldn't be able to survive. However, it wasn't hard to guess what kind of person would need a substitute item. Most likely, they were here to look for Lucia and Bruce, but ended up here by mistake. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream came from the magnificent room. A foreign man in a luxurious suit was howling on the ground with a face full of pain. His body seemed to have been penetrated by something and started to burn automatically. "Joanna, Joanna!" He only had time to let out a scream before the door was pushed open. Joanna rushed in with a few people, and her expression immediately turned into horror. "Eddie!" She screamed and saw Eddie's body ignite in flames. She wanted to activate the array immediately, but she felt an overwhelming destructive power. It was a feeling she had never felt before. Even the great emperors she had met did not give her such a feeling. The pressure almost suffocated her, and even her breathing stopped. That ball of fire seemed to have come from hell. No one could stop the destruction of heaven and earth. Amidst Eddie's blood-curdling screams, she could only watch as Eddie was engulfed by a ball of fire. Eddie could only manage to say, "It's her." Before he could finish his sentence, he turned into a pile of ashes. The flames immediately disappeared, and the room became quiet. Apart from a pile of dust on the ground, there was no trace of anything. When the fire disappeared, Joanna and the group of people behind her were drenched in cold sweat. Their bodies almost went limp. The flame was not extraordinary, but it seemed to have the power to destroy the gods. He didn't even know why Eddie had died. After a long time, Joanna woke up with sweat all over her body. Her body trembled as if it was a stress reaction. 2 lines of tears flowed down her beautiful face. Then, she screamed in a hurry. "Eddie! Eddie!" Her voice was heart-wrenching and filled with despair. Because Eddie was her younger brother. Xiao Jin had just walked out of the dense forest when she suddenly felt something different. She looked up and saw the dazzling light. She squinted slightly and saw Xianxia standing under the street lamp. He was wearing a long beige trench coat. Standing there, he seemed to blend into the darkness. He was still a handsome and elegant man, but the coldness in his body was getting heavier. Only that pair of eyes, no matter when, were bright and resplendent. He looked at Xiao Jin. After a long silence, his voice was inexplicably deep. "You're injured." Xiao Jin replied, "It's just a superficial wound." "Why are you here?" Xianxia couldn't sense that she was in danger, because his ability wouldn't work on Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin didn't look very good now. When she came out, she wore a t-shirt and jeans casually. At this time, the t-shirt wasn't tattered, but it didn't look good either. A large part of the sleeve was torn and fell directly. There were small red marks on her wrists, neck, and shoulders. Some of them had oozed blood, but now they had coagulated. She looked embarrassed and delicate. In fact, they were all superficial injuries. At that time, some of her perception was blocked by the backfire. She didn't know who was behind this. She deliberately let the other party catch her because she wanted to know who the other party was. Now it seemed that it was the same thing. The other party died too. Quickly. Xiao Jin didn't even have a chance to take revenge. Xianxia had always been gentle and cold in front of her. At this time, he blended into the darkness and there was a different kind of strong and dangerous aura. "I can't sense that you are in danger, but I can know the movements of those people." His calm tone made Xiao Jin smell an inexplicable sense of danger. She tilted her head and thought for a moment. "Why are you angry?" Xianxia, he didn't know Xiao Jin's movements, but he could know the movements of others. He had been monitoring Joanna and the others. He was a spiritualist, so he could know what he wanted to know. Tonight, he felt that the 2 people brought by Joanna were a little strange, and he sensed that they were using power. He subconsciously called the Mu family. In the end, he learned that Xiao Jin went out with the excuse of dancing. He knew that Xiao Jin would never go to such places. She was doing something behind the Mu family's back. He wasn't worried that Xiao Jin was in danger. He just wanted to take a look. In the end, he thought too much. Xiao Jin was still in danger. He came here based on his intuition as a spirit master of speech. Those people's auras were gone, and he saw a pitiful little girl in a sorry state. Perhaps she wasn't a pitiful little girl, but she was in his eyes right now. Hearing her naivety, he frowned and sighed. He walked over to Xiao Jin and grabbed her wrist. "What do you need to do? Why are you in such a sorry state?" Xiao Jin did not think much of it. Compared to the injuries she had suffered in the past, this was nothing. I'm also injured. Xianxia repeated this sentence. She had always done things with a sense of propriety, but she had made herself like this. He held Xiao Jin's hand and wanted to use his spiritualist's ability. However, Xiao Jin said, "Your ability can't be used on me." Xianxia, his cheeks twitched, and he could only sigh. I'll take you back and use some modern methods. Xiao Jin, what methods? Xianxia pinched her arm. Apply medicine. His tone was harsher than usual, but still gentle. He couldn't do anything to Xiao Jin. Just like how she refused to tell him what had happened to her this time. What could he do? Xianxia came here directly. In other words, there was no one to send him or pick him up. At this time, it was better to go back directly than to wait for someone to pick him up. Xianxia could use his ability to return to the Song family, but he couldn't take Xiao Jin with him. Xiao Jin didn't want to use the spirit seed this time. He had to save it. She used a more down-to-earth way. There's a bus in front. Xianxia, this thing only existed in Xianxia's ears. When they walked to the bus stop, the 11:30 bus arrived. Xianxia was a clean freak. Countless people got on and off the bus. He even found it difficult to get to the door. Xiao Jin took him up. At this time, there was no one in the suburbs. When the driver saw the two of them, he almost thought that he had seen a ghost. How could a ghost be so good-looking? Xianxia blocked in front of Xiao Jin and subconsciously wanted to pull Xiao Jin forward. The driver behind the guardrail suddenly said, "Hey, handsome, put in a coin." Even if he was handsome, he couldn't take the overlord's car. Xianxia, who had always been otherworldly, really didn't have the concept of putting in a coin. Because he hadn't even taken the subway, he thought that the driver would collect money after he got on the bus. It was just like other modes of shopping. Xianxia paused. There's no coin. No matter how handsome he was, the driver felt that there was something wrong with him. Don't you know how to scan the QR code? We support QR code scanning now. Xiao Jin was a little more otherworldly than him. After all, he often walked outside and knew what to do. She took out her bus card and helped Xianxia scan the QR code. She calmly explained, he hasn't taken a bus before. The driver, oh, the rich young master experienced the life of a commoner. He saw a living person. Looking at Xianxia's clothes, he knew that he wasn't an ordinary person. However, the driver saw that Xiao Jin was injured and asked, "Miss, are you okay?" Two youngsters fighting in the wild, Xiao Jin said, "I'm fine. I was scratched by a tree branch." Xianxia pulled her to the back of the carriage. When it was his turn to sit, he hesitated. This car seemed to have been ridden by many people. Has it been sterilized? Xiao Jin wasn't that particular. He sat down and said, "If you don't want to sit, you can stand." She understood Xianxia. She knew that sometimes he didn't do it on purpose. Qi Lian and Qi Chu were also very misophobic. They didn't sit with others when they went out. Of course, in order to help Xianxia stand firm, she grabbed Xianxia's wrist. Xianxia didn't need her to hold on to him to stand steadily. The car started to move unsteadily. He looked down at the slender and fair hand on his wrist and felt that this was actually not bad. The chauffeur saw the two of them from the rearview mirror and felt that the car was not an extended Rolls-Royce. He felt sorry for the young master. Then he rolled his eyes. It was the first time in his life that he took a bus, but the bus didn't go straight home. After getting out of the car, Xianxia still couldn't bear it and asked Atai to pick him up midway. "Atai? Young master, weren't you reading at home? When did you go out? Why didn't I know?" Atai suddenly felt that he was too lazy as a bodyguard. He didn't even know when the young master went out. It was over. He would be scolded by the young master. He looked at the car coming to pick up the young master in fear. Then, he saw Xiao Jin standing beside him. Seeing Xiao Jin in such a sorry state, Adan started to doubt his own eyes. Xianxia didn't say much and took Xiao Jin to the car first. He stopped Xiao Jin from going home. "Let's go back to my house first. It'll be hard to explain if you go home like this." Xiao Jin thought about it and agreed. Her injury was caused by the backlash, so it took a long time to recover. In fact, the wounds were already healing. Listening to their conversation, Aga even suspected that his young master had done something to Xiao Jin. When they reached home, Song Yanqing asked Adan to find some alcohol and medical supplies for disinfection. Then, he sent Adan out. Song Yanqing looked at Xiao Jin, who was lying on the sofa. He didn't mind that she was a little dirty. He only said softly and gently, "I'll help you disinfect first. After applying the medicated alcohol, you can change your clothes before going back. I'll ask Adan to buy some women's clothes for you." "Oh, okay." Xiao Jin didn't mind lying down so that he could apply the medicated alcohol. Although she could recover on her own, the medicine was still useful. Her body had just become stronger. It didn't mean that she had really become a different person. There were thin scratches on both sides of her arms. Song Yanqing's eyes darkened when he saw it. He said while disinfecting her, "Bear with it even if it hurts." "Xiao Jin, it doesn't hurt." Song Yanqing was angry and amused at the same time. He felt a little stifled in his heart. When he thought of the people who hurt her, he couldn't help but have some dark thoughts. He just frowned and said after a long time, "The people who hurt you are from the Hurley family?" "Xiao Jin, probably. They are all foreigners." Song Yanqing's eyes flashed and his tone softened. "Where are they?" "Xiao Jin, dead." Song Yanqing's eyes turned cold. "Xiao Anna sent someone to do it?" "Xiao Jin, probably not. They said that they came out behind Xiao Anna's back. I'm not too sure. Anyway, he was already dead." He didn't say another word. Xiao Jin still didn't say why she went there. Fine, if she didn't say anything now, he wouldn't ask. After applying the ointment to his arms and shoulders, Xiao Jin lifted his clothes. "There's more here." There were also some abrasions on his waist. Song Yanqing was caught off guard and lifted her clothes. Although he didn't see anything he shouldn't have, his mind went blank for a moment when he saw her soft and slender perfect waistline. Her round belly button rose and fell as she breathed. This was the first time he had seen a girl's body. It was porcelain white and lustrous, just like the texture of milk. Xiao Jin saw that he didn't say anything and glanced at him. Suddenly, he thought of something and covered his body with his clothes again. "Oh, I'm a girl." It didn't seem normal between a man and a woman. In fact, she really didn't have this concept. In the past, she was high and mighty. Not to mention the difference between men and women, she looked at everyone the same. If she hadn't realized that there were some differences in the contact between men and women in modern society, she wouldn't have realized that this behavior was a little abnormal. Song Yanqing, however, chuckled. He was shaking all over. "You just realized that you are a girl now?" Then he said, "I just helped you apply the ointment. This is very normal." They had already held hands and touched faces. In fact, they had already gone beyond the rules of friends. However, Song Yanqing knew that this might be her concept of friends. In the future, when she met other friends, she would most likely not take them seriously. Because in her heart, there was no concept of feelings. Xiao Jin felt that it made sense, so he didn't care about it. In Xiao Jin's memory, there was no concept of falling in love at all. She had never been in love, and her parents only told her not to fall in love early. No one taught her what the normal distance between men and women was, and no one reminded her that her intimate behavior with Song Yanqing was a little charming. In fact, there was still a difference. It was just that Xiao Jin couldn't figure it out. She didn't like to contact anyone, including Musilian and Musichu. At most, they were the juniors under her protection. Only Song Yanqing, who she regarded as a friend, didn't feel that these things were abnormal. In addition, Song Yanqing deliberately guided her. From the beginning to the end, she measured the world with her way of doing things, just like how she didn't call Musilian and the others brother. Song Yanqing didn't have any feelings for Xiao Jin because of this. Even if he did, he wouldn't show it. He naturally helped Xiao Jin disinfect the medicinal wine. She couldn't take a bath after applying the medicinal wine, but in fact, Xiao Jin's wound had already begun to recover in the process of applying the medicinal wine. There were even some shallow traces left. Song Yanqing was a little surprised by Xiao Jin's recovery speed, but it made him feel a lot more relieved. Not wanting Xiao Fei and the others to worry and ask more questions, Xiao Jin called back before she came back and said that she had something to do. After returning home, she wasn't used to the dirt on herself. After taking a bath and changing into pajamas, she greeted Xiao Fei and the others and said that she was back. Xiao Fei and the others didn't know the truth. They only thought that Xiao Jin really went out to play. They were worried and didn't know how to discipline her. Could it be that the Ji family's matter was still a little irritating to her? When Xiao Jin woke up in the morning, Xiao Fei told her a piece of embarrassing news only to the Mu family except for her. Chai Yueli came to the door. She was crying in the living room, and he was too embarrassed to chase her away. Xiao Fei didn't know how to get along with her, and he couldn't hide it from Xiao Jin. He could only wake Xiao Jin up. After Xiao Jin woke up, he washed his face and brushed his teeth. After the morning washing was done, he walked out slowly. Chai Yueli cried for as long as she was busy. This gave Xiao Jin a deeper understanding of the saying that all women were made of water. When Chai Yueli, who was dressed luxuriously, saw Xiao Jin coming down from upstairs, her sobbing suddenly erupted like a flood. Jin. That voice was so sorrowful that it sounded as if it had encountered something very sad. It was enough to break one's heart. Beauties always looked good when they cried. Xiao Fei's expression was strange and somewhat awkward. Muzilian wanted to watch the show, but he couldn't stand Chai Yueli's cries. He found an excuse and slipped away like his brother. Mu Xiangshan sat at the front line of the gossip. He was as steady as Mount Tai. He just wanted to watch the show. Xiao Jin looked at Chai Yueli and said gently, "Don't be like this. You recognized me the last time we met, but I didn't see you so sad." Chai Yueli's expression froze. Some truths were always so piercing to the heart when spoken out. Chai Yueli cried awkwardly and explained, I didn't recognize you the last time. I went back and thought about it for a long time before I felt. She didn't believe what she said. How could she be sure that the other person was her own daughter after thinking about it for a long time? If Xiao Jin didn't look exactly like her mother, she probably wouldn't have recognized her. Xiao Fei was a little angry. Why are you looking for me? Xiao Jin's expression didn't change from beginning to end. It was as if he was looking at a stranger. Chai Yueli now knew that Ji Chiyue wasn't lying. This daughter was really difficult to deal with. Her eyes were hazy with tears. I had my reasons for what happened in the past. When I gave birth to you, I really didn't know who took you away. I've been looking for you for many years. It wasn't easy for me to find you. I want you to come back to the Ji family with me. Xiao Fei couldn't help but say, you didn't know that the child was taken away after you gave birth? Which hospital is so irresponsible? Sue them. Chai Yueli was speechless. Xiao Fei then looked a little confused. That's not right. What's going on with Ji Fanjing? One question after another pierced Chai Yueli's heart. Fortunately, Chai Yueli was already prepared when she came. She cried sadly as she made up a story of the past. She said that she didn't know what happened back then. Xiao Jin was taken away by someone. Coincidentally, Ji Chiyue had a lover outside who couldn't afford to raise a son. The other party didn't want to marry Ji Chiyue, so she gave the son to Chai Yueli. Chai Yueli thought that this was God's compensation for losing her daughter, so she brought the child back to the Ji family. Of course, the lover's story was true. The Ji family had already called to verify that Chai Yueli was indeed carrying another lover's child. However, Ji Chiyue didn't know about the child's existence at all because that lover had broken up with him for a few months. When they broke up, he didn't know that the other party was pregnant. The other party had found true love and didn't want to marry Ji Chiyue. Chai Yueli found her and hit it off, so she took the child over. This story might be true, but it was only about the lover who gave the child to Chai Yueli. After all, it was confirmed by a phone call. How did she do it? What reason did she use? Was it a threat or some other method? If the two of them didn't say anything, who would know? However, when such a precious boy returned to the Ji family, the biological mother didn't care about him or coveted his wealth. Was it really because she was in love with her current husband? Xiao Jin only blinked after hearing this. So? Her rhetorical question almost made Chai Yueli dumbfounded. Xiao Jin's next words were even more heart-wrenching. What has what you're saying got to do with me? Chai Yueli, I just want you to come back to the Ji family. And if you. As she spoke, tears fell from her eyes. It was Xiao Fei's first time seeing someone cry more than her. The tears in her eyes were as if they were free. Especially when the grief was on point, it was more than enough to compete for an Oscar. When you. Chai Yueli reacted quickly, I'm just not sure. It's just that Fan Zhang's situation is too sudden. You know that my life in that family isn't easy. I just want to live a better life. Isn't it the same whether Fan Zhang is my child or not? When Jean was lost, I almost cried my eyes out. Do you know? Chai Yueli. She almost had a heart attack. Mu Xiangshan sipped his tea leisurely. Wonderful. Chai Yueli wanted to pull Xiao Jin's arm, but Xiao Jin avoided her. Her tears continued to fall. Jean, can you go back with me? Xiao Jin was merciless. Did old Master Ji tell you that as long as you persuade me to go back, he won't let Ji Qiyue divorce you? Chai Yueli froze. How did she know? Actually, it was obvious why Chai Yueli had come at this time. If Xiao Jin didn't want to go back, the Ji family would definitely think of ways to prevent the Ji family's bloodline from wandering outside. At this time, Chai Yueli naturally had to step in. It was a pity that the Ji family trusted Chai Yueli's difficulties, but Xiao Jin knew clearly and wouldn't believe her. Whether she was sincere or not, she could tell from the way she looked at this woman. Chai Yueli corrected something that wasn't important and stammered, What Ji Qiyue? That's your father, your biological father. Xiao Jin, Chai Yueli, no wonder Ji Qiyue wasn't satisfied with Xiao Jin when he returned home. This girl's attitude was very difficult to deal with. What was wrong with returning to the Ji family? She had money and rich and powerful relatives. What was there to be unhappy about? Chai Yueli almost couldn't maintain her performance. Yes, she had been heartbroken when she abandoned Xiao Jin back then. But at that time, Ji Qiyue, that piece of trash, had clearly said that if she didn't have a son, she wouldn't have a chance to marry into the family. How could she be willing to be a mistress for the rest of her life? Even if Ji Qiyue was a piece of trash, he was the only piece of trash she could get into this circle. She had known since she was young that she was beautiful. Their family was like this, so she had never been willing to stay in a small place for the rest of her life. She had sacrificed a lot to get into Ji Qiyue's good books. If she didn't want to marry into a rich family, who would be willing to marry such a good-for-nothing? She wanted glory and wealth. What she wanted was her superior wife's life. Now that things had been exposed, even if she was panicking, she couldn't let the divorce happen. She just needed to persuade Xiao Jin back. She hadn't seen her biological mother for so many years. How could she not miss her? But now that she saw Xiao Jin, she finally understood that this girl was indeed her biological child. Just like her, she had no familial ties at all. Therefore, she would not acknowledge this mother at all. She saw the calmness in the girl's eyes, and she also saw a trace of mockery under her calm eyes. She suddenly did not know how to face Xiao Jin. He couldn't cry anymore. She stopped crying and wiped the corners of her eyes with a tissue. Her tone calmed down. So, you don't want to go back to the Ji family with me, right? Xiao Jin, yes. Chai Yueli, have you ever thought that I'm your biological mother? Xiao Jin, I don't really want to say that back to you, but I'll be honest with you. I've never thought about it. A trace of despair finally appeared in Chai Yueli's eyes. Xiao Fei couldn't bear to see it. But she knew that she was wavering. How could she face Xiao Jin, although Xiao Jin had been with her for 20 years and had never suffered, but she couldn't erase the fact that Chai Yueli had abandoned Xiao Jin. Just as Xiao Fei was thinking this, he saw Chai Yueli turn around and look at him. Xiao Fei, she was afraid. Chai Yueli grabbed Xiao Fei's wrist and said emotionally, Xiao Fei, persuade her. Persuade her to go back, okay? I know you want her to live a good life too. She can return to the Ji family and become the official eldest daughter of the Ji family. Isn't that good? She knew Xiao Fei's temper. It was rumored that Xiao Fei had a soft temper and was easy to manipulate. This time, Xiao Fei was out of her expectations. She broke free from Chai Yueli's arm and said with an awkward expression, "Miss Chai, we have already discussed this matter. We respect the child's opinion on this matter." Chai Yueli's eyes turned sharp and became aggressive. "Xiao Jin is my biological daughter. She doesn't want to return to the Ji family because of you. Xiao Fei, you're also a mother. Don't you know how a mother feels? Who doesn't want their child to live a good life?" She suddenly targeted Xiao Fei, which surprised Xiao Fei. When she heard this, she was sure that Chai Yueli was distorting the truth. She panicked and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? We didn't do anything." She felt guilty. In fact, she had always said that she didn't want Xiao Jin to return to the Ji family. However, that was because she was worried that Chai Yueli would treat Xiao Jin badly. It was also because of the fact that Chai Yueli had abandoned Xiao Jin. Chai Yueli saw her hesitation and immediately grasped the key point. "You're hesitating? You did say something to Xiao Jin, didn't you? You're so vicious." Xiao Fei, a strong force suddenly grabbed Chai Yueli's arm and forced her to turn around. She turned around and saw Xiao Jin smiling. "Let go." This sentence made Chai Yueli's heart jump and she couldn't help but let go of Xiao Fei. Xiao Jin said, "Miss Chai, you're really rude. I'm 20 years old and I know very well how Fei Fei treats me. You should know who's more vicious. You can lie to the Ji family, but don't lie to us. There are some things that I don't want to say directly. You should know very well why you swapped Ji Fanjing and me back then. People can help you hide some things because of temporary benefits, but when they promise you greater benefits, do you think Ji Fanjing's biological mother will help you hide it?" Chai Yueli's pupils shrank and she almost couldn't help but take 2 steps back. But that would expose him. She saw that Xiao Jin's eyes were clear and bright. She knew all about it? What did she know? It was impossible for anyone to know about this. She had been very careful back then. Even if that lover had some guesses, it was impossible for him to know the truth. "I didn't abandon you. I didn't switch." She vehemently denied it, but Xiao Jin said, "I'm not interested in listening. You can pretend that you don't have a child like me. You and Ji Chiyua don't care about me. I don't want to see you disturbing my life again. Just like how you made up your mind the moment you saw me. If it weren't for the fact that Ji Fanjing's matter had been exposed, you wouldn't have come looking for me. How ugly would it be if they insisted on diverting the matter? You've been Mrs. Ji for so many years. Why don't you know how to pay more attention to your face?" Her tone was very light, as if she was talking to an unreasonable person. She used a coaxing tone. But for some reason, it made people feel cold. Because this daughter was even more heartless than Chai Yueli had imagined. Xiao Fei saw that Chai Yueli didn't dare to speak after hearing Xiao Jin's words. He guessed the truth of the matter back then and immediately snorted coldly. This woman was actually trying to shift the blame. She was indeed ruthless. "Jin, please don't go back with her." Chai Yueli came to the Mu family to persuade Xiao Jin but failed. Her daughter was like a hard bone to chew. There was no part of her body that could be chewed on. No matter what she said, Xiao Jin did not take it seriously. He was even colder than he appeared that day. Chai Yueli left the Mu family home trembling. She was afraid. But she could not give up. If Ji Fanjing's matter had not been exposed, things would not have turned out this way. Xiao Jin was her only support now. She had to insist on this point. If the Ji family wanted Xiao Jin to go back, they had to let her stay. Mu Xiangshan did not say a word while Xiao Jin and Chai Yueli argued. After Chai Yueli left, he snorted and said, "So heartless?" Xiao Jin said, "It's not heartless. I just did the same thing to her." Mu Xiangshan said, "Outsiders won't think so. They will think that you are too heartless for not even acknowledging your biological mother." Xiao Jin smiled. "What do outsiders think have to do with me? If they have any opinions, they can tell me in person." "Yes, yes, yes." Xiao Fei supported her. "Jin, don't be afraid. Mom is behind you. If someone says something, we will help you explain. She doesn't really want to take you back. She just doesn't want to divorce Ji Chiyue." "Humph." Mu Xiangshan laughed and went out for a walk with his hands behind his back. At this moment, Xiao Jin's WeChat message popped up. He Yao, urgent news. Are you there? Xiao Jin looked down and said to Xiao Fei, I have something to do. I will be back tonight. Xiao Fei was stunned. Why are you going out? You are out every day during the summer vacation. Do you want to accompany me to Europe? Not only could she relax, but she could also avoid the Ji family's troubles. Xiao Jin, I don't have time for now. I will go out first. Bye, Fei Fei. Xiao Fei, sigh, although she had rejected the Ji family, she was still that rebellious girl. Xiao Jin replied to He Yao's message as he walked. It was Jin Jinyao, speak. He Yao, didn't I tell you about the He Early family? Something big happened today. Their family lost 3 spiritual readers, and one of them was killed in his room. Apparently, they haven't even found the murderer yet. Now, they're looking for the murderer everywhere, demanding an explanation from the spirit group. He Yao, one of the people who died was her younger brother. It will probably be chaotic for a while. It was Jin Jinyao, are you afraid of her? He Yao, I'm not scared. It's troublesome. He Yao, Joanna is now crazy. We are afraid that she will secretly attack ordinary spiritual readers. It was Jin Jinyao, I suggest sending her back to her country. He Yao, it would be great if it were that simple. Now that Xiaoanna's brother has died in the country, it is indeed a troublesome matter. This is also an inconceivable matter for us. Her brother was killed in a hotel right in front of her, and the murderer has not been caught. If such a terrifying person appears in the capital, not only them, but our spirit group will also be in danger. Xiao Jin knew that the unlucky person who forced his way into the array last night was Joanna's brother. Otherwise, she would have sensed someone who was so strong that they couldn't detect it. If she couldn't sense it, then it must be karma. She smirked and typed, my condolences. He Yao, no matter how she looked at it, this sounded strange. He Yao, I didn't mean anything by sending you a notice. I just want you to be careful. He Yao, of course, if you're willing, I still want you to help me investigate. There's a reward. They were really forced into a corner. Only the higher-ups of the spirit group could deal with such a powerful opponent. However, those higher-ups were all extremely mysterious. Even if they wandered around, they didn't know who they were. He Yao could only ask Xiao Jin to help. Because Xiao Jin had the ability to foresee things. It was Jin, I'm still being monitored by your people. He Yao, you can cancel it when the time comes, although their surveillance didn't seem to work. She didn't know if it was because Xiao Jin's ability was foresight that she could avoid the surveillance of the spirit group. He Yao, let's meet and talk? It was Jin, sure. She and He Yao had agreed on a location, but she arrived before He Yao. Because when she sent the message, she already knew that He Yao would meet her. This time, He Yao was alone, and Lan Xiaoni didn't bring her. Compared to before, He Yao was more secretive this time, wearing a cap and sunglasses to hide herself. Xiao Jin looked at her and paused for a moment. It's useless. If Xiaoanna's people want to monitor you, you'll be discovered no matter how well you hide. He Yao was a little surprised. How do you know that I'm hiding from them? Xiao Jin, it's easy to understand. Her brother is dead, so she'll suspect every spiritualist in your country. Naturally, she'll send people to investigate. He Yao said, Xiaoanna only has a few people. It's impossible for her to monitor so many spiritualists. Of course, I can't be a bolster. I won't be so lucky as to be monitored by her, so I have to be prepared. Xiao Jin smiled meaningfully. That's not necessarily true. It's much easier for a few people to monitor you. He Yao frowned. What do you mean? Let me ask you a question. You've been in the spirit group for so long. Among all the spiritualists you've met, do you know why you're still called wizards? He Yao paused, a little puzzled. They were both spiritualists and sorcerers. In fact, there was no need to be so detailed. A spiritual reader was a spiritual reader. What did a wizard mean? Xiao Jin felt that since He Yao had been in contact with her for a long time now, she might be able to rely on her in the future, so she didn't mind revealing more information to her. He Yao nodded. I don't really understand why we're still called adepts. Xiao Jin leisurely took a sip of juice. That's because psychic is just a general term. Wizards are just one type of psychic. In this world, there are other types of psychic. They are not sorcerers. He Yao's pupils dilated as she blurted out, "That's impossible." Xiao Jin said, "What's impossible about that?" "Just like how you suspect that I don't just have the ability to predict the future, have you ever seen a wizard with multiple abilities? There's no harm in boldly assuming that there are other types of spiritual readers in this world." This was equivalent to her self-destruction. He Yao was so shocked that she couldn't extricate herself. This was beyond her imagination. In fact, this question had been widely discussed in the spirit group for a long time. However, they never knew why spiritual psychics were called shamans. If there were other types of spiritual readers, then this question would be easy to understand. They were called wizards because they were wizards. That didn't mean that there were no other types of spiritualists. He Yao's professionalism prevented her from doing anything more. She only took a sip of water to hide her shock. "I find it hard to imagine." "Xiao Jin, I can understand. After all, you were deceived by the spirit organization for so many years." "He Yao, the spirit organization deceived us?" This was obviously another question that she found hard to accept. Xiao Jin said, "Of course the spirit group would lie to you. I even think that there's another spirit group that's similar to the spirit group. It's just that there's a different kind of spiritual reader in this group. They know of your existence, but you don't know of their existence." He Yao didn't know what to say now. She looked at Xiao Jin and couldn't hide her shock. "So, you knew all along?" "Xiao Jin, I don't mind telling you. In this world, there are 3 types of spiritualists. Wizards are the most common, and the other 2 are rare, so you wizards don't know of them. The other 2 types are formation wizards. They use formations and can use any ability you wizards have as long as you can grasp the right formation points. Spiritualists can see the past and the future. Their words are the truth." He Yao felt that her view of Xiao Jin had been refreshed after seeing him today. Xiao Jin explained to her, and she finally understood that sorcerers were the lowest level of existence among the spiritualists. High-level wizards were too rare, just like spiritualists. High-level wizards usually used a single ability to the extreme, and even ordinary formation wizards couldn't stop them. After hearing Xiao Jin's explanation, He Yao couldn't help but ask, "So you, Xiao Jin, I'm a formation wizard." He Yao suddenly understood. No wonder Xiao Jin could know so many things and predict the spirit organization's actions. It seemed that he had always been a high-level existence, an existence that wizards didn't know about. He Yao had been in the organization for so many years, but she learned about the complexity of spiritualists from an outsider. She couldn't help but feel complicated. In fact, some people had suspected this before, but no one was able to confirm it. After all, those formation masters and spirit speakers had all gone into hiding. Since Xiao Jin had already exposed himself, he naturally didn't mind exposing other people's secrets. Joanna is a spell formation master, and even the entire Hurley family are spell formation masters. It's just that there are very few spell formation masters. To them, the death of one formation master was already a great loss, let alone 3. Joanna would not let this matter rest. If there was someone in Xianxia who could easily kill a formation master, the formation masters behind them would also show up. By then, there might even be a soul master of speech. This world is destined to not be peaceful anymore. Xiao Jin's words were meaningful. Of course, he didn't mention the trivial matter of those array masters dying because of his own karma backlash. What was there to talk about? It was such a small matter. It was as insignificant as the sudden appearance of her biological parents. He Yao felt that she had suddenly found out a huge secret. She naturally knew that this kind of thing was not said because the higher-ups wanted to hide it. She didn't know why they wanted to hide it, but now she knew that if others found out that she knew about this, she probably wouldn't have a good ending. Xiao Jin wanted to drag her down with him. So what? She had already been dragged down by Xiao Jin. She didn't tell the organization about Xiao Jin, which was already a violation of the organization's rules. Thinking of this, He Yao felt a little helpless. Xiao Jin said, "I'm telling you this to tell you that the higher-ups of the spirit group will definitely help you. You don't have to worry about it. You just need to train Lan Xiaoni well. She's a high-grade wizard. When she grows up, her abilities will reach the peak. By then, it'll be hard for anyone to deal with your group. You just need to make sure that Lan Xiaoni doesn't go astray. He Yao's hand trembled slightly as she drank the water. If one didn't pay attention, it would be hard to notice. Can wizards advance? It's to increase their abilities. Xiao Jin said, yes, but wizards without talent can't do it. They can only rely on their innate abilities. Lan Xiaoni was born that way. Many wizards find it hard to advance in their lives. Even Spirit Array Masters have limitations. Spirit Array Masters can only use Spirit Array points and other abilities. Their abilities are actually similar to yours. He Yao felt a little regretful when she heard that she couldn't advance anymore. It turned out that people's abilities were really innate. However, she was still a little confused. What about those demonized psychics? Xiao Jin said, those are the products of the demonized psychics. In the end, they will lose themselves and become the scourge of this world. He Yao looked at Xiao Jin and sighed. No wonder you said that you were interested in the He family. So, what kind of person do you think would be able to kill Xiao Anna's brother from a distance? He Yao was also a smart person. In fact, she was already suspicious of Xiao Jin. It was because Xiao Jin knew too much. Xiao Jin wouldn't talk about this. He just held his temples and smiled. Spirit Array Masters aren't omnipotent. He Yao seemed to have understood something, so she didn't pursue the matter any further. Instead, she turned her attention back to the topic of spirit speakers. Spirit speakers seem to be even rarer than formation masters. You said that whatever they say will come true. Given how frightening their abilities are, does it really exist? If that's the case, aren't they invincible in this world? Xiao Jin said, nothing can escape from the shackles. Tyrannical strength will have corresponding restrictions. Don't be so scared. Otherwise, do you really think that they're invincible? Will there be any ordinary people in this world? The world will be in chaos. He Yao had always been like this. At the very least, this was still an ordinary human world. Even if such a person existed, there should be some restrictions. Now that He Yao knew the big secret, she wanted to know more. Just as she was about to ask, she saw someone walk in from outside the place where she and Xiao Jin had agreed to meet. When she saw it, her expression froze for a moment. It was a man who walked in. His handsome appearance attracted many people's attention. When he saw Xiao Jin and He Yao, his expression turned cold. I knew you were here to see her. He walked over and looked at He Yao with a mocking smile. He said in a low voice, Captain, I remember that our spirit group still hasn't removed her from the danger list. Isn't it bad for you to meet her so often? He Yao frowned. Xianxia, it's none of your business. I'm the captain. I have my reasons for doing this. Xianxia, oh, what's your reason? Now that those foreigners are in trouble in China, the murderer hasn't been found. Every spiritualist could be the murderer, including the one in front of you. Captain, it's not good for you to meet a suspect, right? He Yao, don't talk nonsense. Xiao Jin was still smiling. This young man was quite smart. Am I talking nonsense? Captain, you don't have to be so agitated. Xianxia pulled out a chair and sat down unceremoniously. He looked at Xiao Jin and grinned. Miss Xiao always appears at the right time. Xiao Jin continued to support his temples and looked at him. I don't know what you're talking about. Listen to him, this was the tone he usually used when he didn't admit what he had done. Xianxia, the spirit group from abroad came to our country and something happened. How could Miss Xiao not know about such a big thing? Miss Xiao has the ability to predict the future. There's no reason she doesn't know about this, right? Xiao Jin straightened up and looked at him with amusement. If I could know everything in this world, do you think I would be standing here talking to you? He Yao looked at Xianxia and her face turned cold. Xianxia, I don't know what you're trying to say. Miss Xiao met me as a private person. Miss Xiao and I are friends. Can't I have private friends outside of the spirit group? As a team member, aren't you meddling too much? Don't slander Miss Xiao. Before you have evidence, you'd better watch your mouth. He Yao didn't hold back at all. She had disliked Xianxia for a long time. Xianxia probably had some connections and his family background was superior. He was directly transferred to her team. He didn't get along with the other team members and didn't even listen to her. He probably felt that his ability was special and superior to others. Xianxia also heard the coldness in He Yao's words and his smile became a little gloomy. Yes, it seems that I appeared at the wrong time and disturbed the captain and Miss Chiao. Captain and Miss Chiao are friends, so Captain should at least know that Miss Chiao is being monitored by the spirit group, right? So what? He Yao stared coldly at Xianxia. Monitoring is the rule of the spirit group. It doesn't mean that Miss Chiao is a criminal. What do you mean by that? What do you think Miss Chiao did? Is there anything wrong with me meeting Miss Chiao? It seemed like the two of them were going to fall out in front of her. Xiao Jin looked amused, but he did not respond. She continued to take a sip of fruit juice. Xianxia glanced at Xiao Jin with a sneer in his eyes. It would be best if nothing happened. Xianxia felt that Xiao Jin was suspicious since he could not explain the matter of the demonized spirit seed. This time, she didn't directly think of Xiao Jin as the foreign array master. She just casually mentioned it. Seeing that the captain was about to fall out with him, he finally restrained himself a little. Xianxia immediately stood up and left. He Yao looked at his departing figure helplessly. He's someone who has connections and has the ability to come here. I can't control him. Xiao Jin, it's actually pretty good. She curled her lips and said calmly, young people always have to suffer a little to know the immensity of heaven and earth. He Yao looked at Xiao Jin and her face was a little stiff. It's not to that extent. He's still serious when he does things. He's just a little suspicious of everyone out of habit. Xiao Jin, I didn't say anything. I'm not interested in doing anything to him. Don't worry. She looked at He Yao and raised her eyebrows slightly. He's not worthy. He Yao, fine, now she knew that Xiao Jin was indeed inferior to them in some aspects. Especially now that she knew what Xiao Jin told her. After meeting He Yao, Xiao Jin didn't rush back in the afternoon. Instead, she found a place to play games to pass the time. Sometimes, one didn't have to be tense all the time. It was also fun to experience the changes in modern society. The era 10,000 years ago was not like the present. At least, Xiao Jin felt that the world was much more interesting now. There weren't many entertainment methods in her memory. Xiao Jin used to be a dull person. When she walked outside the mall, she saw a movie hanging inside and became interested. She walked into the cinema to buy tickets. It happened to be a foreign horror movie. It was a working day, so there weren't many people watching movies, especially horror movies. In addition, this horror movie wasn't popular. When Xiao Jin went to buy tickets, there were only a few people. There were two couples, and she was the only one alone. However, she was beautiful. When she walked in alone, the two couples were a little surprised. When Xiao Jin bought the tickets, there was no one in the middle of the back row. However, there was a couple sitting in front of her. She held popcorn in her hand and looked otherworldly. The two couples couldn't help but glance at Xiao Jin. No matter if it was a man or a woman. Xiao Jin was as calm as Mount Tai. Soon, the movie started. The whole cinema was dark. Xiao Jin noticed that a few people walked in. This group was a little big. There were 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. 4 of them were laughing and didn't have the self-awareness to be silent at all. There was also a girl who lowered her head slightly. She seemed to be in a bad mood. At this time, the lights were dim and the cinema was dark. They didn't notice Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin sat in the 10th row, the couple sat in the 9th row, and these people sat in the 8th row. The movie officially started. Because it was a horror movie, there was always a scary atmosphere. From the beginning of the movie, it was in an old style. This was a horror movie imported from abroad. Too few people knew about it, but it looked scary enough. From the beginning of the movie, the girl in the couple whispered that she was afraid and leaned into the boy's arms. The boy enjoyed it very much, but in fact, they also felt scared. Because this movie was indeed scary. This was a horror movie where an old lady turned into a baleful ghost. Compared to most of the endings in China where the ghosts ended up as mental patients, This movie clearly showed that the old lady was a ghost. When the old lady turned around, the couples in the theater screamed at the top of their lungs. Even the 3 men and 2 women in front felt a little scared. Among them, Xiao suddenly felt some different energy. The aura of demonization, her hand holding the popcorn, paused for half a minute. How could he be so lucky? Why was he able to bump into him in a movie? However, it was not a good thing to encounter the demonized spirit seed here because you had no idea what its ability was. Xiao stared at the old lady on the screen. Her eyes were wide open as she slowly walked towards the people in the theater. He really walked over. This movie was not in 3D, it was just an ordinary 2D movie. However, as she moved, the couples gradually felt that something was wrong. Why does it feel like she's going out more and more? She's coming out. She's really coming out. The earth-shattering screams were enough to scare people out of their wits. The old lady in the movie actually took a step out of the theater and appeared in the theater. They clearly saw that she had stepped out of the movie, her figure was very obvious in the front row. The couple screamed. The few men and women sitting in the 8th row screamed. Something was wrong. Is this a joke from the theater? Is this a 5D effect? A few of them were still rational when they screamed, thinking that it was an effect from the theater. But when the old lady slowly walked up the stairs, the entire theater became colder and colder. They realized that something was wrong. Regardless of whether this was real or not, they didn't dare to stay there. They were scared out of their wits and ran out of the theater screaming. In their seats, only Xiao and the girl in the 8th row who had her head lowered when she came in did not move. The staff monitoring the theater could not see anything. They could only see a few audience members who were enjoying the movie suddenly jump up from their seats and run out of the theater. They were also a little confused. This horror movie was a little scary, but wasn't it a little too exaggerated to run out of the theater? Moreover, there hadn't been such an effect after such a long time. Didn't they see that there were still 2 beauties in their seats? Why were the others so timid? But when they ran to the entrance of the theater, they realized that the door was tightly shut and couldn't be opened. Impossible, the theater was never closed. This way, the audience who wanted to go to the washroom could go out at any time. Help! There's a ghost! Help! Frightened by the atmosphere, a few timid girls couldn't help but scream and hit the door for help. The staff saw the situation from the surveillance camera and felt that something was wrong, so they quickly sent someone to take a look. The old lady didn't even look at Xiao, who was sitting on the stairs, and went straight for the few people. She walked very slowly, but in a few seconds, she was close to them. Another round of horrifying screams. When the old lady was close to them, the door was suddenly opened by the staff. They screamed and ran out, but when they turned back, they saw that the old lady was gone. The old lady's shadow had long disappeared. There's a ghost. There's a ghost in there. That old lady really appeared. What the hell is your movie theater doing? Aren't horror movies scary enough? Why do you have to scare us like this? The girls were so scared that they started crying. The other boys also yelled at the staff angrily. The staff was confused. I'm sorry. But we really don't know what you saw. We're only responsible for playing the film. We didn't see anything. Are you guys too scared? F***ck, that old woman came straight out of the movie, and you still say it's fake? It's true. That ghost came out of the movie and almost caught us just now. It was too terrifying. Woo 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 woo. I want to go home. I want to go home and find my mother. The chaotic roars of these people caused the cinema to shake. Even the audience who were waiting to watch other movies looked over. Of course, no one believed such a thing, but several people said in unison that they had seen a ghost, which was a little creepy. Amidst the chaos, Xiao slowly walked out with the unfinished popcorn. The staff member was surprised to see how calm she was and quickly asked her, "Miss, did you see anything just now?" Xiao said, "I didn't see anything." The men and women who rushed out were all stunned. Xiao also came out, but she said she didn't see anything. At this time, the last girl walked out slowly. The staff member also asked her, but she slowly shook her head. Both girls said they didn't see anything, and the others immediately thought that the other girls were crazy. It didn't make sense that the other two girls weren't afraid at all. Although those people were afraid, they were emboldened now that there were more people. The girl who came with the last girl said with tears in her eyes, "Did you really not see anything, Xianxia? Did you really not see anything?" Her tone was aggressive, as if she often talked to her like this. Xianxia looked up, her eyes a little confused. "I really didn't see anything." She spoke timidly. Her timid appearance made the others believe her even more. If there were really ghosts, how could people not be afraid? In the chaos, a few people even asked to see the video. No one noticed that Xiaojin glanced at Xianxia. She was no longer interested in watching the movie. When she left, she brushed past Xianxia and whispered, "Don't do anything you'll regret." Xianxia paused. She didn't dare raise her head or look at Xiaojin. Although the beautiful Xiaojin was eye-catching, no one noticed what she said to Xianxia in the chaos. When Xiaojin left, there was a wisp of black qi in his palm. She stopped him. The old lady just now had been released by Xianxia. Her ability was quite interesting. She could materialize virtual characters. In reality, the old lady might be a living person, but in her heart, the old lady who walked out of the theater just now was really a ghost. It was something formed by Xianxia's evil thoughts. Xiaojin only saw that it hadn't turned into a disaster, and casually collected the devil qi that had just been produced. If she hadn't been there just now, there would have been a murder in this movie theater. Due to the imbalance in his heart, he had given birth to such evil thoughts. She looked at the black gas and frowned slightly. What was worth mentioning was that this incident later became a small hot search. On a famous short video app, someone recorded this video and posted it here, attracting the attention of tens of thousands of people. According to the video, a group of young men and women had caused a scene in a movie theater. They claimed that ghosts really did appear while they were watching a horror movie. They even insisted that the movie theater show them the surveillance camera. In the end, the surveillance camera showed that it was them who had gone crazy. There was no ghost at all. This caused the netizens to laugh and mock him. How could there be a ghost? How could there be a ghost in a horror movie? Is this a publicity stunt by the cinema? I'm dying of laughter, these men and women are so funny. I'm dying of laughter. Are they crying from fear? Her acting skills are quite good. Are you trying to hype it up? If this matter became popular, it would have a negative impact on the cinema. In order to prove their innocence, the cinema cut out the part where they went crazy. However, those who didn't think there was a problem felt a little creeped out after watching the video. There was indeed nothing wrong with the video. The only thing that could be seen was a few audience members suddenly going crazy. At first, they screamed in panic. Even a veteran actor would have to admit defeat. In terms of acting skills, they were too good. However, as they ran to the entrance, two figures that did not move attracted the attention of the audience. When one of them stood up, holding a popcorn bucket, she glanced at the video. Although it was the special night vision of the cinema, it could not hide her beauty. There's a saying that the young lady looks good. If there's really a ghost, why didn't the two young ladies move? It's so strange. Even if they didn't see it, the others had such a big reaction. Why didn't the two girls move? I suspect it's a publicity stunt, but watching this video still gives me a creepy feeling. I have goosebumps, but I don't know why. To be honest, these audience members' acting skills are simply pushing the young fresh meat and the old fat meat to the ground. This is a publicity stunt, right? What does a cinema need to hype? They're the ones going crazy, right? This video gradually became popular on the internet. Ordinary audience members might just treat it as social news and laugh it off. However, it would be seen by the spirit group. Others might not be able to see it, but the spirit group members' expressions changed drastically. This was because they could clearly see in the video that there was indeed an old lady walking slowly. Ordinary people could not see it. Did this not mean that there was a problem? The spirit group immediately investigated the surveillance video of the cinema. In the end, they confirmed that there was no problem with the video. That meant that there was indeed an abnormal situation. To be able to summon such a terrifying thing, it was definitely not a simple spiritual reader. It was most likely a demonized spiritual reader. The spirit group immediately launched an investigation. Fortunately, there were surveillance cameras everywhere. Soon, they found the person in the video. However, when they saw that Xiao Jin had also appeared, the spirit group was stunned. F***ck, why was she everywhere? He Yao had just met Xiao Jin. In the afternoon, she had gotten involved with a demonized spiritual reader and was even caught in a video. He Yao knew that if Xiao Jin did it on purpose, she wouldn't have been filmed. Therefore, He Yao concluded this was an accident. Xiao Jin probably didn't know that there was a spirit reader there. Looking at the situation in the video, he didn't go for her. Xianxia immediately retorted, "Captain, how can you be so sure that she doesn't know? How is it that every time a demonized spirit reader master appears, she just happens to appear there?" This was indeed a difficult question to refute, but He Yao would not allow Xianxia to frame her as he wished. "Alright, let's investigate and see what the truth is." Hearing the tension between Xianxia and He Yao, the remaining team members looked at each other. Hua Yanming said softly, "Captain, the higher-ups didn't seem to say that we'll be handling this matter." He Yao said, "I'll request an investigation from the higher-ups." It just so happened that everyone had been busy with Joanna and her gang recently. They were so busy that they rarely had time to spare. If she took the initiative to volunteer, the spirit group would definitely agree. Xianxia sneered but didn't say anything. Lan Xiaoni chewed on her lollipop and watched from the side. Although she had the ability, she was still a child and didn't understand these things. She only followed He Yao and listened to whatever He Yao said. The spirit group wasn't the only one who saw the video. Song Yanqing also knew about it. After Ah Zhong saw it, he recognized Xiao Jin in the video. Although he couldn't see Xiao Jin's appearance clearly, Ah Zhong still recognized him based on his intuition. After all, Miss Xiao's temperament was too unique. He felt that it wasn't good to let the video fester like this. It was a video that exposed one's intelligence, therefore, he cut off the second half of Xiao Jin's video to prevent it from spreading online. Then, he informed his young master. Song Yanqing praised him as expected. This made Ah Zhong feel that the world was simply too beautiful. However, his young master had been acting mysteriously recently. He rarely let him get close. Most of the time, he let him stand guard outside. It was probably because he had a private call with Miss Xiao. Song Yanqing sent a message to Xiao Jin. Based on the situation in the video, he directly told Xiao Jin his deduction when he called. Demonized psychic? Xiao Jin wasn't surprised to receive his call. He only gave a simple Song Yanqing paused. You did it? Xiao Jin, no, she hasn't completely demonized. I just stopped her. After all, I was also there. If I didn't stop her, I would be in trouble if something happened to those people. She didn't want to cause trouble. Song Yanqing pondered for a moment. She hasn't completely demonized. Does that mean she will continue to demonize next time? Xiao Jin, if she can't change her mind, she will probably. Can you see the karma on her? Xiao Jin, I can see it. Those people have some enmity with her, but they don't deserve to die. She can demonize, so her personality should be dark. She has been catalyzed. I haven't investigated the specifics. The spirit group has already targeted her. The spirit group will investigate thoroughly. Since that was the case, Song Yanqing did not pay much attention to this matter. He found it a little funny. You encounter this kind of thing everywhere you go? Xiao Jin said, no, I was just surprised. I just wanted to watch a movie. I didn't expect to run into you here. Watching a movie? Song Yanqing caught the main point. You can watch a movie with two people. It's too boring for you to watch it alone. Xiao Jin, I'm not bored. How can I be bored watching a movie? She had gone because she wanted to watch a movie. Song Yanqing, he had misjudged Xiao Jin's thoughts again. Hearing this, he chuckled softly. That chuckle was cold and somewhat doting. Yes, we can go and see it together next time. When he brought it up, Xiao Jin agreed readily. Sure. Well, in fact, Lord Song had never been to a movie theater before. He had never even been to a mall. Firstly, there was no need at all. Secondly, his father did not want him to appear in crowded places. Song Yanqing still wanted to chat with Xiao Jin. At this moment, he heard footsteps at the door. That familiar voice that annoyed him caused the smile on his lips to slowly fade. His gaze gradually became cold and distant, but his tone was still gentle. I have something to do. I'll hang up first. Okay. The girl hung up. Song Yanqing put down his phone and looked at the woman who walked in without any emotion. Yen. The woman who walked in had waist-length golden curls. She looked as exquisite and beautiful as a Barbie doll. She was a top foreign beauty. At this moment, she was crying as if her heart was broken. She looked even more pitiful. Xiaoanna. He opened his mouth, his tone polite and distant. No matter where you are, no matter who you are, you should at least report to me before entering my office. No. Xiaoanna took a tissue and wiped her tears. Yen, I'm already sad enough. Why are you still treating me like this? She was wearing a tight-fitting gray dress that wrapped around her perfect figure. The crying on her face was sincere. My brother died an unnatural death. Now, I just want to catch the murderer who killed my brother. Yen, can't you be gentler to me on account of the fact that I just lost my brother? Song Yanqing blinked slightly. His long eyelashes covered his eyes, making them look even deeper. He pursed his lips slightly and looked like an extremely gentlemanly young master of a noble family. He was elegant, but his tone was cold. Xiaoanna, I've already informed the police about your brother's matter. I'll get them to investigate it properly. You have to trust the police in China. How can I trust you? Xiaoanna almost broke down. The man in front of her didn't even know how her brother died. Who killed him? She was already in enough pain. Sometimes, she wanted to cast a spell on this man, but she didn't dare to do so because of some reasons. Why was it that when she was in the empire where the sun never set, she was the lady of the He early family that everyone envied? The men who chased after her could line up from the eastern hemisphere to the western hemisphere. Only this man, felt that it was a luxury to even look at her. Coupled with the death of her brother, Xiaoanna cried even more sadly. Song Yanqing didn't even want to listen to her anymore. He gently turned the jade ring on his thumb. Suddenly, he heard her say coldly, Yen, I heard that you have a 20-year-old girl by your side. His slender fingers that were turning the jade ring suddenly stopped. He looked up with a smile on his lips. He was elegant and perfect, exuding an aura that made people unable to take their eyes off him. So? Xiaoanna saw his expression. She didn't know why, but her heart skipped a beat. But that was impossible. She wouldn't be afraid of him. He's just a weak noble son. He's just relying on the fact that I like him, that's why he's so blunt. If I let him know about the true power of the He early family, he'll definitely put down his pride to pursue me and make me marry him. The alliance of the strong was the foundation of this world. Thinking of this, Xiaoanna wiped away her tears and resumed her noble posture. However, when she mentioned the 20-year-old girl, her tone was not peaceful. You only need to ask around to know this kind of thing. In the past 25 years, I have never heard of anyone staying with you for more than a month. Yen, tell me, who is she? Was she special? As long as you say it's nothing, I can tolerate having other women around you. Even so, a sinister glint flashed in the depths of her eyes. Song Yanqing remained calm. The smile on his lips didn't fade. His eyes were as black as ink. They were like whirlpools at the bottom of the sea, covered by the calm water surface. No one knew what kind of undercurrent was surging underneath, and what kind of terrifying aura it was. He looked at Xiaoanna with a charming smile. Even his tone was elegant and peaceful. Xiaoanna, you don't have to care about her. Because you mentioned her, he will let this matter end. I want you to never mention her again. Joanna misunderstood what he meant. With a hint of joy, she asked, is she unimportant? Song Yanqing turned around. His tone was still elegant. Joanna, you should go back. I don't like to be disturbed when I'm working. Joanna was a little unhappy, but she couldn't do anything to Song Yanqing for the time being. When she left, she was full of grievances. After she left, Song Yanqing took out his phone and dialed a number. His tone was elegant, I need you to do something for me. The He early family inadvertently walked into Xiao Jin's line of sight. This was because not only was the spirit group investigating the cause of death of several people, but Xiao Jin also accidentally learned that Joanna met with the Feng family. The He Erli family and the Feng family, in fact, there were very few guesses. If there was someone behind the Feng family, the He Erli family was also one of the suspects. This was because the way they did things was exactly the same as the Feng family. Cruel and vicious. He Yao greeted her and said that the matter of Xianxia, the demonized spiritual reader, still needed to be investigated. She also asked Xiao Jin not to move around for the time being. Because the spirit group couldn't monitor her, they were now very suspicious of Xiao Jin. He Yao's suspicion wasn't because she was afraid that something would happen to Xiao Jin. She just didn't want Xiao Jin to be involved in more trouble. She also understood that if Xiao Jin's identity as an array master was revealed, the spirit group would probably be in chaos for a while. For the current spirit group, the unknown meant panic. He Yao was the only person who knew about this exception. Naturally, she had to weigh the pros and cons. Xiao Jin listened to her. She had nothing to do at home, so she did fortune-telling for people on the internet. After a while, her little treasury was filled up. At this juncture, Duan Ruyan's matter gradually came to an end. The leaders who had concealed this matter were all dug out and sent to jail by their rivals with all kinds of evidence. The people who had bullied her were all exposed, and their work was greatly affected. Among them, those who were involved in the incident back then were also affected. Some people had to go abroad to hide. Although Duan Ruyan's matter could not make everyone pay the price, at least the most important ones were punished accordingly. Not everyone had made such a huge mistake. They were just a part of it, and they had paid the price. For Duan Ruyan, this should be the best ending for her in the underworld. Right now, the person she hated the most was the person who had been controlling her for 20 years. She did not choose to take revenge back then, but she still fell into the abyss of eternal damnation. Xiao Jin actually suspected that the mastermind behind this was also the Hurley family. But she felt that there was more than one Hurley family in Europe, so, since she had accepted Duan Ruyan's spirit seed, she would at least avenge her. Such people who controlled things from behind were not protected by karma. If they were found, they would die. Xiao Jin was not worried about causing any unnecessary trouble. At this time, she received a message from Duan Nianru. Duan Nianru, big sister Qiao, I'm going to settle down in the capital with my parents soon. Since you're familiar with the capital, can you take me out to play? I'll treat you to a meal and play, okay? I don't have many friends in the capital, Duan Nianru. If you're too busy, then forget it. Xiao Jin, no, she did not want to take a child. But this child coming to the capital at this juncture was not a good thing. Duan Nianru was a formation master, and even if she hid well, it didn't mean that she wouldn't be discovered. Now that the He Erli family was also in the capital, there was an indescribable attraction between formation masters. If she was discovered, it wouldn't be a good thing. Thinking of this, Xiao Jin replied. It was Jin Jinyo, when are you guys coming? You've already decided to come before the summer vacation is over? Duan Nianru, because there's nothing to do. We just bought a house, and there are still many things to do. Everything at home has been taken care of. She hesitated for a long time before giving a simple explanation of her big sister's matter. Duan Nianru, recently, my parents have thought things through. Some people came to our house to apologize and gave us gifts and money, but my parents didn't accept them. Those people were the ones who concealed the cause of my big sister's death. I know that it wasn't their fault, and they were only following orders. Like you said, even if I went to look for trouble with them, my big sister wouldn't be willing to see me like this. Duan Nianru, this matter has already given my parents a lot of comfort. At least for them, my big sister's spirit can rest in peace. I also don't want them to worry. This was a complicated battle involving formation masters, and Duan Nianru knew that she couldn't let her parents get involved. It was Jin Jinyo, it's good that you've thought things through. Duan Nianru, so, do you have time? If I say that I've made friends in the capital, my parents will be very happy. It was Jin Jinyo, no. Don't casually run around in the capital. Let's talk about it later. Recently, the capital isn't very safe, and there are many formation masters roaming around. You'll be easily discovered. Duan Nianru. Is it that dangerous? scared. JPG, it was Jean Jinyo, yes, it's mainly because you're too weak. Duan Nianru, her big sister's words were merciless. Perhaps it had stimulated a child's glass heart, but Duan Nianru didn't reply. Xiaojin wasn't idle at home. Song Yanqing had brought him news of an investigation. It was regarding Su Xiu's family. There was indeed nothing wrong with Su Xiu's family, but Song Yanqing felt that there was something wrong with a family that was especially close to them. In the early years of the Su clan, the elders passed away early. Only Su father and mother Su brought up the two children. In the past, Su father and mother Su both had real power. Although they no longer had any protection, the later generation still lived quite well. Su father was refined and gentle. He had never been rumored to be angry with anyone. His position was also quite good. Su's parents. SSSS parents. Su SSSSSSSS was, S have S. There was no point in their family being hated by others. Teet. Teets. Their TNITTTTSSS shows as his family's SSSSSSSSS. In the eyes of the Su clan, they were like real family members. Song Yanqing did not bring this family to Xiaojin for no reason. When Xiaojin saw this, he knew something was up. The corners of her lips curled up as she read the results of the investigation. This family was surnamed Lan, and the Su family was distant cousins. Since it was distant, tracing the relationship was a bit far. The only thing that was known was that their relationship was particularly good. But when Su Xiu was 3 years old, that was, when Su Xiu had an accident, the Lan family suddenly had a big misfortune. It was a bit like the current Feng family. Whatever they did, they would lose. There were 2 only children in the family, and they almost had an accident. According to the situation at that time, the Lan family basically had no hope of turning over. As a result, the Lan family's situation improved again. On the contrary, Su Xiu began to follow that year. Since then, the Lan family began to have a good relationship with the Su family. They had been taking care of the Su family, and the Lan family also rose step by step in the business world. This matter was very hidden, and almost no one would connect it. But the Lan family and the Feng family had contact that year. The real young master of the Feng family was the most beloved descendant of the ancestor. He was also the current head of the Feng family's direct line. Apart from that, the Lan family had never been heard of anywhere having any contact with the Feng family. If it weren't for some clues left in the past, Song Yanqing wouldn't have found it until now. Probably thinking that outsiders wouldn't find any problems, although the Lan family deliberately covered it up. It was an old matter more than 10 years ago, and they didn't completely remove the traces. Song Yanqing and Xiaojin were clear about how the Feng family got rich. The situation of the Lan family, Lan Xingbin had an affair that year, and the matter with his lover was particularly ugly. After the lover was driven away, there was no news from her. The Lan family began to go downhill until Su Xiu's accident. Lan Xingbin was now the head of the Lan family. He was about the same age as Su Xiu's parents. When he was young, he was also a romantic figure and caused a lot of love affairs. He also had 2 children. A boy and a girl, a pair of twins. The 2 families once said that they would marry their daughter to Su Nan. Even the Su family acquiesced so. This piece of information was actually scattered. Ordinary people would not take it for granted and would not dare to think about it in some mysterious places. But Xiaojin's connection made the information obvious. If it wasn't for the fact that Song Yanqing found something wrong with it, he wouldn't have asked Xiaojin to identify it. Probably feeling that Xiaojin had digested the information, Song Yanqing soon called Xiaojin. "What do you think?" At this time, Xiaojin was lying on the bed and had already begun to search for information about the Lan family. The Lan family was a wealthy businessman, the kind that could be seen in the newspapers. Their son and daughter were unusually high profile, so he could find some superficial information. She looked at the person above with a playful expression. "Are you trying to say that the array formation has been moved?" "Song Yanqing, I'm just suspecting. Since there was an array formation that could change one's life providence and there was someone who could take his place, it might not be impossible to implicate another person with bad luck." Xiaojin said, "It's just a suspicion now. The most important thing is the person who put the curse." You suspect that it's Lan Xingbin's lover who disappeared back then? I can't see more from the surface, but I found some gossip on the forum. Song Yanqing raised his eyebrows. Gossip on the forum? Xiao Jin, yes. At that time, there were always some strange rumors about the old rich businessmen. Some forums liked to dig up the affairs of these rich people. When Xiao Jin searched for the Lan family, she really found some gossip. It was said that the Lan family had offended someone back then and was cursed with a death curse. Who knew that the Lan family found an expert and transferred the curse to someone else? The person who posted the post mocked them as if he was not involved in the matter. He said that the family that was persecuted by the Lan family had the worst luck of 8 lifetimes. This information was only regarded as some nonsense. At that time, the information was mixed and the administrator did not delete it. Instead, it was dug out by Xiao Jin from the corner. After listening to Xiao Jin's retelling, Song Yanqing smiled. It seems that my guess is right. Xiao Jin, whether it's right or not, we have to see the exact person. It's impossible to tell just from the pictures that we found. Song Yanqing reacted quickly. It's mother's birthday in a few days. They usually don't invite outsiders. The Lan family must be there. I'll take you there. They won't refuse if I go there. Xiao Jin thought for a moment. That's okay. They could make a surprise attack and observe from a close distance. At that time, they would know whether there was a problem with the Lan family. When Xiao Jin was talking, she heard the slight sound of wind and car on Song Yanqing's side. She was a little curious. Are you outside now? Song Yanqing's clear voice came. Yes, I'm doing something outside. Xiao Jin did not ask in detail. Song Yanqing said a few words and hung up the phone. He was in a balcony restaurant. It was very high. Located here, he could see the scenery below the building. He was holding a book in his hand and wearing a pair of glasses that were connected to a golden thread. He exuded an air of nobility as he shook his head. His entire person was elegant and cold, as if he was a noble young master who had walked out of a painting. The young lady sitting opposite him was already staring at him. She had been staring at him for 10 minutes. Her heart was beating fast. This was the dream type of all women. She almost wanted to have the courage to go forward and ask for his phone number. However, standing in front of Song Yanqing was a tall bodyguard who looked very difficult to deal with. Just as she was about to go up, she was already stopped once. The young master who walked out of the painting didn't even bat an eyelid. He just focused on his book. It was not English. It was like other foreign books. It was the best in the world. Wang, an arrogant roar came from below. The sound of a sports car was not unusual in a big city, but such a loud noise was enough to startle people who liked peace and quiet. Song Yanqing didn't even blink. His slender fingers flipped through a page that was suffused with a special fragrance, but what appeared in his ears seemed to be another world. Damn it, Joanna insisted that we stay here for a few more days. Let's not talk about other things. The girls in China are really hot. Sitting in a red supercar, a foreign man was making a phone call. His tone was full of arrogance. He stopped at the foot of the building. Okay. I know. I'll come over after I pick her up. Prepare the goods for me. Let's have some fun together later. *CK, Xiao Anna doesn't want us to inhale those things. She said that if we inhale too much, it will cause hallucinations and bad things. Can't our bodies take it? Her younger brother is dead, and now she's crazy and likes to meddle in other people's business. After he said this, his eyes widened. His eardrums seemed to have been magnified countless times. He heard the chaotic sounds of the world coming one after another. The noise was enough to make him angry and want to explode. And in such an atmosphere, he suddenly heard a very soft, comforting murmur. It was like the temptation of the abyss, but also like the hymn of an angel, which was irresistible. Drive, keep driving forward. It will calm you down. You won't hear such noise again. His face was wooden, his pupils seemed to have lost focus, and his mobile phone fell from his hand. He stopped at the bottom of the building at this time, in a very special position. Right in front of him was a huge stone sculpture. His eyes suddenly became clear, but then returned to chaos in an instant. He seemed to be struggling, and his whole body began to tremble, but his feet began to step on the accelerator uncontrollably. The fast supercar made an ear-piercing starting sound, but in the blink of an eye, the supercar with good performance jumped out with a boom. The distance of more than 10 meters was enough to reach heaven. Bang, a violent shattering sound was heard, and the whole bottom of the building was filled with the screams of pedestrians. Because of the special position, there were not many people around him. Especially when they saw him suddenly driving, some people realized that something was wrong. The red supercar hit the stone sculpture. The sculpture of good quality was only chipped by the car, and below was the marble base. The whole supercar fell apart directly, but fortunately, it did not explode. However, the person in the driver's seat was already covered with blood, and his original face could not be seen clearly. Bang! Xianxia closed the book, and the screams below made Bai stretch his neck to take a look, and then he said with some worry, "Young master, something seems to have happened below." The screams also made people realize that something was wrong. What happened? He asked softly as he stood up with a coldness that indicated that he was not involved in the matter. It seems to be a car accident? Bai was stunned for a moment. Because it was too high, he could not see clearly, and could only see the wreckage of the car. Then let's go back. He had a trace of tiredness, which made Bai think that he was tired from reading. He hurriedly put the white coat he was holding on the young master. The handsome young master was elegant and graceful, but unfortunately, his eyes never stopped to look at the surrounding women. The young lady in luxurious clothes bit her lip, and finally shouted with some reluctance, "Please wait, Song." Yanqing and Bai cast a look at her at the same time. Different from the bodyguard's vigilance, he had an elegant and polite smile on his face. The young lady was a little excited. Can I know your name and phone number?" Bai said directly, "No." After the bodyguard answered, the young master only smiled faintly and did not explain further. It seemed that this was not the first time he had faced such a situation. He left naturally and straightforwardly. Even though it was such an action, no one would blame him in their hearts. Because he couldn't bear to part with her at all. It was too natural. It was as if he was born like this, pure and perfect, exuding a coldness and nobility that no one else had. Her eyes were filled with disappointment. She was such a perfect person, yet she couldn't even have the slightest connection with him. She was not willing to give up. She wanted to know who this person was. She had to. By the time they left under the escort of others, Dan had more or less heard the news. It's a little strange. It said that a foreigner drove his car directly into the sculpture. Some drugs were found in his car. Could it be that he was high on drugs and hallucinating? It had only been a few minutes, and the news had not completely spread. Gu did not know that the person who died was related to Xianxia. Ting couldn't help muttering. Song Yanqing kept looking out of the window with a faint smile on his lips. In his eyes, the world was quiet and silent. The mountains, rivers, and time were all beautiful. Especially her. Another one dead? Xiao Jin was fishing at home when she received a call from Hiao. She looked slightly surprised. Is that so? Did they offend someone? She hadn't done anything yet, so why were people dying one by one? The spirit group was the one in trouble, not her, so she didn't sound worried at all. Hiao sounded like she was about to break down. The police determined that they were high on drugs and had hallucinations. When they stopped, they crashed into the statue. The base of the statue is made of marble, so how could they crash into it? The car was destroyed on the spot. The boss said that Joanna is now crazy and suspects that we are deliberately targeting them. We don't have the guts to do that. Joanna and the others were array masters. Hiao couldn't think of anyone who would dare to kill a group of array masters like this. Joanna was backed by the entire Hurley family. Wouldn't this cause a conflict between the two countries? Xiao Jin said, "Oh, this is my blind spot." Drugs were something that only medical students knew. Xiao Jin didn't know what these drug addicts were thinking. She said casually, maybe they died from hallucinations. Logically speaking, there's no one in the capital who can kill Joanna and the others, unless it's a dogfight. Hiao was stunned. Internal strife? Is it worth it? Besides, they are array masters. Do array masters have side effects like ordinary people when they take drugs? Of course. Xiao Jin took a sip of water from the cup next to her. There was even wolfberry in it. Xiao Fei had made it. Other than being a formation master is just an ordinary person. We have the same reactions that ordinary people have. What's harmful to ordinary people is naturally harmful to us, just like how we will die if we get hit by a bullet. Are you invulnerable? He Yao was speechless. That's right. The foreigners who came were a little. The higher-ups asked us to treat them well. Otherwise, who would be willing to receive these scumbags? He Yao gritted her teeth. She had only been here for a few days, but she had already heard one thing after another. The spirit group had to clean up after them. Now that they were all dead, the spirit group didn't feel happy. Instead, it would cause more trouble. Who knew how crazy the Hurley family would be? It's not safe now. We've decided to send Joanna and the other person back. Including herself, Xiao Anna had brought a total of 6 people to visit China. The rest were just ordinary people. Now, 4 of them were gone, and one of them was her brother. If they wanted to make a big deal out of it, it would become an international dispute. However, this was the world of spiritual readers after all, so it wouldn't affect the real world much. He was just afraid that he wouldn't be able to catch the real culprit and become enemies with the Hurley family. 6 people? He Yao nodded. If you want to include those who aren't spiritual readers, then there are more. But Joanna's group only has 6 core members. What's wrong? Nothing much. Xiao Jin suddenly recalled the array master who had killed Song Yanqing. He appeared out of nowhere. If he was one of Xiao Anna's men, 5 of them would have died. According to He Yao's tone, there was clearly still one left. Then who was the array master that killed Song Yanqing? Maybe Joanna had brought more than 5 people with her, and there were others hidden in the dark. Xiao Jin felt that this guess was most likely true. After all, Song Yanqing had personally said that it was Joanna's men. He Yao was just complaining to her. She could not really suspect Xiao Jin. If Xiao Jin wanted to kill someone, there was no need for him to kill the Hurley family. Moreover, even if the spirit team did not monitor her, they would know that she was at home. If Xiao Jin could kill the Hurley family from a distance at home, they might as well stop playing around. However, He Yao did not think that Xiao Jin could really kill the Hurley family from a distance. It was just that there was no need for him to do so. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Jin thought about it seriously. In the current situation, who would attack Joanna and the others, it was easy to guess. Joanna and the others were array masters. According to Xiao Jin's recent observation, there should not be many array masters in the imperial capital. Moreover, when array masters were of the same level, it was basically impossible for there to be a one-sided massacre like this. Joanna was highly regarded by the Hurley family. She was not someone to be trifled with. Bruce, Lucia, and Joanna's brother, Eddie, would not have died so miserably if they did not come into contact with Xiao Jin's karma. These 3 died in an accident. Then, the remaining one, if someone saw Joanna and the others die, they might as well put the blame on Hua Nation and cause a conflict. It was not impossible. The Feng family's ancestor was related to Joanna. It could not be this ancestor who did it. Then, who was the person behind this? Xiao Jin remembered the array master who could speed up Yusuke's demonization. Perhaps from the beginning, there were different groups of people. Xiao Jin tapped the fishing rod. The group who catalyzed Yusuke. The Feng family. The group of Joanna. And the group who controlled Duan Ruyan. Among these groups of people, the Feng family and the Hurley family had some connections. Xiao Jin guessed that the person who controlled Duan Ruyan was from the Hurley family. Then, it was very likely that it was the person who did Yusuke's incident. These people did not seem to have any obvious connection with Xiao Jin, but they were inextricably linked to Xiao Jin. First, there was the karma between the Feng family and Xiao Jin. Now, the karma began to backfire, and the Feng family was on the way to being defeated. People around Xiao Anna died one after another. Xiao Anna and the Song Yanqing had a cooperative relationship. Song Yanqing and himself, Song Yanqing, Xiao Jin grunted. Sometimes, it wasn't that they didn't have suspicions. It was just that when they thought of this person, they would subconsciously be biased. This wasn't appropriate. It didn't conform to her view of all living beings. Then, was it him? Xiao Jin remembered how Song Yanqing killed the array master last time. If he wanted to make a move, the people around Xiao Anna would not be able to stop him. So, why? She tilted her head slightly, looking a little pensive. If it was Song Yanqing, what was the reason for him to make a move? However, she didn't see any karma on Song Yanqing, which meant that he would be fine. Then, Xiao Jin didn't care about this matter. He was a friend, so she had to take care of him. Song Yanqing was a good person. At this moment, Mu Xiangshan walked over with a fishing rod. When he saw Xiao Jin, he was stunned for a moment, but he didn't show any obvious reaction. He quickly took out a small stool that he carried with him, sat down, and began to fish peacefully. Mu Xiangshan's fishing was wild and simple because he used earthworms. Xiao Jin looked at the wriggling little thing. She, who had always been calm, was a little disgusted. Mu Xiangshan snorted. "What do you know? Fish like to eat this." Xiao Jin said, "If you just want to fish for fun, fish feed will do." Mu Xiangshan said, "That's the best thing for fish." Xiao Jin asked, "Why do you keep fish in the pond at home?" Mu Xiangshan asked, "Guess why you're sitting here?" Xiao Jin was speechless. Grandpa Mu had a point. She was deep in thought. Mu Xiangshan saw that she didn't even have a bucket for fish and knew that she was just here for fun. He threw down the fishing rod and said with a smile, "You're so young, yet you don't know what you should know. Look at Qi Lian, she's a young person. Qi Chu is also interested in investing in stocks and funds and studies it all day in her room. Why don't you go read your books and fish all day? If you're bored, you can go play with Song Yanqing. You're close to him anyway." Xiao Jin said, "Can't I just sit here and fish?" Mu Xiangshan snorted. "You're 20 years old. If you don't have some vigor, you'll be like an old man all day." Xiao Jin said, "That's all there is to it. I'm not interested in what you're talking about." Mu Xiangshan glanced at her and looked at the pond again. He stared at the calm surface of the lake and suddenly said, "Why did you commit suicide back then?" Xiao Jin paused. "Why are you asking me this?" Mu Xiangshan looked like he was about to sneer, but he reacted and just said calmly, "When I was young, I was like you. I didn't start from scratch. When I was young, my parents were very rich. In that chaotic era, I lived a life of luxury. But later, my family fell and my parents died one after another. When I was 10 years old, I learned the true face of the world. I suffered a lot and saw the fickleness of human nature. I was also looked down upon by countless people and received kindness from others. I was no longer the young master that people yearned for. At that time, I was as disheartened as you are. It was easy to die, but it was too casual. No one cared about you when you died. Once you were wrapped up in a mat, your body was casually buried. Perhaps no one even erected a tombstone." Mu Xiangshan started talking about his past. Xiao Jin blinked and listened quietly. The old man's life was magnificent. Xiao Jin listened and felt that other people's lives were actually quite exciting. From living a life of luxury to poverty, to building a business empire, Mu Xiangshan had suffered more hardships than anyone could imagine. He was also more legendary than some people. "I don't know how your mother raised you. I've never been involved in the matters between you and your mother. It's not up to me to judge. I just want to tell you that think about Xiao Fei, who raised you, and the more than 20 years you've lived. There are many things in this world that can't be solved by death, because there is only hope if you are alive." "Xiao Jin, I know." She answered very softly. That was the old her. She was mentally weak, and the choices she made were her own. No matter what, that was still her. Xiao Jin said, "You have a strong heart, so your life is extraordinary. Not everyone in this world is like you. Maybe I didn't think so much back then, but what you said makes sense." Mu Xiangshan snorted. "Do you know why I didn't agree to your mother and my son being together?" "Xiao Jin, I think you should talk to Xiao Fei about this." Mu Xiangshan. Although Mu Xiangshan was stumped for a moment, he still said, "I don't want to repeat the hardships I've suffered to my son, so I taught him from a young age to be strong and enrich himself. The family business I established is his, and it's also the foundation for him to establish himself. At that time, the company was in a lot of situations. When I wanted to hand the company over to him, many people were not convinced. They were veterans who had followed me to build the company. Jinming was too young. What I want is a wife who can help him and help him solve his problems, not a woman who is naive and doesn't know anything about the world and only knows how to cry when something happens. When he said this, he couldn't help but feel a little disdainful, but he still sighed and said, after so many years of authoritarian education, I forgot what Jinming really needs. Your mother's personality is too soft. She can't even see through some people. But these 20 years have made me look at her in a different light. At least she didn't ask Jinming for help. In addition, she also gave birth to 3 sons. His eldest son was outstanding, and so was his second son. Although his third son was unreliable, he was the happy fruit of the family, so he turned a blind eye to it. Later on, Mu Jinming's wings gradually grew and he successfully usurped the throne. Outsiders said that Mu Jinming forced his father out of the country. In fact, no one knew whether this was what Mu Xianxia had always hoped for. Xiao Jin said, so this is the reason why Jinming forced you out of the country. Mu Xianxia glanced at her and said faintly, so what's wrong with you? I also asked Jinming. He said that you weren't like this when you first came to the capital. If you think that those 3 boys have a problem with you, you can say it. After committing suicide, you don't even want to call your mother. Your mother is not wrong in this matter. That's not the reason. Xiao Jin said calmly, I'm not angry with anyone. Committing suicide was my own choice. After being rescued, I also thought a lot of things through. The Mu family has done me a favor. I don't blame the Mu family for anything. You all have been very good to me. It's just that there are some things that I will tell you in the future. Besides, I don't think there's much difference between calling you by your name or calling you mom and dad. In essence, she felt that she had lived for too long, and her seniority was different. She couldn't get past the hurdle of speaking. Mu Xianxia didn't ask much. Seeing her attitude, he knew that the reason might not be what he thought. He nodded, okay, you young people have your own ideas. But regarding your biological parents, are you really not planning to go back and take a look? No matter what, they are still your parents. Xiao Jin, no, it's too troublesome. Mu Xianxia was a little speechless when he heard her straightforward words. She was quite hard-hearted. He wondered if she really took after her mother. One was willing to abandon his daughter for glory and wealth, while the other was willing to disown her. In fact, he felt that it was better this way. After all, Chai Yue and Ji Qiue did look like 2 troublemakers. Mu Xianxia thought of the question that had been bothering him for a long time. After some hesitation, he asked, you said that you recently learned fortune-telling on the internet? What's going on? Xiao Jin, it's just fortune-telling. I taught myself online. Mu Xianxia, I've lived for so many years, but I've never seen anyone teach themselves fortune-telling. Xiao Jin, so now that you've seen it, do you feel like you've learned something new? Mu Xianxia, only when one was old would one be able to see everything. Xiao Jin chatted with Mu Xianxia for a while and gained a deeper understanding of the Mu family. She carried her small stool back to the living room. Xiao Fei saw her and cautiously came up to her. I just saw you and your grandpa talking at the fishing pond. What were you talking about? Xiao Jin was amused by her inquisitive look. Are you worried that I will say bad things about you to him? Xiao Fei's face turned red. Nonsense. Am I that kind of person? In fact, she was a little worried that the old man would take the opportunity to say bad things about her. After all, he had never liked her very much. Seeing that Xiao Jin was smiling and not saying anything, Xiao Fei knew that she was probably overthinking. She coughed and waved her hand. Mom is going out to play cards in the afternoon. Are you eating at home tonight? Xiao Jin, probably. As soon as she said this, she received a WeChat message. Song Yanqing, dinner tonight. Xiao Jin looked down and said, okay, she's not here. Xiao Fei, she glared at Xiao Jin. You go out and play all day long. Now you don't even eat dinner. Xiao Jin, Song Yanqing asked me to go out for dinner. Everything was stuck in her throat. Xiaofei was the perfect example of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Go ahead, after all, it was an invitation from the young master of the Song family. Xiaofei couldn't refuse. She just felt a little strange. Why does he always ask you out? Xiao Jin was very natural. I ask him out too. Xiaofei wanted to ask if they were in a relationship. But seeing Xiao Jin's too honest and natural expression, Xiaofei felt that she was thinking too much. If a girl was in a relationship, there would be sweetness and shyness, right? Anyway, she didn't see it on Xiao Jin's face. So they were really friends, right? Thinking of this, Xiaofei didn't ask any more questions. She went out to play cards. Xiao Jin took a break first and went to the appointment at night. Song Yanqing, who had just sent her a message, was not at peace. He received the news that Xiao Anna would leave Huaxiao by plane at night. She had left earlier than he had expected, which was somewhat unexpected. His fingers tapped lightly on the table as he smiled faintly. It did not matter anymore. However, the secretary soon came in to report that Xiao Anna had arrived. Last time, Xiao Anna broke in directly. The next day, Song Yanqing changed a group of people. This time, the secretary outside stopped them and had to come in to report. Song Yanqing didn't make things difficult for them. He asked someone to let Joanna in. When Joanna came in, she was very direct. Yan, I'm leaving. Can you send me off tonight? The people she brought were almost all dead. Now she was alone. Xiao Anna felt that this trip to the capital was faintly strange. Although she still needed the lingering group in the country to find the murderer as soon as possible, she had already planned to go back and report this matter to the emperor. She felt that they were in big trouble, but they couldn't find the source of this trouble. Looking at her expectant eyes, Song Yanqing just raised a perfect smile. I have something to do tonight. I can't send you off. I'm sorry, Xiao Anna. Xiao Anna's eyes flashed. What's the matter, Yan? Song Yanqing's tone was gentle. Does this have anything to do with you, Xiao Anna? So you're lying to me. Xiao Anna's face was a little distorted. You just don't want to send me off. Why? With her agitation, Song Yanqing felt that there was an invisible net around him pressing down on him. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive and suffocating. There was a strange fragrance in the air. It was as if it could make people addicted. This fragrance made people impulsive and primitive. Song Yanqing sat in his seat without even changing his expression. The smile at the corner of his mouth was elegant and charming. It was still a feeling that made Xiao Anna extremely crazy. You see, you are like this. Why can't you get along with me? I didn't want to use these methods on you. It's so embarrassing, Xiao Anna said so, but she walked towards Song Yanqing step by step. She was wearing a delicate long dress with a thin belt on her snow-white shoulders. When she put her wrist on the thin belt to pull it down, Song Yanqing suddenly said, "You should stop your actions." Although the words were soft and Xiao Anna's expression didn't change, she felt that something was wrong when she pulled it. There was an inexplicable force controlling her, making her stop. When she put down her hand, she felt that she had returned to normal. She touched her shoulder again, but there was another resistance. Xiao Anna's pupils suddenly shrank. She looked at Song Yanqing and said in a hurry, "You." This beautiful Western beauty was now looking at Song Yanqing with an unbelievable look. Song Yanqing stood up from the office chair and looked at her with a smile. The unexpected change became the result of the plan. His smile was still so elegant and gentlemanly, just like the gentle jade he had always shown. He was like the most beautiful spokesman, making people not realize that there was anything wrong at all. When you go back, you know what to do. It was just a very ordinary sentence, but it was like a curse, firmly engraved in Xiao Anna's heart. As an array master, Xiao Anna's intuition made her feel a dangerous breath. No, she was not a fool. Now she knew that something was wrong with Song Yanqing. You are not. You are also a spiritual reader. She widened her eyes in horror. How could this be? It was impossible for him to become a spiritual reader. His fate had long been determined, no wonder you didn't die. She screamed in a hurry, but she revealed some secrets that shouldn't be revealed. Oh? Was I supposed to die? He tilted his head slightly and revealed a smile that was not out of his expectations. It seems that it's just as I thought. You also know about my fate, so you know Ferdinand. His words made Joanna's eyes widen instantly. She saw this man who was as perfect as an angel hand over a dagger gracefully. However, she couldn't control her movements. Slowly and stiffly, she took the dagger. She carefully put it into the handbag that she had brought with her. No, 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 her tone was sharp and objecting, but her body was doing the opposite. She realized that if she accepted the dagger, something unimaginable would happen. Tears gushed out of her eyes. Yen, I beg you. I can tell you more. She was more tactful than Xianxia had imagined. No, I'll investigate the things I want to know myself. I can't rely on others. What if it becomes a habit? He smiled elegantly and politely from the beginning to the end, just like Xianxia when she first saw him. At this time, she knew that under the man's elegant appearance, there was also an unpredictable abyss. She heard the magnetic voice like the sound of nature speak again, so, go back, Xianxia. You know what to do. Joanna turned around and walked out of the office stiffly. Her movements were frighteningly awkward because she was struggling internally. The dagger in the bag seemed to symbolize the end of something. Xianxia didn't say what she wanted to do, but she seemed to understand. Because the order seemed to be engraved in her mind. She suddenly remembered when she saw Nick die in the video. He was the same. His movements were stiff, the phone fell from his hand, and he drove straight into the sculpture. The police said that he was taking drugs. No, damn it, he wasn't taking drugs, Joanna screamed crazily in her heart. It was him, it was the man behind the scenes who did it, he was like a devil in an angel's clothing. How could he kill everything so easily? How could he still show such an irreproachable smile? He was the devil. He was really an indescribable devil. Joanna wanted to shout all these out, but she couldn't. She was like a puppet that had been cursed. Her entire body was stiff as she walked out. Every step she took seemed to be controlled by someone. The secretaries outside the office couldn't see her dilemma. They just smiled and watched Joanna leave. Xianxia felt that she was struggling, but no matter how hard she tried, in other people's eyes, she still carried her bag and left with her head held high, except for her strange expression. It was as if she looked down on everyone in the room. She was racist. She didn't like Asians. Xianxia was the only exception, but this exception made her lose face. And now, he wanted to kill her. Joanna wanted to cry, but she couldn't. She was really struggling. She was struggling crazily, but she couldn't control herself and walked back to the hotel. Joanna? The last array formation master who came with her, Alex, walked in front of her. Under his golden curly hair was a handsome face. He opened his mouth, and his tone was flirtatious. Alex, go, go, she seemed to have her mouth sewn, and she could only force out some English words from her tone. She wanted Alex to leave, but he misunderstood her. Instead, he approached Joanna with a seductive expression. Joanna, before we leave, don't we need to have sex? Go, go. Go. Look at the situation now. Xianxia was screaming in her heart, but her lips were trembling. Her perfect face was expressionless. She even reached her hand into her handbag and grabbed the dagger. She knew that it was too late. She knew that it would all end soon. She knew what Xianxia wanted her to do. Tears welled up in her eyes, and Alex was stunned for a moment. Xianxia, as soon as he shouted, Xianxia took out the dagger from her bag and stabbed it at him. Because he wasn't prepared at all, he couldn't block it at all. The sharp dagger perfectly penetrated his chest, and blood instantly seeped out from where his heart was. Alex didn't expect that Xianxia would attack him. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Xianxia in disbelief. I'm telling you to go, I'm telling you to go. Xianxia's tears flowed down, but she continued to stab Alex several times until the man's soft body fell down. She heard a male voice that seemed to come from the horizon. It was cold, aloof, and lofty, with a sigh of satisfaction. Joanna, you did a good job. When Xiaojin and Xianxia met in the evening, everything was as usual. This time, Xianxia took her to eat authentic Huaxia cuisine. It was hidden in a manor in the suburbs. The chef had traveled all over the country and learned cooking skills from all over the world. He opened this restaurant in the capital, but the demand could not meet the demand. Only 10 guests were served every day. What dishes were cooked depended on the chef's mood. To be fair, the food here was the best Xiao Jin had ever tasted. Probably because Huaxia cuisine was to her taste. Looking at her satisfied appearance, the handsome man opposite her smiled gently and dotingly. This place is very good, right? Yes. Xiao Jin was not stingy with his praise when eating delicious food. She did not pursue food much, but she liked it when she really encountered delicious food. Seeing her eating obediently and delicately, he couldn't help but chuckle. It was useless to mention some illusory words in front of her, so Xianxia directly talked to Xiao Jin during the meal. I'll take you to the Su family in a few days. They have decided to celebrate with the Lan family. Su Shou's days are numbered, right? This was a sad thing, but it was also a sad fact. Yes. Xiao Jin took a spoon and drank a spoonful of soup. If you take me there in a few days and can't see the problem with the Lan family, or maybe the Lan family itself is not a problem, Su Shou is basically hopeless. He was nearing the end of his life. Xianxia nodded. I know. But since he had found out the information, Xianxia was about 80% sure that he could deal with the Lan family. When the time came, Xiao Jin would see something, and he would also pay attention to the Lan family. Xiao Jin was eating when he received a frantic call from Yao. The other party called and was silent for a full 5 seconds. Before Xiao Jin could get impatient, she said in a heavy voice, Xiaoanna is dead. Xiao Jin. So sudden? She killed the last man with her in the hotel, Alex, and committed suicide by jumping off a building. Xiao Jin, she subconsciously looked at Xianxia. She didn't turn on the speakerphone, but Yao's voice was still very clear, so Xianxia could hear it clearly. He just smiled and said, Joanna is dead. Her features were picturesque, and her temperament was like snow. It was as if no one could see any problems with her. Yao heard a voice. Is there someone over there? I'll hang up first. Talk to you later. In fact, the spirit faction was on the verge of collapse. Joanna's team had been completely wiped out. Now that the Hurley family had received the news, it was hard to imagine how they would react. In fact, Huaxia was not afraid of these things, but they were afraid that the war between spiritual readers would affect ordinary people. After all, maintaining stability was the most important thing. When Yao hung up the phone, Xiao Jin suddenly grabbed Xianxia's wrist. What's wrong? Xiao Jin said indifferently, you were the one who killed him. Xianxia just smiled. I can't hide it from you. Spiritual readers who have been scapegoats and have violated karma are not protected by karma. No matter who killed them, they will not be tainted by karma. Xiao Jin blinked. You remember my words very clearly. Xianxia paused, and his smile slowly disappeared. Aren't you going to ask me why I killed them? Xiao Jin lowered his head and continued eating. There's no need. If you didn't have a reason, you wouldn't have killed them. I just didn't do it, but it doesn't mean they didn't deserve to die. This kind of spiritual reader was basically no different from a demon. The only difference was that they retained their rationality for their greed in the world. Xiao Jin had heard from Yao about the personalities of Xiaoanna's group. Just like the Feng family, they would suffer retribution sooner or later if they did something against the will of the heavens. Xiao Jin only eliminated those who would harm her. Because she was suffering from the backlash now, she did not want to get involved. Xianxia thought that she would blame him. Her answer was somewhat out of Xianxia's expectations, but it was in line with her personality. He sighed slightly. He felt that he had fallen into Xiao Jin's trap and could not get out. He said softly, there were 5 core members in Xiaoanna's group. I think the one I killed first was not in the same group as Xiaoanna. Instead, he should have come with her. I have already proven this through Xiaoanna's reaction. That array master was probably sent by the person who changed his fate. Xiaoanna knew him. Xiao Jin looked up and was a little stunned. I guessed so too. Why didn't you ask for more information when you killed her? Xianxia picked up the teacup and took a sip. Xiaoanna wanted to threaten me with this. I don't like to negotiate with people. If you wanted to get some information, you would get it eventually. It was not worth dragging it out with people. Xiaojin supported his chin. I don't like it either. Xianxia said, maybe you want to hear about their achievements in just a few days in China? Xiaojin said, I have heard about it from the spirit group. But you can tell me. Xianxia picked out some of the information collected by Ben and told Xiaojin. On the first day Xianxia came to China, she stayed in a hotel. Because the waitress's appearance did not meet her standards, she poured a cup of hot water on her face. The waitress's face was severely scalded. She is still receiving treatment in the hospital. The hotel surveillance was destroyed by them at that time. There is no evidence, and the witnesses have been sealed. I think the spirit group will definitely not tell you about this. When he said this, his tone was calm. This is not the first time Xianxia has done something like this. In other words, the entire Hurley family did not treat humans as humans. In their eyes, they were a high and mighty family of array masters, so they had the right to rule over the human race. Xianxia said, the human world has its own rules. Killing Joanna and the others might bring trouble, but, his eyes flashed because Xiaojin mentioned Xiaojin. This was something that he could not tolerate. Xiaojin suddenly thought of something. I see a familiar shadow in her. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Familiar? They are only humans. We are gods. They were born to be enslaved by us. They didn't treat humans as humans, but there was a shadow of their archenemy. Was the enemy behind the Hurley family? She rubbed her chin and thought that the first place she would go to after the backlash was over would be the Hurley family in the empire where the sun never sets. Probably someone I know. Xiaojin tilted his head and said, the Hurley family won't be able to trace it back to you. They won't think that you're a spirit master of speech. If they come to Huaxia and make a move, I will take care of it. There was a hint of excitement in her eyes. How can the spirit seed of a spirit master of occult spiritualism be delivered to me so quickly? It was just, Xianxia's ability grew too quickly. Based on their abilities, Xiaojin should be on par with him. How could she be killed by Xianxia so easily? Of course, maybe she had let her guard down. Xianxia's eyes flashed. You know someone overseas? Oh, I'm not sure. He's just someone I know, but we're not on good terms. Xiaojin thought of his rival in his memory. He's just like Joanna. He looks down on normal humans and thinks he's a god. Xianxia nodded. Is he a spiritualist or an array master? Xiaojin replied, an array master. Where is he now? Xiaojin shook his head. I don't know. Strictly speaking, he's my enemy. He's one of the targets that I have to get rid of. Is that so? Xianxia replied softly, I'll help you. As long as it was something that she wanted to do, as long as it was something that he could do, he would help Xiaojin no matter what. Okay. She didn't reject him. She only said, there's no need to rush. Xianxia had gotten rid of Joanna, and he had killed 6 array masters in one go. It should be 7. The Hurley family wouldn't let this go. They would come to the capital very soon. He just didn't know how things would progress then. For Xiaojin and Xianxia, this wasn't too important. One didn't care at all. The other was that since he chose to make a move, he had the confidence to deal with it. Moreover, he hid it very well. No one would know that he was a spiritualist. According to Joanna, his fate had been changed. It was probably impossible for him to become a spiritualist. However, he didn't expect Xiaojin to be so strong that he was forced to awaken as a spiritualist. Xiaojin thought of the 6 array masters who died and felt a little regretful. 7 spirit seeds, it was enough for a few backlashes. Xianxia was a little amused. Should I have told you to come over? Xiaojin said, it's okay. Since spirit seeds exist, there's no lack of them. Xianxia thought for a while and asked, are you the only one who can get other people's spirit seeds? Xiaojin shook his head. Not really. It depends on the situation. I suspect that the spirit group also has a method of seizing spirit seeds, but it's probably different from mine. As for you, if you have this idea, it might not be impossible. Xianxia nodded. It wasn't that he didn't have the thought of seizing the spirit seed when he was dealing with those people, but it didn't seem to be that easy. He did not succeed. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. Besides, apart from Xiao Jin, the spirit seed that he had obtained did not seem to have any other use. Xiao Jin didn't say that obtaining other people's spirit seeds could increase one's strength. If that was the case, then spiritual readers would be in danger. He took a sip of tea when his phone rang. He glanced at it and picked it up. He spoke in English. His tone was elegant and calm, as if he was just talking to someone about an ordinary matter. However, Song Yanqing was on the phone with someone from the Hurley family. It was normal for the people from the Hurley family to call Song Yanqing. Xiao Anna and the others had a cooperative relationship with the Song family. Now that Xiao Anna was gone, they would definitely call Song Yanqing to ask about it. After all, they all knew that Xiao Anna had come to look for Song Yanqing several times. Song Yanqing's answer was watertight. There was no evidence to prove that he had anything to do with Joanna's death. Naturally, the Hurley family wouldn't suspect him because a sickly person whose fate had been swapped would not arouse suspicion. After hanging up, Song Yanqing said to Xiao Jin, "I'll be very busy for a while. It seems that we can only meet again when we go to Su Xiu's house." "It's okay, just do what you need to do." Xiao Jin understood why he was so busy. And it was only for a few days. Okay. Xiao Anna had just died. Although Song Yanqing wasn't a direct suspect, it wasn't as easy as he made it sound. At least there were still many things that needed to be dealt with. Even if it wasn't from the spirit group's point of view, the death of a member of the Hurley family in Huaxia was also a difficult thing to explain. Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing were sent home after dinner. He didn't expect He Yao to call him that night. She sounded a little anxious. "Xiao Jin, something happened. Do you have time now?" Xiao Jin asked, "Did the psychic transform into a demon?" "Yes." He Yao sighed. "The problem is quite serious. It happened in the school. We've evacuated the students with the excuse of a toxic gas leak, but it's a big problem. This demonized psychic is different from the ones we've met before. It's very difficult to deal with. Not only did we send a team over, another team is also on the way. If you have time, you can come over and see what's going on." Compared to the spirit group, who had been loyal for many years, He Yao wasn't as loyal. This was because they joined the spirit group to protect the safety of ordinary people and maintain the stability of humans and psychics. She was more willing to believe Xiao Jin, who told her everything. At least if Xiao Jin wanted to deal with them, it wouldn't be so troublesome. "Xiao Jin, I'll go over now. What's the situation over there?" The demonized psychic she was talking about was Xianxia, who they met at the cinema. She had already stopped it once, but she didn't expect that she couldn't stop it a second time. Of course, if a person could demonize, stopping it once wouldn't be enough. Xiao Jin set off immediately. Tonight, they were all busy and not at home, so no one stopped Xiao Jin from going out. Naturally, he didn't need to find an excuse to go dancing. On the way, He Yao briefly reported Xianxia's situation to her. Tonight, Xianxia's university called the police. Their school was only a vocational college, and the students who studied here were all mixed up. Tonight, a terrible thing suddenly happened. Several students said that there was a ghost, and one of them was forced to jump off the building. The teacher who made the call also saw it with his own eyes. They realized that this was definitely not a simple scare. Before they arrived at the scene, they had already evacuated the students in a well-trained manner to avoid causing more panic. Through the school's surveillance, they finally concluded that the problem was Xianxia. Everyone in Xianxia's building had run away. She was the only one who didn't move. There was no trace of the ghost in the surveillance video, but the human eye could see it clearly. The teacher who called the police almost fainted from fright. Her shrill screams could be heard over the phone. When He Yao and the others took action, they also quickly sent a copy of Xianxia's information to Xiao Jin, so that Xiao Jin could have a more comprehensive understanding of the situation. Earlier at the cinema, she had already attracted the attention of the spirit group. They had already investigated Xianxia, so it wasn't that they didn't know anything about her. They just didn't expect this to happen so suddenly. From the information, Xianxia didn't have any demonization points. Therefore, her demonization made He Yao and the others a little confused. Moreover, her ability was so strong that even He Yao and the others felt that it was troublesome. Xianxia was 19 years old and was a student at Heavenly Dong Vocational College. Compared to others, Xianxia was introverted, silent, and did not like to talk. Therefore, she was not popular in school. According to the information that He Yao and the others had found, Xianxia's personality was like this because of her family. Her parents had divorced a long time ago. She followed her father and had a stepmother. However, there were no signs that she had been abused. In fact, she was living a good life. This was not superficial information. When the spirit group investigated something, they would send people to verify it. Since they felt that there was no problem, then there was most likely nothing hidden about Xianxia. The only difference was that in school, Xianxia was ostracized by her roommates because of her personality. It was just ostracization. Although school violence existed, it had never happened to Xianxia. Up until now, he had not heard any students or teachers say that Xianxia had been abused. However, it was true that she was ostracized. Xiao Jin saw Xianxia and a few other students who went to the cinema with her last time. One of them was Xianxia's roommate, Ning Jiaojiao. According to the information, she did like to bully Xianxia and take advantage of her. However, it was not that bad. However, this time, she was the one who was forced to jump off a building. It was because of her that the matter blew up. Xiao Jin quickly finished reading the information. The vocational college was in the suburbs and was very far from the center of the capital. It would take an hour to get there by subway. When they arrived at the scene, most of the students had already been evacuated. The school had even issued a holiday order. The students who could not return home were gathered in another dormitory building, which was protected by Xianxia and the others. He Yao and Lan Xiaoni went to the belly to face Xianxia. Her ability was also proven. Ghosts became real. Ghosts in movies could appear in reality. They could not be seen by surveillance cameras and were controlled by Xianxia. They had the characteristics of ghosts in movies. They were invisible, flashing, and very lethal. The timing of the ghost's appearance was also very troublesome. The people in Xianxia's dormitory gathered to watch a horror movie. In the end, for some reason, the ghost appeared. It was an old movie, and it was a common female ghost in red. Lan Xiaoni's space ability could only keep the ghost in Xianxia's dormitory for now. It couldn't move anywhere else for the time being. After He Yao called the headquarters for help, she called Xiao Jin without hesitation. She felt that there was something wrong with Xianxia's ability. The ghost that she had summoned was simply too powerful. Combined with the incident at the cinema, He Yao and the others felt that Xianxia should be able to summon the ghost she saw. There must be a time limit and conditions. Otherwise, with Xianxia's ability alone, many spiritual readers would not be her match. When Xiao Jin arrived, he immediately saw the gloomy atmosphere of the school. As if it was controlled by an invisible net, the entire school exuded a lifeless aura. She blinked and paid the driver. Then, she sighed softly. What a coincidence. There was indeed a reason why Xianxia was so powerful. At this time, the school gate was guarded by the police who were summoned at the same time and did not know the truth. They didn't know what was going on inside, but at least they had to make sure that the people outside couldn't break in. Xiao Jin didn't force her way in. Something had just happened in the school, so the control wasn't that comprehensive. She used her sensing ability to find a small door and went in. When she went in, she considerately closed the door to prevent others from sneaking in. The lights in the whole school hadn't been turned off yet. It looked bright, but in fact, it was as quiet as a dead school. Many students who didn't know the situation were now gathered in another dormitory, falling into endless panic. The reason for the leakage of poisonous gas was still very scary, but they didn't know why they weren't allowed to leave. In fact, it was too late for them to leave now. Xianxia's ability covered the whole school. If she wanted, the ghost could appear anywhere. However, she hadn't fully grasped it yet. If she fully grasped the ability, it wouldn't be just the people in the school who would die. When Xiao Jin found He Yao, she was holding Lan Xiaoni's hand and guarding under a dormitory building. There was no one around, and their clothes fluttered slightly in the wind. When He Yao turned around and saw Qiao Jin, her face was a little pale. "You're here." She saw Xianxia move just now. In order to prevent her from coming out, she used her ability to stop Xianxia, but she couldn't get close to Xianxia's ghost. She could only do it from a distance, which consumed a lot of energy. Lan Xiaoni couldn't hold on much longer either. Xianxia's ability was even more terrifying than He Yao had imagined. Qiao Jin sighed. It's quite rare to meet such a person. It's simply the right time for her. He Yao was a little confused. What do you mean? Qiao Jin was wearing a beige one-piece casual outfit this time, but she looked like an immortal. Especially in the dark night, she looked like she was going to become an immortal at any time. The tranquil moonlight shone on her face. She looked around and muttered to herself, this school used to be a mass grave. I've told you about array masters before. Array masters need array points to set up arrays. Some array points are innate. This school was a natural death aura array point. If someone demonizes here, and it's a corresponding ability related to death, it will be multiplied. Such a person, once awakened or demonized, will become a high-level existence. Of course, you can't deal with it. Her ability can still grow. If she is given enough time to master her power, she will be able to walk out of here and slaughter anyone she wants in less than a day. Nowadays, many schools were built on top of mass graves. The reason was that the students' young qi could suppress it. These statements made some sense, but it was also a double-edged sword. Xianxia's existence actually made such a place more convenient. He Yao was shocked. So we can't deal with her now? Qiao Jin shook his head. You definitely won't be able to deal with it. No matter how many of you come, you'll all die. You can't deal with just the ghost's ability alone. In the future, when her ability grows, more ghosts will appear. He Yao, she was flabbergasted. In Xianxia's information, where on earth did she demonize? I don't think her hatred is that strong. If she hates Ning Jiao and the others, she should be more suitable to awaken as a spiritual psychic. Qiao Jin looked quietly at the small window in the dormitory. At this time, Xianxia was poking her head out and looking at her silently. Qiao Jin said, born evil. She narrowed her eyes at Xianxia and said to He Yao, I'll go up and meet her. He Yao was a bit worried. Then be careful. Qiao Jin said, I'll be fine. I just want to see if there's a chance. He Yao was a bit confused. What chance? In the past, I thought that a demonized person wouldn't be able to regain their rationality, but Duan Nianru's matter made me see something different. She had clearly accepted her ability and demonized, but she was still able to regain her rationality at the crucial moment. Xianxia's demonization is a bit strange. I want to see if there's a way to figure it out. If there's no way, I'll just eliminate her and not let her leave here. As she spoke, she walked into the dormitory. He Yao looked at Qiao Jin in a daze for a moment. Could a demonized spiritualist regain their rationality? She was a bit confused. She had never seen such a thing in all these years. Their mission was to subdue demonized spiritualists and hand them over to headquarters. Lan Xiaoni watched as Qiao Jin walked in and whispered, Godmother, the thing inside is too powerful. Isn't Big Sister Qiao afraid? He Yao held Lan Xiaoni's hand. It's fine. Your big sister Qiao knows what she's doing. Since she dares to go in, it means she's not afraid. *****Xiao Jin walked into the dormitory. Because he had fled in a hurry, the dormitory was bright. The lights were not extinguished, but there was a strange aura circulating in the room. Occasionally, the lights would flicker as if they were leaking electricity. It was quiet, and even the sound of breathing couldn't be heard. It was too terrifying. Xianxia lived on the 3rd floor. She didn't encounter any obstruction as she walked up the stairs. Xianxia hadn't lost her rationality, so she knew that she couldn't deal with Qiao Jin. Perhaps she was just curious. When Qiao Jin reached the 3rd floor, he saw a scene that would make an ordinary person's soul scatter. A pale female ghost in red clothes revealed only her ankles. Her black hair reached her waist, and she stood at the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor. Originally, her back was facing him, but when Qiao Jin came up, she turned around, revealing a face with greenish-gray eyes. It wasn't necessarily terrifying, but knowing that she was a ghost made her even more terrifying. It looked at Xiao Jin quietly and did not move. Xiao Jin didn't care about it. He walked straight to a room in the middle of the corridor on the right side of the stairs. It was room 306, Xianxia's room. Xianxia was sitting on the balcony of the dormitory. She was wearing a nice satin cartoon bear cotton pajamas and was combing her long hair with a red comb in her hand. In fact, they were not much different from the ghosts outside. However, from the way she dressed, she looked like a girl who had been raised in a greenhouse. She didn't have much of a sad aura. The fact that she could demonize was something that no one could understand. When Xiao Jin stood at the door, Xianxia turned her face and looked at Xiao Jin. She whispered, "You're so beautiful." Xiao Jin smiled. "Thank you." She walked into the dormitory and looked around. She sensed some trivial things about Xianxia and her roommates from the living atmosphere. Xiao Jin said, "Ning Jiaojiao usually just likes to take advantage of you. It's understandable that you're resentful. I'm curious about your usual thoughts if you have the intention to kill her because of this." Xianxia stopped combing her hair. "Just take advantage of her? Why would someone who likes to take advantage of others live in this world?" Xiao Jin said, "There are many people in this world, and they live in this world for a reason." Xianxia chuckled softly. That smile seemed a little sinister at this time. "I wanted to kill her that day at the cinema. You shouldn't have saved her. Now you'll only harm more people." Xiao Jin smiled and said, "Since I'm here, I won't give you a chance to do it. You don't have to push the blame to me. You're the one who wanted to kill her. I stopped you at that time to give you a chance. Now it seems that you don't cherish it. What do you know?" Xianxia sat up abruptly and looked at Xiao Jin. "They usually gather together to talk bad about me, bully me, and take advantage of me. Just like my stepmother. My father clearly said that he wouldn't have any other children with me. Why does my brother still exist? Those who deceive me deserve to die. They all deserve to die." Along with this sentence, the air became stagnant, as if some kind of aura had exploded. The red-cloaked female ghost screamed and appeared behind Xiao Jin in a flash. Her black nails suddenly grew sharply, as if she was going to pinch Xiao Jin's fragile neck. However, Xiao Jin just waved his hand gently, and she froze, unable to move half a step. Xiao Jin approached Xianxia. "So this is what you think in your heart? Anyone who deceived you deserves to die, right? You even want to kill your own parents." Xianxia's thoughts had been born from the darkness for a long time. Ning Jiaojiao and the people at school were only catalysts. The real reason was probably born in Xianxia's family. I didn't." At this time, Xianxia's eyes flashed, and she quibbled a little. However, her denial proved that Xiao Jin guessed correctly. Xiao Jin smiled and said, "Let me see what your parents did to you." She stretched out a white hand, and Xianxia subconsciously avoided it. That hand didn't touch Xianxia, but it seemed that there was an invisible force controlling Xianxia, making her unable to move. The red dots in Xiao Jin's eyes flickered. He saw everything that happened to Xianxia from her body. However, her parents, on the other hand, had divorced peacefully. It was human nature for them to be unable to continue living with their relationship. Xianxia had been brought up well since she was young. It was also her own choice to choose to follow her father. Her father had promised her that he wouldn't have another child, but after meeting Xianxia's stepmother, he couldn't help but give birth to her younger brother. Her stepmother actually treated her well, but Xianxia was completely against it. The darkness in her heart had reached its peak ever since her younger brother was born. She felt that her younger brother had taken everything away from her. There was not a moment when she did not want to kill her younger brother. She even viewed the people around her with hostility. She once tried to push her stepmother down the stairs, but she was too young at the time and did not succeed. Ning Jiaojiao's appearance was just a catalyst. At school, Xianxia's personality was dark and antisocial. Ning Jiaojiao thought that Xianxia was easy to bully, but she didn't expect that she would become a stepping stone on Xianxia's demonization path. Now that she was demonized, not only did she want to kill the people at school, but she also wanted to kill a lot of people, including the teachers at school who made her feel uncomfortable with just one sentence. Xiao Jin had met countless demonized people. Most of them, at least in the early stages, targeted the people they wanted to kill. It was the first time he saw someone like Xianxia who killed people indiscriminately. If Qiao Jin had come a little later, her plan might have succeeded. Qiao Jin retracted his hand and looked at her. You're already hopeless. If Duan Nianru was the ultimate good, then Xianxia was the ultimate evil. It was just that this kind of evil did not have the time to show itself and was discovered too quickly. Xianxia shrieked, "What right do you have to say that about me? What do you want to do?" Her ability did not work on Qiao Jin, so she could not attack Qiao Jin. This made her feel that something was wrong. Such a person should be dealt with quickly. Xianxia had just been demonized. Even if she took her spirit seed now, she might do it again. At that time, her destructive power would increase exponentially. But, Qiao Jin felt that there was a turning point in Xianxia's life, and it seemed to be preventing her from doing anything. Was it karma? Qiao Jin frowned and looked at Xianxia in confusion. This was the disadvantage of having a hard fate. Xianxia's fate was hard, and Qiao Jin wasn't a spiritualist, so he couldn't see her future. There was no doubt that she was evil. Since she wasn't allowed to do anything, Qiao Jin directly took Xianxia's spirit seed. Xianxia shrieked. She knew that something was wrong. As the spirit seed disappeared, the red-clothed female ghost also disappeared. Xianxia was covered in sweat, and she collapsed on the ground. She looked at Qiao Jin with hatred. Even at this time, she didn't fear Qiao Jin. She only felt endless hatred. She knew that she had lost her strength. Qiao Jin had taken her strength. Qiao Jin looked at her indifferently and pinched his chin. What's wrong with you? I'll find out sooner or later. She looked at Xianxia and smiled. We'll meet again sooner or later. This sooner or later made Xianxia feel a chill in her heart. When Qiao Jin went downstairs, another team of spiritualists had already arrived. Following them was a team that was going to deal with the aftermath of this matter. Professional cleanup. Another team leader asked He Yao directly, "Is he still up there?" He Yao wanted to say that Qiao Jin had gone up, but she suddenly heard an ethereal female voice saying, "Don't reveal me." The voice seemed to come from a faraway place. He Yao immediately realized that Qiao Jin must have a way to hide their tracks. She immediately said, "Yes, we've been here all this time. We haven't left." At the same time, he pinched Lan Xiaoni's palm. Lan Xiaoni was smart. Seeing that He Yao didn't say anything, she naturally wouldn't say anything about Qiao Jin. The captain frowned and said, "Is it very troublesome?" He Yao nodded. "It's extremely troublesome. We can't deal with it at all." She did not reveal the information provided by Qiao Jin. She predicted that these people would definitely notice something, and by then, they would not be the ones to deal with them. As expected, the team leader who came to ask for help didn't dare to bring his team up directly. In less than 10 minutes, an order came from the top, saying that the matter would be transferred to another team, and that He Yao and her team could go back and rest. Other than He Yao, even Xianxia and the others didn't understand why the top would give such an order. Didn't transferring to another team also mean that they needed help? Why didn't they let them help? However, they didn't know how terrifying a high-level spiritualist was and the existence of a formation master. The top probably also noticed the problem with Xianxia, but they didn't know that it had been solved. They directly let another team take over. By the time Qiao Jin returned home, it was already late at night. This time, she bumped into her big brother, Mu Qizhi, who had just returned from abroad. When Mu Qizhi saw Qiao Jin return home in the middle of the night, his deep frown showed how dissatisfied he was. He asked, "Where did you go?" Qiao Jin, disco. Mu Qizhi, the scene was very suffocating. Mu Qizhi was a little annoyed. Girls, don't go out so late at night. I don't mind if you want to play, but you can't do this too often. Qiao Jin, I know, Qizhi. You're right. I'm a little sleepy now. Can I go up and sleep? Seeing the girl's calm expression, Mu Qizhi didn't know what to say. He could only sigh deeply. Go to sleep. Qiao Jin nodded and went upstairs. Mu Qizhi, who knew that Mu Qizhi was coming back, came downstairs on time. When Mu Qizhi saw him, he asked, "Qiao Jin often doesn't come home at night." Don't you care? Mu Zhenming was stunned for a moment. Not often. She goes out occasionally. She's already an adult. Do I have to control her? She's more reassuring than Qi Lian. Mu Qizhi shook his head. I don't think so. Girls are more likely to get into trouble than boys. Mu Zhenming, don't curse her. Mu Qizhi, *****. The next day, He Yao told Xiao Jin about the follow-up on WeChat. Xianxia was probably taken away by the higher-ups of the spirit group. She didn't know what happened next, so she couldn't provide more information. Xiao Jin only replied to He Yao with one sentence. Jin Jinyao, I've already taken her spirit seed, but I have a feeling that she will bring a lot of trouble to the spirit group in the future. He Yao, what kind of trouble? Jin Jinyao, it's just a feeling. He Yao, this sentence was like a flag that was planted in He Yao's heart. She was afraid that something would really happen. However, it seemed like Xiao Jin didn't know either, and He Yao was at her wit's end. Shang Yishan's matter had come to an end, but it didn't mean that other things had stopped. The next day, when Xiao Jin came back because of Mu Qizhi, Xiao Jin heard an unexpected news at the dinner table. Mu Qizhi was going on a blind date. The blind date was not an accident. Mu Qizhi had not had a girlfriend for so long, so it was natural for his family to be anxious. They just wanted him to go on a blind date. Mu Qizhi did not refuse. The other party was also a rich young lady who had just returned from studying abroad. She was very compatible with Mu Qizhi in all aspects. It was someone who had found Mu Xiangshan and mentioned it to him. Mu Xiangshan didn't insist on anything else, so Mu Qizhi didn't refuse. The mention of a blind date opened up a topic at the dinner table. Big brother is going on blind dates? I don't think he needs to go on blind dates at all. Mu Zilian clicked his tongue and expressed his opinion. Blind dates, I really can't imagine it. Xiao Fei expected better from him. Do you think everyone is like you? He couldn't do anything, was the #1 disco dancer, and had never stopped having girlfriends. In this family, there was no need to worry about anyone except Mu Zilian not being able to find a wife in the future. Mu Zilian felt particularly innocent. I'm just following the trend of feelings. What's wrong with being like me? Isn't it good to bravely pursue love like me? Xiao Fei, scumbag. Mu Zilian. You've been watching too many dramas. How am I a scumbag? Xiao Fei, this relationship stopped for a day and the next one picked up. If you're not a scumbag, then what are you? Mu Zilian, your son is handsome, confident, and popular. I don't lack girls chasing after me. She has already confessed to me. If I don't reject her, should I still be immersed in the pain of my previous relationship? Do you want me to learn from the other 3 single dogs in our family? In this family, he was the only one who attracted girls. Look at Big Brother, Second Brother, and then look at Xiao Jin, none of them even dated. Mu Zilian felt that this society was too perverted. As soon as he finished speaking, he was attacked by eyes from all directions. Mu Zilian shut his mouth resentfully. Mu Zhenming continued to talk about the girl. I've heard about the girl. She's good. If you're interested, we won't interfere. It's up to you to choose. These words were naturally directed at Mu Qizhi. Mu Qizhi only nodded. Mu Xiangshan probably felt that the room wasn't too lively. At this time, he looked at Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, don't just eat. Tell your big brother's fortune. How's this relationship? Everyone, Grandpa, are you crazy? However, Xiao Jin wiped his mouth and said seriously, Qizhi's marriage isn't urgent. It will appear later. She had seen the marriage lines of the 3 members of the Mu family. Mu Qizhi and Muzichu were the kind of people who would be stable for life after meeting one girl. Mu Zilian, on the other hand, had some twists and turns. He would probably attract some rotten girls. He might even suffer some retribution later. His marriage line would be stable later. Is this the only one that won't work? Mu Xiangshan raised his eyebrows and sighed. Then it seems that there's no hope. Everyone else, it was one thing for Xiao Jin to be out of tune, but why was Grandpa starting to be out of tune too? At this time, Mu Qizhi was still acting like an elder brother. Because he was not at home often, he could not integrate into the current environment of the Mu family. At this time, he expressed his opinion, "Grandpa, don't be superstitious. You can't believe everything that Jean learned from the internet. The information on the internet is very heterogeneous. It's not good to receive wrong information." Mu Xiangshan laughed heartily. "Xiao Jin, you only showed it to others. Why didn't you look at your own marriage line? Besides, you're already 20 years old. Do you have anyone you like?" Xiao Fei was a little embarrassed. "Dad, why are you bringing this up? Jean is still young." Mu Xiangshan, almost 20. "When I was 20, Zhenming was already born." Mu Zhenming coughed dryly. "Dad, what era was that? Can we compare with you in the past?" Muzillian was a little suspicious. "Would Xiao Jin like someone? Isn't she close to Brother Yanqing now?" Muzichu and Muchiji immediately raised their heads. The whole family looked at Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin said seriously, "Song Yanqing and I are friends. Dating is too redundant for me. I don't want to. If it's possible, I probably won't get married for the rest of my life." This sentence was like a clap of thunder, causing a huge commotion in the Mu family. Even Muchiji and Muzichu looked at Xiao Jin in disbelief. Xiao Fei was even more flabbergasted. He was so anxious that he was about to cry. Why don't you want to get married? What happened to you?" It was understandable if he didn't want to date now. But he didn't want to get married. What happened to him? Muzillian was also very shocked. After hanging out with Brother Yanqing every day, he still didn't want to get married. Was Brother Yanqing not human, or was Xiao Jin not human? I beg for a monthly vote. This was a question that Muzillian could never figure out. Xiao Jin's idea of not wanting to get married was quite frightening. After all, for a normal person to not want to get married at the age of 20, how much of a shock must she have been through? Mu Xiangshan was a little shocked. "You really don't want to get married? Could it be that Lord Song rejected you?" Everyone's imaginations were off the charts. Xiao Jin sighed softly. Amidst everyone's shock, Muchiji slowly said, "It's fine if you don't want to get married. In this day and age, a girl can also live well on her own." Xiao Fei immediately retorted, "How can that be? I don't care if you get married late or have a child late, but how can a person not get married? Think about it, when you're old, there won't be anyone by your bedside. How miserable would that be?" Muzillian suddenly said, "If you're rich, you'll have a nanny." Xiao Fei was speechless. She suddenly wanted to beat this troublesome son of hers out with a broom. Mu Zhenming had no choice but to persuade Xiao Fei. "You're thinking too much. Children these days have different ideas. It's just that the right person hasn't appeared yet. When the person she likes appears, she'll naturally get married. You don't have to be so anxious. She's only 20 years old. It's not like she can't afford to wait another 10 years." Xiao Jin felt that he seemed to have said something inappropriate. He pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Zhenming is right. Mu Zhenming was speechless. Xiao Fei opened his mouth and seemed to want to say something, but Mu Xiangshan suddenly stood up. "What day and age are we living in? Why are you still so old-fashioned? If she doesn't want to get married, then don't get married. Can't you afford to raise her?" Xiao Fei was speechless. After being lectured by his family, Xiao Fei finally gave up on the idea of educating Xiao Jin. Muzichu was the only one who did not express his opinion throughout the entire process. Perhaps to him, this matter had nothing to do with him. When Xiao Fei and Mu Zhenming returned to the room, Xiao Fei was still worried. Why doesn't this child want to get married? Did something happen that we don't know about? The drug incident could only be said to be an accident. At that time, it did not involve any emotional factors. Why don't you even want to get married? Mu Zhenming touched her shoulder and said helplessly, "I think you're worrying too much. I think she has her own ideas. Maybe she just doesn't want to get married." It's not strange to have such thoughts in this era. We can't control the children's affairs. How can that be? Xiao Fei looked worried. It's bad enough that the child has a mother. If we don't get married, I'll die before her. Won't she be alone in the world? She thought about it for a long time, but Mu Zhenming sighed. I understand what you're thinking, but that's her way of thinking. It's useless for you to worry now. Besides, life is long. She just said that she doesn't want to get married now, but it doesn't mean that she'll think the same in the future. There are many variables. Xiaofei thought so too and couldn't help but worry. Actually, I'd rather that Jean and Lord Song have something. But they're just friends. She doesn't even like Lord Song. This is too scary. Mu Zhenming said. It's not that she doesn't like him. It's just that they don't have that kind of thought in their hearts, right? Xiaofei said, she doesn't even like Lord Song. I think she really wants to be alone for the rest of her life. Mu Zhenming was speechless. Mu Zhenming didn't know how to react to his wife's superstition about Song Yanqing's looks. The next day, Mu Qiji went on a blind date, and Xiao Jin didn't stay idle either. It wasn't that she didn't want to stay idle, but she was dragged by Mu Zilian to watch Mu Qiji go on a blind date. Peeping. She didn't understand Mu Zilian's bad taste, but Mu Zilian said with conviction, "You stay at home every day and don't go anywhere. I think you're going to rot. Big Brother's blind date is such an important thing. Don't you know how to read fortunes? Go to the scene and help him take a look." Xiao Jin was silent for a moment. I think Qiji believes it. It's not appropriate for us to be there. Mu Zilian, who said we have to be there? Can't we just not let Big Brother know? So she was dragged along. Mu Qiji had told them the location of the blind date last night, so they knew where it was. The first blind date was for people with status and reputation, so naturally, it was at a place that required an appointment. It was a Western restaurant on a building. The restaurant was on the balcony, and one could overlook the city from midair. It was quite spectacular. The scenery was extraordinary, and so was the extra money. There weren't many people eating, so it was easy to be noticed if they sat together. So Xiao Jin and Mu Zilian sat on the other side of the restaurant, one building away from Mu Qiji. They could only vaguely see each other's shadows. Xiao Jin put her elbows on the table and rubbed her chin with her fingers. She felt something unusual. She looked down and saw a wave of energy. He was familiar with the energy that remained in this place. Song Yanqing did it here. She tilted her head and looked down. If someone with acrophobia came here, they would definitely fall into a state of dizziness and their legs would probably go weak on the spot. Mu Zilian saw that Mu Qiji's woman hadn't arrived yet, so he gossiped with Xiao Jin. Hey, something happened here a few days ago. Xiao Jin looked up at him. What's the matter? Mu Zilian was extremely gossipy. It said that a rich second generation overseas drove a sports car and got high on drugs. Right below this building, he stepped on the accelerator and crashed into the marble sculpture. The car was destroyed on the spot. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's not easy to be born in a rich family, but you don't cherish it. How can you touch drugs? Xiao Jin, is this the reason why you don't do anything other than disco? Mu Zilian. What do you mean? Mocking me, who would have thought that Mu Zilian, a second-generation rich kid, would have such awareness? Xiao Jin smiled. Her smile was extremely beautiful. Her pair of eyes were like crescent moons. It looked particularly moving. Mu Zilian tilted his head. Don't smile at me. I don't buy it. Xiao Jin, oh. If Xiao Jin wasn't related to him, Mu Zilian might have thought about it. Unfortunately, Xiao Jin was his sister. Even if they weren't related by blood, it was still a joke. Mu Zilian sighed. Mu Zilian looked in Mu Qiji's direction and his eyes lit up. Hurry, hurry, hurry. She's here. The person he was talking about was naturally Mu Qiji's blind date. Xiao Jin turned around and saw a noble girl with long, flowing hair. She was wearing a white, tight-fitting dress and a suit jacket of the same color. In terms of aura, she was indeed very good. Her figure was also very good. Mu Zilian couldn't see clearly from afar. He could only vaguely see that it was a woman with long hair. Ah, her figure is not bad. Men would naturally look at a woman's figure first. Xiao Jin furrowed her brows as she looked at him. She asked Mu Zilian, which family is this girl from? Mu Xiangshan had told her about his blind date in private and had never mentioned it at the dinner table. Mu Zilian thought for a moment. I think her surname is Ho, but I can't remember her name. I've never heard of it before. It said that it was an old friend of Grandpa's. Mu Xiangxian's friend had met her before, but that didn't mean that he had met every member of the Mu family. What's wrong? Mu Zillion felt that Xiao Jin's expression was somewhat thought-provoking. Do you think her appearance isn't good enough? Of course not. Xiao Jin shook her head. She's too far away. I can't see her clearly. She's a good person. She was just saying it casually. In fact, she had already seen that the girl was extraordinary. She was a spiritual psychic. According to the marriage fate she had calculated, Mu Qizhi and this relationship shouldn't end well. However, she wasn't very clear about the process. Now, it was another spiritual psychic. Xiao Jin could eavesdrop on their conversation if she wanted to, but she wasn't interested. It was Mu Qizhi's blind date, not her. It was boring enough being dragged along by Mu Zillion. Mu Zillion could only see that Mu Qizhi seemed to be chatting well with the girl. Judging from their interaction, he didn't know what they were talking about. He seemed a little anxious. It would be great if I could hear what they were talking about. Xiao Jin, why are you so concerned about Qizhi's blind date? Mu Zillion, what do you know? It's Big Brother's first blind date. Shouldn't I check for him? Xiao Jin, check with your eyes? Mu Zillion straightened up and looked at Xiao Jin with a serious expression. What do you mean? Once again, he detected a hint of mockery in her words. Xiao Jin, it's superficial. Mu Zillion, Mu Qizhi and his blind date chatted for an hour. Anyone could tell that they had a good chat. Xiao Jin and Mu Zillion didn't just wait. The two of them ate some food before they saw Mu Qizhi and his blind date leaving together. Xiao Jin was still cutting the steak in front of her when Mu Zillion reached out and pulled her aside. Go, 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 change positions. Xiao Jin stared at the steak he hadn't eaten yet. I don't want to go. Mu Zillion, no, we agreed to come out together. How can you run away? Xiao Jin, you don't know where they're going next. Mu Zillion, with my brother's style, how can he think of anything romantic? If he's not going to a cafe to continue drinking tea and chatting, then he's going to play golf and ride horses. I'll ask him in the family chat later. Xiao Jin was about to say something about the family chat when he heard a strange female voice. Qilian? Xiao Jin and Mu Zillion turned their heads at the same time and saw a girl in a tight lemon-colored dress looking at them. Mu Zillion's expression changed. He was in disbelief and indescribable awkwardness. You're back from abroad? Xiao Jin immediately looked at Mu Zillion. At that moment, Mu Qilian saw curiosity in the eyes of this cheap little sister of hers, who had always been indifferent. The girl's long hair was very similar to Xiao Jin's. They were both slightly curly seaweed, but it wasn't as long and soft as Xiao Jin's. Moreover, it was permed into a more obvious light gold color. She looked fashionable and stylish, but when she looked at Xiao Jin, there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. Your new girlfriend? She's pretty? Mu Zillion's eagerness to look for his elder brother had completely disappeared. He sat in his seat as if he was glued to it. He was a little stiff and could not move. Hearing this, he only faintly replied, she actually wanted to lie. Xiao Jin looked at the girl with a smile. No, I'm his relative. Mu Zillion, it was fine to clarify, but what kind of magical word was relative? Would it kill him to say that he was a sister? Relative? The girl, who had heard Mu Zillion admit it, looked a little disappointed. Now that she heard it, she looked at Mu Zillion strangely and said self-deprecatingly, why are you lying to me? Are you afraid that I will pester you? Don't worry, I won't. Most men had a melodramatic past. It seemed that Mu Zillion was not surprised. He had encountered his own melodramatic past. Mu Zillion was even more embarrassed when he heard this. In the past, he had always been angry. Now, he wanted to pretend that no one had seen him. Hearing the girl's words, he could only smile awkwardly. He did not know what to say. The girl blinked and stared at Mu Zillion. I just came back. I didn't expect to see you. It's quite a coincidence. You don't have to be like this. I just wanted to say hello. It seems that you still don't want to talk to me. I won't bother you. Eat your meal. After saying this, she picked up her bag and turned to leave. Xiao Jin immediately leaned over to Muzilian and said indifferently, "Qi Lian, who is she?" Muzilian's face was wooden. "What if I say I don't want to say?" "Xiao Jin, I want to hear." "Muzilian, do you know how to write the word reserved?" At this time, Muzilian was so worried that he wanted to take out a cigarette and smoke. He leaned back in his chair, put one hand on the table, and turned to look at the scenery outside the building. He actually had the vicissitudes of a mature man. Then, he told Xiao Jin a melodramatic story. Muzilian's character was obvious. He was a playboy when he was in school. At that time, he and Mizuchu were the most popular people in the school. There were countless girls chasing after them. Compared to Mizuchu's cold attitude, Muzilian basically didn't reject anyone. He hadn't done anything like too timing, but his relationship gap wouldn't last long. If he was too popular, this relationship might end in 3 days, and the next relationship would start the next day. The girl just now was called Ing Changrui. In the second year of high school, she was in the class next to Muzilian. She was the prettiest girl in the class. Her grades were especially good and she was also very arrogant. However, she fell in love with Muzilian. When she confessed to Muzilian, it happened to be when he broke up with his girlfriend. He didn't reject her. When he was with Ing Changrui, it gave Muzilian a special feeling of novelty. Ing Changrui was very good in her studies, and she was very simple. She liked him wholeheartedly. It was just that her family wasn't very good. Muzilian didn't care about this. He was quite good to Ing Changrui. However, how could a person like him accept her? In just a month, it slowly faded. This was already a record. When he asked Ing Changrui to break up, Ing Changrui naturally didn't agree. Because Muzilian was his first love, he was very straightforward when he asked to break up. Ing Changrui's unwillingness and pestering made him annoyed. Moreover, there were rumors in the school that Muzilian broke up with her because he disliked her family. Muzilian didn't agree with this. "I swear to God, I was very good to her back then. I didn't even hesitate to buy things for her, even though she basically didn't accept them." Muzilian thought about this and got to the most important part. He was a little worried. "I was quite conflicted about her. I didn't expect that after I dumped her, she would be bullied by a few girls in school who liked me. Her life was very difficult, and she was forced to transfer schools. I only found out the reason later." This sounded melodramatic, but it was actually so real. The girls who liked Muzilian were unwilling to give up, so they would gang up on Ing Changrui, who wasn't very good. It was precisely because of her poor family background that others thought that she was climbing the Muzilian ladder. Once she was dumped, she became a target. That's why I've always felt quite embarrassed because of this. This was also the only time in Muzilian's rich history of relationships that he felt a little guilty about. Later, I found out that her grades were quite good at another school and she was accepted by a famous foreign university. In her third year of high school, she was directly recommended to study abroad. I haven't seen her for a few years, but now it seems that she's doing well. She could even come here to eat. This made Muzilian feel a little comforted. After hearing this, Xiao Jin said, "Ah, it sounds like she's someone you're not worthy of." Muzilian. "Am I your brother or not?" Xiao Jin stroked his chin. "Don't worry. I can see that she doesn't have any marriage ties with you. There's a high chance that she won't have any contact with you anymore. You don't have to worry about some melodramatic things happening." Muzilian? "Do you think your words can be true? She has a good future overseas. She could have stayed overseas. Now that she's back, what if she's doing it for me?" Xiao Jin hesitated, and Muzilian suddenly felt that she might not be able to say anything good with her hesitant look. His face immediately darkened. "What else do you want to say?" Xiao Jin thought for a moment. "I think what Fei Fei usually says about you makes sense." Muzilian, "What did Mom say about me?" Xiao Jin, "You're quite shameless." Muzilian, the sibling relationship between Muzilian and Xiao Jin was officially broken. He left Xiao Jin behind and angrily went to find his friends to dance. Before he left, he even took the initiative to pay the bill. Muqiji's blind date was still going on. Muzilian was so angry that he ran away. Xiao Jin was bored, so he went downstairs for a walk. Coincidentally, there was a department store below the building. When she went down, someone called her. She turned around and saw that it was Xianxia who had just left. The girl had a bright and youthful face. It was no wonder that Muzilian, who only looked at faces, would fall for her. Probably because she was a little embarrassed to stop Xiaojin, she came over hesitantly with a friendly smile on her lips. "He didn't leave with you?" Xiaojin smiled faintly. "He had something to do and left first. I'm here for a walk. Do you have anything to ask me?" Xianxia was a little embarrassed when her thoughts were exposed. Her eyes flashed. "Your relatives, right? Did he tell you who I am?" Xiaojin said directly, "He did. I know that you're his ex-girlfriend." Xianxia's eyes actually showed some comfort. "Well, I'm still his ex-girlfriend." She was not an insignificant passerby. She was really afraid that Muzilian would directly deny her existence. It was not like he could not do such a thing. He had so many girlfriends. Perhaps he had already forgotten her. Xiaojin still had a faint smile on her face, looking very amiable. Xianxia looked at her a few times and suddenly smiled. "I haven't seen you before. Are you his cousin?" Xiaojin shook her head. "Kind of brother and sister. I'm the daughter his mother adopted." Xianxia was a little surprised. She didn't expect that there was such a thing in Muzilian's family. However, she knew very little about Muzilian. Then Xianxia realized that her reaction was a little too much. Even if they were adopted siblings, it had nothing to do with her. It was already a little inappropriate for her to shamelessly come over to ask for information. She immediately smiled and said, "Actually, I just wanted to ask about him casually. Now that I know, if you feel that it's abrupt, don't take it to heart. Take your time shopping. I'll leave first." Xiaojin nodded. Xianxia said goodbye to her and left with a smile. She didn't ask for any contact information because there was no reason. Xiaojin shrugged and casually strolled around in the mall. Along the way, she met several handsome boys who directly came up to her and asked for her phone number. Of course, she rejected them one by one. Her temperament was cold and unapproachable. As long as she shook her head slightly, those boys would retreat. Now people were still in the mall, so they weren't so thick-skinned. However, Xiaojin's rejection seemed regretful. He could only watch her slowly leave. Not long after she walked out of the mall, she had an inexplicable feeling in her heart. It was an indescribable feeling, but it disappeared in a flash. She frowned slightly, feeling that something had happened. It didn't seem to be a very urgent matter. She shook her head and only took a taxi home. Muqiji and his blind date hadn't come back yet. Muzilian didn't come back either. However, Muzichu saw Xiaojin when he went downstairs. He took the initiative to ask, "Did you see Big Brother's blind date?" Muzichu knew that she and Muzilian went to join in the fun. Xiaojin nodded. "I saw her. She's beautiful, has a good temperament, and a good figure." Muzichu asked, "What about the rest?" Xiaojin, "No." Muzichu, after a while, Muzichu actually revealed a rare smile, as if he found it funny. "Why do you look at him so much like Muzilian?" They only looked at appearance. Xiaojin was a little confused. "What else do I need to see? What kind of person this person is, the heart of unity will judge. I'm not the one who went on the blind date." "Yes." Muzichu looked behind her. "He didn't come back with you?" Xiaojin said, "I bumped into one of his ex-girlfriends. He might have had other thoughts, so he ran away." Muzichu knew that Muzilian's ex-girlfriends were everywhere. It wasn't strange that they bumped into each other, so he didn't ask what was going on. At night, Muqiji returned home. Xiao Fei, who was very concerned about her son's progress, jumped out immediately. She asked Muqiji with starry eyes, "Muqiji, how was it? Did you have a good chat with Miss Ho?" Muqiji nodded with a faint smile on his lips. "It was okay." If he said it was okay, it meant that it was a good chat. Xiao Fei was a little emotional. "Oh, you already have a girlfriend. Mom can put down the stone in her heart. We're still friends. Miss Ho needs to think about it. I also need to think about it." Although it was a blind date, it wasn't the kind that was in a hurry to establish a relationship. He and Miss Ho had a good relationship, but it wasn't the time to directly settle down. Well, it's fine as long as you two have something going on. Xiaofei thought that since they chatted well after the blind date, there was an 80% chance of success. Why don't you find a suitable time to bring Miss Ho home for dinner? Just as they were talking, Muzilian came back. However, he walked aggressively and looked a little angry, as if someone had provoked him. Xiaofei's attention was immediately diverted. Qi Lian, what's with your expression? Muzilian waved his hand and was rather annoyed. Don't mention it. I met a lunatic on my way back. He's not my car. He's from abroad. He's as arrogant as me. If it weren't for the traffic police, I would have plucked his blonde hair. Not your car? Xiaofei was a little worried. Are you okay? Muzilian shook his head. Of course I'm fine. The traffic police were there. I argued with him and he said he didn't do it on purpose. F***ck, I clearly saw that he did it on purpose. The traffic police saw that he was a foreigner and called it an accident. He only came back now. I'll see him again. Xiaofei slapped the back of Muzilian's head. Do you think I don't know your character? You must have offended him. Muzilian was speechless. He wasn't a lunatic. Why would he offend a foreign lunatic on the road? Mu Qizhi also frowned. Maybe it was an accident. It's over. But when can you change your temper? Who did you learn it from? Muzilian heard Mu Qizhi's words and immediately shut his mouth. At this time, most of the family members were back and it was time for dinner. Xiao Jin also saw Muzilian when she went downstairs. She saw the gray aura above Muzilian's head. Muzilian was now in the Mu family. Logically speaking, nothing should have happened to him. Now that there was a gray aura, it could only mean that he was targeted. Coincidentally, she heard Muzilian complaining to Mu Jinming that he met a lunatic on his way back. She hesitated for a moment before saying, Qi Lian, you better be careful when you go out these days. Muzilian, although the fraud sister's words were unreliable, Muzilian felt a chill run down his spine when he heard her words. Mu Xianxia raised an eyebrow. His glabella is black? Xiao Jin nodded. That's pretty much the case. Mu Xianxia sighed and looked at Muzilian. Did you hear that? Don't go out for the time being. How dare you go out to dance? Recently, there have been reports of boys being raped when they come home in the middle of the night. How dare you go out to dance? Everyone, Mu Jinming almost spat out the soup in his mouth. Xiaofei also coughed dryly. She said awkwardly, Dad, what are you talking about? Qi Lian is a boy. Besides, he drives every day, Mu Xianxia snorted. In this society, it's not safe to be a man or a woman. Don't you pay attention? Your sister already said that your glabella is black. Muzilian thought for a moment and actually agreed. Maybe. I met that lunatic in the afternoon. Mu Qizhi, don't be superstitious. Because he hadn't been home for too long, he actually felt mentally and physically exhausted. After finishing dinner in a quiet atmosphere, Xiao Jin went upstairs. Her computer was beeping. Naturally, it was business. Ever since she started to limit her income, she handled things much faster. She only needed to take on a few orders. These were all small matters that didn't require much effort. Today, someone got an order, but he didn't look for Xiao Jin. It was only until late at night that he sent a message to Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin looked at the content of the message. Anonymous buyer XX, Master, do you calculate everything here? This person was probably an extravagant person, as he had placed a fate calamity of 5,999. Today, more or less. Kiss, what do you want to calculate? Anonymous buyer XX, will the person I like me? Today, you should be calculating your marriage. Anonymous buyer XX, haha, I don't think there's any difference. Xiao Jin paused for a moment and then continued typing. Today, name, birthday, give me. The other party sent these two messages. Xiao Jin used the array to deduce twice and then frowned. Today, your name and birthday, the other party sent another message. However, it was fake. Because these two pieces of information were from dead people. Xiaojin didn't say it out loud. She felt that there was something wrong with this fortune teller. Today, kiss, don't joke around. Please give me real information. This is fake information. Anonymous buyer XX, this is real. How can it be fake information? Can you do it or not? Was it a lie? Xiaojin's face darkened when she heard this. Through the computer, she found some information about the other party. Just like how she could instantly find out the information about the fortune teller, she soon knew that something was wrong. She took out her phone and pressed 110 with her fingertip. This was a murderer. The two messages she just sent were from people who were already dead. From the array, it seemed to be a young couple. However, the array could only give a rough rendering of the environment and couldn't tell the specific location. The reason why Xiaojin wanted to call the police was because she sensed that the couple had a child. The couple had just died not long ago, even an hour ago. With a little speculation, she could deduce something bad. The child and the murderer were together. Today, I need your information. Anonymous buyer XX, haha, it seems that you're quite accurate. This time, the other party finally sent her his real name. Xiaojin was silent for a minute. Then, she set up an array and instantly teleported to the place where this person was located. This was a brand new house. The decorations were warm, simple, and generous, and the bedroom was bright. There was a big red bed with the word 11 pasted on it, proving that this was the home of a newlywed couple. If it weren't for the gruesome female corpse lying on the bed and the male corpse with a knife in his back on the ground, perhaps this would have been a very normal family. There was a computer desk next to the wall in front of the bed. A delicate black-haired woman was sitting in front of the computer desk. She was holding a child in her arms as she stared at the computer screen. On the screen was the chat history with Xiaojin. The sudden appearance of a person in the room gave the woman quite a fright. Just as she was about to turn around, a pair of hands landed on her shoulders. The girl's cold words seemed to penetrate her eardrums. You made me waste a spirit seed, how annoying. Now, give the child to me. Those words seemed to pierce right through her heart, causing the woman to shudder and panic. There was still a trace of crazed pleasure on her face, and there were even traces of blood on her face. Suddenly seeing this kind of thing, she was even more shocked than killing someone herself. She almost couldn't control herself. Trembling, she raised the baby in her arms that was a few months old. The baby was sleeping soundly as if he didn't know anything. Xiaojin reached out to take the baby and looked coldly at the woman. You killed two people for your own selfish desires. Are you worthy of being called a human? The woman's body was cold, but she couldn't move. She looked at Xiaojin with fear and disbelief. You are a spiritual reader. This sentence made Xiaojin's gaze sink. He held the baby and looked at the woman. You know about spiritual readers? She was an ordinary person. How could she know about spiritual readers? According to Xiaojin's thoughts, ordinary people didn't need to know about the existence of spiritual readers unless they were part of the group that controlled the political power. There was another possibility, and that was that this woman had a family member who was a spiritual reader. Sometimes, no matter how well it was hidden, there would be a time when it would be exposed. The woman's lips trembled. You can't touch me. If you touch me, you'll be making an enemy of the Wanyan family. Wanyan family? Xiaojin's face showed a hint of interest. Where did this family come from? It wasn't new for spiritual readers to have families. This Wanyan family, what was their relationship with the Zhongli family? You don't know about the Wanyan family? You're clearly a spiritual reader. The woman stared at Xiaojin. Although she was a little frightened at first, she slowly calmed down. The Wanyan family controls a part of the spirit group. I'm a member of the Wanyan family. You can't touch me. When she said this, she was actually a little arrogant. It seemed that the Wanyan family gave her a lot of confidence. Although she wasn't a spiritual reader, she could threaten one. Xiaojin smiled. If I kill you now, who do you think will know that I killed you? Her face suddenly stiffened. My family has people who can track a spiritual reader like you. If you kill me, not only will you not be able to escape, your family won't be able to escape either. Xiaojin blinked. To be honest, I'm not afraid of threats. Your words made me laugh, so I don't plan to kill you. You can accept the trial of the law. Xiao Jin smiled and slowly placed the baby in the cradle. Then, she pushed the cradle out. Wang Yanwei wanted to move but discovered that she couldn't. Xiao Jin pushed the baby outside and didn't move. Wang Yanwei didn't know what she was doing, but after a while, she heard the sound of someone breaking in. Don't move, officer. With a shout, Wang Yanwei's face paled a bit. However, in the face of such a scene, a strange smile appeared on her face. She actually handed herself over to the police. She was really too stupid. A vicious murder case occurred in Nanhu district. A newlywed couple died tragically in their home. The murderer has been arrested. Early in the morning, Xiao Jin caught a glimpse of this report in the newspaper that Mu Xiangshan was reading. The reporter's actions were also very fast. Mu Xiangshan even commented, she actually killed someone for love. Are all young people nowadays so perverted? At the table, Muzilian, the only young person at home, felt offended. He ate some porridge and wasn't too happy. Grandpa, what you said is a small group of young people who are perverted. If you say this outside, people will say that you're shooting a gun. Mu Xiangshan glanced at Muzilian. Aren't you a pervert too? Muzilian. Was there still a place for him in this family? He glanced at Xiao Jin angrily. She's a young person too. Are you saying she's a pervert? Mu Xiangshan said, she's better than you. Muzilian stood up and said angrily, I'm not eating anymore. Xiao Jin and Mu Xiangshan didn't say anything. Muzilian, he suddenly turned and rushed out of the door. I can't stay in this house anymore. I'm going out. Mu Xiangshan sighed. Remember what Xiao Jin said last night. Be careful when you go out. Your glabella is dark. Muzilian, he was just about to go out. Grandpa, it wasn't appropriate for you to curse him, right? Muzilian didn't take it to heart. Xiao Jin was a quack. How would she know so much? Was the fortune-telling method that she learned from the internet definitely good? Naive. After Muzilian left, Xiao Jin put down her bowl and chopsticks. I'm done eating. I'm going out to play. Mu Xiangshan never said anything about Xiao Jin going out. Xiao Jin had saved a child last night. But soon, she realized something that even she couldn't solve. She was banned. That's right. Banned. Including her Weibo account and her fortune-telling shop. The reason was that she was superstitious. This was not allowed in the country. Xiao Jin didn't even blink. She knew who was behind this. There were many fortune-telling shops in the cat treasure shop. Not to mention, there were many scammers on Weibo and WeChat under the guise of fortune-telling. Others weren't banned. Why was she the only one targeted? She knew that Wang Yanwei, who she let go last night, wasn't someone who knew her place. Xiao Jin curled her lips. She wasn't worried about her account being banned. She still had 10 to 20,000 yuan in it. She had already taken out a sum of money, so she wasn't in a hurry. She hadn't gone far before someone came knocking on her door. The people who came to look for her were the two siblings from the Zhong family. Zhongli Peining rolled down the car window and looked directly at Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, can we have a chat? Xiao Jin glanced at them with a faint smile. Did the Wanyan clan send you here? Zhongli Shiyu's eyes immediately darkened. Zhongli Peining's smile was a bit stiff, but she didn't deny it. Yes. Xiao Jin nodded. This time, he did not refuse Zhongli Peining and her brother. He got into the car directly. Zhongli Shiyu started the car. Xiao Jin didn't ask where he was going. He just looked at the scenery outside the car window. Zhongli Peining looked at Xiao Jin and hesitated. Xiao Jin, you won't kill people, right? Xiao Jin looked at Zhongli Peining with a smile. So Wang Yanwei told you that I killed the couple and held her there. That's why you came here. Now you're ready to deal with me? Zhongli Peining didn't expect her to guess so clearly. However, when she thought about her foresight ability, she suddenly understood. Actually, I don't believe it. Of course you can't believe it. Xiao Jin raised his eyebrows. I'm just a foresight-type spiritual reader. I roughly know what you want to do. However, you don't think that I have such a strong ability to do these things, right? Zhongli Shiyu's cold gaze locked onto her from the rearview mirror. Then how did you know about Wan Yanwei? Qiao Jin said, I said that I'm a foresight master. Of course, I can get information about myself in advance. She tilted her head and looked out of the window. Wan Yanwei did a fortune-telling in my shop. I knew that she was a murderer. I called the police and she framed me to clear her name. Isn't this normal? Zhongli Peining said, she said that you appeared at the crime scene, Qiao Jin said, what she says is the truth? Qiao Jin just smiled faintly and didn't completely deny it. However, for Zhongli Peining, her words had some meaning of denial. Wan Yanwei was lying, so Qiao Jin's words were understandable. Zhongli Peining and her brother looked at each other. There was some hesitation in her eyes. We want to bring you back to the spirit group for a small test. You don't mind, right? Qiao Jin said, I don't mind. Hearing that she was going to the spirit group, she wanted to see what the layout of the spirit group was. She wanted to see if she could find the place where they hid the spirit seed. Although she felt that the Zhong siblings didn't know about the spirit seed. The spirit group was located in the suburbs. Zhongli Shiyu drove for a long time. The location was also very hidden. It should be private territory nearby. There were basically no cars coming and going. Instead, she felt the aura of a spiritual psychic. When Qiao Jin went over, she found that this should be a restricted area. In the middle was a tall villa building. The door was tightly shut. It was a few minutes' drive inside. Along the way, there were many more feelings of surveillance. The surrounding landscape was built like a park. There were also small bars. There were many people walking on the side of the road. They all had the aura of a spiritual psychic. This was the spirit group's territory. Seeing Zhongli Shiyu drive in, many spiritual psychics looked over curiously. Qiao Jin rolled down the car window. Many spiritual psychics saw her and were a little surprised. Is she the legendary wizard with the ability of foresight? Wow, this ability is very strong. It's almost rare. Didn't she say that she wouldn't join the spirit group? Why is she here now? I heard that she somehow provoked the Wanyan family, Listening to their whispers, Qiao Jin learned some information. The Wanyan clan was much more high-profile than she had imagined. When the car drove to the villa area, it was much more spacious. Except for a few sofas in the hall, most of the other places were installed with modern high-tech equipment. There were also some spiritual readers who did not shy away from using their abilities in the villa area. Basically, they were all common types. The Zhong siblings brought Qiao Jin out of the car. Qiao Jin saw two young people and a middle-aged man standing in front of the door. The young people were a man and a woman. Their expressions were serious. After Zhongli Shiyu got out of the car, he shouted, Uncle Shi, I brought him. The middle-aged man nodded. He was dressed in a suit and his hairstyle was styled meticulously with hair gel. He looked very fashionable. If it wasn't for his age, he would have been an influential figure when he was young. The man and woman behind him were much younger. At this moment, they were frowning slightly as they looked at Qiao Jin. The boy's gaze seemed to be sizing her up. Wan Yanxi waved his hand. Bring her in. His tone was very rude, as if he was used to giving orders. The Zhong siblings followed him as if they were used to it. Qiao Jin stood in place but did not move. Her tone was very indifferent. Since we're here, at least tell me why you brought me here? Zhongli Shiyu tilted his head and looked at her mockingly. Don't you have the ability to predict the future? You can't even think of this? Zhongli Peining pulled Zhongli Shiyu's arm and explained to her gently, don't be afraid. Uncle Shi is from the Wanyan family. He just wants to ask you about what Wan Yanwei said. If you're not suspicious, we'll let you go after questioning you. Qiao Jin looked at Zhongli Peining, her beautiful eyes did not even blink, it was you who brought me here. You had to bear the consequences for your actions. Zhongli Peining didn't understand but still nodded. I know. I'll definitely send you back. She thought Qiao Jin was afraid. After all, this was the spirit group and not the territory of ordinary people. Here, there were spiritualists everywhere and they could subdue Qiao Jin at any time. Even if she had the ability to predict the future, how could she withstand a real battle? Xiao Jin then said, "All right." The other spiritualists looked over curiously but didn't dare to be too obvious because the Wanyan family was present. In the crowd, when He Yao pulled Lan Xiaoni out, she happened to see Xiao Jin being brought in by them. She didn't look good at that time. Why was Xiao Jin here, and he was with the Wanyan family? Fortunately, there were many people who knew about this. He Yao casually asked someone and got a piece of information. Xiao Jin killed someone. He Yao almost felt dizzy. She didn't doubt Xiao Jin's ability, but it was impossible for Xiao Jin to kill an ordinary person. He Yao had heard of the Wanyan family's style of doing things. They actually dared to touch Xiao Jin. She was silent for a moment and didn't panic. She wasn't worried about Xiao Jin. But she was afraid that the spirit group would anger Xiao Jin and the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Xiao Jin was brought into the villa. This place was connected in all directions and all the rooms were used for special purposes. There were 2 floors underground. Here, it was built with a special material. The surroundings were built with a bright white special material and there was a huge mirror in the middle. The double-sided mirror could be seen from the outside but the people inside couldn't see outside. It was a good place for interrogation. There was no signal and they couldn't send messages out, so they didn't even monitor Xiao Jin's phone. This place was made to look like a meeting room. Xiao Jin, Wan Yan, and Zhongli family siblings came in and closed the door. They were completely isolated from the outside. Xiao Jin didn't sit down. She just looked around slowly. The dazzling white, coupled with the lighting, made the meeting room seem too bright, as if it would not give people too much pressure. However, through the mirror, she could sense that there were countless people looking at her from behind. And no S. She curled her lips into a smile. She didn't expect the Feng family to be here too. Of course, since she had been brought here for interrogation, there would definitely be many people who were curious about her and coveted her ability to predict the future. The higher-ups of the spirit group would also want to know how far Xiao Jin's ability could be used. Sit. Wan Yan, she asked Xiao Jin to sit down very politely. The 5 of them sat opposite Xiao Jin. He was like a leader. When he sat down, he didn't speak and gave people a lot of pressure. Of course, this was only relative to others. Xiao Jin sat down slowly. When she sat down on the white chair, her body flashed with a light and some data flashed. On the table in front of her, a row of data flashed. It was written with special numbers, like a special password used by the spirit group. Wan Yan, she just glanced at it and frowned. C-rank wizard? The girl next to him looked at it curiously. Only C-rank? Zhongli Peining and Zhongli Shiyu frowned. Xiao Jin's ability didn't look like C-rank. Xiao Jin smiled and asked, "How do you classify wizards?" Wan Yan, she looked at her. Of course. However, only a few spiritual readers knew that the spirit group divided them into ranks. Most of the spiritual readers were only C-rank, so there was no need to let them know that there were higher ranks. Not to mention the concept of array masters and wizards. Xiao Jin understood. Oh. In her eyes, there were only ordinary and slightly extraordinary spiritual readers. It wasn't as detailed as them. Wan Yan, she raised his chin. The girl next to him took out a tablet and placed it in front of Xiao Jin. This is your account, right? You opened a fortune-telling shop online and are quite accurate. With your ability, how much can you know about the future? It was Xiao Jin's chat history. Of course, the chat information was in the background. This was information on the internet, so Xiao Jin couldn't control it. Unless she didn't want others to investigate, the data would automatically disappear. However, she didn't want to hide it so thoroughly. Xiao Jin looked at the row of clear chat records and touched her chin. If you have doubts about my business, I can understand. Why did you block my account? The girl didn't expect her to ask this and coughed embarrassedly. This, the young boy next to her said faintly, spreading this on the internet is futile superstition. Moreover, you should understand that your identity as a spiritual reader can't be exposed to ordinary people. Your predictions are too accurate. It may not be a good thing for ordinary people. They will always suspect your existence. Even the country will pay attention to you. Wan Yanxi said, being capable is God's love for you. It's not something that is announced in front of others. People who are too high profile usually don't have a good ending. Xiao Jin, I'm just trying to make some money. Am I in your way? It was at most 10,000 yuan a day. For a spiritual reader like them, was that even money worth it? Everyone, Wan Yanxi frowned. We won't ask about your fortune telling, but you weren't at home last night, right? As he spoke, the young girl swiped across the tablet, and a photo of the dead couple from last night appeared on it. To be honest, most people would scream when they saw this, but Xiao Jin didn't even blink. She only looked at them quietly for 2 seconds. They're very pitiful, aren't they? The child was only a few months old. Don't you know better than me how they died? Why ask me? Wan Yanxi slapped the table heavily. Wei Wei would never do such a thing. Xiao Jin said, the police are arresting her, not me. Wan Yanxi, he scolded her harshly. You are using your ability to do such a cruel thing. They are just ordinary people. How did they offend you? You want to kill them and frame Wei Wei? Xiao Jin was not frightened by his tone at all. She still calmly put her elbows on the table. Normal people wouldn't ask this question. Before your daughter came to the fortune-telling, I didn't know who the couple was. Wan Yanwei was Wan Yanxi's daughter. Otherwise, why would this man appear here? Wan Yanxi's pupils constricted and he said hatefully, Wei said last night that you controlled her there and waited for the police to frame her. You're a spiritual reader, what can't you do? This time even Zhong Li Peining couldn't help but remind Wan Yanxi, Uncle Shi, Xiao Jin is only a Class C spiritual reader with foresight. Her ability was a little special, but she didn't have the ability to fight. How could she do such a thing? In reality, everyone was well aware of who was the culprit last night. If the Wanyan family had spent some effort to suppress Wanyan Weibo, it would have been fine. However, they had to frame Xiao Jin. What were they thinking? Wan Yanxi also knew. He even knew that he was talking nonsense. However, he at least believed that Xiao Jin must have appeared there last night. He said, no matter what, the death of this couple has something to do with you. Wan Yanwei always revealed things that she didn't dare to tell others. Last night, Xiao Jin appeared there. It was true. But how did she do it? There was no surveillance and it even showed that Xiao Jin was at home. Wan Yanxi suspected that Xiao Jin might not be a spiritual reader with foresight. She probably had other abilities that she didn't reveal. The machine could detect Xiao Jin's class, but it couldn't detect her ability. However, if she didn't have foresight, how could she explain the fortune-telling shop she opened on the internet? Could it be that she had several abilities? This situation was too rare. If so, even if Xiao Jin was a Class C, she was much more precious than others. This was just a guess. There was no evidence. Wan Yanxi was planning to pester endlessly. Xiao Jin sighed slightly. Where's the evidence? The law still needs evidence to punish people. The evidence of your daughter's murder is complete. As for me, you can't take it out. Are you planning to convict me directly? Wan Yanxi wanted to say something, but he suddenly heard something. He was wearing a headset. Someone must have said something in the headset. Soon, he left unwillingly. The girl holding the tablet said to Xiao Jin, my name is Wan Yanjinjin. You don't have to worry. We don't think you are a suspect. What happened to Wei Wei last night was probably because she was framed and you were the one who took the blame. You know, spiritual psychics have many abilities and there are always some unexpected things that are impossible to guard against. Our spirit group is indeed lacking in manpower and we can't guarantee that every spiritual psychic will be discovered. Xiao Jin smiled. Oh, is that so? Wan Yanjinjin said in a friendly and polite manner, our spirit group exists to protect the safety of ordinary people. Every matter related to a spiritual reader is not a trivial matter, so we must investigate it thoroughly. I know that Shiyu and Peining have looked for you before, but you said that you were not interested in joining the spirit group. Then I want to ask you, as a non-staff member, would you be willing to have the same salary and benefits as an official member? You only need to provide some information to our spirit group at special times. You have foresight, which is too precious for our spirit group. Her eyes seemed to be filled with beautiful expectations. When I look at you, I know that you are a very beautiful girl. I think you are willing to maintain social stability, right? Wan Yanjinjin's words were vulgar, but there was a special magic in them. It was as if she could make people believe her words and even express a state of joy at her praise. This ability was too useless, but she should be a talent if she could be a diplomat. Xiao Jin's smile was indeed very beautiful. Well said, but I don't want to interfere with the affairs of the spirit group. Wan Yanjinjin's smile froze for a moment. Her ability had no effect on Xiao Jin. This situation could only be seen in a small number of people. The phone signal was cut off, but there was still time. Xiao Jin looked at the time on his phone. Actually, it was really rash of you to come to me directly today and blame me for what Wan Yanwei did. I advise you to let Wan Yanwei be punished. She has to pay the price for her mistakes. Otherwise, no one can imagine what will happen in the future, right? She stood up, smiling brightly and elegantly. She didn't seem to be bothered by this matter, but what she said made people feel a chill down their spines. Wan Yanjinjin said, Wei Wei couldn't have killed anyone. She was framed. As soon as she finished speaking, several people's voices came from their headsets. Someone wants to take her away. Let her go. Wan Yanjinjin and the others looked at each other, confused. There was actually someone who could bail Xiao Jin out from here. Xiao Jin smiled. Can I go now? Wan Yanjinjin and the others were helpless, but there was nothing they could do. Since the news could reach here, it meant that the identity of the person who bailed out Xiao Jin was very important. Zhongli Peining took Xiao Jin out and apologized to Xiao Jin in a low voice. Miss Xiao, if I offended you today, I'm really sorry. Xiao Jin said, You don't have to apologize. Anyway, it was a matter of karma, so there was no need to apologize. Xiao Jin went outside and smiled at the person who came to pick him up. Mr. Song, we meet again. Song Shireen looked at Xiao Jin and sighed. She ignored the shocked gazes of the others and led Xiao Jin to the car. Song Shireen was so busy every day that she shouldn't have come to pick up Xiao Jin in person. But this was a special place, so Song Shireen had to come in person. After getting into the car, Song Weiyin drove away and said to Xiao Jin, If Guanqing hadn't told me that you were taken away, I wouldn't have known that it was the spirit group. How did Miss Zhao provoke the spirit group? Xiao Jin's expression calmed down. Mr. Song, I should say that it was the spirit group that provoked me. It was very rash of them. Song Weiyin thought of the miraculous ability of the man who had saved her son. Her eyes flashed, but she didn't say anything. Xiao Jin asked, Mr. Song isn't a member of the spirit group. How did you find a way to take me out? Song Weiyin smiled. I've lived for so many years. At least I have some connections. I have a friend in the spirit group. It wasn't difficult for him to take Miss Xiao out. Xiao Jin immediately knew that the friend she was talking about was most likely someone in the upper echelon of the spirit group. After all, this friend was able to take him away from the Wanyan clan right under their noses. Xiao Jin didn't ask any more questions. He just nodded. Thank you, Mr. Song, for solving my problem and preventing more trouble. I will remember this favor. If you need any help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Song Weiyin said, Miss Jiao, you are too polite. I don't even know how to thank you for saving my son. This small matter is nothing. Song Shireen had just returned from abroad, but Song Yanqing had gone abroad. Song Shireen sent Xiao Jin home and didn't ask much about her and the spirit group. How did Song Yanqing know that she was taken away by the spirit group? His ability didn't seem to work on her. She had some doubts, but she still called Song Yanqing. Song Yanqing was in a meeting at this time. When he saw the call, he made a paused gesture and got up to answer the phone outside the meeting room. You're out? His tone was relaxed. Wasn't it fun to walk around there? Xiao Jin chuckled. How did you know that I went in? Song Yanqing, some things don't need to be investigated with ability. Modern people have modern ways. My dad planted people in the spirit group. Someone informed me as soon as you went in. It could be seen that the Song family was still very powerful. Song Shireen was an ordinary person, but she could plant people in the spirit group and know the higher-ups of the spirit group. It was no accident that Song Yanqing's fate was changed back then. There was a high probability that he was targeted by someone he knew. Xiao Jin, well, it's not surprising that they came to me. I knew when the woman was taken away by the police. This matter isn't over yet. Some people in the Wanyan family are now suspecting that I have more than one ability. Their family shouldn't be a simple family of spiritual readers. Some people behind them will probably soon guess that I'm an array master. Song Yanqing paused. What trouble will there be? Xiao Jin, it won't be big trouble. Wanyan Wei doesn't get what she deserves. The Wanyan family will walk the same path as the Feng family. The difference is that the Wanyan family didn't do anything outrageous. There will only be some trouble. I was the one who called the police to arrest Wanyan Wei. Because of me, the Wanyan family must have an answer. Wanyan Wei's matter had been passed to Song Yanqing. He saw what this woman had done in the information. He didn't know how to describe it. Some people were so stupid that they could reach a whole new level. Song Yanqing told Xiao Jin some of the information he knew. The Wanyan family is a relatively large family in the world of spiritual readers. There are many people in the family. Wanyan Wei's father is called Wanyan Shi and is the manager of a foundation. Both he and Wanyan Wei do not have any abilities. They only work in the spirit group and are responsible for handling the disputes between the real world and the world of spiritual readers. However, this time, he probably used his power for personal gain. Xiao Jin picked up the phone and walked into the house. He picked up a washed apple from the table and took a small bite. I feel that not only have your abilities improved very quickly, but you've also learned about the spirit group very quickly. Are spirit speakers' abilities to learn things so quickly? Probably. Song Yanqing's lips curled into a faint smile. Combining abilities with real power, the members of the spirit group are just ordinary people. It's the information age now, so it's actually quite easy to gather some information. Oh. Xiao Jin asked casually, then when are you coming back? Song Yanqing paused for a moment. He was a little surprised that Xiao Jin would ask this question. Then, his expression softened and became even gentler. It's only 3 days. On Su Xiu's mother's birthday, I'll come back to bring you over. Don't worry. Xiao Jin, I'm not in a hurry. I'm just asking casually. Song Yanqing. Okay. It was better to ask casually than not care at all. There were some things that would only change inadvertently. He hung up the phone. There was a deep meaning in his eyes. His happy mood was obvious. Xiao Jin hung up the phone and saw Xiao Fei rushing back. Seeing Xiao Jin, she only said, Jin, are you home? After saying that, she threw the shopping bag she bought in the mall on the sofa and hurried upstairs. Xiao Jin waited for her to come down. Before he could say anything, Xiao Fei said, Jin, come with me to the hospital. Your damn brother got into a fight with someone and got beaten up. He's lying in the hospital now. It's so infuriating. Although she was angry, her eyes were full of worry. She grabbed Xiao Jin's arm and ran. Xiao Jin didn't stop her. She left with Xiao Fei. She was surprised that Muzilian got into trouble so quickly. The chauffeur sent them to the hospital. Xiao Jin asked, who did he fight with? I don't know. He doesn't want me to know. If his brother hadn't called me, I wouldn't have known that he got into a fight with someone. He's itching for a beating. Look, he finally got beaten up. He deserves it. Although Xiao Fei said so, she didn't think so. She didn't know the details. She could only find out after going to the hospital. When they arrived at the private hospital, Xiao Jin and Xiao Fei found Muzilian lying in the VIP ward. He was eating fruit and watching TV on the bed. When he saw Xiao Fei and Xiao Jin barging in, he suddenly wailed and covered himself with the quilt. Why are you here? He didn't cover himself in time. Xiao Jin saw the bruises on his face. What was more funny was that his left eye was obviously beaten up. There was a black and blue circle and it was red. The other problems weren't very serious. Xiao Jin saw that the gray aura on his body had dissipated. It seemed like this was the disaster, and it wasn't too serious. He just didn't know the reason. Xiao Fei rushed forward and pulled Muzilian's blanket. As he pulled, he scolded, aren't you good at fighting outside? Why don't you dare let me know? Let me tell you, this time, your father, grandfather, and big brother are all here. You see how they will deal with you. You are still fighting outside. You little bastard, how are you? Show me. Xiao Fei's tears fell as he spoke, and he sounded like he was about to cry. As soon as Muzilian heard her cry, he did not dare to cover the quilt again. Trembling with fear, he lifted the quilt and smiled embarrassedly. Mom, don't cry. It's not a big deal. It was just that the other party was too humiliating. After the fight, he even sent someone to send him to the hospital and informed his family, his brother, Mother Kerr, what a beast. Xiao Fei saw the injuries on Muzilian's face. After looking left and right, there were only a few bruises. Although her heart ached, she sighed in relief. Her tears could not stop. She turned and looked at Muzilian's face. Just your face? Where else are you hurt? Muzilian looked awkwardly at Xiao Jin, who was behind Xiao Fei. You can come alone. Why did you bring her? It was too embarrassing to let her see his injured face in front of Xiao Jin. Xiao Fei waved her hand and slapped him through the quilt. Can't you see? You can fight, but you can't let us know? Don't you feel embarrassed? Don't you feel embarrassed? As she spoke, her tears stopped. She asked, who hit you? Muzilian hesitated, as if he didn't want to say. Xiao Fei looked at his guilty expression and asked directly, were you the one who started it? Of course it wasn't me. Muzilian retorted loudly. Although I have a bad temper, I don't have a reason to cause trouble for others. It was that bastard. Looking at Xiao Fei's sharp eyes, he swallowed a string of profanities. It was the foreign blonde that I said yesterday. Don't drive my car. Xiao Fei was stunned for a moment. You met again so soon. Could it be that you didn't handle it well yesterday and fought with him at the police station? Then you can still see me at the hospital now? Muzilian slapped the blanket angrily. Of course not. I didn't know how I met him again when I went out this afternoon. You know my temper. I hate both new and old. More importantly, he paused for a moment, as if hiding a key piece of information. Anyway, I quarreled with the blonde and fought with him. Unfortunately, my skills were not as good as his. He didn't win. It was too King embarrassing. Although the blonde was also injured, it was not worth mentioning compared to Muzilian's injuries. Especially when the blonde had called 120 to inform his family to humiliate him and even paid for his medical fees. It was so comprehensive that Muzilian seriously suspected that the blonde had planned this all along. When he saw that woman later, Muzilian knew that the blonde had indeed planned this all along. King femme fatale, it was all because of the trouble he caused in the past. However, he didn't dare to tell Xiao Fei. Fortunately, Xiao Fei didn't hear the key part. He only said angrily, how can you fight so casually? Wasn't he the one who left the car first? Is there still law? We have to call the police. Xiao Jin walked up. Who beat you up? Muzilian saw her and turned his head away in embarrassment to hide his injuries. He said proudly, it's none of your business. I will take revenge for myself. Xiao Jin said, you didn't beat him this time. I don't think you can beat him again. Muzilian, Xiao Fei said, fighting is not a good thing. We need to find the police. Xiao Jin, no need. Muzilian also said, don't call the police first. Xiao Fei immediately hit Muzilian again. Look at how guilty you are. You must be the one who started the trouble by not calling the police, you little bastard. Just you wait, I'll ask your dad to teach you a lesson tonight. Muzilian hugged his head and wailed, Mom, I beg you. I'm already so miserable and you still hit me. Can't you give me some face? Xiao Fei, you've already been beaten up and sent to the hospital. Do you still care about your reputation? Muzilian, his heart was pierced. What was even more heart-wrenching was that not only did Muzichu inform Xiao Fei, even Mu Xiangshan, who was drinking tea outside, was called over. After Mu Zhenming learned that Muzilian was fine, he expressed that he would come over at night to express his condolences. His big brother was now on the way. Muzilian knew what was going to happen to him next. His face was full of despair. When Mu Xiangshan arrived and saw Muzilian's miserable state, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Aya, why did my good grandson get beaten up? Musilian, if you didn't sound so happy, I would think you were expressing anger. When Mu Xiangshan came to see Musilian, Xiao Jin quietly left the ward. Even if Musilian didn't say anything, she had already deduced it. Sure enough, he had provoked a romantic debt. However, no matter what, Musilian was still her family. He didn't do anything bad, so no one could touch him. Xiao Jin didn't have to waste time looking for the culprit. The culprit had already arrived at the hospital. When Xiao Jin saw Ying Changrui, she was struggling to pull a 2-meter-tall blonde foreign man over. He wasn't particularly burly, but he looked like the kind of man who had strength. It was expected that Musilian couldn't beat him. The other party's face was also extraordinarily good-looking. It was rare among foreigners, and it wasn't worse than the popular stars in Europe and America. However, when he was pulled by Ying Changrui, his expression didn't change. Musichu was also beside them. Ying Changrui dragged him over, and her expression was also very angry. Joel, you really don't know your limits. I already said that he has nothing to do with me, and he doesn't owe me when we broke up. Why are you making trouble for him? He's already being polite by not calling the police for my sake. If you don't apologize this time, you can go back directly. Don't come with me again. She spoke in English. Because she was angry, she spoke quickly and anxiously. The foreign man named Joel just glanced at her casually, as if her words were air. Ying Changrui was very angry. This is Huaxia. It's our territory. Joel, don't think that you're abroad. When Xiao Jin walked over, Musichu saw her and shouted, Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin nodded. Ying Changrui turned around. When she saw Xiao Jin, although she was a little surprised, she remembered that she was Musilian's sister. Now that she saw her, it seemed to prove it. An embarrassed expression appeared on Ying Changrui's face. Xiao Jin walked in front of them and glanced at Joel. Were you the one who hit Qi Lian? Musichu reached out and pulled Xiao Jin back. He did it. The details are still in the process. I'll ask him to apologize to Qi Lian. Xiao Jin's eyes were calm. Is it enough to apologize for hitting someone for no reason? Musichu's expression was also very indifferent. I know what you want to say. It's because I can't beat him. Therefore, they could only settle for the second best and choose the proper method. He spoke too naturally, but when he looked at Joel and then at Musichu, he could understand. Musichu wasn't like Musilian, who often fooled around outside. His life revolved around his studies and family business, and he often worked out. This foreign man was handsome, but he exuded a bandit aura. The man named Joel obviously understood Chinese. When he heard Xiao Jin and Musichu talking to each other, his lips curled into a mocking smile. I'm really sorry. It's all my fault. Ying Changrui walked up to Xiao Jin and bowed slightly to her. She looked very nervous. I didn't expect that Musilian would be affected because of what happened in the past. Xiao Er is a classmate I met abroad. Because we are very close, I told him some things about me and the Musilian. I didn't expect that Xiao Er would make trouble for him. I will pay for the medical expenses and mental damage. I'm really sorry. Because she was in the wrong now, she looked a little humble when she apologized. Before Xiao Jin said anything, Joel said impatiently, you transferred schools because of him. Shouldn't he be responsible for it? Xiao Jin immediately narrowed her eyes and looked at Musilian. What he needs to be responsible for is between him and Ying Changrui. What does it have to do with you? Joel looked at her arrogantly, raised his chin slightly, and put one hand on Ying Changrui's shoulder. She is the woman I like. Every word and sentence was clearly written in Mandarin. Foreigners were open-minded. Ying Changrui shook off Joel's hand awkwardly. What are you talking about? Now their relationship seemed clear. Because Ying Changrui was the woman he liked, he wanted to avenge Ying Changrui. But in fact, Ying Changrui and Musilian had nothing to do with each other. Musilian was a jerk because he broke up too quickly. It was a stretch to count him as someone who bullied Ying Changrui because she liked him. Xiao Jin had always believed that every injustice had its perpetrator, and every debt had its debtor. Musilian's matter should be solved by Musilian and Ying Changrui themselves. It was not a reason for outsiders to intervene. You like her, so you helped her deal with my brother? Mizuchu frowned slightly. Joel looked at him. If it weren't for Muzilian's temperament, he would have mistaken Mizuchu for Muzilian and hit the wrong person. Hearing this, he just turned his head arrogantly. Ing Chongrui rubbed her temples with a headache. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned the past and implicated Muzilian. I'll apologize to him. He can do whatever he wants. In fact, she didn't blame Muzilian. She knew very well that breaking up was a matter between two people. She was not reconciled. She was bullied by others, not Muzilian. But after all, he was the first boy she liked in so many years. Muzilian was her white moonlight, and she couldn't forget him. It was inevitable that she was a little sad when she was studying abroad. Joel was her classmate, and they had always had a good relationship. During their conversation, she would occasionally talk about the past. She didn't expect that Joel would remember it. This time, when he returned to China, he actually found trouble with Muzilian. God knew how he found out about Muzilian. Now that he had caused trouble, she had no choice but to take the blame since she was the one who had brought him into the country. Xiao Jin shook his head slowly. Whoever did it has to take responsibility. Since he can hit others, he can't blame others for returning the hand. Ing Chongrui was stunned. She didn't expect Xiao Jin to refuse to apologize. She did not mind, but Joel was a boxer when he was abroad. Sure enough, Joel was still arrogant. You can fight back however you want. It doesn't matter if you come together. Mizuchu also gently grabbed Xiao Jin's shoulder and said in a calm voice. Don't be impulsive. We can't find the right person now. We're still in the hospital. Mom and Grandpa are inside. Big Brother will be here soon. Don't worry, Big Brother will help Qi Lian settle this matter. Xiao Jin said, there's no need. We don't need to trouble the police. We'll settle it ourselves. If you. Welcome. Just as she finished speaking and the three of them were still puzzled, they saw Xiao Jin's figure move. Bang! Bang! Joel didn't even have time to react before he felt a heavy blow in front of his eyes. He was a boxer, so his reaction speed wasn't slow. However, he didn't see how Xiao Jin did it. Under Mu Chichu and Ing Chongrui's astonished gazes, Xiao Er howled and fell to the ground, covering his eyes. Ing Chongrui immediately screamed, Xiao Er, oh my god, my, ha 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 ha. Xiao Jin was fast and accurate. Muzilian's left eye was bruised. Now, Joel's eyes were also bruised. It was a comedic sight. Ing Chongrui couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mizuchu. This wasn't right. Ing Chongrui knew very well that she shouldn't be smiling so obviously. Xiao Er looked at Xiao Jin and covered his eyes in disbelief. He said angrily, are you crazy? Xiao Jin raised his eyebrows. Am I crazy just because I hit you? Why did you hit Muzilian? Xiao Er looked at Ing Chongrui in disbelief again. Ing Chongrui coughed dryly. Oh my god, Xiao Er, this is ridiculous. This is really ridiculous. She bent down and helped Xiao Er up. Xiao Er asked her, are you laughing? Ing Chongrui said, no way. You saw wrongly. Look, your eyes were hit. You're hallucinating. Xiao Er was speechless. Ing Chongrui really didn't care. Xiao Er was a boxer and it was common for him to get injured during training. Now that she saw Xiao Jin hit him, she only felt shocked. However, she really couldn't feel sad about Xiao Er's injury. Mizuchu looked at Xiao Jin in disbelief. This was the second time he had misjudged Xiao Jin. Looking at her cold, calm and noble appearance, who would dare to believe that she was actually so good at beating people up, Xiao Er didn't even need to talk about Xiao Er. He only saw Xiao Jin move and there was a bruise on Xiao Er's eye. If she was so good at fighting, then in the past, Xiao Jin seemed to have seen through Mizuchu's doubts. He looked at him and said calmly, after that incident, I found a master to teach me martial arts. Mizuchu was speechless. When did you find a master? Xiao Er felt a stinging pain in his eyes and some tears flowed out. He covered his eyes and looked at Xiao Jin. He was shocked and indignant at the same time. He said angrily, you took advantage of me when I wasn't paying attention. Despicable. After saying this, Xiao Er rushed over angrily with his fists clenched. He knew that Xiao Jin wasn't an ordinary person and didn't need to show mercy. If an ordinary person was hit by his fist, they would probably be lying on the ground for a long time without being able to get up. However, before Ying Changrui could stop him, Xiao Er rushed towards Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin reached out with lightning speed and grabbed Xiao Er's arm with one hand. Xiao Er pulled hard, and with a bang, the nearly 2-meter-tall man was thrown into the corridor of the hospital. The sound of her back hitting the floor was painful. Ying Changrui and Musichu, if it wasn't clear just now, it was clear enough now. Xiao Jin was too fast, but that was not the main point. The main point was that she was strong. Looking at the way he flipped Joel over, no matter who it was, Ying Changrui swallowed her saliva. She now had a whole new understanding of this beautiful girl's fighting strength. After that, she saw Joel grimacing on the ground but not crying out in pain. Her eyes were still calm. "Do you still want to fight?" Joel was speechless. These two moves were enough for him to clearly recognize that he was no match for Xiao Jin. It didn't matter if he was prepared or not. The other party's strength and speed were not on the same level as his. But he really couldn't believe that this petite girl in front of him, who was just a petite girl to him, had so much strength in her body. She was too scary. He couldn't swallow his pride and admit that he couldn't do it. He could only hold his waist and glare at Xiao Jin angrily. Because he had never suffered such a loss before. It was obvious that he had beaten up Musichu. Since he dared to be so arrogant in foreign territory, he most likely had a high status in his country. The scene was suffocating. Ying Changrui carefully helped Joel up and asked, "Are you okay?" She couldn't help complaining. "I told you not to be impulsive." "Who told you to hit people?" Now he was getting his retribution. Musicha looked at everything in front of him in silence. Then he turned around and said softly, "I'm going to the ward to check on Musilian." Xiao Jin said, "Go ahead." Musicha felt that he needed some time to digest everything. Xiao Jin looked at Joel again and raised his chin slightly. He was arrogant but not overbearing. "Now, go and apologize to Musilian. No matter what, it's wrong for you to hit people for no reason." Joel said, "What if I don't apologize?" Xiao Jin said, "You won't be able to walk out of this hospital today. You might have to stay and be Musilian's patient." Joel was speechless. He was good at Chinese, so he could understand what Xiao Jin meant. Ying Changrui pushed him and said, go, and apologize. "It's your fault." Joel turned his eyes and looked at Ying Changrui sadly. "I was just helping you vent your anger." He was good-looking. When he acted coquettishly and with his tall figure, it was unexpectedly cute. Ying Changrui was furious. She slapped him on the head and said, "I want you to help me vent my anger. Musilian didn't do anything wrong to me. When you heard what I said, did you only remember that he dumped me? It's normal for couples to break up. I don't need you to help me vent my anger. It's wrong for you to hit people. Joel, don't use me as an excuse. You know what kind of person you are in your own country." Joel snorted. Ying Changrui helped him up. She looked at Xiao Jin and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. We'll go in and apologize to Qilian now. We'll pay for the medical expenses." Xiao Jin nodded and pointed at Joel. "I'll pay for his medical expenses too. Since you're here, go and find the nurse to apply some medicine." Ying Changrui was speechless. Joel snorted even louder. Xiao Jin returned to the ward and heard Musilian crying to Musichu. "Is there any law? Is there any reason? What did I do wrong? All I did was dump her. I was very ashamed after that. I also apologized to her, but I don't have any feelings for her anymore. You really can't blame me for this. After so many years, she actually found someone to beat me up. Women nowadays are too cruel." Xiaofei was still peeling an apple for him when she heard what he said. "I told you to be nicer to girls when you're dating. Even if you've broken up, can you stop looking for girls so diligently? People who don't know better might think that you've been dating multiple girls. And that there's no gap between them. It's only a matter of time before you get beaten up. In the past, there was no one to deal with you." Musilian, Mu Xiangshan chuckled from the side. "Sigh, it's all retribution." Musilian, Musichu was about to say something, but when he saw Xiao Jin come in, he didn't say anything. Then, everyone saw Ying Changrui and Joel behind him. Muzilian gasped when he saw Ying Changrui and Joel. Then, he became furious. What do you mean? Isn't it enough that you beat me up outside? Now you've come to the hospital to look for me. Eh? As he spoke, he noticed the bruise on Joel's eye. He immediately burst into laughter. Damn, what's wrong with you? Did you get retribution? Ying Changrui looked at everyone in the room with different expressions and felt a little embarrassed. Xiaofei didn't know them, but when he saw Joel's blonde hair, he immediately knew who they were. Are you the one who hit my son? She pointed at Joel and threw the apple angrily. What do you mean? Isn't it enough that you hit my son? Now you're here at the hospital looking for trouble? Ying Changrui immediately waved her hand. No, no, no. Auntie, we're here to apologize. We're very sorry about hitting Qi Lian. We're really sorry. She pulled Joel, and Joel came forward and apologized to Muzilian unwillingly. I'm sorry. It was my fault for hitting you. Xiao Jin said, you have to be sincere when apologizing. Joel glared at Xiao Jin. Muzilian looked at Joel and then at Xiao Jin, and suddenly became vigilant. What do you want? My sister is right. You have to be sincere when apologizing. With your attitude, are you still trying to cause trouble for my sister? Let me tell you, it's fine if you bully me, but if you bully my family, I'll call the police. Everyone, Mu Xiangshan went out with his thermos. He didn't want to see this embarrassing scene. Ying Changrui smiled even more apologetically. Qi Lian, I'm really sorry. I didn't know that Joel would cause trouble for you. It's his fault for hitting you. Your sister has already beaten him up, Muzilian, Xiaofei, were they hallucinating? Xiao Jin had beaten up this big guy? They looked at Joel and then at Xiao Jin, as if in a dream. No matter how they looked at it, they felt that the difference between the two figures was too big. Xiao Jin, who looked so weak, could beat up Joel. If she could, would she have been bullied in the past? Muzilian was stunned. Xiaofei kept blinking. You. What did you say? Who hit him? Ying Changrui carefully pointed at Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin nodded naturally. I was the one who beat him. Qi Lian couldn't beat him, so he didn't apologize. Now that I beat him, he came to apologize. The winner takes all. Everyone, is that how you use the word? Muzilian felt as if he was hallucinating. At this moment, Muzichu replied, that's right. It was Xiao Jin who hit Xiao Er outside. Muzilian, Xiaofei looked at Xiao Jin in shock. Jin, how could you hit someone? Muzilian, was that the main point? The main point was how was she going to beat him? He did not believe that an idiot like Xiao Er would stand there and let Xiao Jin hit him. Just by looking at the dark circles under his eyes, one could tell that the person who hit him did not hold back. Otherwise, why would the marks be so severe? Xiao Er waved his hand impatiently. I admit it. It was my fault for hitting him. With that, he looked at Xiao Jin and glared at him once more. If not for the fact that he could not beat him, would he have apologized? To think that he would suffer such a huge loss in China. This was a huge humiliation. Once he returned home and trained for a few more years, he did not believe that he could not take revenge. Ying Changrui tugged at him. If you want to apologize, do it properly. It was only then that Xiao Er lowered his voice unwillingly. I'm sorry. It was my fault for hitting him. I apologize to you. Muzilian reacted and blinked his eyes. He wanted to reject the apology, but when he caught sight of Ying Changrui's embarrassed gaze, his eyes flickered. Eventually, he harumphed coldly. Forget it. He did not really hit him hard. It seemed like he was standing up for Ying Changrui. Back then, he did not know that Ying Changrui was being bullied because of his own reasons. This was his way of making it up to her. Ying Changrui heaved a sigh of relief and thanked him sincerely. Thank you so much, Qi Lian. She thought about it and sighed again. Actually, Joel was wrong. I was really upset when we broke up. It was none of your business that I was bullied. I know you didn't know either, so there's no need to push the blame to you. I've thought things through after I left the country. Thanks to you, I focused on my studies and have a good future now. This was really an accident. Joel was my classmate, so I apologize to you again for his recklessness. Her words were so sincere that it was hard to reprimand her. Xiaofei knew from Muzilian's words that this girl should be the school belle that Muzilian had mentioned, and he was her first love. Xiaofei thought about how she had been bullied because of Muzilian. Although it had nothing to do with his son, it was still partly because of him. She couldn't say anything to reprimand him. Now that even Joel had been beaten up, that was that. Let's just forget about it. Xiaofei waved his hand. It's none of your business. Muzilian added, I said forget about it, so forget about it. Take it as compensation for the past. He pursed his lips. I'm still sorry. Changruwei smiled confidently and cheerfully. You don't have to apologize. I've already said that you didn't do anything wrong to me. It's normal to break up if you don't like me when you're in a relationship. At least you didn't do anything unforgivable to me, and you didn't cheat on my feelings. There's no need to apologize. Although she said this, one could vaguely hear the jealousy in her tone. This jealousy was because of the end of the past. After all, Muzilian was her first love. How could she forget it so easily? Muzilian was destined to be someone who wasn't on the same line as her. She just couldn't forget this period of time. Joel saw that something was wrong with her. He clenched his fists and left with Changruwei after saying these words. Xiao Jin reminded him faintly. I suggest you apply some medicinal wine. It'll look worse if it gets swollen. Joel, just you wait, there was a saying in China, revenge is a dish best served cold. After they left, Xiaofei sighed. Look at what's going on. As she spoke, she slapped Muzilian's head. I told you not to get involved in romantic affairs. Look at you. Now you're suffering from retribution. What if this happens more often in the future? How many girls have you ruined over the years? Muzilian clutched his head in pain. Dating is all consensual. If they're not willing, I can't force them. Why do you have to push the responsibility to me alone? I'm not like those bastards from the Lan family. If not, look at Feng Bingi from the Feng family. That's called inhumane, okay? Compared to them, I'm like a fresh flower. Xiaofei was even angrier. You have the nerve to compare yourself to some animals. Why can't you learn from your brothers and put your heart in some important places? Do you really think that just because we have big brother and second brother in our family, you can just eat and wait for death? Muzilian, that was what he thought. He turned his gaze to Xiao Jin and felt a little incredulous. Xiao Jin, how did you hit him? When did you become so skilled? Damn it. When he was hit, he resisted for a few times and then fell on the street. The other party was a martial arts practitioner. Obviously, they weren't on the same level. Xiao Jin could even hit him. Wasn't she too scary? Xiao Jin used the excuse he had used to fool Muzichu. After that incident, I found a master to teach me martial arts to strengthen my body. Muzilian was a little suspicious. Really? But you've only been practicing for a short period of time, while Joel has obviously been practicing for a long time. Can you beat him? Xiao Jin said, my master is a hermit master. Muzilian burst out laughing. Don't tease your brother. What hermit master is there now? Xiao Jin said, if you don't believe me, we can have a competition when you're better. Muzilian, he couldn't even beat Joel. If he were to fight Xiao Jin, he couldn't laugh anymore. Muzichu also stared at him. Mom is right. You're in this state now. You still have 2 years. Why don't you join the army and train yourself? Muzilian's eyes widened. Join the army? Are you crazy? Xiaofei thought for a moment and immediately clapped his hands. That's true. Qilian, why don't you join the army? Muzilian. No, I don't want to. He buried himself back under the blanket, his whole body and mind resisting. When Muzichu brought up this matter, Xiaofei's enthusiasm instantly ignited. He even called Mu Zhenming to discuss it. Then, big brother Mu Qizhi also came. Mu Qizhi was busy every day, but he still had to take time out to deal with this matter. When he came, of course, he criticized and despised Muzilian, but in the end, he comforted him. After learning that Xiao Jin had helped Mu Zilian vent his anger, Mu Qizhi was also in disbelief. He was going to deal with this matter. Of course, he was going to call the police and go through legal procedures, but when he heard that Xiao Jin had also hit someone, forget it. He had a headache because of this family. He called Xiao Jin to the door. He didn't ask much about the incident, but looked at her seriously. Xiao Jin, you're 20 years old this year. You're in your second year and will be in your third year soon. Don't you have any plans for your future? Xiao Jin answered honestly, no. Mu Qizhi. You're not young anymore. Are you interested in helping me? The Mu family is so big, and you are also a member of the family. You should learn as much as you can about the family as possible. Xiao Jin blinked. The Mu family treated her with sincerity. Usually, such a family business would be guarded against even their relatives. She was just an adopted daughter, but Mu Qizhi wanted her to start learning now. It was obvious that he wanted to hand over some of the things to her in the future. She was grateful to Mu Qizhi, but she was really not interested. No, Qizhi. Zhenming is still young now, and old master is also here. You and Qichu are enough. I'm really not interested in these things. I just want to live a normal life like this. Mu Qizhi disagreed and condemned her. How can you be as useless as Qi Lian? Xiao Jin couldn't help but smile. Mu Qizhi looked at her deeply and sighed. Forget it. He tilted his head and thought for a moment, then turned around and said, it's fine if you're not interested. If you have something you want to do, just do it. The Mu family is your backing, so you don't have to worry too much. Xiao Jin smiled very gently. I know, thank you. Mu Qizhi nodded and brought her back to the ward. Then, the Mu family really put the matter of Mu Zilian joining the army on the agenda. Mu Zilian couldn't accept this bad news at all. However, he couldn't dissuade his family. After Mu Zhenming came at night, his family discussed and decided to send him to the army. 2 years was enough to train him. He wouldn't fall behind in his studies. When he came back from the army, he would have plenty of time to study. He wasn't stupid, but he wasn't used on the right path. Now, he was sent to train himself. Mu Zhenming went to contact some connections and sent his son to the army. It was a piece of cake. The time was set for next month. Mu Qilian wished that he could find a rope and hang himself that night after hearing this bad news. Xiao Jin also agreed with him joining the army. She even accompanied him for a while that night. Qilian, don't worry. I saw your marriage line. Your true love might be in the army. When you come back, you'll be a new person. Mu Zilian's face darkened. The army is full of men. You're saying my true love is in there? Xiao Jin. If you think so, I can't help it. Mu Zilian broke down. Get out. Xiao Jin left. Mu Zilian only needed to stay in the hospital for 1 night. In fact, he could be discharged. However, the impact of joining the army was too great. He was mentally and physically exhausted. He wanted to stay in the hospital to think about life for 1 night. Xiao Jin and Muzichu stayed to accompany him. It was late at night. She was a little hungry, so she went out to buy some things and brought some for Muzichu. There was a bright moon tonight, illuminating the entire imperial capital with its cold white light. The city was still so lively. The streets of Dama were full of people. It was bustling. This was something that couldn't be seen in previous eras. Different eras had different civilizations. Xiao Jin couldn't explain it in the past. Now, she felt that she had gradually fallen in love with this era. Because here, she could experience some things that she had never experienced before. As she thought of this, the smile on her face slowly disappeared. The noise on the streets became lower and lower. She just turned a corner and found herself stepping into another world. Silence. It was extremely quiet. On the empty street, there were only cars parked there. The people talking on the street had disappeared, as if there had never been any traces of people. A gentle breeze blew over, causing the corners of her clothes to flutter. There was a crossroad in front of him. There were no cars on the busy street. After a long while, she slowly smiled. Under the moonlight, she looked like a goddess from the moon palace. You finally can't hold it in anymore. I was wondering how long you could hold it in. Fog gradually appeared in front of his eyes. What was originally clearly visible was gradually covered by the fog. Within the fog, something was faintly appearing and disappearing. Under such an atmosphere, it gave people a kind of inexplicable feeling of terror. It was frightening and horrifying. It was as if something was about to surge out of the fog. Roar. There really was something there. Xiaojin blinked and saw an indescribable monster running out of the fog. It had 8 legs, a wolf's body, and a broken human face on its head. Only the mouth of the human face was complete, but it was wide open, revealing rows of bloody teeth. It looked extremely terrifying. When it ran, its body was slanted. The fog around it kept surging. It seemed that there was more than one monster. They were all in the fog, facing Xiaojin, waiting for an opportunity to move. It's too low level. She sighed softly. However, in an instant, the world that was originally dark apart from the fog was suddenly shrouded in threads of red light. Like a woven rope net, they fell from the sky and penetrated the fog. A red rope passed through the monster's body. The monster was vaporized without even screaming. The red silk threads weaved into a huge net, covering Xiaojin in it. She waved her hand slightly, and a huge red butterfly appeared in the sky. It was so huge that it seemed to cover the entire city. Just a glance was enough to make people terrified. It flapped its wings gently, and the fog rolled away. Those monsters also gradually disappeared with the disappearance of the fog. It stood in the sky, and the city did not return to its original state. Xiaojin just gently waved her hand, and a figure was forcibly brought over from behind a billboard. Because of the huge force, the moment he was summoned, he had no choice but to kneel in front of Xiaojin. Xiaojin looked at him with a faint smile. Grand Ancestor, what a coincidence. The Grand Ancestor's face was full of horror at this time. He couldn't even speak at this moment. He saw the huge butterfly in the sky, oppressing the top of his head. Just looking up was suffocating. There was also that miraculous technique. He really didn't know how Xiaojin had broken his array formation. Obviously, the array had been broken, but now everything was still not restored to its original state, indicating that Xiaojin took over his array. Where did she get such powerful strength? His lips were pale, and his whole body was trembling. He was no longer as calm as when they first met. He realized that he might have provoked an unexplainable terrifying existence. He had never seen such an array master. If you endure for a while, maybe someone will come forward. Why? She sighed slightly. The Feng family is about to be finished. Why don't you cherish this last time? The Grand Ancestor's pupils shrank. The Feng family's matter. She really did the Feng family's matter. He regretted it. If Fengfei he provoked such an existence, he wouldn't save Fengfei he at all. You think I did it? Xiaojin glanced at him. Actually, I don't need to do anything. If Fengfei he doesn't die, your Feng family will naturally be finished. If you save her, won't you bear the consequences? What your Feng family is doing is just adding fuel to the fire. The Grand Ancestor's eyes widened. He had only ever heard of karma. However, he also knew that some things would backfire if he didn't control them well. However, karma was something that they could not come into contact with for the time being. That person had once said that the more ordinary an existence was, the less likely it was for them to come into contact with karma. Karma was something used to restrain the most powerful existences in the world, but at the same time, it was also a weapon that these powerful existences could use. Xiaojin controlled karma. In the past 100 years of the Grand Ancestor's life, he had never regretted it as much as now. What was even more regretful was that he had actually attacked her. He had no choice but to make a move against Xiaojin. He thought that if Xiaojin was an array formation master, Xiaojin would be on par with him. After all, Xiaojin was too young. However, he didn't know that some people in this world couldn't be measured by the surface at all. He knew that he was finished. He felt that Xiaojin could easily kill him with just a move of her fingers. I won't kill you. Seeing the expression on his face, Xiaojin smiled. You know why? Her lofty appearance made people feel like they had to submit to her. After all, the Grand Ancestor was a shrewd person. He looked at Xiaojin and quickly reacted. She wanted the person behind her to make a move. She knew there was someone behind the Feng family. Even a powerful existence like her would be bound by karma. Therefore, she wanted to use him to lure out the biggest fish. The Grand Ancestor knew, but what could he say? His expression was gloomy. Xiao Jin's smile was still as calm as ever. You've lived for so many years. Whether you've lived enough or not is up to you. Don't you think so? Xiao Jin wanted him to force the big fish out. If the Grand Ancestor couldn't deal with her, he would definitely let the person behind him make a move. The Grand Ancestor was gambling. If the person behind him could deal with Xiao Jin, he would be safe. If they couldn't deal with her, he could at least struggle at death's door for a while. However, the Grand Ancestor was someone who cherished his life. Xiao Jin had long known that. He definitely wouldn't tell the person behind him that he had dealt with Xiao Jin. He would hide it. At that time, it would be too late. His actions would naturally anger the person behind him, but that was a matter for the future. If he could live, who wouldn't be willing? Feng family. The Grand Ancestor's lips trembled. He knew that it would be difficult to protect the Feng family. Just as he was thinking this, he came back to his senses and found himself standing behind the billboard. There was a lively scene around him. Some young people passed by him, happily discussing the latest news in the market. For a moment, the Grand Ancestor regretted it. If he had just been an ordinary person back then, unfortunately, he would have to pay a price for enjoying it. With a pale and gloomy face, Xiao Jin happily walked into a fast food restaurant like an ordinary girl. Sister Xiao? A pleasantly surprised voice came from behind. Xiao Jin turned around and saw Duan Nianro holding 2 large bags. Xiao Jin nodded slightly. Hello. Sister Xiao, I knew it was you. You're too eye-catching. Duan Nianro happily ran over. She had recognized Xiao Jin as soon as she saw him outside. Now that she had come in, it really was him. She was so good-looking and had a unique temperament. She seemed to be glowing in the crowd. Even this fast food restaurant couldn't block her radiance. Xiao Jin was ordering food when he said, "Do you want to eat something? I'll treat you. Sister Xiao treated me last time, so I'll treat you this time." Duan Nianro smiled. She had originally come here to buy egg tarts. Xiao Jin, it's okay, I'll treat you next time. Do you want egg tarts? Duan Nianro's eyes widened. How did you know? Xiao Jin smiled and didn't say anything. He ordered 3 egg tarts and some chicken wings for Duan Nianro. Duan Nianro curiously asked, Big Sister Xiao, why do you seem to like eating fast food? The last time she had come, he had also treated her to fast food. Xiao Jin said, it's nothing. It's convenient, and the taste is okay. When the person in charge of packing the food saw Xiao Jin's appearance, shock appeared in his eyes. When he picked up the chicken wings, he unconsciously ordered a large one for Xiao Jin. When Duan Nianro saw this, she felt that this was truly the treatment of a great beauty. Following Xiao Jin was really good. Xiao Jin took the food and gave Duan Nianro her share. Duan Nianro was a bit embarrassed. You always treat me to food, so I bought some fruits. Take 2. Xiao Jin knew that with her personality, she would be embarrassed, so she picked 2 kiwis. Duan Nianro was overjoyed. Big Sister Xiao, the capital is so big, but we still managed to meet each other. It must be fate. Do you have time to come to my house for a meal? We've been busy for the past few days, and the decorations are almost done. The new house is really beautiful. Xiao Jin thought for a moment. I'll go when I have time. I don't have much time right now. Someone from my family is still in the hospital. Ah? Duan Nianro seemed to be in disbelief. Oh, okay. Let's meet again next time. Xiao Jin nodded. Before leaving, she reminded her, remember not to use your ability carelessly. With so many people from the He Early family dead, there would definitely be a large group of people looking for a formation master. It wouldn't be good if Duan Nianro was exposed. Duan Nianro, I'll remember Big Sister Qiao's teachings. When she was at home, she was afraid of being seen by her parents, so she didn't dare to use her ability carelessly. Xiao Jin waved at her with a smile and left. Duan Nianro couldn't help sighing. Good-looking people were really good-looking when they smiled. When Xiaojin returned to the hospital, Mizuchu objected to her buying fast food. That was because he never ate such things. However, she and Muzillion ate happily. Mizuchu could only look at the two of them and shake his head helplessly. A few days later, Song Yanqing returned from abroad. Su Xiu's mother's birthday was coming. Xiaojin didn't inform anyone. In the morning, Song Yanqing came to pick her up. Asha drove over. Early in the morning, Song Yanqing saw Xiaojin. Her smile was as gentle as ever. Long time no see. Xiaojin, it's only been a few days. Today, she was wearing a simple white short-sleeved shirt, a pair of black shorts, and a pair of sneakers. A refreshing outfit was enough to attract people's love. Song Yanqing was also wearing a black shirt. The buttons were buttoned up to the collar. He was upright and meticulous. He was obviously an elegant young master, but he had such an ascetic aura. It was enough to make some people unable to control themselves. Xiaojin, on the other hand, was pretty good at controlling himself. When she got into the car, Song Yanqing asked, "I heard that your brother was admitted to the hospital a few days ago?" Xiaojin replied softly, "It's just a small matter." It wasn't as if he had suffered any serious injuries. If it wasn't a small matter, then what was it? He was alive and kicking the next day when he was discharged from the hospital. Seeing that she said it was a small matter, Song Yanqing didn't ask further. Moreover, his investigation was thorough enough. There were some things that he knew, but there was no need to say it out loud. Otherwise, the meaning would be different. Xiaojin wasn't anyone to him. If he investigated the matter so thoroughly, it wouldn't be good if it caused her to retaliate. It's Su Xiu's mother's birthday today, and only the Lan family members are present? Xiaojin asked curiously about what happened next. Song Yanqing nodded. The information that was sent back so far is only from the Lan family. The Su family doesn't have any relatives, so it's normal. TSK, this relationship is really abnormal. Didn't the Su family have other more important birthday partners? Only the Lan family was invited. This relationship itself was a bit special. Of course, those who didn't know the reason wouldn't think much about it. However, those who knew the reason were intriguing. In order not to attract the Lan family's attention, Song Yanqing suddenly visited. And he also brought along Xiaojin. Of course, when the matter was clear, he would personally explain it to the Su family. At this time, the Su family was lively. Today was also Mother Su's birthday. Early in the morning, the servants in the house got up to clean up. Although only the Lan family came, the relationship between the two families had always been good. Mother Su and Mother Lan were busy in the kitchen, and their smiling faces never stopped. Lan Xingben and Father Su were talking about things, while Su Nan was accompanying the two children of the Lan family to talk about current affairs. Su Xiu was resting upstairs. Generally, he would not come down unless there was something important. He would even avoid eating. The family had long been used to it. At this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. "Who is it?" Mother Su came out of the kitchen immediately. They happened to be near the door. Lan Xingben also looked over and asked, "Did you invite others?" "Of course not. It's just our family gathering." Father Su spoke naturally. Obviously, he also regarded the Lan family as a family. At this time, Mother Su opened the door and a surprised voice came, "Yanqing?" This name, Lan Xingben couldn't sit still at that time. He stretched his neck and looked outside the door. "Auntie, I suddenly came to visit. Please don't be offended. I know it's your birthday this year. I just happened to pass by and brought a gift for you." This gentle and elegant magnetic voice even made Su Nan and the other two people turn their eyes to look at him. "God, you're too polite. You don't have to bring a gift. Come in, come in." "Hey, this is?" "Auntie, this is my friend Xiaojin. He's with me, so I brought him along. I hope you don't think it's rude." "Of course not. Everyone is a guest. The little girl is so beautiful. Come in. It just so happens that Auntie has prepared the meal. Since you're here, you should eat before you leave. Thank you for your kindness." Just as Song Yanqing had expected, Mother Su was all smiles. She treated them warmly. This showed that there was no problem with them treating people and things. When Song Yanqing and Xiao Jin stepped into the house, it was as if the whole house had a strange brilliance. Just by standing together, the two of them were exceptionally pleasing to the eye. It was as beautiful as a painting. The people from the Lan clan stood up in surprise. No one had thought that Song Yanqing would come. Although the Su clan and the Song clan knew each other, they didn't have much contact with each other. Not to mention the fact that Song Yanqing had taken the initiative to visit other people's homes. No matter which family he visited, it seemed to be an honor for that family. The Lan family also wanted to get to know the people of the Song family. When Song Yanqing came over, Lan Xingbin was so excited that he didn't know what to say. "Brother Yanqing." Seeing Song Yanqing, Sunan was somewhat surprised. He glanced at Xiao Jin again. He was surprised that Song Yanqing had brought Xiao Jin along. "Lord Song, nice to meet you." Just as Father Su was about to speak, Lan Xingbin walked past him and wanted to shake hands with Song Yanqing. He looked very excited. Song Yanqing glanced down and smiled faintly. "Hello, you don't have to be so polite. Just call me Yanqing." The Lan clan was a rich businessman, but it was not enough for the Song clan. Song Yanqing didn't like to interact with people, let alone shake hands with Lan Xingbin, who was a suspect in transferring misfortune. Lan Xingbin didn't feel embarrassed and immediately called out affectionately, "Yanqing, I've heard a lot about you. I've seen your father before. Now that I see you again, you've really surpassed your father." Father Su also came forward and smiled. "Yanqing, take a seat." "Who is this young lady?" The Su clan didn't often interact with other people. Naturally, they hadn't heard of Xiao Jin. "Xiao Jin, my friend. We have something to do this time. I suddenly came and brought her along. I hope Uncle Su won't think it's rude." "Of course not, of course not." Su Yu's father warmly welcomed them. The two children of the Lan family were looked up to by everyone outside. They were rich young masters, but now in front of Song Yanqing, they realized that they were not young enough. They were about the same age. Comparisons were odious indeed. The Lan family had a pair of children. The boy was called Lan Maochen, and the girl was called Lan Maoqian. They were twins, brother and sister. Lan Maochen took after his father. He was a famous playboy and often appeared on the headlines of Weibo and newspapers. Changing women was like changing clothes. The difference between him and Muzilian was that he was more of a scumbag. He often caused people to die, including the pregnancy of girls. Muzilian was not on the news. Lan Maoqian was not like him. She looked like a dignified young lady from a wealthy family. She looked a little lively. She grew up with Sunan and had a good relationship. The two families originally agreed that Lan Maoqian and Sunan would get married in the future. However, at this time, Lan Maoqian saw Song Yanqing. She was not like other girls. She was obviously stunned. Then, her eyes flashed. When she went over, she called Song Yanqing softly and shyly like her brother. Song Yanqing just nodded at them and said a few more words to Sunan. Lan Maoqian had been watching from the side in a daze. It was so obvious that it was impossible to ignore it. Then, her eyes fell on Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin also caught a glimpse of her. However, Xiao Jin just glanced at her and turned his head away uninterestedly. Only Lan Maoqian kept staring at Xiao Jin. There was a faint trace of jealousy in her eyes. Sunan saw Lan Maoqian like this and knew that he could not blame Song Yanqing. It was not her fault that she was too outstanding. However, Lan Maoqian did not know how to hide it. He felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He had never seen Lan Maoqian like this before. Song Yanqing was good at these kinds of social occasions. His conversation with Su Fu and the others was flawless. Lan Xingbin couldn't wait to build a relationship with him and let the Lan family get the Song family's line. However, Song Yanqing didn't pay attention to him at all. He spent most of his time chatting with Father Su and the others. Even Father Su felt that Lan Xingbin did not know how to appreciate favors. In any case, he was the head of a large company. How could he be so blind? Of course, Lan Xingbin had been able to survive for so many years because he had good helpers at home. While Song Yanqing was talking, Qiao Jin was sizing up the Lan family. Not long after, Lan Maoqian came over and stopped her. "Your name is Qiao Jin? Are you the adopted daughter of the Mu family?" These words instantly attracted everyone's attention. Qiao Jin looked at her and smiled. "Yes." Lan Maoqian's eyes flashed. "I heard that your biological mother is the madam of the Ji family. Are you Ji Fangjing's half-sister?" Lan Xingbin didn't know how to appreciate favors. At this moment, he also heard some problems. His face changed slightly. "Xianxia. Some things were private and shouldn't be talked about in public." Qiao Jin was brought here by Song Yanqing. If Lan Maoqian irritated Qiao Jin, it was equivalent to irritating Song Yanqing. Qiao Jin smiled brightly. "Yes, what does it have to do with you?" Everyone's face changed. It was obvious that she was a little unhappy. However, Qiao Jin really meant that when she asked. What did it have to do with Lan Maoqian? Lan Maoqian's face turned pale as if she had been wronged. "Nothing, I was just asking." Qiao Jin glanced at her and could not be bothered with her. Song Yanqing also smiled faintly. He didn't even look at Lan Maoqian and continued the topic from before, easily pulling back the attention of Father Su and Lan Xingbin. Only Lan Maoqian and Su Nan were left with different expressions. Lan Maoqian pulled Lan Maoqian aside. It was fine to pick on others, but if she threw a tantrum in front of Song Yanqing, something might go wrong. After all, Song Yanqing didn't pay attention to them at all. There was a wall between them. The first thing Song Yanqing did was talk to Lan Xingbin and the rest. People like them were not qualified. Mother Su came out of the kitchen and eased the atmosphere. When Lan Xingbin's wife came out, Qiao Jin saw an indescribable sense of exhaustion on this woman. Even if she looked gorgeous, it couldn't hide her haggard appearance. It seemed that she wasn't as happy as she seemed to be after all these years with Lan Xingbin. Qiao Jin looked at her and smiled faintly. Lan Xingbin's wife, Mao Yonglan, looked up at Qiao Jin and smiled politely. However, she quickly lowered her head and felt that this girl's smile made her hair stand on end. When it was time to eat, Su Shou didn't come down. Mother Su was used to it. She decorated Su Shou's table and served the food to Su Shou. At this moment, Song Yanqing said, "Auntie, can I go up and see Su Shou?" Mother Su was stunned for a moment and then nodded. Of course. Su Shou didn't like to see people, but she didn't resist Song Yanqing after seeing him a few times. Mother Su was relieved. Song Yanqing went up with Mother Su. Only Qiao Jin and a group of people were left at the dinner table. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Lan Maoqian said first, "How did Miss Qiao and Lord Song meet?" Qiao Jin was still smiling. "Does it have anything to do with you?" Lan Maoqian, the others also looked a little embarrassed. The girl brought by the Lord Song had a really bad temper. Su Nan picked up a piece of beef and placed it in Lan Maoqian's bowl. "Eat your food." Lan Maoqian suddenly felt wronged. She picked up the beef and threw it away. She pouted and cried, "I was just asking." Lan Xingbin's expression changed. "Qianqian." Mao Yonglan immediately said, "Qianqian, it's okay. How can you fight with Su Nan? It wasn't Su Nan who made you angry." Her words had a hidden meaning. Seeing this situation, Su Yu's father felt a little awkward. Everyone knew that Lan Maoqian had princess syndrome. However, Song Yanqing was present today, and she acted up like this. Mao Yonglan stood up and walked to Lan Maoqian's side. She took a tissue to wipe her tears and said dotingly, "You're already an adult, yet you're still crying. You're just relying on your mother's love." Su Fu's expression froze. At the dinner table, everyone knew that Qiao Jin did not have a biological mother and was raised by an adoptive mother. Wasn't her words aimed at Qiao Jin? Why did she suddenly target him? Qiao Jin did not care. He just put his elbow on the table and held his cheek with one hand. He smiled and looked at Mao Yonglan. "Auntie, where do you usually take care of your skin? Your skin is so good. You're already so old, but it's not loose at all. It's still so tight. People who don't know would think that you have fake skin." Lan Xingbin's chopsticks fell. Mao Yonglan's hand that was wiping Lan Maoqian's tears slipped and Lan Maoqian felt a burning pain. She immediately screamed. Seeing their abnormal reactions, Father Su laughed and said, "Aren't you praising your skin?" Mao Yonglan's reaction was obviously different. There was a trace of fear in her eyes until Lan Maoqian slapped her hand away impatiently. "Mom, you're hurting my eyes. What are you doing?" In front of these people, she didn't seem to be the well-bred lady that was widely rumored to be. She exposed her true nature incisively and vividly. Sure enough, even the rich needed to set up a persona. "Sorry." Mao Yonglan apologized absent-mindedly, withdrew her hand, and returned to her seat. She looked at Xiao Jin as if she had seen a ghost for a moment. She couldn't bear to see someone say that to her. Lan Xingbin's face gradually darkened. "Enough, Mao Qian, eat your meal." Even Lan Maoqian was shocked to see his father, who had always been gentle and amiable, lose his temper. She lowered her head subconsciously. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She just pursed her lips and didn't dare to cry out this time. The atmosphere at the dinner table was suffocating. Sunan and Lan Maoqian looked at each other and didn't know what to say. It seemed to be a war between women. However, they didn't understand why Mao Yonglan suddenly stopped talking because of Xiao Jin's words. This didn't seem like Mao Yonglan's style. Song Yanqing came down after a while. Seeing him come down, no one said anything inappropriate. Xiao Jin didn't say anything either until Song Yanqing ate a little. In fact, he didn't eat much at all, but he already gave enough face. After dinner, Mother Su still enthusiastically asked Song Yanqing to stay and play for a while. Song Yanqing said that he had something to do and declined. Then, he left with Xiao Jin. After they left, Su Xiu suddenly went out and came to the stairs. Everyone was surprised to see him suddenly appear. Lan Maoqian looked at Su Xiu and a trace of disgust flashed through her eyes. Su Xiu didn't care about her gaze. He just said to his brother in a hoarse voice, "Brother, come up. I have something to tell you." Sunan was somewhat puzzled, but he still nodded and went upstairs to follow Su Xiu into the house. After they left, Mao Yonglan couldn't help asking the host, "Hong Man, why did the young master of the Song family suddenly come to celebrate your birthday?" The host's full name was Shang Hongman. She was a little surprised. "What's wrong?" "The Lord Song said that he happened to pass by and remembered that it was my birthday today, so he brought me a birthday present. Besides, I didn't invite him. This time, he came with a friend, which meant that he happened to pass by on business. Sigh, I didn't expect him to remember my birthday." "How thoughtful." Seeing Sumu's clueless look, Mao Yonglan sneered, "Coincidence? How did you happen to bring someone with you?" The host mother frowned. "Doesn't this prove that the Lord Song was just passing by? He couldn't possibly leave his friend alone downstairs while he came up to eat, right? Yonglan, what's wrong with you?" Mao Yonglan immediately fell silent. Lan Xingben also glanced at her, indicating that she should not talk nonsense. At this time, Lan Maoqian came up and asked Mother Su hesitantly, "Auntie, is the relationship between your family and the Song family very good? Are Brother Nan and Brother Yanqing very close?" Her question was a little strange. Mother Su liked her, so she smiled lovingly and said, "No, it's just that our father used to have some contact with his grandfather. That relationship was from the previous generation, which was too far away from the present. In addition, since the death of the old man, the Su family's relationship with many people had faded." Lan Maoqian's eyes flashed, "Is the one who came just now Brother Yanqing's girlfriend? I haven't heard that your brother Yanqing has any girlfriend. He said she was a friend." "Oh." Lan Maoqian didn't know what was going on, but his mood relaxed a lot. Lan Xingben looked at Lan Maoqian with a look of sizing up. Lan Xingben asked Mother Su, "Lord Song is 25 this year. Does he have a girlfriend or fiancé?" Mother Su shook her head and smiled, "I haven't heard of any. His family is not in a hurry. With his identity, how can he worry about this kind of thing? He just doesn't want to find one. Now there are many famous girls in the capital aiming for the position of the Song family's young madam." Lan Xingben gave a meaningful "oh." If it weren't for today's incident, he wouldn't have known that the Su family and Song Yanqing had a close relationship. Song Yanqing specially came up to celebrate Mother Su's birthday when he passed by. The Lan family was rich, but compared with the Song family, it was not worth mentioning. If he could get in touch with the Song family, thinking of this, Lan Xingbin's heart was a little hot. Mao Yonglun looked at their faces and knew what they were thinking. Her face sank, and she got up and said, "I'm not feeling well. I'll go back first." Mother Su immediately said, "Where are you feeling unwell? Why don't you rest here?" Mao Yonglun reluctantly squeezed out a smile. "No, I have something to do at home." She rejected Mother Su's proposal and glared at Lan Xingbin. Lan Xingbin had no choice but to take Mao Yonglun and the two children of the Lan family back. "What did you see?" In the car, Song Yanqing asked Xiao Jin about the Su family. Xiao Jin touched his chin and said with some playfulness, "I thought it was a curse array at first, but now it seems that it can change faces." "Change faces?" Song Yanqing raised his eyebrows slightly. "You mean Mao Yonglun?" Xiao Jin also looked at him with a faint smile. "You can tell?" Song Yanqing nodded. "When I went in and saw her, I felt that something was wrong. She gave me a feeling of lethargy, as if she was about to die. But looking at Mao Yonglun's state, it didn't seem like it." Xiao Jin said, "She changed into a dead person's skin. Of course she would be in this state." Song Yanqing had thought that there might be some entanglements, but he didn't expect there to be such a strange story. Indeed, the more time passed, the more things he saw. Therefore, she quietly listened to Xiao Jin's next words. Xiao Jin said, "I can't tell the specifics. My initial guess is that Mao Yonglun isn't the real Mao Yonglun. She's either the lover that Lan Xingbin dumped in the story, or she's another lover. The real Mao Yonglun is dead. The one who put the curse on Lan Xingbin should be Mao Yonglun. I just said a few words to test the waters." Obviously, both Lan Xingbin and this Mao Yonglun knew about it. In just a few words, a melodramatic and cruel drama had begun. Lan Xingbin should have killed the real Mao Yonglun in order to let his lover take the place. And this lover changed her face into Mao Yonglun's. Why didn't he feel uncomfortable? Xiao Jin couldn't understand the thoughts of these people. Song Yanqing said thoughtfully, "I just went up and told Su Xiu about this possibility. I just gave him an analogy. After all, the evidence hadn't come out yet, so he didn't say anything." Su Xiu was a smart person, so he guessed quickly. For so many years, only the Lan family was inexplicably close to the Su family. Their relationship was unbelievably good. But he couldn't remember many things when he was young, so he could only know by asking his parents. Xiao Jin touched his chin. "I probably know where the real Mao Yonglun died. Anyway, no matter who this Mao Yonglun was, she was not the real Mao Yonglun. Because the identity of Lan Xingbin's wife had never changed from the beginning to the end. Since the person was wrong now, she must have been replaced by someone else." Xiao Jin had an idea and said, "I'm going to check the Lan family tonight." "You don't have to go. Wait for my news." Song Yanqing said gently, "Okay, be careful. Call me if there's anything." Xiao Jin nodded. The residents of the Lan family provided Xiao Jin with a convenient place. Their home was in a villa area in the suburbs, opposite a big mountain. Xiao Jin appeared on the mountain and used the array to know the movements of the Lan family. She sat on a tree and heard the wonderful drama from the Lan family. Mao Yonglun was a little uneasy since returning to the Lan family. As soon as she got home, she couldn't help quarreling with Lan Xingbin. Lan Xingbin thought she was crazy. That little girl just said it casually. Did you take it seriously? Thinking of the little girl's beautiful face and unique temperament, Lan Xingbin's heart was still rippling. If she wasn't Song Yanqing's person, she just said it casually? Mao Yonglun screamed and touched her face. "I've been with it for 20 years. When will it end? Do you know how long I have to calm myself down every night before I can fall asleep? When will I be able to return to my original identity?" Lan Xingbin hurriedly stepped forward to cover her mouth and was a little scared. "What are you talking about? Mao Chen and Mao Qian are both at home. If you are heard by them, how will you explain it? Are you crazy?" Because he was too anxious, his face was a little distorted. Mao Yonglun struggled madly and struggled to free herself from Lan Xingbin's grip. She stood where she was, panting heavily as she glared at him hatefully. Lan Xingbin frowned and turned his face away. He didn't want to see her expression. "Don't be crazy. She just said it casually. I don't know why you have such a big reaction." You've persevered for so many years. Can't you persevere for the last few days? He was about to die, about to die. By then, everything will be over. Do you understand? But in the last few days, I can't take it anymore. Mao Yonglong lost control and shouted at him, "You should be the one to bear all of this. It's your responsibility." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lan Xingbin bellowed. He looked around again and saw that there was no movement outside. Then, he lowered his voice and shouted at Mao Yonglong, "You agreed to it back then too. How much wealth have you enjoyed with me now? Now you're telling me that you can't take it anymore? Also, what can't you tolerate in the last few days? He's about to die. Even the immortals can't save him. Once he dies, this matter will be over." He tugged at his tie. "She died well at that time. We couldn't find her. Instead, she helped us. It was because they couldn't find where she died that no one could save the Su family. As long as Su Shou died, all of this would be over." Seeing that Mao Yonglong had calmed down after being comforted by Lan Xingbin and began to sob, Qiao Jin's lips curled into a smile. So that was it. She had already endured it for 20 years, but she still couldn't take it. Qiao Jin looked around and waved his finger gently. The red light gradually fell on the Lan family's villa. She opened her eyes and said, "Wow. This was true hatred, right?" She had actually gone to such an extent. No wonder they couldn't find where she died. Thinking of this, Qiao Jin pondered for a moment and took out his phone. She called to tell Song Yanqing the information. As for the arrangements, it was all up to Song Yanqing. The next day, the police came to visit the Lan family's villa. Lan Xingbin and Mao Yonglong weren't at home at that time. It was the servants who received them. However, the police were tough and had formal procedures. The general idea was that they received a report that a female body had been buried in the garden of the Lan family's villa. Because the details were quite complete, the police came to investigate suspiciously. Even if the Lan family didn't accept it, they had to at least wait for the police to investigate. At that time, Lan Xingbin felt that something was wrong. He had connections, so he must have done it often. However, now that the police came, he must have been targeted, so no one informed him. When he and Mao Yonglong returned home in a hurry, the police had already dug up half of their yard. They hadn't found any traces. When Lan Xingbin got home, he yelled at the police. Mao Yonglong was even more nervous and kept asking them to leave. Lan Maoqian and Lan Maochen didn't know what was going on at all. They could only watch in confusion as they quarreled. Amidst the chaos, a policeman exclaimed, "We found something." Lan Xingbin felt a chill all over. Mao Yonglong's scalp went numb. Everyone in the quarrel looked over. A few police officers immediately jumped into the half-dug deep pit and continued to dig. As expected, they dug up a bone, a human bone. When she saw the bone of the human calf, Mao Yonglong's eyes rolled back and she fainted on the spot. Lan Xingbin's face turned pale. He almost felt hot air rising. He was stunned and subconsciously sat on the ground. The servants present were all pale with fright. Even Lan Maoqian and Lan Maochen were scared out of their wits. The police looked serious and continued to dig. In order not to destroy the integrity of the bone, they dug carefully. After more than an hour, they dug out a body that had completely turned white. The moment the skeletons came out, Lan Maoqian and Lan Maochen turned to the side and vomited. They had never seen such a scene. They didn't faint on the spot. The police realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately ordered people to protect the scene. At the same time, they called the police station. The news and their connections didn't stop them. Although the reporters weren't at the scene, they still got some information. Hashtag nameless female body corpse hashtag appeared. The news found it. News was 2. The news. A news. It. However, because it involved secrets, this news was quickly suppressed by others. It was as if they just wanted the matter to be made public, but didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Lan Xingbin was being investigated at the police station, and he was completely distracted. No one knew better than him who the female corpse belonged to. It was Mao Yonlan's. Mao Yonlan, his real wife's. Yes, that's right, the current Mao Yonlan was not Mao Yonlan at all. He didn't expect that when everything was about to end, it would all be in vain. Thinking of this, Lan Xingbin couldn't help but feel a little desperate. However, he quickly thought, what was the use of just digging it out? He could completely deny that he didn't know. On the surface, his wife was still alive. No one knew that it was Mao Yonlan, and the police wouldn't believe it either. As long as the Su family didn't know, Su Xiu would still die, and he wouldn't be the one to suffer the backlash. Mao Yonlan, oh Mao Yonlan. Thinking of this woman, Lan Xingbin's molars clenched. You're really vicious. For 20 years, she was actually buried under his courtyard, day and night, surrounded by ghosts. They actually lived in such an environment for 20 years. Faced with the police's questioning, Lan Xingbin refused to explain, and insisted that he didn't know who the female corpse was. No one in his family went missing, and he didn't kill anyone in those years. Who knew how the body was buried in his courtyard? His courtyard had indeed been renovated several times in recent years, but not once had the corpse been discovered. This time, it was found after digging very deep. Therefore, all the renovation workers and courtyard workers who worked for the Lan family were found and investigated. However, no one knew what was going on, and no one was suspicious. Since they couldn't find who the female corpse was, they didn't know what was going on. Mao Yonlan had a mental breakdown and couldn't say a word. She was sent to the hospital for observation. Lan Xingbin was now afraid that this woman was full of nonsense and would be caught. However, in the afternoon, the case was taken over by the spirit group. They took Mao Yonlan and Lan Xingbin away. The Su family wasn't calm either. When they learned that something had happened to the Lan family, Mother and Father Su were shocked. Is this an accident? How could Xingbin do such a thing? It's probably a worker who framed him. Today, Su Nan was unexpectedly silent. Hearing this, he suddenly said, Dad, Mom, I want to tell you something. Whether you believe me or not is secondary. Do you want to hear me out? Seeing their son's serious look, the Su parents were a little surprised. What do you want to say? We'll listen. Su Nan hesitated for a moment, pursed his lips, and told him everything that Su Xiu had told him. For something like this to happen in Uncle Xingbin's family, it might not be an accident. That corpse belongs to Auntie Yonlan. When Father and Mother Su heard this, they were stunned. What nonsense are you talking about? Your Auntie Yonlan was perfectly fine. How could she have become a corpse? Do you know what you're saying? Su Nan smiled, I know you don't believe it. I didn't believe it when I first heard it. If it weren't for today's incident, I'm afraid we would have been kept in the dark for the rest of our lives. Until Su Xiu died, the Lan family could still get away with it. No one would know why my brother died. His eyes turned red. The host mother was dumbfounded. She felt as if a bomb had exploded in her head. This? What does this have to do with your brother? Mother Su muttered to herself. Su Nan said, Do you remember that I told you that I found a fortune teller on the internet? This morning, the fortune teller got his number from somewhere and sent him a message through the internet. He told Su Nan all the things he found out, so now Su Nan was clear about it. Father Su was shocked. What fortune teller? Mother Su didn't tell Father Su because it was too unexpected. Su Nan didn't rush to answer, but continued, My brother's illness wasn't an accident at all. That year, Xingbin, Lan Xingbin, that bastard, had a mistress outside, and Auntie Yonlan found out. She was pregnant at that time and was so angry that she had a miscarriage. However, Lan Xingbin didn't care about it at all. Later, his mistress got pregnant and wanted to be promoted. Lan Xingbin colluded with his mistress to kill Auntie Yonlan and let his mistress be promoted. However, the plan was discovered by Auntie Yonlan. When she escaped, she was caught carelessly. Before she died, she cursed Lan Xingbin, saying that she would destroy his family and leave him without a complete corpse. At that time, the Lan family had all kinds of situations and went downhill. During that time, the Lan family had problems. Mom, Dad, aren't you very clear about it? My brother was only 3 years old at that time. The Lan family couldn't find a way to solve the problem, so they found a master. The master let Lan Xingbin take his place, so Lan Xingbin's curse was transferred to my brother. So, my brother's illness was all caused by the Lan family. Why do you think the Lan family was so good to us? It was because they wanted to see my brother die with their own eyes. They felt ashamed, so they kept in touch with us, Pa. The more Sunan spoke, the more agitated he became. Then, Mother Su slapped him in the face. The crisp sound resounded through the house. Father Su was stunned. He was completely shocked by Sunan's words and didn't react to Mother Su's action. Mother Su's eyes were red. She looked at Sunan with a bitter expression. Do you know what you're talking about? Your Uncle Lan is such a good person. How can you think of him like that? It doesn't matter what I think. The important thing is that he did these things. Sunan didn't care about the slap on his face. He looked at Sumu with red eyes and said, You believe what he said because he has a good relationship with us for 20 years? Why don't you think about why he approached us in the first place? Now that the time is up and Su Xiu is about to die, let's see if he will care about us when the time comes. The corpse found in his villa belongs to Auntie Yonglan. The woman beside him is not Auntie Yonglan at all. If you don't believe me, you can wait for the results. Father Su was also confused. Then the one beside him looks the same as Yonglan. It's not like we don't know each other after all these years, no one would believe such a bizarre thing. Sunan also knew that he couldn't force it. I know. There will be a solution. I won't let Su Xiu die. No matter what price he had to pay, now that he knew the truth, he felt that he could not let the Lan family get what they wanted. The price that Lan Xingbin had to pay back then should be paid by him. Sumu weakly collapsed on the sofa. For a moment, she couldn't believe what Sunan said. Cursing, exchanging lives, was there still a woman who wasn't Mao Yonglan? Who was it? How could this be possible? The Feng family came and took the Lan family away? When Xiao Jin received the news from Song Yanqing, he was not surprised. Xiao Jin said, this matter was originally done by the Feng family's eldest son. Now that the matter has been exposed, he is afraid of being investigated. Song Yanqing raised his eyebrows slightly. How do you think the Su family will end this matter? Xiao Jin said, I promised you that since I've found the bodies, I'll exchange their lives for theirs. Don't worry, we'll see the results tonight. Lan Xingbin will walk right into the trap. She left this sentence, and Song Yanqing naturally believed her. Lan Xingbin was now taken away, but he was not in a hurry. He could not let the Feng family find out that the Song family was also involved. Many things were interesting when hidden in the dark. Not long after Xiao Jin's words, Lan Xingbin appeared at the Su family's house that night. He had obviously been detained, but now he ran out directly and went to the Su family's house. When Sumu opened the door and saw Lan Xingbin, she did not subconsciously smile to welcome him. Her face was a little stiff. At this time, Lan Xingbin did not care, or even if he saw it, he would not care. He directly pushed the door open and ran inside, shouting loudly, Su Xiu, Su Xiu. He was shouting so urgently, as if there was something important going on. He never called Su Xiu before. When Sumu behind him heard him call Su Xiu, her heart immediately turned cold. She said, What are you shouting for? Su Xiu is sleeping. She couldn't figure out what she felt in her heart. She couldn't believe what Sunan said, but she didn't know how to face the Lan family. What are you calling me for? Su Xiu came down. He stood at the door, tall and straight, dressed luxuriously. He was obviously a young man who should have an extraordinary life, but because of this strange disease, he was forced to hide at home. There was a gloomy atmosphere. He wore a mask that covered most of his face, and a pair of clear eyes looked at Lan Xingbin coldly. Su Xiu, please help your uncle one last time. This is your uncle's only request. When Lan Xingbin saw Su Xiu, he was like a mouse that had seen meat. He ran toward Su Xiu but was stopped by Su Xiu halfway. What are you doing? She felt that there was something wrong with the excited Lan Xingbin. Lan Xingbin shook her off and walked towards Su Xiu. Su Xiu saw him throwing his mother and his eyes turned fierce. What are you doing? When he saw that Lan Xingbin was about to come up, he lifted his foot and kicked Lan Xingbin down. Lan Xingbin didn't expect him to kick him directly. He screamed and fell down the stairs. He fell to the ground and startled the host mother. Sunan felt that something was wrong. He opened the door and saw the situation. He immediately came forward to stop Lan Xingben and scolded, "You dare to come here? What do you want?" Lan Xingben looked at Sunan and cried, "Sunan, uncle was forced to do this. Uncle had no other choice. In any case, your brother won't live long. He'll die sooner or later. Su Xiao, kill yourself. Kill yourself right now." He seemed to have lost his mind, and when he spoke those words, it immediately shocked the Su clan's people. "Are you crazy?" The host mother screamed, "Lan Xingben, do you know what you're talking about? Are you out of your mind? If you're crazy, you can die by yourself. You actually asked my son to kill himself." The host mother was his reverse scale. Lan Xingben was undoubtedly crazy now. "I can't help it. Anyway, he won't live long anyway, right?" Lan Xingben was now crying and his face was twisted. His whole person was very ugly. There was no trace of his previous high-spirited appearance. Mao Yonlan's body was dug out, which caused a lot of stimulation to him. The result in the Feng family was not very good. He was really forced into a corner. Now, as long as Su Shou died, it would be fine. As long as he died, this matter would be over. "You lunatic, get out of my way. Get out. Otherwise, I will kill you." Sunan was also very angry by his words. He was trembling and couldn't wait to kill Lan Xingben right now. Lan Xingben didn't deserve to be called a human being if he dared to say such words. Su Xiao raised his chin and said softly, "Even if I die, I will never let you do as you wish." Lan Xingben's eyes turned red and suddenly saw a fruit knife on the table. He immediately ran over and picked it up. "Since you don't want to commit suicide, then I will help you. If you die, this matter will be over, and the curse of that crazy woman will be gone." After he said these words with a twisted expression, he rushed to Su Xiao with the knife. Sumu screamed, "Sunan, Sunan!" Sunan immediately stepped forward to pull Lan Xingben, but it was only a matter of 2 or 3 steps for him to go upstairs. Lan Xingben instantly appeared in front of Su Xiao. Su Xiao just looked at him silently. When Lan Xingben raised the knife, his wrist stopped in midair. Then, he wailed. Suddenly, he felt that his face was extremely itchy. This itch was getting more and more intense, almost to the point where he could not control it. He had no choice but to throw down the knife and scratch his face with a violent expression. He scratched very hard, as if it wasn't his face. The more he scratched, the more itchy it became. He had to scratch with all his strength until his skin and flesh hurt to relieve the itch. In the shocked eyes of Sumu and Sunan, they saw Lan Xingben scratching his chin like a madman. His lips began to change and his skin turned dark. With his scratching, countless small blood beads gushed out. Even his skin and flesh were scratched off by Lan Xingben, but he didn't notice it. He just wailed, "It's so itchy, so itchy. Why is it so itchy? Why is it so itchy?" It was too itchy, and he couldn't control it at all. The itchier it was, the more he wanted to scratch it. It was as if he could only stop this itchiness by scratching the bone. Every time he scratched, blood would spurt out, but he couldn't care less. Su Xiao watched everything quietly. At the same time, he gently lifted his mask. The originally hideous marks covered his entire jaw, almost completely destroying the corners of his lips. The black stains were like solidified paint, and the corners of his lips could no longer be called the lips of a normal person. However, it was also at this moment that the marks on his face were visibly disappearing. The scars that had accumulated over the years were like the outer skin of a broken shell. Gradually, they began to fall off, revealing fair skin with some light pink marks. His wounds were healing, and everything was getting better. More and more scars appeared on Lan Xingben's face, and his expression became more and more ferocious. When Su Xiao gradually turned into a handsome young man who looked exactly like his older brother, he looked at Lan Xingben and said softly, "Now, do you know how I've lived all these years?" Lan Xingben couldn't hear anything now. His head was full of itchiness. "Itchy, I'm so itchy." He scratched himself until his face was covered with blood. He even began to roll on the ground. The Su family was stunned. Especially the host mother, who watched this magical scene unfold in front of her. Su Nan's words were verified one by one in front of her. At that time, she thought that Su Nan was talking nonsense. Without seeing it with her own eyes, who would dare to believe that all of this was true? Her education didn't allow her to believe such an outrageous thing. However, the fact happened in front of her now. She saw such an outrageous thing happen with her own eyes. The hideous wound on Su Xiu's face was healed, while Lan Xingbin's face was ruined. She was stunned and looked at Lan Xingbin, who was rolling on the ground. She was both scared and somewhat unable to hold back her hatred. If all of this was true, then all of this was true. Then, in the past 20 years, she suddenly trembled all over. Su Nan saw that Su Xiu's face was healed. It could be said that it was a miracle that even medical miracles couldn't compare with. He didn't care about this strange situation and ran to Su Xiu excitedly. "Brother," he looked at Su Xiu's face. Su Xiu grinned at him, but that smile was a bit sad at this time. "Brother, is my face better?" He felt that the scar on his face was fading. He felt that the corner of his lips was in contact with the air. He was no longer suppressed by the tight mask. He smelled the warm smell of this family. "It's done, it's all done." Su Nan saw the miracle happen with his own eyes. His eyes were red and tears fell down. It was said that men don't cry easily. However, knowing what his younger brother had experienced for so many years, which elder brother wouldn't feel sad in his heart, he was finally free. He didn't have to die, Su Xiu didn't have to die, and his younger brother didn't have to die. He hugged Su Xiu. Su Xiu returned his hug with a smile. Both of them didn't care about Lan Xingbin, who was rolling on the ground. At this time, Sumu also reacted. She was also very excited, but she was calmer than the children. "Su Nan, call the police and let them take this man away." She pointed to the ground and said to Su Xiu at the same time, "Xiu'er, put on a new mask and wear it for a few more days. They said that they'll find an old Chinese doctor to treat you." It was impossible for a person to believe that there were unimaginable things in this world unless they witnessed it with their own eyes. Now, Mother Su believed it. But at the same time, she also knew that if others found out that Su Xiu had suddenly recovered, they would be suspicious. Su Xiu understood his mother's worries and nodded. "I know, Mom." Su Nan called the police, while Sumu called his father, who was busy outside. She couldn't hide the excitement in her tone. After reporting the news to Su's father, she looked at Su Nan with red eyes. She felt guilty. "I'm sorry. Mom couldn't imagine such a thing at that time. I was too excited." Su Nan smiled in relief. "Mom, it's okay. I understand." His mother was an educated and high-ranking member. Who would believe in such a legend that she had never experienced before? For the past 20 years, Lan Xingbin had been on very good terms with their family. Even his adoptive parents were taken care of by him. The two of them were kind to begin with. They really couldn't imagine that such a terrible thing would happen. But now that the truth was out, Mother Su had refreshed her worldview. The wailing Lan Xingbin was soon taken away by Su Nan's call to the police. At the same time, the ambulance arrived. Seeing Lan Xingbin's situation, even the police and doctors were shocked. No one had ever seen such a strange situation. In the end, they could only give Lan Xingbin an anesthetic to make him fall asleep. Because even the tranquilizer didn't have much effect, it was too scary. Although the police had doubts, Lan Xingbin was now involved in a special murder case. In such a situation, they couldn't suspect that someone had poisoned him. As long as Su Nan followed them back to the police station to make a statement, only Su Xiu and his mother were left at home. Su Xiu's mother looked at Su Xiu and touched his cheek with trembling hands. "It's been so many years. It's been hard on you." As she spoke, tears fell. "Mom never thought that I would lead a wolf into the house. I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Facing Su Xiu, she broke down emotionally. Thinking of her son's 20 years of torture, she couldn't help but feel heartache. She used to think that her son had a strange illness. Who would have thought that it was a curse from someone who scared him? Su Xiu touched his mother's face and saw the hair on her temples. He felt a little sad. "Mom, it's not your fault. It's been so many years. You and Dad have worked hard." He saw how hard the Su family had worked for him. They had looked for doctors both at home and abroad, but the Su family never gave up on him. Even when everyone pointed at him and called him a monster when he was young, it was the Su family who gave him the only warmth. No matter what, his parents and brother loved him the most in the world. No matter how ugly and scary he was, they never despised him. It was under the careful care of his family that he didn't have any psychological problems. Otherwise, he would have died a long time ago under that kind of torture. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of dying for so many years, but when he thought of his family and brothers who had sacrificed for him, he couldn't bear to do so. Su Xiu's mother's eyes were filled with tears. Now you're fine. Everything is fine. It's all over. She touched Su Xiu's cheek and saw his flawless face. She couldn't help but feel comforted. She was a little puzzled. Who helped you with this? Su Xiu hesitated and said, Mom, do you remember Brother Yanqing coming to our house? Mother Su's eyes widened. Guanqing? Su Xiu nodded. Brother Yanqing revealed some things to me. Although he didn't say it explicitly, I really have to thank him for my recovery this time. However, Brother Yanqing doesn't want others to know, so we can't reveal it. Sumu was not an ignorant person. When she thought of Song Yanqing's identity, she immediately thought of the reason why he wanted to hide it. In that position, he might be able to come into contact with things that ordinary people could not. Sumu nodded and gritted her teeth. I want to know what Lan Xingbin, that heartless man, did back then. Your brother said that Yonglan was already, she didn't dare to believe it. Now that Lan Xingbin had been taken away, who was his current wife, Yonglan, there was still a lot of fog surrounding this matter. Su Xiu lowered his body and said, Mom, Lan Xingbin has already reaped what he sowed. We will know what happened very soon. Mother Su also nodded. Your father will be back soon. He will be overjoyed. After Father Su came back and saw Su Xiu's recovered appearance, the whole family naturally hugged each other and cried. Now that the biggest problem in their hearts was gone, it was natural for them to be excited. However, Lan Xingbin was still a thorn in their side. That heartless thing. My dad even helped the Lan family in the past. Speaking of this, Mother Su felt that she was blind back then. She didn't know what she had done to be targeted. Father Su was not good with words and couldn't say anything too hateful. However, his hatred for Lan Xingbin was obvious at this moment. He scolded him for being heartless. After scolding him, he reacted and said, in the past, Lan Xingbin did have a favored mistress by his side. Didn't they say that she was pregnant? They even made a big fuss back then. That era was not as open as it was now. Basically, any bit of news that spread in the circle was very shocking. Lan Xingbin's mistress' pregnancy was not a secret. Mother Su nodded. Didn't they say that Yonglan was so angry that she had a miscarriage? How could it be so fast? She gave birth to Lan Maoqian and Lan Maochen, a pair of fraternal twins. The three of them looked at each other and had a tacit understanding. The Lan family's matter was probably more terrifying than what they knew. Just the matter of Mao Yonglan switching people, it was incomparably bizarre. ****** In the hospital, Lan Xingbin acted up very quickly. His entire face was scratched up by himself. The medical staff had no choice but to continuously inject him with all kinds of tranquilizers. However, injecting too many of these things would still be harmful to the body. For the current Lan Xingbin, there was no difference whether it was harmful or harmless. It was obvious to the naked eye that he wouldn't live long. However, Lan Maoqian was still making a scene in the hospital. I don't care. You must save my dad. What kind of strange disease did he get? You must save him. Lan Maoqian was crying at this moment. She looked at her father in the intensive care unit, but there was nothing she could do. She didn't know why her father got this strange disease overnight. The medical staff was helpless. Everyone had tried their best but was still scolded by Lan Maoqian. However, because the other party was from the Lan family, they had to serve her well. Of course, the news of Lan Xingbin's strange illness was not hidden from the media reporters. Someone had sneaked in, wanting to get some exclusive news. Lan Maochen was very busy dealing with the leaking of this news, but Mao Yonglan was nowhere to be found. Lan Xingbin, who was in the ward, was calm for a while. He called Lan Maoqian in. Separated by a protective cabin, Lan Maoqian's face, which was covered with a mask, was stained with blood. It was so hideous that Lan Maoqian could not bear to look at it. She could only cover her face and cry helplessly. His pair of gray eyes revealed his struggle to survive. Go. Go find the Su clan and beg them to let Su Shou come back. If he comes back, father won't die. Lan Maoqian only understood half of it. He cried and asked, Dad, what should I change? Lan Xingbin glared at her. Go, go, go now. He already couldn't say too much. He knew that there wasn't much time left. His time was almost up. Mao Yonglin didn't have much time left in the 20 years she had left behind. Lan Maoqian hurriedly went to the Su clan. At this time, the Su clan didn't want to see anyone from the Lan family. However, Lan Maoqian was innocent. Father Su couldn't bear to see her like this, so he let Lan Maoqian in. Who knew that as soon as she came in, she went to find Su Nan. She mistook Su Xiu, who had recovered in the living room, for Su Nan. She stepped forward and grabbed his hand, crying, Su Nan, save my father. Save my father, okay? Save what? How can I save him? Su Xiu's tone was indifferent as he shook off Lan Maoqian's hand. He had never liked Lan Maoqian. Lan Maoqian did not like him and hated him. He could tell in the past. Now that he had recovered, he basically did not have a good impression of Lan Maoqian. Lan Maoqian's tears gushed out. I don't know. Dad said that as long as he swaps with your brother, it'll be fine. Can you let your brother swap with my dad? We're so close. It's only right for you to help, right? Mother Sue's temples were throbbing as she listened. Her heart was heaving up and down. She stood up and looked at Lan Maoqian. At this moment, she was a little resentful. Do you know what you're talking about? Do you know what your dad did? Lan Maoqian was frightened by Mother Sue's rare stern expression. He took a step back and looked innocent and wronged. I don't know. If you don't know, why did you listen to your dad and beg us? Su Xiu's tone was mocking. Mother Su said, if you don't know, then I'll tell you. She told Lan Maoqian the whole story. After Lan Maoqian heard it, his worldview was refreshed. Of course, he did not believe it at all. He screamed, Auntie, are you crazy? My mother isn't my mother? My dad's curse back then was transferred to Su Xiu? What are you talking about? Do you know that it's the 21st century now? Her expression was the same as Mother Sue's. The difference was that Mother Su could see the truth and calm down. Even if Lan Maoqian saw the truth, he might not be able to calm down. I don't even know what you're talking about. She was so angry that she wanted to leave on the spot. However, when she thought of the consequences of leaving, she could not bear to see her father leave. If her father left, wouldn't the Lan family be ruined? Her brother had to run a company. What if something happened to her life in the future? Her eyes were hazy with tears. Even so, it's been so many years. Our family has compensated you enough. Why can't we let Su Xiu be a good person to the end? As long as he swaps with Dad, Dad won't have to suffer anymore. Get out of here right now. Mother Su did not expect that she would not speak in human language at all. She used her last bit of self-restraint to control herself. She was furious. I used these 20 years of friendship to stop myself from hitting you. I only thought that your father was heartless. I didn't expect that the child he raised was also a heartless thing. Lan Maoqian's eyes widened. How am I heartless? I just don't want, get out. Even the mild-tempered Father Su couldn't take it anymore. He reached out and grabbed a broom, his veins popping out of his forehead. If you don't get lost, I'll beat you up myself. I report. This time, it was a dorm cultivator. He directly threw a knife beside Lan Maoqian. Lan Maoqian was so frightened that he screamed and ran away while covering his head. Mother Su sat down angrily. She could not stop her tears from flowing out of anger. It's been so many years, so many years. The Su clan was devoted to the Lan family. Who would have thought that each and every one of them would be so heartless and unscrupulous? Su Xiu hugged his mother in his arms to comfort her. Su Nan sent a message saying that he had contacted the master. Someone would take care of the follow-up matters for the Su family. Of course, it wasn't Song Yanqing. It was the Feng family. When the great ancestor heard that his favorite junior had done such a thing, he didn't care at first. Feng Xinlin, who was the person in charge of the Feng family, had an extraordinary bearing. When she brought Lan Xingbin back to the Feng family to explain this matter to the great ancestor, she said in an indifferent tone. Lan Xingbin was my friend back then. I couldn't just watch something happen to my brother, so I found a suitable family. Azu helped me. Now that this matter has changed, I hope the great ancestor can help me clean up the mess. He was also the only person in the Feng family who could see the great ancestor other than Azu. At this time, he couldn't see that the great ancestor, who was sitting on the main seat, had a trace of fatigue between his eyebrows. When the great ancestor heard this matter, he was a little indifferent at first. He only said lightly, "Hasn't the person you mentioned been dealt with?" Feng Xinlin looked a little hesitant. I don't know what happened, but the array was changed back. He was cursed and is about to die. The great ancestor opened his eyes and said meaningfully, Azu did it, but someone can change the array back? Feng Xinlin nodded, yes, so I hope the great ancestor can see what's going on. The great ancestor pondered for a moment, holding a string of Buddhist beads in his hand. At this time, he pinched the Buddhist beads faster. His heart skipped a beat. He didn't know what was going on, so he asked, has there been any abnormality in the family of the transfer curse recently, or has he been in contact with anyone? Logically speaking, there shouldn't be. Feng Xinlin hesitated for a moment. There is a small matter, but I don't think it matters much. The great ancestor was now afraid of this kind of small matter, and murderous intent overflowed. Speak. Feng Xinlin didn't dare to hide and quickly said respectfully, that family's surname is Su, and the person who was transferred is called Su Xiao. 2 days ago, on his mother's birthday, the young master of the Song family went to visit, but he was sick. I heard that he just happened to pass by, and he brought a friend. Before he could finish, the great ancestor felt a chill in his heart. He had an ominous premonition. Who did he bring? Feng Xinlin hesitated for a moment. I think Azu paid special attention to Qiao Jin some time ago. Is she all right? Pa. The great ancestor smashed a small incense burner on the table onto Feng Xinlin's head, raging, you bunch of trash, why didn't you report this earlier, why? Both of you still want me to clean up after you've done something wrong. You're really capable. Trash. It was rare for him to be so angry, and Feng Xinlin immediately realized that something was wrong. Cold sweat dripped down her forehead. Great ancestor, you don't have to care about this matter anymore. Hurry up and get out. If he wants to die, then let him die. You have to push all the blame to someone else. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being able to save you when the time comes. The great ancestor couldn't tell how terrifying Qiao Jin was. At this moment, facing the continuous attacks, he couldn't wait to skin this group of descendants of the Feng family who targeted him alive. Each and every one of them, how could they be so useless and provoke someone they shouldn't provoke? Feng Xinlin's eyes turned fierce, and her bearing sank. She turned around and left. The fact that the great ancestor was so angry meant that the matter was a bit serious. The great ancestor sat in his seat, and he was still thinking about what Qiao Jin said at the time. Now, one by one, they couldn't escape from the net. The Feng family was going downhill from beginning to end. Even the great ancestor felt that there was no way to reverse the situation. She wouldn't kill him in order to lure out the people behind. If one could live, who didn't want to live, he had lived for so many years, but he still felt that he hadn't lived enough. The great ancestor's eyes sank. After thinking about it again and again, he decided to inform the people over there. If he could deal with it, he could linger at death's door. If he couldn't deal with it, he would be the last to die. When the Feng family withdrew from the Lan family naturally inevitably went into decline. The ins and outs of the matter were quickly investigated. Mao Yonglan's body, the current Mao Yonglan, was found hanged in the villa. Lan Xingbin died in the hospital soon after. The sudden death of the two caused a lot of chaos in the Lan family. The two children, with Lan Maochen's current foundation, couldn't establish a foothold in the Lan group for the time being. Many shareholders took advantage of the situation. Lan Maochen and Lan Maoqian were under pressure for a while, and they fell from the clouds to the mortal world in an instant. Xiaojin knew what happened in the past after seeing Mao Yonglan's body. She told Xianxia everything. As for whether to tell the Su family or not, it was up to them to decide. 20 years ago, Lan Xingbin did have the intention of killing his wife to support his lover as everyone thought. However, Mao Yonglan was an array master. Although she was an ordinary array master, ordinary people like them couldn't deal with her. At that time, Mao Yonglan had just had a miscarriage. She also knew that her husband wanted to kill her and replace her with his lover. She was furious. Of course, she wanted to deal with this adulterous couple. However, Lan Xingbin had a good relationship with the young master of the Feng family, Feng Xinlin. The Feng family's background was already revealed at that time. Among all kinds of small matters, Mao Yonglan's matter was easily solved. The Feng family didn't care about such small matters at all. At that time, Lan Xingbin had realized that Mao Yonglan was not an ordinary person, so he asked Feng Xinlin to find him a helper. At that time, Mao Yonglan discovered it quickly and escaped. In the end, Feng Xinlin suggested a vicious method, which was to change Mao Yonglan's skin. This kind of skin change was not a bloody and cruel method, but a change of Mao Yonglan's face. The little lover would gradually become Mao Yonglan's appearance, and Mao Yonglan's right to exist would be taken away, slowly dying away. This was because Mao Yonglan had left behind a flaw when she escaped, and the array master that Feng Xinlin had brought had tampered with it. Mao Yonglan knew that she was powerless to reverse the situation, so she left behind such a vicious array formation to deal with Lan Xingbin. Lan Xingbin knew that he would not be able to solve this array formation by himself, therefore, he decided to transfer it away. As for the Su clan's Su Xiao, he was the most suitable candidate for this task. Therefore, he transferred the formation to a child who was only 3 years old at the time. Knowing that the Su clan was also rich and powerful, he still wanted to establish a good relationship with the Su clan. As long as he waited for 20 years, this matter would come to an end. Even Lan Xingbin had thought countless times that as long as Su Xiao couldn't hold on, he could just commit suicide. He didn't expect the Su clan to be so persistent. After persevering for so long, he actually failed at the last step. Even if he died, he probably wouldn't understand why. As long as Su Xiao died, everything would be over. How did Mao Yonglan's body appear under the Lan family's villa? Song Yanqing listened to Qiao Jin's explanation and asked the key question. According to the method at that time, Lan Xingbin should have been protected by an array master. How could Mao Yonglan have a chance? Qiao Jin thought for a moment. It depends on the time the police investigate. I think Mao Yonglan's body was not buried under the Lan family's villa 20 years ago, but moved there in recent years. This kind of thing is probably done by someone Mao Yonglan trusted. This kind of interpersonal relationship is something that needs to be investigated. She could see the general situation of the Lan family. The complicated entanglements during this period were information that modern technology needed to investigate, which was also information that the police needed to investigate. The results might come out soon. Song Yanqing, okay, I thank you for this on behalf of the Su family. Qiao Jin, you're welcome. Su Nan paid for it. The 99999 was not paid for nothing. Song Yanqing laughed in a low voice. I heard that your online account was blocked? Qiao Jin didn't care. Yes, probably because they think I'm blocking their way to make money. Song Yanqing couldn't help but laugh. You don't have to worry about this. The account will be unblocked soon. However, if you're too accurate, many people will indeed target you. That's different. My fortune-telling is useful. Su Rong and Ming Chu only appeared in fortune-telling. Sometimes, unexpected surprises often appeared. Therefore, Qiao Jin was still enthusiastic about fortune-telling. Since Song Yanqing could solve her account problem, she expressed her gratitude to Song Yanqing. He was really a good person. She owed him another favor. After hanging up the phone, Qiao Jin felt a special aura in the Mu family's house. She opened the door and saw that Muqiji's blind date had come to visit. The other party's surname was Ho, and she was also a spiritual reader. Her arrival would attract Qiao Jin's attention. Lil Wan, sit here. Xiao Fei warmly welcomed Muqiji's blind date. Xiao Jin took a look and didn't go down casually. Mu Qizhi, Xiao Fei, and Mu Xiangshan were all there. She didn't like this kind of occasion. Xiao Jin gently closed the door. Mu Qizhi sat beside Ho Wan and gently took a sip of coffee. He looked up and said softly, "Mom, should we ask Jin to come down and see Xiao Wan?" "Sure, your sister is cooped up in her room all day, and I don't know what she's doing." "Aren't you afraid that something will happen to her?" Xiao Fei responded quickly and prepared to call Xiao Jin. Mu Xiangshan said unhurriedly, "They have their own things to do." "How do you know that they have nothing to do when you're idle all day long?" Xiao Fei felt wronged. "I just wanted her to come down and see Xiao Wan. After all, she could be their future sister-in-law. How could they not meet her?" The dignified and generous Ho Wan was curious. "Is she Qiji's sister?" Xiao Fei smiled and nodded. "Yes, it's summer vacation now. She's staying at home. I'll go up and call her." Xiao Fei went upstairs and knocked on Xiao Jin's door. Xiao Jin opened the door and Xiao Fei said, "Jin, your brother's girlfriend is here. Go down and say hello. She's your future sister-in-law after all." Xiao Jin blinked and smiled. "Have they confirmed their relationship?" Xiao Fei coughed. "Even if they haven't confirmed it, it's not far off. After all, it was a blind date. There was a layer of meaning in it. Now was the final stage of communication. If they got along well, it would be a success." Xiao Jin didn't say anything and only said, "Okay, I'll go down and take a look." After saying that, he followed Xiao Fei down. When Ho Wan saw Xiao Fei leading the girl down, her eyes lit up. This girl really gave people a rare feeling of amazement. It wasn't that kind of beauty, but that kind of exquisite face coupled with an otherworldly aura. It was really rare. Even if she was wearing ordinary home clothes, there would always be a kind of smoke-like aura, as if it was impossible to grasp and feel. She wanted people to protect her, but they couldn't bear to touch her. It was probably the popular saying nowadays, beautiful like a little fairy. Thinking of this, Ho Wan smiled. "This is Qiji's sister, right? She's really beautiful and talented. Auntie, your family's genes are so excellent, they all take after you and uncle." Xiao Fei was happy with the beautiful words and smiled. Xiao Wan really knows how to talk. "Come, Jin, this is Ho Wan, your brother's girlfriend." Xiao Jin blinked. "Miss Ho, hello." Ho Wan stood up and stretched out her hand. "Hello, Jin." Ho Wan was beautiful, the kind of dignified, beautiful, and generous kind that almost made people feel that if they married her, she would be able to hold up the scene with the kind of noble aura of jewelry. It was also because of this that this kind of girl also gave people a strong feeling when she was not married. She was quite compatible with Mu Qizhi. Unfortunately, Xiao Jin had seen Mu Qiji's marriage line. It was a marriage line that he met someone and decided to be with her for life. There was no process in between. Since this Ho Wan wasn't the right person for him, the two of them would probably break up soon because of differences. What differences would there be? She just smiled and of course wouldn't say much. She shook hands with Ho Wan, and it was smooth to the bone. Ho Wan felt that her skin was already very good. She carefully took care of it every day, and her skin could be said to be white and smooth. However, when she came into contact with Xiao Jin, she really understood what it meant to be weak and boneless. He couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, those who were favored by the heavens were perfect in every way. Xiao Jin didn't like to talk, so he sat down and chatted with Ho Wan and the others. Most of the time, it was Ho Wan and Xiao Fei who were chatting. Mu Qizhi and Mu Xiangshan would occasionally speak. Xiao Jin simply didn't interrupt. She didn't have any other reaction and just listened quietly. Ho Wan quickly noticed that this girl didn't like to talk much. Putting aside the fact that Xiao Jin was the young lady of the Mu family, she remembered that she seemed to have heard the name Xiao Jin somewhere. It was a little familiar, but she couldn't remember where. At noon, Ho Wan stayed for lunch. Xiao Jin also received some news about the Lan family. After investigating the body buried under the Lan family's villa, there was a final identification result. The person had indeed been dead for about 20 years. However, according to the identification marks on the bones, the police concluded that the body should have been dug up after being buried and moved to the Lan family's villa. As for who did it, it needed to be investigated. In the past 10 years, the Lan family's villa had been renovated more than a dozen times, and there were hundreds of workers who had handled it. It had to be said that it wasn't a small project to investigate the traces and screen out so many people who were most likely to do this kind of thing. The main thing was that too much time had passed, and the person might have run far away. Now that Lan Xingbin was also dead, the Lan family's case was a little similar to the nameless case. After all, there was too much strange information involved in this case, especially the skin changing and curse changing. The spirit group had taken over this case, but they did not know about the existence of a formation master, so they could not investigate clearly. At most, they would think that it was the work of a sorcerer who was good at curses. This case could either be concluded in a reasonable way, or they could only continue investigating. As for when the results would come out, it was none of Xiao Jin's business. After solving the problem of the Su Xiao, she had completed her task. At the dinner table, Ho Wan was able to make Xiao Fei happy with just a few words, which made Mu Xiangshan very satisfied. Ho Wan was very good at these kinds of occasions, and it was obvious that she could easily win the favor of the elders. Xiao Jin did not think that there was anything wrong with her, so he did not care about her relationship with Mu Qiji. Whether there was fate or not, it was all up to nature. After dinner, Ho Wan had to leave because she had something to do. Instead, Xiao Fei asked for Xiao Jin's opinion. "Jin, what do you think of Miss Ho?" Mu Xiangshan glanced at Xiao Fei. "What does Qiji's relationship have to do with her?" Xiao Jin nodded. "Yes, Qiji's relationship has nothing to do with me. It depends on what Qiji thinks, not what I think." Then, the onlooker sees the game more clearly. Xiao Fei was just casually asking. "I have to ask for the opinions of my family. I think Miss Ho is good. If you think she is good, I want to find a time to let Qiji and her get engaged. I think your brother won't object." Xiao Jin was a little pensive. "Do you all make arrangements so quickly?" They had only met for a few days, but they were already getting engaged. "What do you know? Your brother is already 25. Oh, Qiji and Song Yanqing were the same age, however, Mu Qiji looked more mature than Song Yanqing. Probably because he was tortured by his family. However, Mu Qiji was 25 years old this year, while Xiao Fei was 43 years old. He was almost 44 years old. Xiao Jin silently raised his head. "Fei, when you gave birth to Qiji, you weren't even of marriageable age?" Xiao Fei, Mu Xiangshan coughed, then sneered. Xiao Fei wished he could bury his head in the bowl. She blushed a little. "At that time I was too young and ignorant. Actually, that era didn't pay much attention to these things. If Xiao Fei hadn't met Mu Zhenming, she would probably have gotten married much earlier." "Oh," Xiao Jin said meaningfully. Xiao Fei blushed. "What do you know? You're only 20 years old. What are you thinking about all day?" Although there were some twists and turns in the process, in any case, it was still official. Just then, Mu Qiji came back. Seeing the strange atmosphere in the room, he asked, "What are you talking about?" Nothing. Xiao Fei immediately changed the topic. "You sent Xiaowan home? Why didn't you send Xiaowan home?" Mu Qiji glanced at Xiao Fei and seemed a little helpless. "She has her own things to do in the afternoon. She drove here anyway." "Mom, you don't have to be so anxious." Xiao Fei coughed dryly. "I'm not anxious. You guys seem to have a good relationship. Tell me the truth. How do you feel about Xiaowan?" She thought about it and said, "Don't think it's too much. Your dad and I won't force you. It's mainly up to you." They were open-minded parents. They definitely wouldn't force their child to marry into the family. "She's fine." Mu Qiji said calmly, "She should be fine too." Xiao Fei was a little confused. "What do you mean by fine? Can't you tell if you like her or not?" Mu Qiji glanced at Xiao Fei but did not say anything. Mu Xiangshan said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Although everyone praises Ho Wan, she has been abroad for a long time. You should let Qiji know more about her." Xiao Fei muttered, "Then you two can go ahead. Mom is not in a hurry. I don't think Ho Wan likes me that much." Mu Qiji's sudden words made Xiao Fei a little confused. Huh? Mu Qiji simply made it clear. She should be here at the request of her family. It will take some time to find out if she is suitable. Although both parties were here at the request of their families, Mu Qiji did not feel much pressure. On the other hand, Wan should be under more pressure from her family. It wasn't like someone like Mu Qiji couldn't sense it. Mu Xiangshan suddenly sighed. It seems that blind dates are not advisable. What did your sister say? She said that your marriage line has not appeared yet. It seems that Wan is not the one you like. Your feelings are probably right. Wan does not like you. Xiao Fei wanted to roll his eyes. Dad, I told you not to do such superstitious things at home. Why are you still messing around with Jean? Mu Qiji also laughed and said, Grandpa, this kind of thing depends on a person's choice. It can't be predicted. Jean, you should also read less of those things on the internet. Look at how much of a fraud he was now. Xiao Jin wiped his mouth with a tissue. Qiji is right. I'll go up first. Xiao Fei, sigh, everyone in this family was incomparably terrible. In the afternoon, Xiao Jin was at home, but Xiao Fei went upstairs to look for her. He said with some doubt, there's an old couple downstairs looking for you. Xiao Jin's face was very gloomy at that time, and even Xiao Fei could tell that she was unhappy. Xiao Fei asked cautiously, what's wrong? Xiao Jin quickly regained his composure and said, it's fine. Fei Fei, go to your room. Why would I go to the room? What did you do outside? Of course, Xiao Fei was worried. She followed Xiao Jin downstairs and saw an elderly couple waiting in the living room. The old couple looked a little uneasy, but when they saw Xiao Jin, they pointed at her excitedly and shouted, murderer, murderer. Xiao Fei was stunned. She ran in front of the old couple and blocked Xiao Jin. Who are you calling a murderer? The old couple had been polite when they came to the door. Who would have thought that they would directly call Xiao Jin a murderer? Were they crazy? How could Jin have killed someone? Xiao Jin looked at the old couple's agitated expression and remained silent. The old woman pointed at him and shouted, you killed my son and my daughter-in-law. You are not human. The other old man also looked at Xiao Jin with tears in his eyes. His eyes, without exception, showed that Xiao Jin seemed to have done something unforgivable. The servants in the house were all stunned. One of them hurriedly went to inform the old man who was still at home. Xiao Fei almost fainted. Don't slander me. Housekeeper, ask them to leave. This is a pair of lunatics. In Xiao Fei's eyes, they pointed at Xiao Jin and shouted that she was a murderer. If they were not lunatics, what were they? Just as the housekeeper was about to take action, Xiao Jin shouted, wait. Xiao Jin walked in front of the old couple and said gently, give it to me. Xiao Fei was afraid that the old couple would do something to her. He quickly pulled her and said nervously, Jin, they are crazy. Xiao Jin shook her head. The strange thing was that the agitated old couple couldn't do anything when they saw Xiao Jin. They even took out a document from their pocket in a daze. Xiao Jin took it and opened it. It was information about the suspect in the murder case. The police couldn't have leaked such information because it was accurate. The only thing wrong was that Wang Yanwei's name was changed to Xiao Jin. That's right. The old couple were the parents of the newlywed couple. They were shocked when they found out that their son and daughter-in-law were dead. They went around begging for help. They knew that the police had caught the suspect, but they couldn't get any information. In the end, they asked someone to help them get this document. However, they didn't know that it was fake. They only remembered that the person in the document was Xiao Jin. There was no doubt as to who had done this. Xiao Jin didn't get angry after reading it. He still smiled calmly. Very good. The Wanyan family was quite good at turning a dragon into a phoenix. She handed the document back to the old couple and said coldly, I already know who asked you to come. I'm not the one who killed your son. Now, go back and take care of your granddaughter. Pretend that nothing happened. The person who killed your son will naturally get retribution. The old couple was stunned. After hearing this, they turned and left. Because this was the Mu family, Xiao Jin didn't want Xiao Fei and the rest to worry and cause more trouble. Seeing them leave, Xiao Fei was confused. What's going on? What did you just say? Xiaojin said calmly, nothing. Their son was killed. They are looking for the murderer, but they found the wrong person. I'm not the person they are looking for. They were too excited and saw the wrong information. This matter could have been slowly resolved, but the Wanyan clan had actually come to the Mu clan. Xiao Fei almost fainted. How can it be so scary? Pointing at you the moment you came down, isn't this a little too biased? And they even came to our house? Mu Xiangshan also received the news and rushed over. When he saw Xiao Fei and Xiao Jin, he directly asked, what happened? Xiao Jin repeated what he said just now. Mu Xiangshan immediately understood that something was wrong. When he saw Xiao Fei here, he looked at him meaningfully but did not ask anything. After Xiao Jin finished speaking to them, he left the Mu family. Song Yanqing also received the news. Dan quickly reported the news about Xiao Jin. At that time, Song Yanqing was at home discussing matters with his father. He heard Dan come over and say to him, young master, something bad seems to have happened to Miss Qiao. An old couple said that Miss Qiao is a murderer and went to her house. Song Yanqing, who had been smiling while talking to his father, froze. The smile on his face gradually faded. Song Shuayin was confused. Why would Miss Qiao do something like this? When he went to pick up Xiao Jin last time, he only knew that the Wanyan clan had framed her. This time, he thought it was something else. Song Yanqing lowered his eyes slightly. The Wanyan clan's matter? Dan nodded. I don't know where they got fake evidence to frame Miss Qiao. Song Yanqing immediately smiled. It was still a stunningly gentle smile. Very good. When Xiao Jin just arrived outside, she received a call from Song Yanqing. Where are you? His tone was very gentle, as if he was just asking a normal question. Xiao Jin said warmly, outside. Song Yanqing said, I'm coming to find you now. Tell me where you are. I know what you want to do. You don't need to do anything. You will use the most reasonable way to not let the Mu family have any doubts about you. Song Yanqing knew that the Mu family now didn't know what Xiao Jin was. But Xiao Jin definitely wanted to protect her family. Looking at her attitude, Song Yanqing could see it. Xiao Jin understood. She quickly raised her eyebrows and said, don't worry, I don't plan to do anything. She wasn't impatient. She had seen all kinds of things over the years. The Wanyan family was not as shameless as the Feng family. Moreover, they had already been involved in karma. The more they did this kind of thing, the more the Wanyan family would suffer. She came out because she didn't want Xiao Fei to keep asking. At that time, she would suspect something even if she didn't. Mu Qizhi and the others were at home. Song Yanqing, okay, you just need to tell me where you are. I will take you to dinner tonight. Xiao Jin told Song Yanqing her current address and found a place to sit down. Song Yanqing would come to pick her up later. She knew that Song Yanqing had made a move. Because she received a message from He Yao. He Yao, Wanyan Wei and Wanyan Shi were taken away. Just as Song Yanqing said, this kind of thing had to be solved in the most reasonable way. The Song family could also use the methods used by the Wanyan family. They tried to hide it because of their special status in the spirit group. This time, Song Yanqing directly used the identity of the Song family to make a move personally. The police already had the evidence. The evidence of Wanyan Wei's murder was clear. This time, they arrested her again and couldn't let her go. Wanyan Shi was arrested because he forged evidence to help Wanyan Wei. This matter naturally shook the Wanyan clan. However, knowing that it was the Song family who had made a move, he hesitated. The spirit group was also shaken, mainly because of Wanyan Shi's special identity. In any case, he was in charge of the spirit group and was one of the few ordinary people who knew about the existence of spiritual readers. Now that he had been captured and the Wanyan family was pressuring him, there was bound to be an internal dispute. When Song Yanqing picked up Xiao Jin, she was sitting quietly in a park. She was surrounded by parents who brought their children to play. She rested her chin on her hand as she watched the children play with the slide and various toys. She didn't feel out of place when she was among them. She had a gentle and obedient appearance and an otherworldly temperament, making her unforgettable. He sat there quietly, forming a world of his own. It was an unforgettable tranquility. This was a beautiful picture, and a beautiful song. Yanqing couldn't bear to destroy it. Before he spoke, Xiao Jin had already sensed his presence. He turned his head and saw the car coming. He walked over. The car window rolled down. The appearance of the person in the car was equally breathtaking. He inadvertently attracted the attention of the children nearby. Song Yanqing looked at Xiao Jin and smiled gently. Get in. I'm here to pick you up. Xiao Jin smiled at him and nodded. He opened the car door and got in. A child saw Song Yanqing. He drooled and shouted, "Pretty brother." This shout was drowned out by the closed car window. The children began to laugh without restraint and went back to playing with their own toys. Wan Yanwei and Wan Yanxi were arrested. Did you ask someone to do it? In the car, Xiao Jin asked directly. Song Yanqing nodded and said softly, "They don't know how to appreciate kindness." Don't you think so? Xiao Jin said, a little. She could have let them wait for death, but she didn't expect them to want to die early. Changing the information to frame Xiao Jin and letting the old couple find her was something that Xiao Jin didn't expect. The guts of the Wanyan family were truly too big. Song Yanqing also smiled. My father just received a call from the spirit group, but he's already on a plane to go abroad. When she received the call, Song Shireen knew that her son was going to take care of this matter. He said that he didn't know anything and that he was going abroad on a business trip. He didn't care about anything. He just called Song Yanqing and went on the plane. Xiao Jin didn't care. Two useless people aren't worthy of the Wanyan family's attention. If all the families of spiritualists are at this level, to be honest, I'm quite disappointed. Song Yanqing also nodded and said, "Don't worry about this. It's not worth worrying about these people. I'll take you to eat first." Xiao Jin said, "Okay." Later, Xiao Fei called. Xiao Jin happened to have an excuse and said that Song Yanqing took her to eat. Seeing that she was fine, Xiao Fei naturally didn't ask more. But Mu Zhenming and the others in the family all knew about this matter. They sent people to investigate the old couple and naturally found out what had happened. They didn't know about the existence of the spirit group, but it was easy to find out that the police had already caught the suspect, but she was released. Xiao Jin didn't go out much these days. If the police arrested her, how could there be no sound? It was obvious that the old couple had found the wrong person. The Mu family was slightly relieved. After Wan Yanxi was arrested, the spirit group discussed and came up with a plan. Wan Yanxi couldn't be ignored. There were orders from the Wanyan family. Young Master Song couldn't be touched, but Xiao Jin couldn't be left alone. So they decided to capture Xiao Jin. At least, they had to make Xiao Jin guarantee that Song Yanqing would release Wan Yanxi. As for Wan Yanwei, it was difficult for the spirit group. They could only let the Wanyan family find their own connections. However, the task of capturing Xiao Jin was given to He Yao's group. When she received the task, she was confused. Her mind was filled with thoughts of which genius leader had given the order. This is. Isn't this a good thing? She is so arrogant, we should have dealt with her long ago. He Yao frowned. Let me ask you, even if Xiao Jin is arrogant, which rule of the spirit group did she break? Yu Xia was speechless. He couldn't find a reason, so he just stubbornly said, she's always been our suspect. We've been relaxed enough with her. He Yao coldly snorted and no longer spoke to Yu Xia. Instead, she spoke to the executive officer. If you want us to arrest Xiao Jin, you should at least give us a clear order. Which rule of the spirit group did Xiao Jin violate? She didn't use her own ability to mess around outside. She didn't kill anyone. This time, it was the Wanyan family who killed someone and wanted to frame her. Now that she has been caught, they want to capture her and trap her. Is this how the spirit group bends the law? Ever since Xiao Jin told her the truth, she had a faint resentment towards the higher-ups of the spirit group. This was because sometimes, hiding the truth could cost the lives of innocent members of the spirit group. If they encountered a spiritual reader who might be an array master or a spiritual reader, they would only die. The executive officer was unhappy with He Yao's questioning. This is an order from above. Are you going to refuse to carry it out? He Yao replied, we can't accept it if there are no precise rules. Xianxia was a little angry. Captain, are you crazy? Are you not going to listen to the orders of the spirit group? Hua Yanming and Chow Kai were dumbfounded. The two of them really didn't know what was going on. At the same time, they felt that it was inconceivable that their captain would refuse to carry out this mission. However, they knew that their captain had a good relationship with Xiao Jin in private. They had met several times. Lan Xiaoni held He Yao's hand and bit on her lollipop. She had an ignorant look on her face. The executive officer waved his hand. He Yao, it's useless to be stubborn with me. This isn't an order from me. You just have to carry it out according to the rules. We already know that you have a good relationship with Xiao Jin. You have to consider some things carefully. If you don't carry it out, you don't have to keep your position as captain. Your identity will be temporarily sealed and you will be replaced by Xianxia. He Yao didn't care. Do whatever you want. She didn't want to be involved in this matter. Compared to going against Xiao Jin, she wanted to see if Xianxia would die quickly enough. Xianxia didn't expect the executive officer to directly remove He Yao from her position as captain. His eyes flashed. The executive officer looked at He Yao's stubborn expression and snorted. He removed He Yao from her position as captain and let Xianxia continue to lead the team to carry out this mission. He then left. After he left, Xianxia looked at He Yao and said, Captain, you don't have any reason to object. We just want to capture Xiao Jin and not do anything to her. This is an order from the higher-ups. Even if she finds out, she won't blame you. He Yao sneered at him. You can be quite naive sometimes. You should know what the Wanyan family is like. If they abuse their power now, the roots of the spirit group will be destroyed by them sooner or later. Even an ordinary person from the Wanyan family can kill someone without any responsibility just because her family is a spiritual reader family. Do you think that the spirit group, which maintains the stability of human society, still needs to exist? Xianxia was stunned. His tone softened. I understand what you mean, but this is an order from above. We are just members, and we can only obey. Waving her hand, He Yao replied in annoyance, I can refuse to listen to you, but you're the captain now. You guys can go by yourselves. She looked at Hua Yanming and Chow Kai. Shuo Dai is in class. She won't be going on this mission. You guys go ahead. Nothing will happen. Xianxia said, Captain, I know that you have a good relationship with her, so I can only give you a piece of advice. You should stay here and don't think about leaking information. Lan Xiaoni, I want to take her with me. After all, Lan Xiaoni was a space-type magus. She was very powerful, so he had to bring her along. Lan Xiaoni was a little unhappy when she heard that. She pursed her lips and said, I won't go if Godmother doesn't go. Xianxia, He Yao said, the three of you are enough. Xiao Jin doesn't have any combat strength either, so what are you afraid of? Xianxia, why did he suddenly feel that He Yao was lying to him? Xianxia could only grit his teeth and say, do whatever you want. Then, he left with Hua Yanming and Chow Kai. Hua Yanming and Chow Kai looked at He Yao hesitantly and said, Captain, wait for us here. Then, they left with Xianxia. Lan Xiaoni asked quietly, Godmother, are they going to catch Sister Qiao? He Yao nodded, her expression serious. It's fine if Sister Qiao doesn't come back with us. If she does, something big will happen to the spirit group, because they were in the base, she couldn't send any messages outside. She didn't know where Xiao Jin was now. He should have known about this by now, right? ****. The spirit group had thought it through and sent people to catch Xiao Jin. However, Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing were eating when he said something softly. Something happened. Song Yanqing looked up slightly. Xiao Jin said, the array masters of the He Early family came to the imperial capital and attacked the spirit group. It seems like the imperial capital will not be peaceful for a while. Xiao Jin could feel it even though he was so far away. Naturally, it was because the commotion was too big. With such a large number of array masters, Xiao Jin felt at the moment he got off the plane. There were dozens of people, plus the 7 who died earlier. The He Early family had indeed invested a lot. Array masters weren't that common. The hundreds of spiritual readers in the spirit group were the result of decades of accumulation and slowly formed into the current scale. There were so many people in the country, but only a few hundred of them could be found. The corresponding array masters were even rarer, and there were also the legendary spiritual readers. So far, Qiao Jin had only met Song Yanqing. Song Yanqing smiled. You have a lot more spiritual seeds. Ah, speaking of which, Qiao Jin reached out and touched Song Yanqing's wrist. I haven't collected your death energy for this month. Compared to before, Qiao Jin was more familiar this time. Song Yanqing glanced at him and smiled. You always say that I still have death energy on me. Compared to before, I feel like I have changed a lot. In the past, Song Yanqing's body was really weak. It wasn't an exaggeration. He wasn't like those sick people who panted with every step. He couldn't be stimulated. Things like a cold could take away half his life. Now that he had become a spirit master of speech, Qiao Jin said that his death aura was still there, but his physical fitness was also changing at a visible rate. He was no longer comparable to before. Now that he only brought Adan out, his father would be much more at ease. Qiao Jin said indifferently, the fact that you are changing now proves one point. The life of the array master who swapped your life providence is getting weaker and weaker. He's already at the point where he's barely holding on. Once he dies, you will slowly recover, but the providence that was snatched away from you will still be snatched away. So it needed to be changed back. Song Yanqing nodded. Ferdinand has a trip in the capital next month. An advertiser spent 100 million to invite him to shoot an advertisement. 100 million? Qiao Jin couldn't help but sigh. That's really valuable. That's how celebrities are, especially when he's a foreign celebrity. From a businessman's point of view, Song Yanqing commented. He's very popular and has fanatical fans. His ability to drive purchases is strong. If the business pays 100 million, it will definitely make $1 billion. Qiao Jin nodded. I didn't pay attention to him. It was mainly because he was abroad. Qiao Jin hadn't planned to go there yet. He didn't expect the other party to come. It was normal for Song Yanqing to pay attention to him. Monthly votes 3rd. Update, this was also something new. It was impossible for Ferdinand's family not to know that the capital was the Song family's territory. Coming here with such fanfare, Qiao Jin speculated, maybe Ferdinand really doesn't know that his life has been swapped. Song Yanqing narrowed his eyes slightly. You think so? Qiao Jin nodded. He doesn't know, but his family should know. You're not dead. They must know that there's an array master supporting you in the capital. It's not a good time for Ferdinand to come here alone. If he knew, he wouldn't throw away his life. The only possible speculation is that he doesn't know, and his family can't tell him. Song Yanqing smiled gently. If a good enough person knows that his life providence was stolen, it will indeed be difficult for him to accept it. He stared at Qiao Jin. What will happen to him if his life providence is swapped? He will suffer some backlash. The difference is how much the array master is willing to bear for him. According to your body, his physical fitness before the swap shouldn't be too good. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been so weak back then. There was a special emotion in Song Yanqing's deep eyes. Will he die? Qiao Jin, that won't happen. Everything depends on the line of fate. Even if he dies, it only means that he should have died. Song Yanqing chuckled. It sounds like he's a little innocent. His words seemed to be probing for something. Innocent? Qiao Jin frowned. Aren't you innocent? This kind of thing shouldn't be measured by innocence. Karma doesn't look at whether you're innocent or not. It's already difficult to extricate yourself from it. As I said, if your aunt doesn't leave the Feng family, she and her children will probably be very sad for a while. The Feng family is still holding on now because karma is slowly decaying. The next time it erupts, the Feng family won't be able to hold on. Song Yanqing frowned. I mentioned this, but, as an outsider, at least for now, he was an outsider. It was indeed difficult for people to accept his sudden request for a divorce. He had probably mentioned it, but he could not find a better excuse. His aunt did not blame him too much, but she did not understand. Because the man she married was at least not bad to her, and he did not have the bad habits of the Feng family's men. The two were truly in love. Xiao Jin also instantly understood Song Yanqing's difficulties. He thought about it and said, "It's just that the glory is no longer there. For this kind of thing, even I can't measure the extent of the karma. As long as they are not involved in the Feng family's matters, there will be no fatal karma." Song Yanqing also understood, and his expression eased slightly. At least she had the support of the Song family. When the time came, if anything happened, it would be fine. Xiao Jin shook his head. "Let's not talk about these things. I know you're also troubled. The Hurley family is here to cause trouble, so it won't be peaceful from now on. Don't act rashly. You can't expose your identity as a spirit master." Song Yanqing said gently, "I know what I'm doing." He looked at Xiao Jin eating quietly with his head down and smiled gently. He early started to cause trouble as soon as he got off the plane. It was mainly because he killed the members of the spirit group. He wanted to vent his anger. Even if Xiao Anna and the others were not killed by the spirit group, it was because the spirit group did not protect them well. Of course, they did it secretly. After all, it was impossible for them to have a falling out openly. And Xianxia and the others became the unlucky ones at the first stop. Xianxia had Hua Yanming as his support. Hua Yanming was also a spiritual type, so his perception had been greatly improved. When he brought the two of them to Xiao Jin's place, he felt that something was wrong. When they passed by an empty intersection, if he hadn't instinctively slowed down the car, the sudden explosion in front of them would have killed the three of them. When the three of them saw the sudden explosion in front of them, their pupils shrank. Xianxia reacted quickly. He immediately reversed the car and stepped on the accelerator, making a turn and speeding back the way they came. Xiaokai was shocked. "What happened to us?" Xia's expression was grave. "Someone wants to make a move on us." At this time, he subconsciously suspected that it was Xiao Jin who knew about the situation. However, Xiao Jin didn't have the strength to do so. It was also impossible for him to know that the spirit group was going to capture him. He Yao was in the spirit group now and couldn't leak any information. Then it had to be someone else. The spirit group would encounter a sudden attack. This attack was very likely to be launched by a hidden force that was opposing the spirit group. Some people wanted to maintain stability, while others didn't want to be ordinary. The spirit group also had opponents. Now, Xianxia was thinking in this direction. The car drove in the direction they came from, making a sharp turn. Hua Yanming and Xiaokai grabbed onto the car window to prevent themselves from being swayed because of the speed. Hua Yanming's face was pale. It could be an ambush. Who would know that the three of them would pass by here? There weren't many people on this road. Now that the road suddenly exploded, it would only be treated as an accident. However, they were spiritualists. They could faintly feel a trace of extraordinary power. It was definitely the work of a spiritualist. Bang! Another section of the road next to the car exploded. Because Xianxia was driving fast, he almost missed the car by a hair's breadth. However, the rocks from the explosion still heavily smashed into the car window. The special car only had scratches on it, but the flames that brushed past the car still made the three people in the car tremble in fear. Damn it! Xia's face darkened as he cursed. Someone leaked our whereabouts. Hua Yanming subconsciously refuted Xianxia. It can't be the captain. The captain is in the spirit group now. How could he have leaked the information? Wasn't Xianxia clearly suspecting He Yao? Xiaokai also said, even if captain reveals it, he definitely won't do it to kill us. The only thing he was sure of was that he had been ambushed. Xianxia coldly said, what I said doesn't mean that I suspect her. However, someone must have leaked our whereabouts. The car sped forward. Xianxia displayed his driving skills to the extreme, reaching a speed of more than 200 kilometers per hour. There was no one around, so he had nothing to worry about. When they entered a road with cars, they felt that the threat around them had disappeared. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and returned the car to its normal speed. Now, he didn't dare to rush towards Xiao Jin. He had to return to the spirit group as soon as possible and report to the higher-ups for an investigation. At this time, Hua Yanming had already taken out his phone and began to report to the spirit group. Assassinating a member of the spirit group was no small matter. To be able to do such a thing in the imperial capital, it was either extremely daring or an illegal organization. When they thought about how they had almost died in the hands of others, the three of them felt their hearts sink. Now, even the soul group was no longer safe. Xianxia and the others had just returned to the spirit group when they received news that the He Early family had arrived in the capital. However, they didn't tell the spirit group when they would arrive. They arrived a day earlier than the original meeting time. This surprised the spirit group and they didn't know what the He Early family was thinking. Now that Xianxia had reported the news, the spirit group immediately found out that something was wrong. The He Early family had a history of doing things. Now that their family had been wiped out, they couldn't take it anymore, but it didn't mean that they could vent their anger on the Chinese. This matter would naturally be handled by the higher-ups. Xianxia knew who had done it the moment he heard that the He Early family had arrived. When he returned and saw He Yao had a mocking expression on her face. "You're back so soon? Xiao Jin is back too?" Xianxia didn't speak. Hua Yanming hesitated and said, "Captain, we haven't arrived yet. We were ambushed on the way and almost lost our lives." "Ambush?" He Yao was surprised. "Who would ambush you?" It couldn't be Xiao Jin. If she wanted to do it, she wouldn't have spent so much effort. He Yao felt that Xiao Jin had the ability to do it without anyone noticing. She also said that Xianxia wasn't worthy of her doing anything. Hua Yanming said, "The He Early family has arrived in the capital." He Yao immediately understood. Although she was in the spirit group, she had just been removed from her position as captain. Therefore, no one had informed her. He Yao's face twitched. "Looks like there's no need to discuss who did it." Hua Yanming. "We don't have any evidence." Xianxia snorted. "You didn't hesitate when you suspected He Early. Why did you refute when you suspected Xiao Jin? You also don't have any evidence." He Yao couldn't help but roll her eyes. "You're forcing me to make it clear. If you want to cause trouble for her, you can do it anytime. Who needs your help when I suspect her? If it weren't for some other reasons, she would have said that he wasn't worthy of her doing anything." "You." Xianxia pointed at her but didn't know what to say. He could only put his hand down angrily. Hua Yanming and Chao Kai could only smile bitterly. They were all on the same team. It wasn't good to be at odds with each other every day, but they couldn't do anything about it. Xianxia and He Yao weren't on the same page. They couldn't do anything. When the people from the He Early family arrived at the capital, they were not received by the spirit group. Instead, it was Azu from the Feng family. This time, the leader of the Hurley family was a blonde man with blue eyes. He looked very similar to Joanna. He was so handsome that he could take people's breath away. His eyebrows were bright, but his eyes always gave people a chilling feeling. His lips were like smiling lips, always with a friendly and charming smile. However, Azu knew that this person was extremely ruthless and powerful. The fact that the He Early family had sent him here meant that they wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. Not to mention the problem of the plan, just Joanna's death alone was enough to appease the other party's anger. However, this had nothing to do with the Feng family. They only needed to do things according to the Grand Ancestor's instructions. "Mr. Milo." Azu opened his mouth and spoke in pure English. The tall man named Miluo glanced at Azu indifferently and walked forward. Azu was not surprised by his attitude and followed behind him respectfully. Xiao Jin was sent back to the Mu family by Song Yanqing. That night, she received some news. After the people from the He Early family came to the capital, their first stop was not the spirit group, but the Feng family. When Xiao Anna came to the capital, she also went to the Feng family. The relationship between the He Early family and the Feng family was confirmed. Then, the person behind the Feng family was most likely the He Early family. This time, Song Yanqing also sent the information of the leader to Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin only took one look and knew that the other party was not the real deal. They were probably still hiding in the empire where the sun never sets. However, what was surprising was that other than the members of the spirit group who were inexplicably attacked on the first day, the members of the He Early family stayed in the Feng family for the next few days and did not appear. There were also no large-scale abnormal situations in the capital. It seemed that the He Early family was biding their time. Xiao Jin felt that the Feng family probably would not be so kind as to stop the He Early family. They had other plans. They did not even investigate Xiao Anna's death immediately. Xiao Jin could only think of this possibility. They did not do anything. Xiao Jin naturally did not react. She stayed at home as usual. Sometimes, she would go out for a walk. She seemed to be living a very leisurely life. However, Song Yanqing was very busy these days. The He Early family still had to deal with him on the surface. After all, they still had business. Late at night, Xiao Jin went to a fast food restaurant to buy chicken wings. When she was at home, Xiao Fei did not allow anyone to eat this kind of junk food. Some things might be harmful to other people, but Xiao Jin did not. After all, there were many people who ate it, and it tasted good. So, she would occasionally come out and cook for herself. Using the words of Xiao Fei when he first found out that she ordered chicken wings, he said, "How can a little fairy like you eat junk food like fried chicken wings?" Xiao Jin did not understand how she mixed these two things together. She only knew that she was not a fairy. She just wanted to eat. However, she learned not to eat in front of Xiao Fei. After buying, Xiao Jin turned around and saw a pair of eyes that were as bright as a deer's. Duan Nianru chuckled. "Big sister, what a coincidence. I saw you just now." Xiao Jin sighed. "You're here to buy too?" Duan Nianru nodded her head. Xiao Jin solemnly said, "Don't eat junk food." Duan Nianru, the other customers in line, the waiter, how can you have the nerve to talk about other people when you're holding a big plate? Duan Nianru giggled. "Aren't you also buying more? Besides, eating occasionally won't hurt the body. My body is very healthy." Xiao Jin shrugged and gave up his seat. Seeing her carrying a plate, Duan Nianru knew that she wanted to eat here. She hurriedly ordered her food and went straight to Xiao Jin's place. She sat down opposite Xiao Jin and said happily, "Sister Xiao, why do I seem to see you here often?" "Was this the second time or the third time?" Xiao Jin said. "This is the road I have to take to get home." In other words, Duan Nianru might live nearby. Duan Nianru's eyes lit up. "Great! My house is nearby. It seems we're quite close." Xiao Jin nodded. She was wearing a pair of disposable gloves as she tore the meat off the chicken wings. She looked extremely elegant. How could a beautiful girl be called a fairy when she tore chicken wings? Sigh, the world was really unfair. Duan Nianru knew that Xiao Jin didn't like talking, so she didn't continue chattering. While eating, she chatted with Xiao Jin. When Xiao Jin was almost done eating, he took off his gloves and said, "I'm full." She had ordered fried chicken wings and roasted chicken wings, leaving behind a pile of chicken bones. Duan Nianru's eyes widened when she saw how much she could eat. She reluctantly looked at Xiao Jin and asked, "Big sister Xiao, are you leaving?" Xiao Jin nodded. "Yeah, it's too late. I have to go home." She didn't want Xiao Fei to call her again. She kept thinking that she was dancing outside. Duan Nianru said, "Big sister Xiao is really a good child. I'm also going back after eating." Xiao Jin nodded. "School is about to start. Study well." Duan Nianru, she watched as Xiao Jin slowly walked out. He finished his food in a few mouthfuls and also prepared to go home. However, she felt a little uneasy and subconsciously looked around. She didn't know where the dangerous aura came from. At this time, the traffic light was red. In a luxurious car parked there, a man looked at Duan Nianru. With a faint light in his eyes. "Formation master?" There were only two people in the car, him and the driver. The driver was also a foreign man. He glanced at him before looking away. "It's a new face. Don't cause trouble. Don't forget what Miliua said. She's just AC rank." The man licked his lips and suddenly waved his hand. An indescribable energy rushed toward Duan Nianru. The driver frowned slightly when he saw him take action, but he didn't stop him. Duan Nianru felt her body go numb, and a chill ran down her spine. Just as the traffic light was about to turn green, she lost control of her feet and walked toward the middle of the road. What was going on? What was going on? She screamed in her heart. She couldn't control her actions. The traffic light was about to turn green. Wasn't she courting death? So many cars. Seeing her walk over stiffly, the man in the car who made a move had excitement in his eyes. "Lucas, don't you think it's interesting to hit her?" The driver's face darkened. "If Milo finds out that you did something, he won't let you off." The man didn't care. "What are you afraid of?" "It's just a C-grade array formation, master. There's no evidence to prove that we did it." Lucas said, "The current Xianxia is not the Xianxia of the past. Don't forget what the Emperor said before we came, alright, alright. You are either Milo or the Great Emperor." "It's boring, really, Lucas." Although he said that, he waved his hand, and Lucas's foot slowly lifted up with the clutch. Lucas was a little annoyed. The car drove forward. When the car in front saw a girl walking over, it subconsciously slowed down. After all, it was still in the starting stage. Their car was in the second lane. Even if they rushed over, they had every reason to say that they couldn't see it. The car suddenly sped up. Duan Nianru saw the dense traffic and the cars that were gradually approaching. Her face paled, and her body trembled. However, she couldn't control herself and walked faster and faster. Xiao Jin, who had already reached the subway station, sensed something and turned around. Her brows slowly furrowed. In front of her, the crowd was screaming, and the screeching sound of brakes rang out. It seemed to foretell a panic. Whoosh, just as a car was about to hit her, Duan Nianru saw the car make a strange turn. It seemed like it couldn't dodge in time, and like an arrow, it slammed into the flower bed in the middle. The front of the car was dented, and the two men in the driver's seat were dizzy. It seemed that they had lost control and bumped their heads. The man in the driver's seat shook his head, but he was still somewhat awake. As for the man in the front passenger seat, he fainted. Frightened by this sudden turn of events, the cars that were about to drive on all stopped. The green light had just started, and fortunately, it didn't cause a disaster. Only this car had a problem. The other cars quickly stopped, but the traffic would be congested for a while. Duan Nianru felt the bindings on her body being released. She looked at the wrecked car in horror and came face to face with the man in the driver's seat. She saw the shock in the other party's eyes, as well as a trace of anger. The drivers in the surroundings were already cursing Duan Nianru. "Are you not looking at the car? You dare to walk on this road? Little girl, even if you want to die, don't drag others down with you. The green light is already green, not red. Oh my God, youngsters these days are looking for death outside, and they even harmed others." Fortunately, nothing major happened. Hearing the discussions in the surroundings, Duan Nianru's face turned scarlet, and tears welled up in her eyes. It wasn't her. She hadn't intentionally walked in this direction. She hadn't been able to control herself. It was as if she had been controlled by someone. She hadn't intentionally harmed others. This was the first time she had experienced such a thing. Being controlled by someone was already frightening enough. Now, she even had to bear the responsibility. Thinking of her parents' disappointed gazes, she didn't know how to explain herself. She stood alone in the middle of the road, shivering. Someone pulled her back with great strength and scolded her, "You harmed others, and you're still standing there? Are you crazy? Little girl, you look like a decent person. Why did you have to kill others when you couldn't figure things out? What a sin, and a foreigner at that. Now, you're in trouble." There were even people taking pictures of her with their phones. Duan Nianru subconsciously covered her face and burst into tears. "I'm sorry, it wasn't me. I don't know what happened to me. I didn't mean to walk in the middle of the road." She was only 18 years old, and her mind was still weak. She couldn't bear such a scene. "Have you lost your mind? Are you delirious from taking drugs?" Some people were suspicious, some were waiting for a good show, and some were holding their phones as if they had picked up big news. Someone went to check on the injuries of the two foreigners. At this time, Duan Nianru felt someone gently pulling her. "I'm fine." The two simple words were like the warm sun in winter, slowly soothing her trembling heart and bringing peace to her. Duan Nianru raised her head. When she saw Xiao Jin, she burst into tears. I'm sorry, big sister Xiao." She didn't want to implicate Xiao Jin. She sobbed and choked, "You should go." "I'll I'll deal with it myself. How are you going to deal with it? The girl's tone was indifferent. She swept her gaze over the crowd. The crowd instantly became strangely calm. Even the person taking the video had no idea why, but he subconsciously pressed the stop button. Xiao Jin's gaze gradually turned to the two foreigners. Someone called the police, and the traffic police quickly arrived. When Lucas came out of the car, he was still in disbelief when he saw Duan Nianru. But when he saw Xiao Jin, he felt as though someone had knocked on his head, and he became clear-headed. A peculiar chill rose from the soles of his feet. When the traffic police spoke to him, he subconsciously opened his mouth and said, "I'm fine." The traffic police were stunned. "Mister, shall we send you to the hospital first?" This was a special case, and Duan Nianru's abnormal behavior would usually be investigated. However, Lucas didn't seem to want to pursue the matter. Instead, it was the beautiful girl beside Duan Nianru who walked over and said, "Send you to the hospital first. We'll take care of the medical fees." Duan Nianru nodded while crying. "I'll take care of it." But with Xiao Jin by her side, she subconsciously felt calm, and her crying gradually became softer. The police and ambulance rushed over, and they went to the hospital together. Lucas wanted to stop all this, but he couldn't resist the special enthusiasm of Chinese people toward foreigners. He insisted on sending Duan Nianru to the hospital. This gave him a headache. When he saw the girl in a white t-shirt and jeans, his gaze became colder and colder. It was so cold that even he was trembling. On the way to the hospital, the police asked for their information. Even though Duan Nianru insisted that she didn't know why she walked to the middle of the road, she was still suspected. The police said that she needed a blood test to rule out any abnormalities. Duan Nianru clenched her fists, but she couldn't refuse. She could only say to Xiao Jin in a low voice, "I really don't know why. I couldn't control myself just now, and I was controlled by someone to walk to the middle of the road, I know." Xiao Jin nodded. Duan Nianru widened her eyes in shock. "Big sister Xiao, you know?" Xiao Jin nodded and squeezed Duan Nianru's wrist, indicating that she didn't need to worry. Duan Nianru didn't dare to tell her parents because she was afraid that they would be worried. It was just that she didn't have the money to pay for the medical fees, so she hesitated for a long time. If her parents knew about this, they would definitely ask her what was going on. She didn't know how to deal with this matter, and they would definitely be worried. Perhaps this was not a small sum of money. Her family had even taken out a loan to buy a house. After thinking for a long time, Duan Nianru could only say, "Big sister Xiao." Xiao Jin said, "I know what you want to say. They won't make you pay." Duan Nianru was dumbfounded. "You won't make me pay?" It was because of her. Even if the other party was a foreigner, how could a foreigner be so warm-hearted? Xiao Jin only smiled. When they arrived at the hospital, the unconscious man was sent in for an examination. Duan Nianru also went to check his blood. When it came to the issue of compensation, the police didn't mention it, so Lucas went to pay the bill himself. That was because he felt that the girl's gaze on him was cold. Moreover, they were the ones at fault. But sometimes, he couldn't stop it. Seeing him pay up, Xiao Jin's gaze softened. When Duan Nianru returned, Lucas directly told the police that his friend was fine, and they didn't want to pursue the matter. They could just let the girl go back. This left the police dumbfounded. Are all foreigners beautiful and kind these days? Of course, it wasn't because she was beautiful and kind. The police wouldn't know the reason. But since the person involved didn't pursue the matter, the police couldn't interfere. After confirming that there was no problem with Duan Nianru's checkup, they could only give her a few words of advice. The gist of it was that she had to look at the lights when crossing the road in the future. If she encountered someone with a bad temper, she might directly bump into them. Even if something happened, they had to tell her to be more optimistic. That's right, they thought that Duan Nianru wanted to commit suicide. Seeing how Duan Nianru had cried so pitifully when she had come, they had spoken to her in an amicable manner. Duan Nianru immediately nodded. She didn't dare to speak of her abnormality, because even if she did, the police wouldn't believe her. After the police left, Lucas was still guarding his friend. When he saw that Xiao Jin and Duan Nianru hadn't left, he spoke in Chinese with an awkward smile. "You can leave. It was just an accident, so we won't pursue the matter." my friend is fine. Xiao Jin stood before him with a smile that wasn't a smile. You won't pursue the matter? Didn't we say that we won't pursue the matter? Lucas's expression stiffened before sinking. What do you mean? Xiao Jin lowered her head. In the crowded corridor of the hospital, she said softly, it's all up to me when your friend wakes up. You're so brazen in the capital. Wasn't Xiaoana's death enough to teach you a lesson? Lucas's eyes instantly widened. His reaction was too big, and he immediately stood up from his chair. He looked at Xiao Jin with a terrified expression. However, he was too tall, a head taller than Xiao Jin. It made people feel as if he would attack Xiao Jin in the next second. Why you? He gnashed his teeth. Clearly, since the girl in front of him had mentioned Xiaoana, he believed that Xiao Jin had killed Xiaoana. Xiao Jin smiled. Mr. Lucas, you're too agitated. She seemed to be reminding him of something. Lucas looked around and could only stiffly sit back down. Duan Nianru noticed that Xiao Jin seemed to be saying something to her. Her reaction was huge. She knew that Xiao Jin was doing something. She didn't know what had happened, but Sister Xiaoana seemed to know. Lucas looked at Xiao Jin. She was so pure and flawless. Yes, she gave him this damned feeling. But it still made people feel abnormally terrified. He realized that Joseph, who was lying inside, had really done something he shouldn't have. Miluo and the Great Emperor weren't trying to fool them. There was a huge problem in Huaxia. There were mysterious people chasing after them. If they continued to court death, they would be courting death. Who would have thought that he would end up in the hands of the main culprit? He couldn't resist at all. Xiao Jin said with a smile, I won't do anything. Just do what you need to do. She stretched out her hand and tapped the air. In the next second, a light that no one could see landed in Lucas's eyes. His eyes immediately went slack. When he blinked again, he saw Xiao Jin leaving with Duan Nianru. It seemed somewhat familiar. Who was it? When Milo appeared in the hospital, Lucas, who was a few years older than him, felt an indescribable sense of oppression. He didn't dare to look into Milo's eyes. He just lowered his head and said, Milo, I'm sorry. I didn't take good care of Joseph. Milo had green eyes that were rarely seen. His eyes were as clear as a cat's eye as he looked at Joseph, who was lying on the bed. His tone was elegant and low, but it was bone-chilling. What did Joseph do? Lucas touched his head and said, we had a small car accident. Joseph wanted to hit someone. When I tried to stop him, he touched the steering wheel and hit the flower bed. Unfortunately, he fainted. I remember you said that we can't cause trouble in the capital. Milo slowly looked up at Lucas. Although he was afraid of him, his eyes were clear. He wasn't lying. Milo lowered his head and looked at Joseph, who was lying on the bed. A trace of disgust flashed through his green eyes. I said that China is not the same as before. Don't make the same stupid mistake as Xiaoana. You did a good job. This idiot is lying here. He doesn't have to go anywhere. There was no emotion in his cold voice. In the next second, Joseph, who was unconscious on the bed, suddenly screamed. It was as if he was being strangled in his sleep. His face turned red in an instant, and he let out a wah-wah-wah sound. It was as if he couldn't breathe. When the device that was checking on Joseph sounded the alarm and attracted the attention of others, Joseph heaved a sigh of relief. It was as if he was alive again. Milo glanced at him indifferently before his tall and slender body turned around and left. Lucas was shocked. Milo was more heartless than anyone thought. Even if Xiaoana was his sister, Milo didn't have any expression when he heard that she was killed in China. Among the siblings, Milo was the only one who didn't care about them. If it wasn't for the Emperor's order, Milo wouldn't have been willing to come here. Lucas followed him fearlessly. He seemed to have forgotten something, but he couldn't remember it in the blink of an eye. Halfway, Milo suddenly said, who was he going to hit? Lucas quickly said, it was a young girl from China. I don't know who she was. Milo said, give me the surveillance video. Lucas, okay, I'll have someone send it to you right away. When Xiao Jin led Duan Nianru out of the hospital, he said, after returning, stay at home and rest. Don't go anywhere until school starts. Duan Nianru cautiously asked, just now, was I targeted by a spiritual reader? Xiao Jin had told her about the psychic sorcerer. She also knew that she was an array sorcerer, but there were other array sorcerers and wizards. Xiao Jin nodded. Those two deserved it, so they won't ask you for compensation. They don't remember me, but someone might target you. There's no danger, so it's best if you don't go out. If there's anything wrong, I'm here. Her indifferent words gave Duan Nianru a sense of security. Thank you, big sister Qiao. If it wasn't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do today. Speaking of this, she hesitated for a moment. Actually, didn't they miss just now? Did you save me? After all, he was a formation master, and he was bound to feel the effects of being controlled. Because she clearly saw that the driver inside did not turn the steering wheel. The car tilted on its own. Duan Nianru had been frightened back then and hadn't thought too much about it. But now, she realized that Xiao Jin couldn't have returned so quickly. Xiao Jin smiled. Could it be that I'm going to watch you die in front of me? Moreover, she was Duan Ruyan's little sister. She couldn't do such a thing. Duan Nianru's eyes turned red. Big sister Qiao, I don't know how to thank you. She couldn't repay the favor of saving her life. She didn't know what she could do. Xiao Jin said, there's no need. Be obedient, and I'll send you back now. Duan Nianru obediently nodded with a nasal voice. Xiao Jin had sent her home. Since the matter had been resolved, she didn't want her parents to be too worried, so she didn't mention it. It was just that her parents were unhappy that she had returned so late. Duan Nianru found an excuse. Her mother nagged as she went to make supper for her. Duan Nianru looked at her mother's white hair and couldn't help feeling sour. She felt that it was fortunate that she had met Xiao Jin. Her big sister had met her and was free. She had met her and was saved. In this lifetime, it would be difficult for her to repay Xiao Jin's kindness. She stood by the window and saw the back of the person downstairs. Xiao Jin walked elegantly and quickly. In the blink of an eye, Duan Nianru couldn't even see her back. She felt that she had to slowly become stronger. If she didn't become stronger, she wouldn't even have the chance to take revenge for her big sister. She had to repay Xiao Jin. When Xiao Jin returned home, she saw Muzilian playing games on the sofa. He was cursing the jungler for being a fool. Xiao Jin didn't understand those words, but she felt that the jungler was cursing Muzilian the same way. Where did you go? Xiao Fei jumped out and walked over to Xiao Jin. He sniffed and frowned. Why do I smell disinfectant and fast food? Xiao Jin, as an array master, her nose was not as sensitive as Xiao Fei's. Muzilian grasped the main point and pointed at Xiao Jin. Mom, she must have secretly eaten chicken wings. She eats junk food. Xiao Fei waved his hand. Go. Muzichu came out of the kitchen with a bowl of soup and asked, disinfectant. Xiao Jin went to the hospital? She then gestured to Xiao Jin. Come here. Auntie just made some soup. Drink some to warm your stomach. The auntie he was referring to was the cook at home. Xiao Jin walked over. Xiao Fei pulled her and whispered, Jin, did you go to the hospital? Otherwise, where would the disinfectant smell come from? She thought of something and turned pale with fright. Did you go to the hospital because your stomach hurt from eating chicken wings? Her logic was perfect. Xiao Jin was a little helpless. No, something happened to my friend. I accompanied her to the hospital. Xiao Fei was stunned. Lord Song went to the hospital again? Xiao Jin. No. You have other friends? Muzilian immediately jumped up and watched the show. Does Brother Yanqing know about this? Xiao Fei, listen to your vulgar tone. What's wrong with Jin making friends? Didn't she make a lot of friends? Why did your friend go to the hospital when something happened to her? Xiao Jin drank the soup slowly. She went for a blood test. There's nothing wrong with her. She had picked out the main points and only concealed some. Xiao Fei said, Oh, is it a girl? Xiao Jin nodded. Yes. Xiao Fei was satisfied. Our Jin finally knows how to make female friends. Muzilian lost interest when he heard that it was a girl. He rolled his eyes and lay down to continue scolding the jungler. Musichu did not ask anything. He scooped a bowl of soup for himself and Xiaofei. Seeing that he was not around, Muzilian urged, "Brother, I want to drink too." Musichu's tone was cold. "Go get it yourself." Muzilian, ? He sat up. "Do you still remember that I'm your twin brother?" Musichu, scram, "Go get it yourself." Muzilian, fine. He had just finished his game and reported the jungler with hatred. He threw down his phone and went to the kitchen to get the soup. It was mainly because the auntie was busy. Otherwise, the young masters would not have the chance to do such a thing. When Xiaojin was drinking the soup, she noticed some gifts on the table beside the sofa. She asked casually, "Who sent these?" There were guests at home again. However, given the status of the Mu family, there were often guests and she was too lazy to sense them one by one. Unless she noticed them, she would know instantly. Xiaofei looked at the gifts and rolled her eyes before looking at Xiaojin. She was a little hesitant. She thought about her lines. "Do you still remember the last time Mom sent you a picture of a boy when she was playing mahjong?" Xiaojin looked at her with a faint smile. "Oh?" Xiaofei coughed. "His mother brought him over tonight." "You weren't at home, were you?" Xiaojin understood. Xiaofei said carefully, "I didn't say much. I just said that you weren't at home and she said that she would like you to meet him when you have time." Xiaojin, "I won't meet her." Xiaofei. "Then I won't meet her." She insisted on keeping the gift. She said that it was the first time she had brought her son over and it was a gift from her son. I couldn't reject it. Xiaojin, "Since it's a gift for you, just accept it." Muzilian laughed at the side. "Io, how could I accept it? He's here for you. You're already 20 and not young anymore. It's time for you to date. I think that young man is not bad. He's energetic and handsome. Even though he's not as handsome as me, it's rare to see someone as handsome as me." Xiaojin suddenly asked Xiaofei, "Qi Lian's military ID has been processed?" Muzilian, his smile suddenly disappeared. Xiaofei immediately changed the topic. Yes. His plane ticket is in 3 days. I was just about to tell you about it." "Xiao Lian, you're leaving." "Since let's go eat hot pot as a family, let's celebrate it." "No, I'll give you a farewell party." Muchilian. Haha. Grave face. Xiaofei thought about it and slapped her thigh. Sure. We'll eat hot pot tomorrow and seafood after that. Qi Lian, you can order whatever you want the day after tomorrow. Since you're leaving, I'll fulfill any request you have. Muzilian, I don't want to join the military. Xiaofei, your father's ID has been processed for you. If you don't go, I'll break his legs. It was as if Muchilian's death knell had been rung. He took a deep breath and sniffed. He said with incomparable sadness, "When I come back in 2 years, do you still remember that you have a son named Muchilian? Is there still a Muzilian in this family?" Xiaofei patted his head. "What nonsense are you talking about? You'll always be my son. Once a son, always a son." Muzilian, was this supposed to be said to you? Xiaojin, Qi Lian, have a safe trip. Muzilian, did he think he was about to die? Was he human? No one loved him, hell was empty. Xiaojin was in the human world. Muzilian was about to leave, but the family still prepared to celebrate, to hold a farewell party for him. So that he wouldn't be too unhappy when he left. Even though he wasn't very happy right now. The next day, the family did as Xiaojin said and went to eat hot pot together. They chose a hidden high-end hot pot restaurant, and the whole family was there. Xiaofei gave the menu to Xiaojin, and Muzilian drank his juice unhappily. Mu Jinming instructed him earnestly, "After you go to the army, receive good training and come back in 2 years. Your things will be kept for you." Muzilian thought about how he couldn't do anything for 2 years. He couldn't play disco, play games, and even broke up with his new girlfriend. He was so sad that he wanted to refuse. Seeing Xiaojin looking at the menu excitedly, he got angry. Muchiji was really busy. He was the only one who kept calling. At the table. After Xiao Jin finished ordering, Xiao Fei took the time to mention something to Xiao Jin. Let's go see your Grandpa Ji tomorrow? Xiao Jin glanced at Xiao Fei indifferently. Tomorrow? Xiao Fei smiled and said, just see Grandpa Ji alone. She didn't want Xiao Jin to see such a terrible person. Old Master Ji had called to ask to see Xiao Jin and had even arranged to meet outside. Since the other party had already done so, Xiao Fei could not bear to see an old man like him suffer. Fortunately, Xiao Jin didn't refuse and nodded. Okay. Muzilian wanted to take one last bite of the melon before he left. Xiao Jin, that Chai Yueli hasn't been chased out yet? Xiao Fei rolled his eyes at him. What nonsense are you talking about? No matter what, she's Ji Chiyue's wife. As long as there's no divorce, why would she be chased out? At the same time, she gave him a look, indicating that he should not mention this mother in front of Xiao Jin. Even if Xiao Jin's attitude was firm, it was inevitable that he would feel vexed or have other changes if he kept mentioning it. Mu Qiji also knew about the Ji family. He hung up the phone and nodded. Xiao Jin, you can visit Grandpa Ji more often when you're free. The rest of the Ji family couldn't do it, but Grandpa Ji wasn't in the wrong. After all, she was his biological granddaughter. It wasn't a big deal for her to meet her. Xiao Jin, I know. Mu Xiangshan interjected, today is a farewell party for Qi Lian. Let's not talk about anything else. Muzilian, how I wish you would mention it. You don't have to stab me in the heart. He was indignant. At this moment, the door of the private room was opened by the waiter. It was time for the dishes to be delivered. However, at this moment, a group of people who were passing by happened to see the Mu family in the private room. Xiao Jin? This pleasantly surprised and familiar tone, the Mu family members immediately looked up. Xiao Fei's eyelids twitched. He turned around and saw Chai Yueli and Ji Chiyue, as well as their son, Ji Fanjing. Oh, this magical family was actually in the mood to eat hot pot. Xiao Fei finally understood what it meant to touch a sore spot. It was all Muzilian's fault, he had just mentioned it when they bumped into each other. Chai Yueli only had Xiao Jin in her eyes now. When she saw them eating here, she was pleasantly surprised. She stepped in and said generously, I didn't expect you to be eating here today. What a coincidence. I was thinking of finding time to visit Xiao Jin. Compared to the dispirited state she had been when she came to the Mu family, she had regained her glamorous appearance. Obviously, she had settled the matter with the Ji family for the time being. Ji Chiyue also stepped through the door. When he saw Mu Xiangshan and Mu Zhenming, he greeted everyone cautiously. Hello. The handsome Ji Fanjing followed behind them with a slight frown. Especially when he looked at Xiao Jin, his eyes flickered. He never thought that this girl, who he had only met once, would be his blood-related sister. Moreover, it was such a melodramatic thing. What he didn't expect was that Xiao Jin was unwilling to return to the Ji family. She didn't even want to acknowledge her parents. Many people in the Ji family, including him, thought that Xiao Jin would choose to come back. In the end, other than the blood test report, he didn't even see Xiao Jin. At this moment, when he saw the happy scene of the Mu family, he suddenly understood. Why was she unwilling to come back, since they were already in front of them? Apart from the puzzled expressions of the younger generation and Muzilian's gleaming eyes, Mu Zhenming stood up and greeted them very politely. Mu Qiji took the lead and greeted them. No matter what, they had to at least give face to the elders. Only Xiao Jin didn't say a word. He didn't even have any expression when he saw Chai Yueli. She lowered her head and focused on picking the meat she wanted to eat. Chai Yueli didn't feel awkward and smiled sweetly. What a coincidence. I'm going abroad with Fanjing tomorrow. Before we leave, let's have a meal together? At this juncture, she was still willing to bring Ji Fanjing abroad. Perhaps Ji Fanjing really treated her as his biological mother. Naturally, it wasn't something that could be washed away just because they weren't blood-related. After all, she had personally raised Ji Fanjing for 20 years. When Xiao Fei heard this, she felt an inexplicable discomfort in her heart. She glanced at Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin's cold appearance didn't seem to care about the current situation at all. He didn't even look at the Ji family. He only focused on the meat in his pot. The Mu family didn't know what to say. Instead, Musilian smiled and said, "Auntie, it's not appropriate for us to have a family gathering. I wish you a pleasant meal and a safe journey." These words were particularly appropriate for Musilian to say. Mu Zhenming pretended to reprimand him. "Qilian, how can you say that?" Chai Yueli's smile faded a little. She was already extremely thick-skinned when she stepped through the door. If she still didn't know what was good for her and insisted on staying, she wouldn't be able to show her face as the madam of the Ji family tomorrow. Ji Fanjing's unhappy voice urged her from behind. "Mom, let's go." The Mu family had clearly rejected him. Naturally, Ji Fanjing would not let his mother stick to their cold buttocks. As far as he was concerned, Chai Yueli had been true to him for 20 years. She had never let him down. Naturally, he still treated Chai Yueli as his mother. Ji Chiyue also pulled Chai Yueli a little uneasily. "Yueli, let's go." His temperament wasn't very stable to begin with, and he was especially afraid of people like Mu Xianxia and Mu Zhenming who did things swiftly and decisively in the business world. They always had the aura of a high-ranking person that he didn't have. Xiao Jin ignored them. He didn't like this daughter who didn't know how to be polite. She didn't want to return to the Ji family. The Ji family didn't lack her. Chai Yueli still looked at Xiao Jin with a smile and called out, "Jin." Xiao Jin then raised his head. His gaze was calm. "What's the matter, Madam Chai?" In one sentence, he clearly distinguished between close and distant. Chai Yueli's heart turned cold. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, Xiao Jin would say something even more heartless. This daughter really resembled her a lot. She gritted her teeth and could only restrain her smile. "It's nothing. Take your time." After saying that, she smiled at Mu Xiangshan and Mu Zhenming magnanimously and left. The waiter served the dishes and closed the door. Musilian couldn't help but sigh. "Look, I still have to solve this Azura arena." Musicha said coldly, "Yes, that's the only thing you did right." "Musilian, are you praising me or mocking me?" Musichu, both. Musilian, 2 years later, "You don't know me, and I don't know you." Mu Xiangshan clicked his tongue. She really did settle the Ji family when she went abroad tomorrow. This Chai Yueli is really not simple. Pingon is also old and muddle-headed. Mu Zhenming sighed. Don't always hope that something will happen to others. After all, she is Fanjing's mother who raised him for 20 years. Even if you don't want to see her, you have to see her face. Uncle Ji might have noticed this too. After all, they aren't in the country often. "Xiao Jin, my meat is cooked." Everyone, see, the person in question didn't care at all. Outsiders like them shouldn't worry too much. When Chai Yueli and Ji Chiyue stepped into the private room, their faces were dark. This wretched girl didn't give them any face at all. Ji Chiyue saw her expression and felt a little uncomfortable. Why do you care so much about her? She's now treating herself as a member of the Mu family. If she doesn't want to come back, then so be it. Chai Yueli shrieked. You make it sound so nice. Have you forgotten what your father said? Ji Chiyue immediately shut up. The reason Ji Pingon wanted Chai Yueli to stay was simple. When he passed away in the future, he would only leave a portion of his shares and assets to Chai Yueli and himself. The rest would go to Ji Fanjing and Xiao Jin. After all, Fanjing was raised by them. Giving it to Fanjing was giving it to them. However, Xiao Jin took half of it, which made Ji Chiyue a little uncomfortable. However, Ji Pingon directly went to make a notarized will and put it in the bank. Other than himself, or when he died, no one could get it. Even Ji Chiyue was helpless. His condition for not divorcing Chai Yueli was even simpler. Chai Yueli said that she had a way to deal with Xiao Jin, even if Xiao Jin didn't listen to them at all. Ji Chiyue only felt a little uncomfortable, but he had no idea how to get the part that belonged to Xiao Jin. Since things had already happened, there was nothing else they could do other than compromise. Who asked the old man to reveal Xiao Jin's existence when he was still alive? Thinking of this, Ji Chiyue still felt a little indignant. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, why would all of this happen? In the future, all of Dad's money will be ours and Fan's. Are you blaming me now? How good do you think you are? Chai Yueli wasn't someone to be trifled with. She immediately scolded back. Back then, Ji Chiyue had taken a liking to her because of her beauty. Even though she was old now, she was still peerless. He was used to being scolded by her. Chai Yueli's mistress came knocking, but no one knew that she was more arrogant than anyone else in the Ji family. After all, the three branches of the Ji family were separated. In Ji Pinggan's place, no one could suppress Chai Yueli. Now that Ji Fangjing's matter had exploded, Chai Yueli's arrogance had been reduced. Ji Chiyue shut up after being scolded by her. He was a playboy by nature, but he was also highly educated. He was not good with words and could not win against Chai Yueli. Ji Fangjing heard them arguing as soon as he came in. He was a little annoyed and said impatiently, "If you don't want to, can't you just discuss it with her?" He was not too bothered by the fact that half of his assets had been given to him. After all, she was Chai Yueli's biological child. He could give his grandfather's money to whoever he wanted. Chai Yueli looked at him. She was embarrassed and angry, but she had to control herself. "Mom, who is it for?" "Isn't it for you? You have to know that this money was all yours. Your grandfather gave half of it to Xiao Jin without saying a word. Don't you care?" Ji Fangjing asked her, "Isn't Xiao Jin your biological daughter?" He was Ji Chiyue's biological son, but not Chai Yueli's. Sometimes, Ji Fangjing could not understand Chai Yueli's thoughts. Chai Yueli immediately shut up. She looked at Ji Fangjing and was speechless. Ji Chiyue had something to say. "She's not our daughter now. She's the Mu family's daughter. If she knew that grandfather left half of the money for her, the money would still belong to the Mu family at such a young age. The Mu family is smart. She was deceived by them." Chai Yueli mentioned some things about the Mu family, causing Ji Chiyue to think that Xiao Jin's stubbornness was all instigated by the Mu family. Their goal was to get the old master's assets. Now that the old master had made such a decision, he was even more certain. Unfortunately, he did not have any real power and did not dare to refute the old master. He mentioned the Mu family's intentions and was scolded badly by the old master. He almost wanted to hit him with a broom, so he did not dare to mention it anymore. The old master was old, so he was deceived by the Mu family. Ji Fangjing did not want to argue with them. He had always been spoiled and had a bad temper. "Are you still eating? If not, then leave." Hearing that he was angry, Ji Chiyue was scared. "Eat, eat, eat. You're leaving tomorrow. Have a meal with Dad before you leave. I won't be able to see you until next month." Chai Yueli rolled her eyes angrily and said, "If only you were a little bit more capable, Fangjing, and I would not have ended up like this. It's all thanks to Fangjing." In the end, the ball was kicked to Ji Chiyue again. Ji Chiyue didn't dare to refute. He sat down to eat with them, but he felt that he was really a pushover. Little did they know that Xiao Jin, who was next door, had clearly heard their argument. Old man Ji left half of his assets for him. She paused when she heard this, but she didn't say anything. It did not matter anymore. After eating hot pot, the Mu family went for a walk at night. They had driven here and suggested that they take a walk together. After all, Muzilian was going to join the army and school was about to start. They didn't know when everyone would be present. However, Mu Jinming and Mu Qiji were really too busy. After dinner, they left them alone and went to the company for a meeting. Only Xiao Fei took Xiao Jin, his siblings, and the old master for a walk along the street. They walked slowly along the river and looked at the scenery of the city. Xiao Fei held Xiao Jin's arm and couldn't help but sigh. "Sigh, I haven't accompanied you and your siblings like this in a long time." Mu Xiangshan, who was holding a thermos in front, suddenly said, "Yes, you always go shopping with your sisters." Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei blushed. "Dad, how can you say that? Don't I spend time with the kids? They're the ones who don't want to accompany me." She felt wronged. Their big family was a sight to behold. Not to mention the twins Muzichu and Muzilian, just the mother and daughter, Xiao Jin and Xiao Fei, attracted a lot of attention. The passers-by who were also out for a walk whispered to each other, "Their genes are too good. The boys are handsome and the girls are beautiful." The old man looked so imposing even holding a thermos. Big family, big family. Oh my God, I really like the boy on the left. He has a cold aura. Oh my god, he's really my favorite. Is the girl a goddess? Oh my god, where did this little fairy come from? They're both humans and have the same facial features. How can there be such a big difference? Xiaofei was very proud when she heard the discussions around her. She said to Xiao Jin happily, "Look, Mom and your Uncle Zhenming have good genes. You all look so good." Muzillion added, "Yeah, look at how beautiful Auntie Chai is. Otherwise, how could Uncle Ji be so smitten?" Xiaofei, she rolled her eyes. As the family walked, a foreign man suddenly appeared in front of them. The man sat on a bench by the roadside with his long legs crossed. He looked up at the moon and the sky. He had blonde hair and green eyes. He was simply smoking. His movements were neat and elegant, but they couldn't hide his elegance. Many people around them looked in his direction. Some passers-by even took pictures of him. Even Xiaofei was excited when she saw him. "Oh my god, Jean, look, that handsome foreign guy in front is my favorite." "Xiao Jin, Muzillion, does Dad know about this?" When Xiao Jin saw the man, there was a hint of coldness in her calm expression. Milo turned around and came face to face with Xiao Jin. Their eyes met, and a hint of coldness flashed through his jade-like eyes. However, he remained silent and did nothing. The corners of his lips were smiling, as if he was smiling at someone. However, if one looked carefully, one could see that under the dark green eyes, there was a coldness without any warmth. When Xiao Jin and the others passed by him, Xiaofei couldn't help but turn to look at him. Xiaofei said, "Jin, did you see that?" Xiao Jin, "Yeah, I saw it. It was just SOSO. Xiaofei. You've been fed too much by the Lord Song." Everything he looked at seemed ordinary. Xiao Jin lowered his eyes and thought about Song Yanqing. Then, he said, "Probably. Song Yanqing was still the best. Furthermore, this person was Milo." She knew it. Xiao Anna's brother. She didn't know the other party's purpose, but now that he was here, Xiao Jin was sure that he was here for her. He saw her family. So what, as long as he did anything, Xiao Jin would never let him leave the capital alive. Milo, who was behind them, gradually retracted his gaze when he saw that they were far away. He stared coldly at the girl who came up to ask for his phone number. The other party's smile gradually turned stiff, and finally, she left with an ugly expression. When no one else came up, Milo got up and left. The emperor was right. There were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in Huaxia City. Xiao Anna and the other idiots didn't die in vain. Milo's eyes flashed coldly. That was why he hated all idiots who dragged him down. The next day, Xiaofei brought Xiao Jin to see Grandfather Ji. Grandfather Ji asked her to meet Xiaofei outside. When he saw Xiao Jin, Grandfather Ji was a little emotional. "You're already so old. You have your own ideas about many things. I don't need to force you. In the future, I'll be satisfied if you can come out and drink tea with me." He didn't mention what he left for Xiao Jin, and Xiao Jin naturally didn't ask. Xiaofei smiled and said, "You're too polite. Xiao Jin has time. It's the summer vacation now. I'll ask her to come and see you more often." Anyway, Ji Chiyue and Chai Yueli, those two troublesome people, had already left. There was no need to care so much about other things. Xiaofei still wanted to know how Chai Yueli dealt with the Ji family, but she was too embarrassed to ask. After hearing her words, Grandfather Ji took the initiative to mention this matter. He looked at Xiao Jin and sighed. "I've thought about letting Chiyue and Chai Yueli divorce, but I thought that you're already so old. They've been together for so many years," and Fanjing pleaded for Chai Yueli. "Forget it. If they come to bother you in the future, you have to tell me." He didn't hide the fact that he left his assets to Xiao Jin from them. Presumably, the couple would think of ways to deceive Xiao Jin. Ji Pinggan didn't want to see Xiao Jin worry, so he didn't tell Xiao Jin about his will. In fact, many people in the Ji family didn't understand his actions. After all, Xiao Jin had been raised outside for 20 years. Even her biological mother didn't care. As a grandfather, why should he care? However, when Ji Pinggan saw Xiao Jin's cold personality, he felt a little sorry for this child. Sigh. No, no. Xiao Fei waved his hand and answered for Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin paused for a moment and took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Ji Pingan. Ji Pingan looked a little excited and started the topic that every parent had to talk about. You're not young anymore. I heard that you'll be in your third year next semester. Other than the language department, do you have anything else you're interested in? You can learn some financial knowledge. In the future, you can come to the Ji family to help. Grandpa will give you a company to practice. These words were very generous, indicating that Xiao Jin would not have to worry about the future. Xiao Fei didn't stop her. She looked at Xiao Jin. She had her own ideas. Xiao Jin, I'm not interested in these things. In the future, my family will have Qi Ji and Qi Chu. Your Ji family will also have Ji Fanjing. You don't need me. Ji Pingan thought that he was concerned about Ji Fanjing, and his face darkened. He has his, and you have yours. We have nothing to do with each other. Xiao Jin shook his head. I'm just not interested in business. You don't have to be like this. Seeing that she was really not interested, Ji Pingan sighed. Up to you. After that, he asked, are you in a relationship? Xiao Fei coughed. Xiao Jin's expression was calm. No. Ji Pingan was relieved. Oh, you don't have anyone you like? Then the Song family. He had seen Song Yanqing and Xiao Jin together before. Besides, there were rumors that Song Yanqing had only been with Xiao Jin before. If there wasn't anything fishy about this, old Master Ji would suspect that there was something fishy going on. Xiao Jin, he's my good friend. Why did every elder suspect her relationship with Song Yanqing? Was she being too careless? Xiao Jin finally began to think about this problem seriously. However, after thinking about it, what did other people's thoughts have to do with her? She and Song Yanqing were friends. There was no need for her to ignore her friends because of others. What were they? Good friends. Oh, old Master Ji believed him anyway. He said earnestly, anyway, you're a little girl and you're so pretty. You're also my granddaughter. Xianxia is also your grandfather. Take your pick, there's no rush. It's fine even if you don't marry. Xiao Fei was stunned. How could he teach her so well that it was fine even if she didn't marry? Xiao Jin had said that he didn't want to get married. If he said that, wouldn't her thoughts be even more deeply rooted? It was too scary. The unrestrained doting of the elderly, Xiao Fei felt that this couldn't do. Absolutely not, Xiao Jin laughed. She looked obedient and smart when she smiled. It made one feel happy just looking at her. Ji Pingan sighed. It's such a blessing to have a child like you. Unfortunately, Chai Yueli didn't know how to appreciate it. Back then, she had acknowledged Xiao Jin immediately. How could such a thing happen, short-sighted? Yet, she gave birth to such a daughter. He felt a little complicated when he thought about this. Humans were indeed two-faced. He chatted with Xiao Jin about their childhood. After all, they hadn't met for long. There were countless things to talk about. After lunch, he played 5-in-a-row chess with the old man for a while. Xiao Fei and Xiao Jin first sent Ji Pingan back to the Ji residence. They didn't enter the house and then returned to the Mu residence. On the way, Xiao Fei sighed. Actually, it's not easy for old Master Ji. When one was old, the most important thing was family happiness. Although she wasn't very smart, she knew why Mu Xiangshan was willing to come back. Ji Pingan's son and daughter-in-law were in such a situation. His grandson was also abroad all year round. In fact, he was often alone. If Xiao Jin wanted to visit her, it wouldn't be a big deal. He could just treat it as fulfilling the obligation of being related by blood. Besides, if Xiao Jin objected, she wouldn't have come with Xiao Fei. However, Xiao Jin didn't say anything. Xiao Fei felt that it was too awkward to talk to herself. She asked Xiao Jin, what do you think? Xiao Jin, I guess. Xiao Fei, she was a little sad. You used to be so obedient, but now you don't like to talk to me. When Xiao Jin opened his mouth to say something, Xiao Fei said, but it's okay. You're mommy's daughter. Mommy will love you no matter what you become. After saying that, she began to laugh happily. Xiao Jin stared at Xiao Fei. He swallowed his words and sighed in his heart. It was pretty good. For the past few days, Xiao Jin had been staying at home until Muzilian boarded the plane and embarked on the journey to join the army. Although he couldn't come into contact with technological products for 2 years, it wasn't that bad. He could call home every week to report that he was safe. It was just that no one knew what kind of changes he would experience when the time came. After Muzilian left, the house was indeed a lot quieter. Xiao Fei still felt that it was good that Muzilian was gone. No one at home would bother her. However, when she saw Xiao Jin and Muzichu, she felt that she had nothing to do other than go shopping with her friends and play mahjong. It was all because the children were too mature. They were so young, but each of them was as mature as an old person. As a mother, she was more worried than anyone else. On the 3rd day after Qi Lian left, Xiao Fei began to miss him. Therefore, she asked her friends to go out for a beauty spa again. She didn't know if it was because Milo and the others had come to the capital recently, but the Ling group had been much quieter and didn't cause any trouble. Wan Yanwei and Wan Yanxi were in the police station, and it was confirmed that they wouldn't be able to get out. Even Wan Yanxi was going to be sentenced for bribery. The trial was already in progress. Because of the Song family, the Wan Yan family didn't pursue the matter after a few attempts. Naturally, they didn't look for trouble with Xiao Jin. This wasn't in line with the Wan Yan family's style. Something was bound to happen to them. Xiao Jin also felt that the Feng family's collapse wasn't far away. Xiao Jin soon found out about this opportunity. When Duan Nianru was in a car accident, she placed a formation point on Lucas. Lucas forgot what Xiao Jin did at that time, but he didn't know that he had become Xiao Jin's spy. After so many days, Xiao Jin knew their whereabouts clearly. He also knew why Mi Luo wasn't in a hurry to come to China for Xiao Anna's matter. They had a plan. Rivertown. What did Rivertown have? Xiao Jin suddenly thought of the book written by Zhongli Wuyo that she had read. Rivertown was an ancient city with a long history. There were countless legends in Rivertown. It was also a place that countless spiritual readers liked. Naturally, this included formation masters. What did a formation master need the most? Formation points. Formation points could be captured and controlled by oneself. This included the strongest formation used by other formation masters. After understanding the formation points, one could also imitate them. Every formation master was unique. Just like Xiao Jin, it was also like the cursed formation on Su Shou's body. There was a limit to the number of formation points a person could obtain in their lifetime. Rivertown had many mausoleum formation points left behind by formation masters. However, the mausoleum formation points were usually left behind by a formation master. It could be left behind for others, or it could be something that could take your life. Mi Luo and the others came to China for this thing. Xiao Jin looked at the location of Rivertown on the map and fell into deep thought. After a long time, she slowly smiled. It seemed that she had to make a trip to Rivertown. However, she wasn't in a hurry. They hadn't made a move yet. Compared to working hard, she preferred to finish things at the end. Xiao Jin booked a plane ticket to Jiang City. He guessed that he would be delayed for a few days. At the dinner table, he told Xiao Fei that he was going to Jiang City. Xiao Fei was surprised. Going to Jiang City? Traveling? Xiao Jin nodded. You can say that. I've never been there before. I'm going to take a look this time. Xiao Fei said happily, I'll go with you. Xiao Jin, I like being alone. Xiao Fei, her daughter had grown up and was beginning to despise her. Sob sob sob. Xiao Jin didn't know if he should tell Song Yanqing that he was going to Jiang City. Unexpectedly, Song Yanqing called that night and went straight to the point. I'm going to Jiang City in 2 days. Xiao Jin raised an eyebrow. You're going on a business trip? Not really. For the first time, Song Yanqing wasn't talking about a business trip. He revealed something in a calm tone. I had a dream. I dreamed of a place. The location was Jiang City. Since a soul master of speech's dream had a location, it wasn't an ordinary dream. This was a precognitive dream. A soul master of speech could predict the future by observing the past. This power was gradually showing. Now, Song Yanqing still needed to dream. In the future, he wouldn't even need to dream. As long as he wanted to, he wouldn't know anything. It was just that he didn't know if he would grow to this stage. Since he didn't get much useful information from this dream, it didn't matter if he said it. Xiao Jin was interested. What dream did you have? At this time, he suddenly had a dream, and it was about Jiangqing. Xiao Jin didn't need to guess. It was most likely related to the place where Milo and the others were going. Since this dream gave Song Yanqing a hint, it meant that there was something related to Song Yanqing. Not every spiritualist would get a hint, but he wasn't sure if this hint was for Song Yanqing alone or for all spiritualists. Song Yanqing didn't intend to hide it from Xiao Jin, so he said directly, I only saw one thing, a fan, closed. An ordinary folding fan. I don't know where it is, but my intuition tells me that it is in Jiangqing. Xiao Jin said decisively, that fan is useful to you. You should go. Coincidentally, I will go too. Oh? Song Yanqing raised his eyebrows slightly, and the corners of his lips curled up, you will go too? Xiao Jin said, Milo, the Feng family, and the spirit group will go to Jiangqing soon. You won't have this precognitive dream for no reason at this juncture. What they are going to do is most likely related to your dream. I want to go and see the situation. Since you are going too, I will follow you. Just in case. Song Yanqing actually didn't expect Xiao Jin to go. Since Xiao Jin wanted to go too, he agreed. He said gently, I will ask Ah to book a ticket for you. Xiao Jin, I have already booked it. Song Yanqing paused for a moment and respected her opinion. Do you want to cancel and go with me, or do I change to your flight, or do we go together? Xiao Jin, I will refund the ticket. Song Yanqing had work, and it was difficult to coincide with Xiao Jin's schedule. It was better to refund the ticket and go with him. Song Yanqing's expression became more gentle, okay. Xiao Jin hung up the phone and turned to look at the umbrella in the corner. She felt that she needed to bring the umbrella this time. Maybe it would be useful, as long as it rained there. It was almost time for her to start school. She couldn't fool around anymore. Song Yanqing helped her unblock her Weibo account and Cat Treasure Shop. Because she suddenly disappeared for a period of time, her customers were concerned about whether something had happened to her. There were also anti-fans who jumped up and down saying that she must have been banned because of feudal superstition. In fact, they guessed it was just that the reason for banning her was untenable. She had only been unsealed for 2 days. She only received news and didn't accept any business. Now that she was going to Jiang City, she picked a few fortune-telling businesses. Then, she saw a fortune teller. After a pause, she replied to the other party. Today, I don't accept business. The other party was obviously not surprised that she had guessed it, and quickly replied online. Anonymous buyer XX, what Ling group? She was a dead person today, don't accept to the group. Seeing that she was so certain, there was no point in continuing to pester her. This person was just a little unwilling. Anonymous buyer XX, don't. I didn't dare to be distracted at 12:15 last night before I snatched your business. You can't do this to me. Are you discriminating against the spirit group? Today, you were the only one who placed an order at 12 o'clock last night. Also, you're right. I discriminate against the spirit group. Anonymous buyer XX, it's rare to see a seller with such an arrogant tone. Anonymous buyer XX, don't be like this. At least make 1,000 yuan. I just want to ask a simple question. Today, okay. Anonymous buyer XX, do I have any hope of getting a promotion and a raise? Today, no. Anonymous buyer XX, I know. F***ck your whole family. Guizhou was a member of an ordinary team in the spirit group. He had been working there for a few years. According to his qualifications and ability, he was qualified to be promoted to captain, but he hadn't been promoted. This time, the leader finally found him and told him to give him a task. Go to Jiang City, follow the foreign devils from abroad, and then come back. He could be promoted and get a raise. The specific content was not disclosed, but with so many people going, Guizhou definitely wouldn't think of anything bad. Looking for Xiao Jin to read his fortune was purely because he had nothing to do. He knew about Xiao Jin's reputation and knew that this person had a rare prophetic ability. He didn't expect the other party to tell him that he had no hope of promotion and a raise. Wasn't that the leader lying to him again? It wasn't the first time similar things happened. Every time, it was just a lie. Guizhou was very tired. Xiao Jin saw this person's fate. It wasn't that he suddenly went back on his words, but he quickly realized that he was a member of Jiang City's mission this time. Not only the Feng family went, but the spirit group also contributed more than 20 people to go with them. However, a group of wizards followed an array master. It was obvious who were the cannon fodder. This time even the Feng family was going to die, not to mention the people of the spirit group. However, it wasn't that there were no variables. Xiao Jin closed the chat interface and got up to wash up. This was a big variable. Not only did Xianxia have a hunch, but Xiao Jin also had a hunch. Jiang City had part of what she lost. What did she lose? What she lost was only her memory. Jiang City was an ancient civilized city. It was July, and the heat didn't seem to spread to this land. When a large group of people arrived at this ancient city, it was drizzling continuously. The weather was a little cloudy, and there was a faint chill that gradually penetrated into people's bones. Azu followed behind Milo, squinted at the drizzle falling from the sky, and said slowly, "It's raining in July. It's not a good sign." Milo's tone was indifferent. "Then let's turn it into a good sign." Azu's expression was stern. He glanced at Milo and didn't speak. Behind them, many spiritual psyche masters followed. In addition to the array masters brought by Mi Luo, there were also people sent by the spirit group to escort them. Most of them were talents trained by the Feng family in the spirit group. Most people didn't even know what their mission was. They just needed to listen to Azu. Zhongli and his sister, as well as the siblings from the Wanyan clan, were among the crowd. Zhongli Peining hugged her arms, then turned to Zhongli Shiyu and said, "Brother, do you feel cold? I remember that the south is also very hot at this time." Zhongli Shiyu took out an umbrella and placed it on her head. His expression was gentle. "It's just a change in the weather. It's very normal." Wanyan Zhenzhen also said to her brother Wanyan Yi, "Brother, what do you think they came here for? What kind of powerful spiritual psyche master is there in Jiang City that we need to come here with great fanfare?" Wanyan Yi shook his head. When the group of people were gradually picked up by the vehicles, a plane slowly landed. Not long after, a pair of celestial beauties walked out. The girl had delicate and neat long curly hair. The cuffs of her white shirt were slightly rolled up. She wore a pair of aqua blue jeans. She looked fresh and neat, and she seemed ethereal like the drizzling rain. The man next to her had a peerless appearance that was hard to describe with any adjectives. He was wearing a white coat, and his temperament was like a cool breeze. When he turned to look at her, there was a hint of warmth in his eyes. "Are you cold?" Xiao Jin shook his head. "I'm not cold." She looked up at the sky and said softly, "They've already gone over. We have to act as soon as possible." Song Yanqing's lips curved gently. "So you think that my dream and their goal here are the same place?" Xiao Jin nodded and muttered, "There's no such coincidence." Song Yanqing nodded. The two of them went to the parking lot from the VIP passage. They met some people along the way. When they saw Song Yanqing and Xiao Jin, they couldn't help but be amazed. A large group of people were holding cameras. They were obviously not ordinary people. They looked like staff members who were filming something. When Song Yanqing and Xiao Jin appeared, the cameras in their hands automatically locked onto Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing. What kind of immortal couple was this? They exuded an aura that couldn't be found in the entertainment circle now. They were noble and elegant. Song Yanqing sensed the changes in the cameras and raised his eyes slightly. His indifferent gaze landed on those people and an invisible pressure spread out. The cameraman quickly turned the cameras in another direction. If they didn't agree, even if they captured a good-looking passerby, they would have to censor it. Otherwise, what if they sued you for violating portrait rights? It wasn't until Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing walked away that the group of photographers started discussing. "The couple just now is much better looking than the one we're going to meet this time. This is a godly face. Isn't this the godly face in the entertainment circle? I don't think so." People were most afraid of comparison. The godly face that was famous in the entertainment circle was not worth mentioning in front of the real godly face. Sure enough, there was always someone better out there. This episode passed quickly. Xianxia came to Jiang City. Naturally, there were people in charge of receiving them. The hotel had been arranged. The driver sent them to the best hotel in Jiang City. Miluo and the rest hadn't taken action yet. They weren't in the city. Once they reached Jiang City, they took a bus to their destination. Xiaojin was not in a hurry. When she arrived at the hotel, she first stayed in Xianxia's room. Outside the window, it was still drizzling. In the misty rain, Xiaojin saw the shadow of a tall mountain in the distance. Jiang City was an ancient city. The modern facilities and buildings in the city center had a hint of ancient style. Among the skyscrapers, there were raised eaves that could be seen everywhere, forming a special landscape. Looking towards the south, there was an endless shadow of a tall mountain peak. It looked majestic and beautiful, surrounding Jiang City in the middle. That was Jiang City's scenic spot, the Southern Spirit Mountain. The Southern Spirit Mountain was a mystical place. The mountains were majestic, and the terrain was steep. A few of them had been developed as tourist attractions, but there were still some places that had not been developed because they were too complicated. There were many legends about the Southern Spirit Mountain. Miluo and the others were heading towards the Southern Spirit Mountain. However, the Southern Spirit Mountain was very big. As for where exactly they were going, they had yet to receive any news. They seemed to be very cautious. Before they reached their destination, even Miluo's trusted aide, Lucas, didn't know. Xiaojin blinked and looked in that direction. Xianxia's tall and slender figure walked over slowly and stopped beside her. Following her gaze, he smiled and said, "You've been looking over there for more than 10 minutes. Did you notice something?" Xiaojin nodded. She didn't hide it from him, but her tone was very soft. Maybe. She had a special feeling. The entire city gave her a familiar feeling. Jiang City had existed for more than 1,000 years. Perhaps this was a place she had appeared in before, so she felt familiar. 10,000 years had passed, and the world had changed greatly. Some places she had stayed in had moved according to the section, and even became overseas. In such a big country, there weren't many places that she felt familiar with. Therefore, she was sure that there was something hidden. Here. In Zhongliwu's records, Jiang City was a city that was especially loved by spiritual readers. It was because there were many legends about spiritual readers left behind here. Xianxia stretched out her finger and pointed at the place where Xiaojin was looking. The place in my dream should be there too. Spiritual readers had a premonition, and Xianxia could feel it. Something in the mountain range was attracting her. Xiaojin glanced at Xianxia, then lowered her head and thought for a moment. I'm not sure if you, as a spiritual reader, had a premonition. If Milo and the others also chose the same place as you, I have a feeling that it's not their intention. Something inside should appear at the right time. Xianxia, the folding fan in my dream? Xiaojin nodded. Spiritual readers won't have unrelated dreams. That folding fan must be very important to you. Xianxia's eyes were deep. You said that you don't understand spiritual readers, but I think you actually know them very well. Xiaojin, she opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. After a long time, she slowly said, I don't know. She really didn't know. She could talk about spiritual readers easily, but if she thought about it carefully, she really didn't understand. This kind of strange thing seemed to be related to her lost memory. She couldn't tell Xianxia that she had lost her memory for the time being. Xianxia pursed her lips and smiled faintly. I'm just saying. Maybe you've come into contact with it somewhere and just forgot. Xiaojin, she raised her eyebrows slightly. A spiritualist's intuition was truly accurate. Xianxia continued, you said that you controlled a member of Milo's team. Are they rushing over there now? Xiaojin nodded. Yes, they've been in the car. I don't know how long it will take for them to reach their destination. It had been 2 hours since they got off the plane, and Milo's team had been on the move. Xianxia lowered his eyes. What do you think that thing will do to me? Xiaojin, I'm not sure. What use would a fan have? A psychic's ability was never attached to a vehicle. It was very likely that it was just an ordinary folding fan. However, ordinary words would not appear in Song Yanqing's dream. They had secrets. But what was it that was related to him? With that thought in mind, Xiao Jin blinked again. They've stopped. 2 hours was just the right distance between Jiang City and the Southern Spirit Mountain. It seemed that their target was really the Southern Spirit Mountain. Song Yanqing, okay, we'll go over when you say it's suitable. Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. For a busy person like him, he would never stop working. He glanced at the caller ID and calmly picked up the call in front of Xiao Jin without a care in the world. His voice was elegant. Sister. It was his sister, Song Suyu. Xiao Jin hadn't seen Song Suyu since she saw her in the hospital last time. She knew that Song Yanqing's mother wasn't in good health either. Song Suyu had been accompanying Song Yanqing's mother abroad for treatment and recuperation for the past 2 years. It was rare for her to come back. Occasionally, the siblings would call each other. This was the first time Xiao Jin had met them. Yanqing, I heard that you're not in the capital, and you didn't bring Agu? Song Suyu's voice was a little puzzled. Why are you going to Jiang City alone? Since he was here to do something, it wasn't appropriate to bring someone along. Song Yanqing didn't bring Agu. Xiao Jin's presence was enough. Song Yanqing looked up at Xiao Jin indifferently and said naturally, I'll go with Xiao Jin. Song Suyu, she had heard about her brother and Xiao Jin being together several times. However, it wasn't like they hadn't beat around the bush. Song Yanqing had said that they were just friends. Song Suyu knew that Xiao Jin was very strange. She was also Song Yanqing's savior, so she couldn't say anything. Hearing this, she said helplessly, okay, I'll tell you. Mom and I will be back next month. When the time comes, you can invite Miss Qiao to have a meal with us. Song Yanqing smiled slightly. She's right next to me. I'll ask her. Xiao Jin heard it, so she didn't let Song Yanqing ask first. She nodded and said, okay. Song Yanqing's smile became gentler. She agreed. Song Suyu's voice was as gentle and elegant as Song Yanqing's. Okay, I'll arrange it then. With that, she hung up the phone. Song Yanqing took back his phone and said, ever since you saved me, my mother has been wanting to thank you properly. But because of her health, she's been recuperating abroad. It's also thanks to you that I made her much better. The ability of a spirit master of speech was just that good. It was perfect for him to use it on his mother. He knew his limits, so what he wanted was for his mother to gradually get better. After this period of time, Song Yanqing's mother's health had improved, and she could return to China next month. Xiao Jin softly replied, her eyes were locked on that side as she added, we might have to go over at night. You need to rest for a while. He didn't know what the situation would be like then. Now that he had time, it was best for Song Yanqing to rest for a while. Song Yanqing nodded slightly. Don't worry. It wasn't a problem for him to stay up all night. After Xiao Jin finished speaking, he returned to his room. He stared at Xiao Jin's departing figure and chuckled after a while. Mi Luo's group seemed to have stopped at the foot of the Southern Spirit Mountain. They were going to move at night. Other than Mi Luo and Azu, probably no one else knew what they were going to do. The spirit team was even more confused. They thought that they were here to capture someone. The Southern Spirit Mountain was very large. There were several peaks. Apart from the ones that had been developed, there were also some that hadn't been developed. The one that they were interested in was an undeveloped one. Logically speaking, they couldn't enter this place. But with connections, things were easier. Azu and the others found a local who expressed his willingness to row a boat and take them in after midnight. Because the place they were going to was at the foot of a mountain, it was completely blocked by a river. Because they couldn't find any entrances or viewpoints, it wasn't open to tourists. A group of locals lived at the foot of the Southern Spirit Mountain. They built a guest house and earned money from tourists. Their lives were quite good. This time, the one who was going to take Mi Luo and the others in was a local. There were too many of them. Of course, they couldn't all go in at once. Therefore, they needed someone to go in first to explore. Then, they would find other locals and send them in together. Are you sure they're reliable? In the homestay late at night, Milo sat there. Even his upright posture couldn't hide his elegance. He looked at Azu with his green eyes. His expression was cold. It was hard to tell what he was thinking. Azu nodded. They're locals. We just need to pay them. They've also allowed us to go in. There won't be any accidents. Milo's eyes were still locked on him. Are you sure that thing is really down there? Azu smiled and said, when you came, the Emperor must have told you? Milo's eyes flashed for a moment. However, it disappeared very quickly. Azu said, it's not easy to take it. Every time we take it, there will be sacrifices. We've brought enough people this time. Even if there's a blood sacrifice, it's enough. Blood sacrifice sounded a little scary. Milo's expression didn't change. I don't want any accidents to happen. Azu nodded. Don't worry. No one has the power to stop us. Milo stood up and smiled. His green eyes were filled with mockery. If there's no one, guess how Joanna and the rest died? Azu's expression finally changed. However, Milo didn't say anything else. He turned and left the room. They were about to set off. Guizhou stood in the crowd. He was wearing a long coat. He complained to his colleague in a low voice, what do you think those foreigners are doing here? Admiring the scenery in the middle of the night? Everyone knew that the scenery in Rivertown was good. However, why did they have to set off at night? Couldn't they enjoy it during the day? His colleague shook his head. Who knows? We can only listen. These foreigners were important guests. They had to treat them well. Last time, 6 people from the He Early family died in one go. When Milo came, he didn't cause any trouble for the spirit team. This was enough to make the higher-ups of the spirit team burn incense and pray. However, because of this, they felt that he was more dangerous. They didn't know who Milo was. Especially the members of the spirit team. They knew very little about the He Early family. Guizhou rubbed his hands and said, damn it, it's still July. This damn weather is really cold. When I came here, I even did a fortune-telling on the internet. In the end, my boss rejected me. The fortune teller said that I won't get a promotion or a raise. The colleague paused. Is that what the leader said when you came here? Guizhou nodded. That's right. He said that I'll get a promotion and a raise when I get back. The colleague suddenly said, have you ever thought that it might not be the leader who gave you the water? The fortune teller meant that you might not be able to go back. Guizhou suddenly felt his hair stand on end. Seems like, it makes sense, that's right, if he couldn't go back, wouldn't he not be able to get a promotion and a raise? Guizhou shuddered. Don't scare me. How is that possible? This is just a normal mission. Colleague, it's hard to say. Bringing so many people for a normal mission. I don't know how tricky it will be. Guizhou, damn it, he was completely flustered. Right at this moment, Milo and Azu came out of the room. Guizhou and the others only knew Miluo's name and that Azu was a member of the Feng family. Other than that, they knew nothing about this mission. Everything was done by the group of foreign devils in front of him. That was a little better. The southern Spirit Mountain was steep, and the scenery was beautiful. Overlooking the entire southern Spirit Mountain from the top, it gave people a sense of grandeur and grandeur. If one woke up in the morning and was at the top of the southern Spirit Mountain, it would be like being in the clouds, giving people the illusion that they had ascended to immortality. However, very few people knew that the scenery at the bottom of the mountain was just as spectacular. However, at night, the steep mountain peak was hidden in the dense fog, and only a vague outline could be seen. Between the two mountain peaks, there was a very wide river. The river flowed quietly, and looking forward, it was as if the fog had blocked the view. The mountain peak was too big, and it was impossible to see the whole thing clearly. Other than the people who lived here, the surroundings were very quiet. Sound seemed to be absorbed by the mountain peak, and not even echoes could be heard. If one was alone here, other than the beauty, there was also a faint sense of horror. At the riverside ferry, there was a small boat. It was a boat made of wood, and looked very old. There was only one local on the boat, and he was wearing a thick coat. He shivered and urged, "Gentlemen, please hurry up. It's already so late, and I want to go home early." If it weren't for these people's generosity, he would rather die than go to work in the middle of the night. The Southern Spirit Mountain was a famous mountain, but it also had many legends that were passed down by the locals. Most of the stories didn't sound very good, especially the bottom of the river that they were going to. It was empty during the day, and it was very quiet at night. There were no roads at all, but there was a very small cave in the water. In the past, the local government thought that it was a special passage, but after a few meters, they found that there was no road, and so they gave up. But sometimes, when they passed by, they would hear the sound of opera. It was a woman's voice that was full of sorrow. It was very pleasant to hear, but it made people shiver. They didn't know where the voice was coming from. But this voice was only heard occasionally, and it didn't spread much. It was only told to tourists as an interesting story. Anyway, no one could pass through there, and they didn't know if it was real or fake. Azu and Malata got into the boat, and Lucas followed Milo. There were 4 people in this group, and one of them was a member of the spirit group. He was the leader of a small team, so he needed to know some things. The boat was big enough, but it could only accommodate 5 people. The boatman swayed the boat and rowed it away. The people on the shore watched as the boat slowly moved towards the center of the lake. In less than 2 minutes, the boat disappeared into the house. Not even a trace of light could be seen, as if it had never appeared. Someone was puzzled. Was there such a thick fog when we came here during the day? The others shook their heads. I didn't pay much attention to it. The Southern Spirit Mountain has always been foggy. That being said, it was quite scary to look at in the middle of the night. They still remembered that they had turned on their mobile phone flashlights when they went in, but they couldn't see clearly because of the fog. Langjun all of a sudden, Guizhou heard a sorrowful and lingering female voice from an opera. He shuddered and subconsciously looked around. Which one of you is watching the opera? Everyone in the spirit team stared at him. His colleague beside him said, when we came here, we already said that we can't look at our phones when we're on a mission. Who's going to watch an opera? Are you crazy? Guizhou, he instantly felt that something was wrong. The sound just now seemed to have come from an empty space. It didn't seem like the sound that came from a phone. It drilled straight into their ears. Apart from the itch, there was also an inexplicable chill. Guizhou swallowed his saliva. I think I heard wrong. His colleague reminded him, look at the eyes of the foreigners in front. Don't provoke them. Guizhou, Miluo and the others sat on the boat. The boat slowly moved forward. However, because of the fog, they could only see some water. They couldn't even see the rocks beside them clearly. Azu suddenly frowned. Don't you feel that the fog is getting thicker? The boatman immediately laughed. That's normal. Southern Spirit Mountain is like this at night. When it rains, the fog is very thick. When you look at it during the day, the scenery is so beautiful. It was just that they had never seen it at night. Miluo just looked ahead. It was as if he could see a special shadow in the thick fog at night. After a while, he said, if there's an abnormality, it means that we've found the right place. He said it in English. The boatman couldn't understand. He muttered that this foreigner knew how to appreciate the beautiful scenery of Xianxia. Azu also felt that Miluo's words made sense. However, he felt as if there was a stone pressing down on his heart. It was so heavy that he couldn't breathe. It wasn't a good sign for a formation master to have this kind of intuition. However, now that they had come with Miluo, Azu couldn't say anything. If they wanted to get the thing this time, it would be disastrous. The boatman's speed was average. After about half an hour, the boat kept moving forward along the river and entered the center of a few mountains. There were steep mountains on both sides. During the day, it must be very magnificent. However, the fog covered everything. They couldn't see anything clearly. Until Miluo suddenly said, we're here. To the right. Azu immediately said to the boatman, stop the boat and look to the right. The boatman was shocked. Where are we? There's still a river on both sides. There's no place to dock. Miluo turned around coldly. The boatman was so scared that he trembled. His hands didn't stop moving. He started to move the boat to the right. However, there was really no shore. There was only a dark entrance to a cave at the bottom of the mountain. When the boatman saw it, he immediately said, "This really isn't it. It's just a concave cave. It's just a few meters away. It's not a cave." The entrance to the cave was very low. If a person wanted to go in, they would have to lower half of their body, or else they would hit their head. If the water level rose, the entire cave would be flooded. Miluo said coldly, "Draw it in." The boatman, what kind of weird fetish does this foreigner have? However, since he had taken the money, he had to do it. Since the other party didn't believe him, the boatman decided to let him see for himself. He wouldn't cry until he saw the coffin. When they reached the mouth of the cave, all of them pressed their bodies down, or else they would hit the roof of the cave. According to the boatman's memory, this cave was a concave cave. It was only a few meters away, and one could see the bottom at a glance. He really wanted to ask that person to take out his phone to see if it was just a few meters away, but Miluo had already taken out his phone. They even prepared a flashlight and shone their phones inside. The boatman was almost scared to death. Apart from the water, there was clearly a huge cave. However, it was dark and bottomless. Only the sound of water could be heard faintly. It wasn't at all like in his memory, where he could see the bottom from a few meters away. How is that possible? The boatman shivered as he felt a wave of cold air coming out from his head. Seeing that, Milo was not surprised. He simply looked at Azu and said in a cold voice, "You found the right place." Azu nodded his head and turned around to point at the boatman. "Continue rowing inside." No, 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 the boatman instinctively felt that something was amiss. He had clearly been here before. He clearly remembered that this place was just a cave. It was only a few meters away from the bottom. This was not a big cave entrance at all. If there was a cave entrance down here, the country should have known about it long ago. However, nothing happened. The boatman subconsciously thought of some bad rumors and his face turned pale. He waved his hand and said, "This is a little strange. Why don't we not go in?" However, these people would not listen to him. Azu's lips curled into a sinister smile as he said, "Draw." That one word caused the boatman's heart to tremble. He had no choice but to continue rowing forward. However, his legs had begun to tremble uncontrollably. The cramped cave entrance was only 2 meters long. After 2 meters, they moved closer to the deep cave entrance. Suddenly, everything became clear. After entering the small cave, they found that the interior area was very big. There were rock walls all around and it looked like a natural cave. The river flowed from the middle all the way to the mouth of the cave. Both sides of the mouth of the cave were riverbanks. The boatman recalled that this was clearly not the case when they first came here. It was too dark. Even with the light from the flashlight, they could only see that the mouth of the cave was very big. The two sides of the river were filled with trash from the river and a rotten smell. In short, it did not smell good. The boat slowly moved forward. When they reached the mouth of the cave, they found that this place had formed a natural barrier. The height of the mouth of the cave was just right above the surface of the water, blocking off the flow of the river. In other words, the mouth of the cave was empty and they could directly enter. Azu and Milo were the first to go ashore. Even though they were standing at the mouth of the cave, they could not clearly see what was going on inside. The unknown meant danger. Azu and the others were not as relaxed as they appeared on the surface. No one could say for sure what was inside the cave. Additionally, they had not sensed any danger. They only felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. However, they could not show it. Most importantly, Milo did not seem to be feeling anything. Azu couldn't help but wonder how strong this person was. They got off the boat and stepped into the cave. The entrance of the cave was wet and sticky, as if they were stepping on some kind of mud. In short, it was a very unpleasant feeling. Lucas and the other captain of the spirit group were a little uncomfortable. Milo's expression was calm. "You can let them in." Everyone took out their phones. Azu frowned slightly. "There's no signal." The lack of signal was within their expectations. After all, this was not an ordinary place. Azu looked at the boatman. "Row out and let them in now." The boatman thought to himself, you're still coming. However, when the boatman saw the oppressive aura coming from these people, he gulped and nodded obediently. Forget it for now, as long as I can get out, it's fine. What the hell? He wanted to call the police. How could there be a cave here? It appeared out of nowhere. It was too scary. He propped up the wormwood and used a speed faster than when he came to paddle out. Miluo looked at the time, then looked at the dark cave and said, let's go in first. Azu was a little surprised. Are we going to wait for them? He frowned and felt that this was not good. Where the array point was, there would usually be an array formation. Those array masters were not born kind and would not wait for people to take things away. Usually, they would set up a fatal array. Azu had experienced similar things several times, and many people had been sacrificed each time. Otherwise, he would not have called the people of the spirit group. And this time, they did not know what kind of array formation was in this place and who was inside, so they could not judge how dangerous it was. Miluo, it's just at the edge. Azu could not go against his wishes. After all, he was the great emperor's subordinate. Azu thought of the great emperor's instructions when they came, gritted his teeth, and said to the captain of the spirit group, let's go. He could order the people of the spirit group, but only he could control the people brought by Miluo. Lucas' eyes flashed, but he did not hesitate to walk in front of Miluo and open the way for him. The light was too dim, and they could only tell that it was a cave, but they did not know how long it was. Even the light of the flashlight was swallowed within 2 or 3 meters, so it was impossible to know the exact route. Even if they were array masters, they could not relax and walked forward slowly. After walking for a short distance, suddenly, a moist river breeze blew over. It was cold, but it felt like a person's breath on their face, giving them goosebumps for no reason. In such a dark environment, one after another, ethereal opera sounds could be heard. Langjun by the Green River, the flames of war reach the sky. The war has been for several years one after another, a woman sang in an operatic tone, as if she was telling a story. Everyone heard it, and the expressions of Azu and the captain of the spirit group suddenly changed. Miluo's eyes gradually narrowed, and there was a deep look in them. The words were not clear, and they could only hear the first 2 sentences, which did not sound like a good word. This proved that there was indeed something inside. They continued to walk forward, and other than this ethereal voice, there was no other strange movement. They walked like this for more than 10 minutes, and as they got closer and closer, the voice suddenly disappeared. They walked to a door. It was indeed a door. Even though it was covered in seaweed and moss, one could still see its appearance. There were also traces of age and rust on the door. The copper ring on the door was in the style of ancient Xianxia. It was as if someone would open the door from the inside with just a light press of the brass ring. Azu said in a deep voice, it should be here. Milo said, it's too simple. Azu snorted and said, maybe he's just waiting for you inside the door. Although the captain of the spirit group who followed them had some doubts in his heart, he was a member of the Feng family, so he tactfully didn't ask anything. Miluo glanced at the old gate and said indifferently, let me take a look first. Although he said that, he didn't push the door open. The red dots in his eyes flickered, and he pointed his finger at a few places. It was as if an invisible force had seeped into the door. Then, he was gently bounced back. Miluo's eyes narrowed. Since the formation could not penetrate, it meant that it could not be seen, which proved that this was the place they were looking for. It was just that what was inside was something that even he couldn't figure out. The great emperor had been spying on this place for decades, and now, the time had finally come. Guizhou and the others saw the boatman return about an hour later. The boatman seemed a little reluctant, but he had no choice. He called a few more people and sent them to that place. On the way, Guizhou heard the boatman muttering. It's too scary. Why did a cave suddenly appear in there? He seemed to be very confused about this matter. Guizhou also couldn't figure it out. Their spirit group had always been responsible for other demonized spiritual readers or finding awakened spiritual readers. However, this matter was clearly a little puzzling. At first, he thought that they were here to capture people, but now it didn't seem like it. The group of foreigners and the higher-ups of the spirit group seemed to be looking for something. What could they be looking for, Guizhou didn't understand. He only knew that he had accepted the mission, so he had to go. For some reason, he was a little scared. After boarding the boat and stepping into the fog, Guizhou felt that something was wrong. Then, he heard a woman's voice. Lang Jun, this call, the ethereal opera voice, shocked Guizhou and made him look left and right. He was sure that he didn't know where the voice came from. Looking at the people around him, their expressions were normal. On the contrary, his behavior was too strange and attracted the attention of his colleagues. What's wrong with you? Guizhou, no matter how slow a spiritual reader was, he knew that something was wrong. Guizhou was probably sure that he seemed to have heard something that others couldn't. Damn it, why was it him? Those who heard these things in TV dramas were either the main characters or cannon fodder. Guizhou felt that he wasn't lucky enough to be the main character. He thought of the fortune-teller's words and suddenly felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. After waiting for half an hour, they entered a cave. Although they didn't know what the mission was, everyone still had to listen to the orders. Under the guidance of the foreigners, they walked through the cave entrance that Milo and the others had walked through. They had many people, so there wasn't much to be afraid of when a large group of people walked. Soon, they walked to Milo and the others. They saw Milo and the others standing by a door. The group of foreigners walked up first. Milo asked them, "Did you hear singing when you came over?" The foreigners looked at each other and shook their heads. Milo's face darkened even more. But now that everyone was here, he didn't say anything. He only said, "You can open the door now." Azu glanced at him and asked the captain of the spirit group to open the door. The captain of the spirit group went to open the door without saying a word. This kind of thing usually had some kind of trap. They were afraid that something would go wrong, so they definitely had to send someone to test it out. However, to everyone's surprise, the moment the spirit group captain stepped forward, other than the dirty door that made him slightly uncomfortable, the heavy door was easily pushed open with a light push. The door released a hong sound, as if it was a sound from the ancient times, sounding again after a long time. The door was opened a crack, but he still couldn't see anything clearly. However, there was a moist air coming out from the crack, bringing with it an indescribable smell. It didn't smell good, but it didn't smell bad either. There was an old smell in it. No one could see what was behind the door. The captain of the spirit group opened the door and widened the gap a little. He took a few glances and walked in. 3 seconds later, he said in a low voice, "Azu, there's nothing inside." "How is that possible?" Azu frowned. After hearing that there was no risk, he hesitated for a moment. At this moment, he saw Miluo step in. Azu sneered. "You have guts. Let's see who's tougher this time." Seeing that Miluo had entered, he naturally followed. He didn't feel any dangerous aura, so he went in directly. The members of the spirit group behind him looked at each other. Under the urging of their respective captains, they went in one by one. However, they didn't notice one thing. After entering, there was basically no sound coming from the people inside. Because the door was too dark, after entering, they felt that the people inside should have walked forward, so they went in together. When it was Guizhou's turn, he felt that something was wrong. However, when he stepped into the door, he felt like he was pushed by someone behind him. This forced him to slide forward uncontrollably. In this kind of environment, this kind of behavior was a little scary. Wasn't this trying to harm people? He turned around to scold them, but he felt that his head was heavy and his feet were light. It was as if he was in the wrong place. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were clearly open, but now they seemed to have reopened. What appeared in front of him was an ancient-style bedroom. There was a mahogany shelf next to it, with a long string of costumes hanging from it. Guizhou seemed to be sitting in a certain position. When he opened his eyes, he saw a delicate and pretty woman in front of him, who was already putting on makeup and applying rouge. Her makeup was very thick. It was the makeup of an opera singer. As if she felt something, she turned around and looked at him. "Ah man, you're awake?" "Ah man?" Guizhou was a little confused. He looked down subconsciously. She was dressed in emerald green clothes and looked simple, like a maid. Damn, how did he become a woman? No, he seemed to be. Was he a woman? His mind was in a mess. It was as if he had the memories of two people, or as if he was originally called A Man. Yes, he was A Man. He opened his mouth. Sister Hong Lu, his voice was soft and timid. After Hong Lu finished putting on her makeup, she stood up in her undergarments and reached out to pick out her opera clothes. She said, "Don't sleep anymore. We'll be performing on stage in a while. This time, it's the Wu family. If Master Shi finds out that you're slacking off, he'll break your legs." Gu Yizhou's heart skipped a beat, as though he was subconsciously afraid. His entire body trembled as he lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry, big sister Hong Lu. I was just too dizzy." So, he heard Hong Lu sigh softly. Gu Yizhou lowered his head. His head hurt a little. He remembered that he was not A Man, but he was indeed A Man. He seemed to have forgotten something, but what had he forgotten? In his memory, the Wu family was the wealthiest family in town. The Wu family's young master often came to watch plays. The head of the theater, Master Shi, treated the Wu family as the god of wealth. He was closer to the Wu family than his own father. Everyone in the theater had to be treated well. Otherwise, Master Shi would whip them. The people in the theater were all bought by Master Shi. In this era of war, their lives were worthless than toilet paper. They could only make a living in this chaotic world. Gu Yizhou stood up in a daze and helped Sister Hong Lu change her clothes. He remembered that he had forgotten a lot of things, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember them. He only felt a headache. End of chapter 527. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.